In a twist of fate, the seasoned office worker Li Xiang awoke to find himself in the enchanting world of Pokémon, a realm he had longed to explore. Just as he was preparing to seize the opportunity for adventure, he discovered that he had fallen into the archetype of a standard supporting character. His parents were alive, he was handsome, and he had a younger sister. Wasn't this the type of character destined to fade into obscurity in the latter parts of a story? I refuse to accept such a premise. Witness how Li Xiang, in his humble guise, defies the so-called fate and proves that even a supporting character can emerge as the protagonist of his own life. Chapter 1. Am I not the protagonist? The soft, soothing meow of a cat, accompanied by a hint of misty dew, shattered the tranquility of the morning sun's first rays. A new day began with a gentle awakening by the household feline. Li Xiang rose, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and addressed the robust figure by his bedside. "Good morning, big-faced cat." Meow. The large tabby cat, with its gray fur, white face, and white chest, responded with a disgruntled, low growl, extending its powerful forelimb to thump Li Xiang's thigh with its paw, sans claws. "Ouch! You really hit hard." Li Xiang instantly jolted awake, clutching his thigh and rubbing it furiously while casting an indignant glare at the creature. The hefty cat, adorned with a mix of white and gray fur and large, purple-pawed ears, licked its paw nonchalantly, completely ignoring Li Xiang as it sauntered out of the room. It had fulfilled its duty of waking him up and dictated the manner in which it would do so. With no recourse against the feline, Li Xiang could only watch it depart, muttering under his breath, "You foul creature, utterly unlovable, and yet you dare to be called Dongshi." After a brief pause on the bed, Li Xiang sluggishly dressed and made his way to the bathroom to wash up, stealing glances at his reflection in the mirror. His name was Li Xiang, male. Once 27, he now found himself at the tender age of 11. Born in a county of Zhejiang province, he now resided in the lush region of Yuzhou, Qingcheng. Previously a slender young man with a buzz cut, he now embodied a fair-skinned, slightly cherubic little boy. In essence, he had seamlessly transitioned into this new era, or rather, it was a blend of reincarnation and transmigration. After all, his parents and relatives remained the same, albeit younger. He had not suddenly acquired siblings, he was still an only child. One might consider this a cause for celebration. However, my family has only just begun to dismantle the past. Just when it seemed like our beautiful days were about to commence. How could I have ended up here? Whenever he contemplated this reality shortly after his arrival, tears would well up within him. From the moment he graduated, he had endured a life of hardship until the age of 27, with the prospect of a blissful life as a landlord now tantalizingly close. No longer would he have to fear the aches and pains from prolonged sitting, nor concern himself with matters of fortune. Yet, reality had delivered a harsh slap to his face, commanding him, "Go back to your childhood and start anew." To speak candidly, were it not for Li Xiang's remarkable resilience, his mental state would likely have crumbled long ago. The aforementioned events transpired prior to his comprehension of the current circumstances following his reincarnation. However, as time progressed and he acclimatized, the situation gradually transformed. Following his rebirth, due to the alterations in the world, his parents' occupations also changed, leading to a newfound affluence for the family, which transitioned from mere subsistence to a comfortably prosperous household. From that moment onward, he held his head high. No longer envious of other children indulging in fast food, he could now afford to relish it himself. He no longer needed to walk to school alone, as transportation was provided. The necessity for tutoring classes dissipated. In summary, with the transformation of his familial environment, Li Xiang found that being a child was not such a burden. After all, he was no longer preoccupied with concerns about housing, vehicles, or future spouse. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The true essence lies in the fact that this world had evolved into a realm reminiscent of the urban fantasy novels he had previously perused. As an avid Pokémon enthusiast, nothing could elate him more than this reality. A myriad of extraordinary creatures coexisted with humanity amidst the steel jungles of civilization. Everywhere above in the sky, along the streets, within the grass, inside office buildings, and even in the sewers, various little spirits were omnipresent. Billboards along the roads no longer featured only human celebrities. They showcased a delightful amalgamation of humans and Pokémon. The grand screens at shopping centers displayed content intimately related to these creatures. The globally popular NBA and World Cup had transformed into Pokémon tournaments and dazzling contests. It resembled the vibrant city of rhyme from the beloved Detective Pikachu film, yet it bore subtle distinctions from those otherworldly narratives. In the majority of urban Pokémon tales, the creatures are often considered invaders from alternate dimensions, having emerged suddenly within the last century. However, in this realm, Pokémon were indigenous, and humans too were native inhabitants. Since ancient times, both species had supported and aided one another, traversing the path to modernity together. This setting closely mirrored the legendary lore of the Sinnoh region in the Pokémon world, while aligning somewhat with the animated series. Upon thoroughly reviewing the relevant literature, Li Xiang could hardly contain his joy. The animation was delightful, though it included villainous characters and various unpleasant scenarios. The overall tone was one of optimism and tranquility. The survival experience was far preferable to the grim realities depicted in certain fan interpretations. There existed neither the suppression of the common folk by the elite of the League, nor the ruthless dealings of trainers with ordinary lives, nor the monopolization of demigods and starter Pokémon by noble families, nor the bloodthirsty selections of malevolent organizations. It was not that he harbored a disdain for striving against the odds, rather. It is simply that few would willingly choose to endure a life fraught with uncertainty and darkness. Would they? Li Xiang, being somewhat timid, found this world to be quite agreeable. Even more exhilarating for him was the prospect that at the age of 11, after the summer, he would be able to enroll in a specialized academy for aspiring trainers, thus avoiding the mundane routine of elementary school, where he would sit in rows with other children, eating snacks. In 3 years, when he turned 14 and acquired the ability to assume full legal responsibility, he could further pursue advanced education at a prestigious institution. Indeed, young children, with their slender arms and legs, would be courting disaster by venturing out to travel. Even if humanity's physical prowess has surpassed that of previous generations, it does not imply that an 11-year-old frolicking in the wilderness is a prudent endeavor. Isn't it far more delightful to engage in friendly assistance and lighthearted banter with classmates at school? Traveling is best reserved for adulthood when one is more equipped for such adventures. Contentedly, Li Xiang immersed himself in the vastness of knowledge available through the family's bulky computer and the diverse array of books lining the shelves. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was determined to strive earnestly in this beautifully enchanting world. However, reality often strikes unexpectedly, delivering a sharp blow to one's consciousness. After nearly half a month of reincarnation, having barely adjusted to his new environment and successfully deceived his parents, Li Xiang discovered he had gained a lifelong companion, Lin Feng. When questioned about his remarkable obedience this summer staying home to study for entrance exams instead of sneaking out to play with Lin Feng, Li Xiang was suddenly inundated with memories that had been delayed in arriving. Vivid scenes, which he had never actually experienced, flooded his mind without causing any headache, merely leaving him with an ethereal sense of unreality, as if all was but a dream. It dawned upon him that while his family remained unchanged, the dynamics of his relationships and educational environment had shifted entirely. In his previous life, his closest friend was not Lin Feng. As he pieced together the emerging memories, he felt a disquieting sense of wrongness. He accessed what he later realized was a messaging app called Ant, scrutinizing a message from his best friend, inquiring why he hadn't come to play, wondering if anything had happened. Moreover, numerous past conversations confirmed the coherence of his memories. Reflecting on his own childhood, characterized by slight baby fat, Li Xiang was struck by the realization of several key elements. Lin Feng, his best friend, his parents' ordinary status, a younger sister named Lin Lan, and a family environment that was not particularly affluent, quintessential traits of a protagonist in the contemporary era. The trope of starting from an orphanage is no longer as appealing as it once was. Today's protagonists typically have both parents and often come with a standard younger sibling. Coupled with Li Xiang's attributes modest family wealth, baby fat, a prominent mentor figure, being an only child, and the playful banter with Lin Feng, suddenly pondered if he was destined to be an entourage to a prince's studies. A chosen one transported to another realm, yet not the main character, but rather a supporting role beside the protagonist. Perhaps he might not even have the opportunity to grasp the protagonist's coattails. In most instances, the role of his chubby best friend would be significantly diminished after the initial stages. Li Xiang felt his heart shatter into 1,000 pieces. As a progressive youth of a new age, Li Xiang was not one to wallow in self-pity. Regardless of any coincidences or Lin Feng's true identity, it bore no relevance to his ambitions. Even if it were true, there was no way for Li Xiang to intervene. Would he resort to taking another's life? That would be madness. With no vendetta against anyone, To extinguish a life over something so intangible would indeed reflect a profoundly antisocial personality. Moreover, he had read his fair share of unconventional narratives. The future remains uncertain, and he must continue to forge ahead. In the morning, Li Xiang and Lin Feng encountered each other at the entrance of a nearby park. After a prolonged separation, the two friends excitedly invited one another to witness the trainers' battles within the park. Upon seeing Lin Feng in person, the image of his longtime companion became vividly tangible in Li Xiang's mind. What a handsome lad! The moment Li Xiang laid eyes on Lin Feng, a flicker of fondness ignited within him. This boy, seemingly the child of destiny, stood at approximately 1.40 meters, with rosy lips and white teeth, clad in fresh and tidy attire. While he may not have been extraordinarily handsome, he certainly left a favorable first impression. Perhaps this sentiment was influenced by past memories. Why are you staring at my face? Lin Feng, seemingly oblivious to Li Xiang's peculiar demeanor, curiously inquired. Have you been grounded by your mother again? You didn't respond to any of my messages. If it weren't for the distance from your home and my obligations to assist my father the other day, I would have come to visit you. By the way, where's your bodyguard? Lin Feng's family previously resided next door to Li Xiang, but due to certain circumstances, they had relocated. Had Lin Feng's school not remained the same, their friendship might have waned. The bodyguard he mentioned was the feline companion that had roused Li Xiang from slumber that morning. Given Li Xiang's mother's concerns for her son's safety and her own busy schedule, she insisted that the cat accompany him whenever he ventured out alone. It's hiding. It recently became engrossed in a drama called The Stalker. Li Xiang replied nonchalantly, adopting a tone reminiscent of his memories. Truth be told, conversing with an 11-year-old in such a manner felt somewhat unsettling. Perhaps he had yet to fully grasp that this young boy was indeed his contemporary. Lin Feng, however, remained oblivious to any discrepancies, even as Li Xiang had subtly changed. This might also be attributed to the recent surge in popularity of reincarnation-themed novels. He glanced behind Li Xiang, nodded slightly, and suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "By the way, did you watch the Championship League yesterday? XIANG'S Charizard was absolutely phenomenal. The championship match was a thrilling one against 3 opponents. The opposing team didn't even have a chance to retaliate. I believe this battle will surely make it into the global top 10. He spoke animatedly, taking strides forward, his enthusiasm evident as he gestured with his hands, brimming with youthful vitality. Li Xiang hurried to keep pace, nodding in agreement with Lin Feng's exuberant commentary. Chapter 2. The Loyal Friend with Thick Eyebrows and Bright Eyes. Regarding the Championship League mentioned by Lin Feng, Li Xiang indeed watched it the previous night. The visual impact of the Pokémon battles was undeniably striking, easily captivating one's attention. This competition represented a premier event where a group of master trainers vied for regional championship titles. Do not be mistaken, the term Master Trainer bears no connection to Ash's quest for Pokémon Mastery. The former refers to a rank within the ranking league, akin to the Master Tier in League of Legends. The latter, on the other hand, remains shrouded in ambiguity, with the animation production team yet to provide a definitive answer. I made up my mind. My first Pokémon will be Charmander. Standing upon a rock, Lin Feng clenched his fists, his gaze ablaze as he shouted. Li Xiang observed him, silently reflecting that the world's renowned trio was not as rare and precious as depicted in certain fanworks. There was no need to spend millions annually simply to acquire them. These Pokémon were among the most suitable for novice trainers, with short growth cycles and formidable strength upon maturation, surpassing the capabilities of the majority of Pokémon. Consequently, they were mass-bred, leading to their widespread availability. Lin Feng's family background was modest, yet procuring a Charmander from a breeding facility within the city was hardly a daunting endeavor, not a matter of depleting one's savings. Naturally, there were distinctions among Charmanders, just as there are vast differences among individuals. What about you, Li Xiang? What do you plan to choose as your first Pokémon? Lin Feng inquired, turning to him. The park's periphery was serene, inhabited only by elderly individuals strolling with their Pokémon, while the sounds of various creatures filled the air, cooing from Pidgeys, the rustling of grass from wild Pokémon, the splashing of water from a nearby pond, and the rustle of caterpies spinning their silk upon the trees. I haven't quite decided yet, Li Xiang replied, glancing at the nearby thicket. Though the trees were tall and the shrubs dense, they could not conceal the rotund figure of a particular feline creature, which appeared rather comical. The real-life version of the Pokémon bore little resemblance to its illustrated counterpart in the game. Once, he had held a dismissive view of this Pokémon, But upon encountering it in reality, as a lover of plush animals, Li Xiang found himself irresistibly charmed. The chubby, furry feline was undeniably adorable. He suddenly comprehended why the seemingly inconspicuous Pokémon, Doremi, was so beloved in Kalos, even spawning an entire industry. Haven't decided yet? How about I recommend one for you? What do you think of Torchic? Its final evolution is firefighting, and it's quite powerful. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, noticing Li Xiang's silence, and continued, "Hey, you're not planning to train those late-blooming Pokémon, are you? Don't you remember the book we read in school?" The term late-blooming Pokémon referred to those semi-legendary creatures, boasting higher base stats than typical second-tier Pokémon, but requiring exceedingly high evolution levels, making them a choice for later stages of training. In novice training guides, semi-legendaries were highly recommended, yet they invariably ranked behind certain starter Pokémon. Unfortunately, the late-blooming characteristic detracted from their appeal. A young trainer's focus is often finite, particularly for adolescents, who initially tend to concentrate on nurturing a single Pokémon as their ace, relegating others to the background. Thus, Pokémon that could yield maximum benefits in the early stages were particularly favored, a fact that also correlated with the rarity of semi-legendaries. "I truly haven't decided. Personally, I prefer to embrace fate," he admitted. Xiang waved his hand dismissively within the trio of his cherished Pokémon. He found himself overwhelmed with delight, unable to make a choice. Moreover, the thought of Ash and Pikachu crossed his mind, leading him to believe that fate is indeed predestined. "Fate?" Lin Feng regarded Li Xiang with suspicion. "Your words echo my sister's tone. You don't harbor any feelings for her, do you? Are children in this world so precocious?" Li Xiang nearly choked on his own saliva, hurriedly retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Is it really appropriate for you to slander her behind her back? TCH, what's wrong with talking? But let me tell you, my sister isn't fond of chubby guys. If you have designs on her, I can help you lose weight, considering you're my brother," Lin Feng scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. The thoughts of youth often possess a certain purity, with friendships denoted by the title of brother to express closeness. "You'd better not," Li Xiang promptly refused, adding, "And I'm not fat. It's just baby fat. Why should a slightly rounded belly and chubby cheeks warrant the label of fat? Just wait until I turn 15, I will be a striking young man." Lin Feng waved his hand again in a dismissive manner. All right, let's hurry along. If we delay any longer, they will start without us." Li Xiang was at a loss for words, feeling that reasoning with a mere child was futile. The two made their way deeper into the park. Unlike the paved marble and cobblestone paths meant for leisurely strolls, the park's inner sanctum was adorned with lush greenery. Within, expansive rectangular battle arenas, often seen in the animated series, sprawled out across the landscape, each covering approximately 40 square meters, with a multitude of them intersecting at least a dozen in sight. The white lines demarcating the battle zones were neatly drawn, with a rough pock ball painted at the center. Adjacent to these arenas lay a plethora of public fitness equipment. However, at that moment, both the battle arenas and the fitness apparatuses were predominantly occupied by people and Pokémon alike. "Look, what did I tell you? He Jinghui must be here," Lin Feng whispered into Li Xiang's ear, his gaze fixed on a particular battle arena at the edge. Following his line of sight, Li Xiang observed two Pokémon within. The first was a colossal bipedal crocodile, adorned with crimson dorsal fins atop its head, back, and tail, its entire form a striking azure, radiating an intimidating presence, standing at no less than 2 to 3 meters tall. This was the water-type, second-generation starter Pokémon, Croconaw. Next to it was another Pokémon, similarly sporting a water-blue hue, its belly dotted with numerous white circular spots, its lower body snow-white, and a blue ball-like tail resembling a life buoy adorning its rear. Overall, it appeared plump, akin to an oversized ostrich egg, with short and soft limbs, and atop its head were ears reminiscent of a rabbit, yet more akin to those of a donkey. This was the water fairy dual-type Pokémon Marl. After carefully examining them, Li Xiang's gaze shifted to the trainer, whom Lin Feng had referred to as He Jinghui. He appeared to be a youth of around 16 or 17 years of age. According to Lin Feng, He Jinghui resided in the same neighborhood and had failed the entrance exam for a prestigious training academy last year, with plans to retake it this year. Both Pokémon belonged to him. However, during the previous examination, He Jinghui's formidable alligator was still a blue alligator, lacking the requisite strength and ultimately faltering, thereby failing to pass the test. Old He, Lin Feng waved at He Jinghui. Coming? He Jinghui, who was stretching his limbs, nodded at the two with a calm expression, neither particularly enthusiastic nor arrogant, merely extending a commonplace greeting. Li Xiang had met He Jinghui a few times before, but they were not well acquainted, merely acquaintances. Lin Feng also seldom socialized with He Jinghui, as few individuals could engage in conversation with elementary school students, even though he himself had once been in that position. The current stature of He Jinghui was akin to that of an older brother preparing to embark on university studies in a distant city, while they remained mere elementary students on the cusp of entering junior high. Lin Feng inquired, "When will you begin, old He?" "I will start once I've finished warming up," He Jinghui replied while continuing to limber up. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng led Li Xiang to the sidelines to observe the battles of others. A considerable number of children had gathered to spectate, as well as some adults, some accompanied by their Pokémon, while others were not. Most were enthusiasts of Pokémon battles, and Lin Feng and Li Xiang had frequently come to watch in the past. Regrettably, they were unable to access professional battle arenas, thus they resorted to spectating in the park. Even though most battles in the park lacked rigor and did not employ full effort, some were indeed quite serious. Li Xiang's family had avenues to visit professional venues. Yet recently, a mysterious state of heightened security had enveloped the area, leading many previously open battle arenas to adopt a semi-closed status. As mere children without even a single Pokémon, he and Lin Feng were further barred from entry, with the back doors closed to them as well. Left with no choice, they arrived at the park early in the morning. Nevertheless, Li Xiang's memories of observing Pokémon battles up close and experiencing them firsthand were somewhat hazy. The current battles provided an opportunity to deepen his recollections. In the arena, the combatants were a yellow and black striped Electrike, resembling an oval-shaped charger, and a light blue Night Arena, akin to a fusion of a porcupine and a rabbit. One was pure electric, and the other pure poison. Thus there was no inherent type advantage. However, the disparity in their respective moves could create advantages and disadvantages. Naturally, Pokémon battles encompassed more than just the moves employed. "This Electrike is astonishingly swift," Lin Feng exclaimed quietly. In the arena, the Electrike raised its fists, moving its diminutive feet with agility akin to a boxer, deftly evading the Night Arena's purple-tinged punch, Poison Jabba physical poison-type move, with a low probability of inflicting poison on the opponent. Li Xiang instinctively recalled the name of this move, having seen it in battle footage. In this world, there were no instant learning machines apart from moves learned through leveling up and inherited moves. All others had to be acquired through self-study. It was reminiscent of animated series, where Ash's Pikachu learned Iron Tail in the advanced generation through self-learning, without the limitations of not being able to learn certain moves. Even inherited moves can be learned, as Li Xiang recalls from the 8th generation, specifically the Sword and Shield series, where a new mechanic was introduced. When two identical Pokémon are placed in the daycare, one must learn the egg move of the other. In reality, this translates to learning from one's own kind. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, followed by a series of crackling electric sparks. It was Electabuzz executing a swift thunder punch that struck Nidoking squarely on the chin, delivering a powerful blow that sent Nidoking flying. "In a flash of lightning," exclaimed Electabuzz trainer upon witnessing the event. Just as Electabuzz retracted its fist, it paused momentarily before leaping forward, enveloped in a radiant glow, and with a resounding thump, it collided with the descending Nidoking. The latter was sent spiraling through the air, rolling 3 or 4 times upon landing before coming to a halt, powerless and sprawled on the ground. This indicated a temporary loss of fighting capability. A brief respite in its Pokeball would suffice for recovery, perhaps with the aid of a couple of berries, unlike in the game where one must visit a Pokémon Center or consume exorbitantly priced energy items. Electabuzz emerged victorious. The little creature, adorned with a black lightning emblem on its chest, jubilantly swung its arms in circles, creating a whirring sound akin to a windmill. Beep beep. The two trainers exchanged friendly handshakes, engaging in a mutual analysis of their battle strategies. The onlookers erupted in applause, expressing gratitude for the thrilling contest they had witnessed. Indeed, speed is of utmost importance in Pokémon battles. After the applause subsided, Lin Feng voiced his admiration before curiously glancing at Li Xiang. "Why are you so quiet today? This isn't like you." He recalled that Li Xiang's reactions during battles were typically more fervent than his own, making his current silence quite unusual. Chapter 3. The era where initiative equals everything. I too aspire to become a trainer, hence I must maintain a sense of composure. Li Xiang's expression remained unchanged. At this moment, It was far easier to amuse than to explain, thus winning the trust of others. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Lin Feng displayed a look of astonishment. Is he resorting to that tactic again? The word again was employed with remarkable finesse. Within the memories Li Xiang possessed, he truly was a person of fleeting enthusiasm. Just moments ago, he had claimed he would adopt a more aloof demeanor, yet he immediately burst into hearty laughter. Alas, all of it was part of his checkered past. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. The two returned to observe He Jinghui's battle, engaging in cheerful banter. Just in time, the match had commenced. The competitors were Morilioli and a woodland turtle, adorned with two clusters of lush foliage, resembling a hybrid of a tortoise and an armored dinosaur. An inverse attribute? Are you also a master of inverse attributes? Li Xiang raised an eyebrow. The woodland turtle was a pure grass-type sprite, and it was evident that Morilioli was at a disadvantage in this encounter. However, it was not an insurmountable challenge. He recalled that Morilioli's offensive power was rather lacking unless it possessed the ability Strongman, coupled with the enhancement of Belly Drum. Its durability was reasonable. Even with a type advantage, it would be quite a stretch for a mere woodland turtle to utterly overpower Morilioli. Were this a game, He Jinghui and his opponent could have informed him of both sides' energy levels, and Li Xiang might have even considered calculating damage with a calculator. Unfortunately, real combat is fraught with too many uncertainties. Even without considering non-turn-based mechanics, the difference in damage between grazing a target and striking the bullseye is stark. This aspect cannot be accounted for in games. The fluctuations of random numbers are not so pronounced. As the battle progressed, Morilioli clearly moved slightly faster than the woodland turtle, unleashing a torrent of icy blue lightning from its mouth, frosting the ground along its path. Ice Beam, an ice-type special attack, carries a certain probability of freezing the opponent. This move is almost a staple for sprites like Morilioli and holds true in this world as well. While ice-type Pokémon may find themselves at a disadvantage when countered, their offensive capabilities, combined with the multiplier effects, still yield a commendable striking range. Faced with the icy beam, the woodland turtle's trainer opted for evasion and a counterattack. In games, the speed attribute signifies the initiative. Lacking initiative equates to defeat. However, in the midst of real combat, while speed remains significant, it is not as critical as it once was. Why? Because ranged attacks require time for their projectiles to travel. Proficiency in close combat necessitates closing the distance. The battleground before them was relatively small, making this distinction less apparent. Once in larger arenas, the truth behind this assertion becomes immediately clear. Reality diminishes the exalted status of speed. Leaf Blade. At the trainer's command, the woodland turtle suddenly bent low, the clusters of foliage on its back shaking vigorously. And in the blink of an eye, it launched several sharp leaves, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, heading straight for the location of Morilioli. Here, too, there have been multiple attacks. Li Xiang exhibited a contemplative expression as the leaf blade in the animation demonstrated a continuous assault effect akin to that of the seed bomb. To his surprise, it was the same here. Were those creatures with the mischievous, hill, and solid characteristics truly so oblivious? Yet another technique capable of tormenting them emerged. Tap, tap, tap. 3 rapid, successive sounds resonated. A total of 4 leaves were launched. 3 struck the ground, while 1 accurately hit Mariluri in the lower abdomen. Milu. It let out a pained cry, its adorable face contorting as if driven to the brink of madness by the pain. It was uncertain whether this state would yield any damage enhancement, such as an increased probability of landing critical hits with a fury attack. Mariluri, filled with resentment, opened its mouth to unleash another ice beam. Icy lightning surged forth from the orb before its mouth, resembling serpentine blue bolts winding their way forward. The frigid temperatures seemingly capable of freezing the very air. The intensity appeared to be indeed greater than before. Li Xiang pondered, though he could not be entirely certain. Meanwhile, the opposing Turtwig abandoned any thoughts of evasion, raising its front hoof and letting out a high wail, as a square, pale pink glass barrier blossomed before it. The icy blue lightning struck within a second, penetrating the barrier and landing on Turtwig's back, frost swiftly radiating outward, enveloping the 2 lush saplings in a thin layer of ice in the blink of an eye. The effect was remarkable. However, the damage was less than ideal. Li Xiang observed the lively Turtwig, which had shaken off all the frost from its back, realizing that the ice beam, which was effective against it, had not produced significant results. The pink glass barrier before Turtwig was known as the light screen. The light screen, a psychic-type defensive move, could mitigate the damage from special attacks received from opponents. The timing of the light screen's activation was impeccable. Lin Feng murmured in admiration, and Li Xiang nodded in agreement. The spread of ice could be described as instantaneous, yet Turtwig had managed to erect its barrier just in time. As the pink glass wall dissipated, the light screen was a field-type move, allowing both teammates and any partners swapped in from the back to benefit from its protection. It would vanish when not under special attack, only to reappear upon being attacked. The special effects were identical to those in the game. Maraluri was becoming increasingly difficult to contend with. Its output had always been lacking, and with the light screen in play, its special attack was severely hampered. It was unclear whether it possessed the ability Cheek Pouch. It likely did not, or it would have activated it by now. Speaking of which, what ability did Maraluri have? Was it huge power or thick fat? In any case, it was not a herbivore. Otherwise, the earlier leaf blade would not have inflicted any damage. Bounce. He Jinghui, seeing the ice beam lose its efficacy, swiftly adjusted his strategy. Bounce, a flying-type physical move, could achieve a brief hovering effect and occasionally leave the opponent paralyzed. A milky white stream of energy surged from all directions, enveloping Maril in its embrace and forming a pale blue sphere. The sphere crashed to the ground and, as if equipped with countless springs, sprang upwards with tremendous force, soaring towards the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the sphere ascended to over 20 meters. Meanwhile, the Turtwig, not one to sit idly by, was fully aware of the adage that survival begets victory. Its trainer commanded it to unleash a curse. This ghost-type move, while slowing down non-ghost Pokémon, simultaneously augmented their attack and defense. Could it withstand the impending onslaught? As if affirming Li Xiang's thoughts, Maril plummeted from the sky, barreling straight towards Turtwig. A resounding thud echoed. The pale blue sphere erupted, unleashing a tempest that scattered dust and leaves across the battlefield, causing the spectators to instinctively squint against the wind. Yet, the battle raged on fiercely. Turtwig, having been knocked down by the bounce, let out a low growl. Seizing the moment as Maril staggered back, it suddenly executed Leaf Tornado. In such close quarters, Maril had no chance to evade, suffering the full brunt of the attack. Although Turtwig's physical attack was not particularly high, the effects of the curse had significantly enhanced its power, making it formidable indeed. Maril was but a flickering candle in the wind. However, it was still a hair's breadth away from losing its combatability. When Li Xiang refocused on the arena, he noted that the distance between Maril and Turtwig was less than half a meter. The former howled as it raised its fist, glowing with an icy blue radiance, and struck Turtwig squarely on the head. A sound reminiscent of ice being crushed reverberated, followed by the dull thud of a fist meeting its target. The solid ground beneath them slightly caved in. Li Xiang, witnessing this moment, was unequivocally convinced that this Maril possessed the characteristic of a heavy hitter. Such terrifying offensive power. It was the final move. Lin Feng excitedly nudged Li Xiang's arm. Li Xiang nodded. Even the most inexperienced observer could discern the fatigue etched on the faces of the two Pokémon. After only a few exchanges, they appeared utterly exhausted, revealing that Pokémon, much like in reality, did not possess boundless stamina. Li Xiang felt his presence here was worthwhile, having gleaned significant insights. In the arena, Turtwig showed no inclination to rise. As Maril withdrew its fist, preparing for another strike, Turtwig, despite its dazed state, obeyed its trainer's command. It opened its mouth and unleashed a burst of light towards Maril. Countless shimmering green specks were drawn into Turtwig, absorbed by its form. This was energy drain. At this critical moment, it took a vital gulp, and that very sip proved to be Maril's undoing. In its subsequent move, the frozen fist faltered at the initiation stage, its eyes transforming into dazed circles before it collapsed to the ground. A resounding thud echoed, raising a cloud of dust. The spectators erupted into applause. Both contenders acknowledged the audience with a nod before retrieving their Pokémon, moving closer to shake hands, and commencing a discussion on their battle experiences. Lin Feng and Li Xiang approached with curiosity, while He Jinghui, unperturbed, opted to simplify his terminology, rendering his words more accessible. Observing this, the opponent smiled in understanding and mirrored his approach. Throughout the exchange, Li Xiang absorbed a wealth of new knowledge from their dialogue and his recollections. Firstly, it was revealed that a Pokémon's moveset is not restricted in number, and the competition does not limit them to 4 moves. Secondly, the process of learning moves is not as swift as portrayed in animations. It requires considerable time and effort, proving to be more complex. Mastery of a move necessitates extensive practice, with newly acquired moves differing significantly in both power and accuracy when compared to those that have been honed. For instance, the ultimate absorb, executed by the forest tortoise, was a newly learned move. He Jinghui's opponent lacked confidence in its execution, leading them to lure Mariller into a trap. Moreover, The forest tortoise is on the brink of evolution, having surpassed the game's requisite level of 36, currently standing at 38, indicating that its evolution is imminent. Li Xiang discerned that while levels exist in this world, evolution does not adhere strictly to the game's guidelines. It is not guaranteed to occur at a specific level. There are minor fluctuations, yet they generally remain within a range of 3 levels, with instances of exceeding these boundaries being quite common. For example, a Charmander is likely to evolve between levels 13 and 19, while a Charmeleon might evolve between levels 33 and 39. This conclusion arose from Li Xiang's hazy memories and subsequent research. What, then, is the significance of energy levels? Quite simply, as the name suggests, energy levels represent the total amount of attribute energy within a Pokémon. As levels increase, so too does this attribute energy. This energy is the fundamental reason behind the Pokémon's ability to execute various moves, such as creating ice, expelling fire, and conjuring rocks out of thin air. Furthermore, levels symbolize the apparent strength of a Pokémon and its growth across 6 capabilities. The animation has alluded to the concept of levels on numerous occasions. Primarily through Brock's explanations, it later downplayed this aspect to allow Ash to triumph against stronger opponents and enhance viewer engagement. The special episodes are particularly revealing, with the title page meticulously detailing the levels of the main character's Pokémon. An hour later, as the morning exercises concluded, the trainers dispersed towards the Pokémon Center. With some heading to work and others to school, Li Xiang parted ways with Lin Feng at the entrance of the park, as the latter had to assist his father at the shop, leaving him pressed for time. "Thank you for inviting me out today." Li Xiang softly expressed his gratitude to Lin Feng. Regardless of his previous thoughts, he found Lin Feng to be quite an admirable young boy, both in character and in manner of speech. "No need for thanks. What are you thanking me for?" Lin Feng replied with a smile, playfully punching Li Xiang on the shoulder. "I won't keep you any longer. Let's chat later." With that, he hurried off. From the nearby bushes, the stealthy and plump bodyguard emerged, squatting beside Li Xiang and gazing up at him. "Meow? All right, let's head home," Li Xiang said, gently patting Dong Meow's head. The large cat turned around, casting a glance at Li Xiang as if to signal him to follow. The duo intended to take the bus home, as the hefty feline preferred the company of fewer people. As they proceeded, Li Xiang's mind lingered on various aspects of Pokémon battles. To be honest, he had become completely captivated. The world where humans coexist with Pokémon was truly enchanting. The sunlight bathed Li Xiang, warming his heart and drawing a smile across his face. Chapter 4. Mrs. Yin and Mr. Li. Li Xiang's mother, Mrs. Yin, named Tao, was 31 years of age. She possessed an elegant beauty that was strikingly graceful, and Li Xiang's fair complexion was undoubtedly inherited from her. In the era preceding Li Xiang's rebirth, many individuals in her age group had yet to marry, and some had not even experienced romantic relationships. However, our esteemed Mrs. Yin, having embraced early marriage and motherhood, already had children running about. Nonetheless, unlike in her previous life, she did not prematurely abandon her education. Instead, she balanced supporting her husband's business while nurturing her young son. Li Xiang, before becoming a mother, she had self-studied and gained admission to a prestigious academy for nurturing professionals, obtaining several relevant certifications and graduating amidst applause and cheers. In essence, Mrs. Yin in this world was a graduate of a renowned institution, a truly capable and rare talent. Given her high starting point, her aspirations were undoubtedly lofty. After considerable contemplation, she ultimately decided to join the Pokémon Association, where she would work in accordance with their arrangements at a Pokémon conservation base. What is the Pokémon Association? To understand this, one must first discuss the well-known concept of the Pokémon League. In this world, the notion of nationhood has largely diminished across most regions, replaced by a collective known as the League. Within this collective, various regional leagues are formed based on geographical and continental distinctions. The League comprises numerous different organizations, including those in healthcare, law enforcement, academia, technology, industry, and rangers, among others. The most central organization among them is the Pokémon Association. All members of the Alliance are obliged to adhere to the arrangements set forth by the Elf Association, including the aforementioned Master Trainers and Regional Champions, who are no exception, as they too are part of the association. The beautiful Ms. Yin joined the association with her future and the aspirations for her child's future in mind, rather than venturing out to establish her own Pokémon grooming business. Ultimately, Ms. Yin was assigned to the Pokémon conservation base, becoming a formal employee. However, she has since been promoted and now serves as the director of the conservation base, overseeing dozens of caretakers. What exactly is the Pokémon conservation base? It is not merely a breeding house found in the marketplace, despite the slight difference in terminology. The functions of breeding and conservation are worlds apart. The conservation base resembles an urban stray animal shelter and a wildlife protection facility. Its primary responsibilities include, but are not limited to, accepting abandoned Pokémon, those harmed by humans, accidentally injured wild Pokémon, dangerous Pokémon that have wandered into the city, and protected Pokémon that are illegally sold. In essence, it is an industry closely intertwined with the welfare of Pokémon. They maintain strong ties with law enforcement and medical sectors and collaborate extensively with the Ranger Alliance, a member of the alliance dedicated to the protection of nature and Pokémon, armed with significant authority, operating independently from trainers. In simple terms, one might envision Ms. Yin as a grassroots leader within the system, wielding little power, yet her role is crucial in contemporary society. Her absence would indeed be felt. Consequently, Ms. Yin's network is quite extensive, proving to be of immense assistance in Li Xiang's selection of his first Pokémon. Regrettably, her youth upon assuming the director role attracted much envy, and as a result, Li Xiang had to wait until he turned 11 to acquire his first Pokémon. Awakened once again by Dong Shi Miao, Li Xiang tidied himself up and descended to the dining area for breakfast. "Morning, Mom," he greeted. "By the way, when are you going to wake up on your own? So Dong Shi Miao, doesn't he have to make so many trips?" he asked as Ms. Yin, preparing porridge in the kitchen, turned her head to inquire. Li Xiang sat at the dining table, stifling a yawn. "A bit of exercise is good for her. Look how plump she is," he remarked. "Meow?" Dong Shi Miao protested, tapping her iron bowl with a crisp clang. "Can we just eat in peace without the chatter?" Ms. Yin chuckled as she brought out 2 bowls of porridge, followed by a large, blue and white cat with a fluffy tail, standing upright like a child. The psychic-type cat, a Pokémon belonging to Ms. Yin, greeted him. "Good morning," Li Xiang said, expressing gratitude for the pickled vegetables she had served. The latter remained silent, gazing at Li Xiang, her adorable big eyes twinkling. The practice of silent meditation had commenced once more. Li Xiang silently lamented the peculiarities of his mother's little spirits, though his expression remained unchanged as he quietly began his breakfast. There was a plump creature, influenced by television, who fancied itself to possess latent abilities, alongside a taciturn yet supernaturally adept cat. And where was Huaya Huanhuan? Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback by her absence in the living room. Ms. Yin calmly sipped her porridge, basking in the sun on the balcony, remarking that Huaya Huanhuan was likely with the other creatures she cared for. Li Xiang suddenly understood. Was it beginning again? Ms. Yin merely nodded in response. Indeed, there was also a little sprite, enchanted by the notion of conversing with plants, who shared a peculiar affinity with those who refer to their collectibles as spouses. These 3 beings had been by Ms. Yin's side since before Li Xiang's birth, contributing significantly during the more than 10 years she raised him. Their numbers might seem modest, yet as a nurturing caretaker rather than a trainer, Ms. Yin valued quality over quantity. Despite their eccentricities, Li Xiang held a deep fondness for them. After all, cuteness is justice. "Is Dad still not back?" Li Xiang inquired while finishing his porridge. "No need to worry about your father. It's not a significant matter. He will return in due time. We can call him tonight," Ms. Yin assured, nodding. Li Xiang swallowed the last spoonful of porridge, let out a burp, and declared, "I'm full." He then dashed upstairs to prepare for the arrival of his first Pokémon, needing to make ample preparations. Li Xiang's father, Li Zhihan, was 32 years old, a year older than Ms. Yin. They had been desk mates in school. This imposing figure, capable of easily crushing a durian with his muscular arms, graduated from a basic trainer academy but did not pursue further education. Instead, he spent 2.5 years at a standard high school before dropping out to work in maritime transport. However, after a few years, he seized the opportunity presented by the rapid development of logistics and trade, evolving from an ordinary seaman to the owner of a maritime logistics company. Initially, he personally ventured out to sea during the company's infancy, only transitioning to a more behind-the-scenes role as the business flourished over the past 2 years. Yet last week, he received a substantial order and inexplicably returned to the front line. Unfortunately, shortly after his arrival, the area was inexplicably locked down, with the coastline, borders, and airspace closed off. Even vessels like Li Zhihan's, hailing from other regions, were prohibited from returning, stranded at the dock under orders to remain local. After Li became curious, he browsed numerous news articles on his computer, scoured most forums, and even consulted Ms. Yin, yet he could not arrive at any conclusive results. This clearly indicated that a significant event must have transpired. There was no need to worry about personal safety, as the Zhuxiao Association provided ample support, ensuring that the officials there would not act recklessly. The seamen sailing the vessels were predominantly capable individuals, and the cargo ships were staffed with trained professionals who possessed sufficient combat skills to handle potential pirates and the treacherous marine threats, such as the venomous jellyfish, the great white shark, and the fierce lobster. The only concern that lingered was when he would finally return. He certainly hoped he would not be detained until the new year. Fortunately, there was still ample time before the holiday. Li frequently kept in touch with Li Zhihan via long-distance calls, discussing recent events and inquiring about his well-being. In this era, they were still using basic mobile phones, and Li found it particularly irksome to squint at the small text on the screen, having grown accustomed to touchscreens. It seemed he would have to wait another 2 years for a smartphone. Once seated in Ms. Yin's car, Li rubbed his weary eyes. He had been overly excited the previous night and had gone to bed quite late, resulting in a lack of energy that morning. He decided to take a nap, as there was no rush. Ms. Yin's gaze reflected in the rearview mirror, and she suggested, "Let Huan sprinkle some pollen on you." Sprinkling pollen referred to aromatherapy, a grass-type status-altering move used to heal negative conditions. For humans, the flower pollen released by Huan promoted relaxation and aided sleep. Without waiting for Li's consent, the flower therapy Huan gently swayed beside him, releasing a cascade of light green powder that either mingled with his being or was inhaled through his nostrils. Instantly, Li's expression softened, his eyelids grew heavy, and before long, he had succumbed to slumber atop the back of Dong Shimiao, who glanced at him but made no move to disturb him. Ms. Yin chuckled softly, reminding the psychic Miao in the passenger seat to buckle up before smoothly setting off. The tranquility of the environment soon lulled Li into a dream. In his dream, his first Pokémon was Rayquaza, followed by Mewtwo and Arceus. Countless Pokémon, all his first, gathered together without the need for selection. He simply claimed them all. Then, deities from all directions congregated, eagerly vying to enter his Pokeballs. Unfortunately, just as he stepped onto the global championship stage, basking in the cheers of the audience, he was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream. He jolted awake to find 3 individuals clad in thick gray jumpsuits and full steel helmets standing outside the car window. Each of them held a silver rope as thick as a finger, the ends of which were wrapped around the neck of a creature resembling an ostrich, yet adorned with 3 round heads and an elongated beak. Undoubtedly, it was the 3-headed bird Pokémon, Dajuo. At this moment, it was forcefully dragging the 3 individuals with the strength of 1 against 3, emitting sharp and cacophonous cries as it sprinted toward the adjacent fields. The latter 3 clung tenaciously to the ground, akin to a tug of war. "What are you doing?" The sudden sharp reprimand startled Li Xiang. Turning to follow the voice, he beheld Ms. Yin, her countenance dark and furrowed, exuding an aura of anger. The super-powered Meow Meow in the passenger seat emitted a blue glow from its eyes, sending forth an imperceptible wave of blue light toward the front. In the blink of an eye, the blue light enveloped Dujali, rendering it immobilized. Dujali struggled frantically but found itself unable to escape, its body suspended in a state of panic. Within moments, it dejectedly lowered its head. Observing this, the 3 individuals still clutching the silver ropes hastily abandoned them, retrieving 5 dark iron rings from their waists, which they promptly secured around Dujali's 3 beaks and the joints of its 2 legs. The mental control of the super-powered Meow Meow was thus lifted. Thinking it had a chance to escape, Dujali resumed its struggles, but the 5 iron rings bound it so effectively that it could hardly move. In frustration, it resigned itself once more. Only then did the 3 individuals remove their helmets, sweat-soaked and exhaling heavily, revealing youthful faces, all male. "Director, we are immensely grateful," exclaimed a boy with somewhat unruly hair. The other 2 promptly echoed their thanks. However, Ms. Yin's expression remained stern as she tapped the car door with her finger, her face darkening further. "Who permitted you to bring number 15 out?" Chapter 5. A lifetime as the unit. Number 15 was the temporary designation for this Dujali. Li Xiang recognized it, classified at energy level 43, proficient in various techniques, and deemed of low danger. It had previously been a companion of a poacher, whose capture led to imprisonment, and consequently, the creature was confined within a facility for criminal Pokémon. Recently, due to commendable behavior, it had been granted release and transferred to a conservation base. Originally, it was to be observed further to ascertain its intentions of remorse, and if the poacher's family were willing to claim it, it could be set free. But now, given the current situation, you are in violation of protocol. Where's your Pokémon? What about the Pokémon at the base? Ms. Ina alighted from the vehicle, vociferously chastising them. One cannot deny that the preceding scene was quite perilous. Without the assistance of the super-powered Meow Meow, the 3 individuals might have been dragged away by the frenzied Dujali. To fathom the danger of being pulled by a rampaging Dujali, One need only imagine being towed by a motorcycle. The three youths exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. According to the established protocols of the base, it was mandatory to accompany any Pokémon marked as dangerous with a similarly leveled creature, one that possessed advantageous attributes or the ability to control it. Even in the direst circumstances, one ought to possess at least a couple of second-rate little sprites. Who would venture out alone? Is that not akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, courting disaster? When Mizine noticed the silence among the group, her frustration escalated, leading her to reprimand them without even parking the vehicle. Li Xiang blinked. If memory served him correctly, these individuals were merely interns, having been present for less than half a month and not yet formal employees. They were quintessential scapegoats, recklessly inviting trouble, almost wasting the opportunity to bear the brunt of blame. He slowly descended from the car, surveying the surroundings. The first sight to greet him was the expansive fields, adorned with an array of fruit trees and shrubs, while in the distance, a green-painted wire fence was visible. Turning his gaze, he beheld a grand ensemble of white buildings, each exhibiting a unique architectural style, exuding a palpable aura of modern technology. The sign inscribed with Qingqing Conservation Base was affixed to a low stone monument at the entrance. The base was established in the suburbs, devoid of any nearby residences for several kilometers, ensuring that any potential escapees from within would not inadvertently cause harm to personal properties. To the west, the eye was drawn to the endless, deep green mountains, serene and tranquil, resembling colossal giants in slumber. If one were to ascend to a higher vantage point or soar into the skies, the vibrant cityscape would unfold, an abundance of modern skyscrapers, closely knit residential communities, vast parks, and bustling streets resembling a spider's web. Further east, one could glimpse Qingqing's docks and the coastline that separates land from sea. Qingqing is among the 5 most prosperous cities in Yuzhou. Join your supervisor in my office at noon. Ms. Yin's lecture momentarily ceased as she furiously turned to enter her vehicle. The 3 individuals, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, lowered their heads and hastily departed like wisps of smoke. Despite Mizine being only a few years their senior, her imposing presence commanded considerable respect. Mom, I'm heading in first. Li Xiang, not returning to the car, glanced at Dong Shimiao, who was trailing alongside him, and waved. Yes, go ahead, don't wander off. Head straight to the office. If you wish to rest, take a quick nap on the bed. Mizine nodded lightly, and then pressed the accelerator to leave. As one of the few directors at the base, she had her own office, which naturally included a bed for midday rests, an element of Li Xiang's childhood memories belonging to this world. Inside the base, the atmosphere was not cold and forbidding like a factory or prison. Rather, it was filled with transparent glass and lush greenery. From the very first glance, one could sense a warmth emanating from the depths of one's heart. In the realm of the Conservation Center, the primary function lies in comforting various little spirits. Ultimately, a portion of these charming beings will be adopted by others. Some will be released into the wilderness far from the city, while others will find refuge within designated sanctuaries. In essence, there are few iron cages, nor are there dreary concrete pits. Instead, the scenery is adorned with the vibrant hues of nature. Presently, the Conservation Center is home to a total of 4,831 little spirits, most of whom temporarily reside in an artificially constructed ecological garden, living far more joyfully than the stray dogs and cats of their former lives. Within the golden corridor illuminated by sunlight, Li Xiang and Dong Shimiao hurriedly made their way to their destination. As they turned a corner, they encountered a curvaceous, strikingly beautiful young woman. Upon catching sight of him, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she approached him briskly, her hands instinctively cupping his cheeks to gently massage them. It's been a while. I heard you've been diligently reading at home. How well-behaved you are. Trailing behind her was a delightful little spirit, resembling a whimsical fusion of a bee and a fairy from a storybook, standing only as tall as an arm, adorned with plush fur around its neck like a brown scarf, exuding an irresistibly cute charm. This enchanting creature, a blend of insect and fairy attributes, was a perfect candidate for nurturing by caretakers. Li Xiang wriggled free from her grasp and remarked, Sister Yilu, let us be honest, children also have their pride. What you're doing is not appropriate. Oh, today, you're so sweet-tongued, calling me sister instead of aunt? Well, if you don't want to be pinched, you could come to my office, the young woman teased, playfully ruffling Li Xiang's hair. I have your favorite honey cookies. Adorable children are always favored by older sisters. And Li Xiang was no exception. The lady before him, Su Yilu, was also one of the directors at the center, a top-tier affluent beauty, and a close friend of Ms. Yin. However, unlike Ms. Yin, who hailed from a regular family, The 28-year-old Su Yilu was not only an elite caretaker, but also possessed a significant background, thus securing her position more firmly than Ms. Yin. Apologies, but I must decline. I'm on a diet. Li Xiang firmly rejected Su Yilu's invitation. This peculiar aunt had a tendency to take advantage, and even in the past, he was not easily swayed. Nowadays, he was even more resolute. Su Yilu's voice, tinged with disappointment, was melodious yet poignant. She genuinely adored Yin Tao's son, with his fair, tender, and adorably soft demeanor, far preferable to the little tyrants at home. Unfortunately, the child's thoughts remained elusive and difficult to decipher. Su Yilu wished to say more, but Li Xiang had already dashed away, leaving her no opportunity to continue. A day filled with good cheer should not be marred by such encounters. In Ms. Yin's office, the space was modest, spanning merely 40 square meters, with the lounge and restroom included. The working area was crammed with desks and numerous large cabinets, leaving little room for the sofa, which was regrettably confined. Li contemplated his choice of a small sprite while seated in a favorable location. Although he claimed to be unperturbed, a flicker of anxiety lingered within him. After all, it is human nature to indulge in fantasies. This world operates under a unique set of rules. To possess a sprite of one's own, individuals must be at least 11 years old and have completed their basic education, specifically elementary school. Of course, one could register the sprite under their parents' name and, upon reaching the age of 11, navigate the necessary procedures to transfer ownership. While the process may be cumbersome, it serves those genuinely eager to nurture a sprite before reaching the stipulated age. However, such an approach is akin to walking a fine line. It is accessible primarily to affluent families or those with influential connections. Miss Yin, however, found herself unable to partake in such measures. Those who are flourishing in their careers and have upward mobility, as well as individuals from excessively wealthy and powerful families, must tread carefully, as their actions are scrutinized under the public eye. Should envious individuals gather evidence and report such activities, the repercussions could irreparably tarnish one's life history. This practice is equivalent to a criminal record, casting a shadow over 3 generations. It is an unspoken rule. Those who dare to report will face dire consequences, as these matters cannot be brought to light. The stringent nature of these regulations stems from a recent surge in incidents involving unruly children and their sprites, leading to various distressing attacks. Miss Yin was not particularly afraid of this. At worst, she could engage in disputes, and how could anyone truly hold her accountable? In time, she believed she could find a way to navigate the situation, and her desire to join an association extended beyond mere self-interest. However, Li Zhihan disagreed. He believed that given his son's natural talent, there was no need for haste, even if others seemed to gain a head start. He was confident that Li Xiang would eventually surpass them. Furthermore, he reasoned that each generation has its own fortune, even if Li Xiang lacked innate talent for training. The family's amassed resources would suffice for his sustenance throughout his life. Parents ought to have their own lives as well. After considerable persuasion from Li Zhihan, Miss Yin ultimately relinquished her aspirations. Now, what if one turns 11 but desires a second sprite? The answer is straightforward. Either repeat the previous process or attend a training school for sprite trainers. Alternatively, one could wait until the age of 14, when individuals are deemed capable of bearing full civil and criminal responsibilities. Citizens aged 14 and above are permitted to care for up to 3 sprites simultaneously. Any additional sprites would necessitate relevant professional certification. However, it is rare for individuals to maintain such a number of sprites outside professional requirements. Given the economic pressures faced by modern individuals, managing their own lives is often a formidable challenge. Returning to the crux of the matter, the selection of the first sprite is of paramount importance. In most cases, the initial sprite will evolve into the trainer's ultimate trump card due to a myriad of influencing factors. Simultaneously, selecting a Pokémon of exceptional talent can facilitate a novice trainer's journey through the challenging early stages. In terms of species, semi-legendary Pokémon undoubtedly rank at the pinnacle. However, their advantages are not as pronounced as one might hope, with a second stage evolution requiring a minimum level of 45 and a maximum of 64. Their scarcity renders them less suitable for the average trainer. Of course, should one possess extraordinary aptitude, ample financial resources, and the right connections, enabling rapid leveling of their Pokémon through first-stage evolution to rival other second-stage evolutions, such choices would be entirely permissible. No one would stand in their way, as all decisions stem from personal choice. Li Xiang holds a fondness for certain semi-legendaries, and his family possesses sufficient financial means and connections. However, given his current understanding, he feels that these Pokémon are best acquired in the mid-game. By that time, he will have amassed a degree of experience in training and actual battles, thus avoiding the pitfalls of wasted time. What are these pitfalls? They broadly refer to the time spent learning moves that are effective in the early game but become obsolete later on, as well as muddling the focus of stat distribution. In this world, where effort values and personality modifications are non-existent, trainers must still employ various methods to cultivate specific attributes such as speed and attack. As in the game, each Pokémon has its limits. Attempting to optimize every aspect will ultimately lead to a diminished potential. Moreover, the rate of leveling significantly slows after reaching level 40, and the benefits of a 600 base stat will take time to realize. Considering effective base stats, team roles, and synergy is paramount. Therefore, a well-developed semi-legendary in the mid-game can provide substantial assistance in later stages. Though this may not be entirely accurate, it represents the most satisfactory conclusion Li Xiang has drawn from a plethora of information sourced online and from exhaustive readings of all the books in his home. Setting aside matters such as lifespan, in this world, nurturing a competent battle-ready Pokémon from scratch typically requires a minimum of 6 to 7 years, with stronger specimens often necessitating a decade or more. For instance, the previously lauded Xiaochunyu, now 27 years old, is rumored to have had his prized Charizard accompany him for 2 decades. This stands in stark contrast to the extraordinary tales of rapid advancement, where characters reach an average level of 70 or higher in mere years. The realities of this world differ significantly. As Li Xiang contemplated these thoughts, Ms. Yin entered the room. Still awake? Prepare yourself. Aunt Sue will take you out shortly. Be good. It's sister, not Aunt Sue, he corrected her. Behind her, a familiar figure followed, her elongated, almond-shaped eyes glimmering with mirth. We meet again, little Xiang, Ms. Yin remarked as she hung up her bag, turning with a smile. By saying that, doesn't it imply we differ by a generation? There's no helping it. After all, I am a young woman in my 20s. While Sister Tao is an older lady past her 30s, Su Ilio responded playfully. Upon hearing this, Ms. Yin turned and playfully poked Su Ilio's side, exclaiming, well then, not only did they take advantage of my son, but they also belittled me. A pair of close friends directly caused a commotion in front of Li Xiang in the office, particularly Mrs. Yin, who was entirely devoid of her usual serious and mature demeanor. Li Xiang glanced sideways. He had never witnessed his mother displaying such youthful exuberance in his previous life, and he could not discern whether it was due to the absence of Su Ilio as a close friend or a result of a different lifestyle that altered her spirit. Nevertheless, this was a positive development. Living a little younger occasionally holds no detriment. Is it truly fulfilling to live in the demeanor of someone aged 50 or 60 when one is just over 30? Chapter 6. There are ranks among spirits. The original plan was for Mrs. Yin to accompany Li Xiang to acquire his first spirit during the lunch break. However, for reasons unknown, it was changed to Su Ilio, who was in a hurry to leave. Skipping class, Li Xiang had no objections. He had outgrown the age of relying on his parents. If not for his young body of 11 years, he felt entirely capable of going alone. Which breeding house in the city should we visit? I believe Rudy would be quite excellent, he suggested from the passenger seat of Su Ilio's sporty coupe. He had researched this extensively. Numerous forums lauded the quality of spirits from Rudy breeding house, dismissing the rampant exaggerations, concluding it was the best in Qingqing. Mrs. Yin had also inquired through contacts and discovered it was indeed satisfactory. In this world, most breeding houses have official backing and are subject to strict regulations. Private individuals are prohibited from selling spirits in large quantities to ensure proper oversight of every trainer and spirit owner. In the realm of spirits, lower-tier spirits exhibit minimal destructive capability, while higher-tier spirits escalate in their potential for chaos. To maintain social order, safeguard citizen safety, and preserve the hard-won peace, every spirit owned by individuals, whether captured in the wild, purchased from breeding houses, or exchanged privately, must be recorded in the association's database. Spirits without registration, of unknown origin, are barred from entering public places, participating in competitions, or enjoying any civic rights. If discovered, an officer will detain you and investigate the spirit's origins. In summary, registering in the database is akin to obtaining an identification card. Trainers serve as household registries, while those unregistered are collectively known as black market spirits, often hidden from public view. There are numerous black market spirits in the conservation base that Li Xiang has seen, indistinguishable from ordinary spirits. Rudy, we want to go there. Sister will take you to a better place. Su Ilio secured her seatbelt and smiled at his remark, assuring him it would surpass the breeding house by far. Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly thought of something, and his heart began to race. Better than the breeding house? Half an hour later, They arrived at the XIANG'S spirit breeding base, where a grand and majestic complex greeted Li Xiang's eyes, reminiscent of the conservation base. Two places differ by merely a character, yet their functions are worlds apart. The breeding base serves as a sanctuary for all organizations such as nurseries, academies, universities, police, and hospitals, providing them with Pokémon and Pokémon eggs, all under the unified regulation of the association. It is also the location with the highest concentration of low-level Pokémon in XIANG. Undoubtedly, no place could be more suitable for Li Xiang to procure Pokémon. However, the breeding base is typically not open to the public, nor does it have the capacity for external sales. Unless, my dear sister, during my school years, I accomplished notable feats, allowing me the privilege to personally select a Pokémon from here, Su Ilio said with a beaming smile. There are various forms of commendable achievements. Complex to explain. In simple terms, Su Ilio has garnered honors for XIANG and the XIANG Pokémon division, making significant contributions. Thus, she is permitted to choose any Pokémon from the breeding base at will. Indeed, any Pokémon permissible by law. This puts Li Xiang in a position of great indebtedness. He instantly realized why his mother entrusted Su Ilio instead of coming herself. For certain trainers of considerable prowess, such a reward might seem trivial. But Li Xiang is merely a fledgling. If he could select a Pokémon of exceptional talent, his future would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. Sister, he looked at Su Ilio with heartfelt gratitude. Hee, now you understand your sister's worth, don't you? Will you still allow me to pinch your cheeks? Su Ilio could not resist reaching out to touch Li Xiang's face, contemplating how delightful it felt. Li Xiang remained silent, merely smiling and nodding. If this were considered living off someone else's merits, he found it quite enjoyable. As for why Su Ilio had not claimed her rewards from her university years after so many years of work, one must understand that not everyone desires to raise 17 or 18 Pokémon. It is also possible that Su Ilio simply does not value such rewards. In any case, regardless of the underlying circumstances, Li Xiang felt immense gratitude towards Su Ilio. Many individuals lack the ability, not due to incompetence, but because of missed opportunities. Su Ilio is currently providing him with that opportunity. As the car approached the entrance, Su Ilio displayed her credentials to the guard, and the gate slowly opened. 10 minutes later, Li Xiang and Su Ilio sat side by side in a tour bus, curiously observing their surroundings. In front of Su Ilio sat a tall, thin man with an unsteady hairline, wearing a broad smile as he explained the layout of the breeding base to them. The breeding base is somewhat akin to a nursery, yet features larger ecological gardens and buildings adorned in warm hues. It is said that one of the buildings is filled with Pokémon eggs, densely stacked in layers, equipped with numerous temperature-controlled lamps and fire-type Pokémon to expedite their hatching process. The primary reason novice trainers are discouraged from purchasing Pokémon eggs is that the Pokémon that hatch possess varying levels of innate talent, relying heavily on luck in terms of the trainer's needs. While each Pokémon can achieve remarkable results through different training focuses and subsequent efforts, some inherent qualities are beyond alteration by later endeavors. In this world, individual values do not exist as quantifiable data, and we shall momentarily set aside discussion of traits. From the limits of physical growth, height, weight, and body type, to cognitive prowess, comprehension of techniques, obedience to a trainer's commands, and innate battle aptitude. The advantages of nature often outweigh the benefits of nurture under equivalent conditions. For instance, Li Xiang's East Shi Miao, at the age of 20, stands at a mere 1.3 meters and weighs 60 kilograms, boasting an energy level of 47 and mastering 10 techniques, allowing it to effortlessly accompany Li Xiang on bustling streets. Conversely, a similar-aged East Shi Miao, recorded in the breeding base's historical database, possesses an energy level of 49. This Pokémon, however, is only 0.9 meters tall, weighs a mere 45 kilograms, and has mastered just 7 techniques, exhibiting a lethargic demeanor that makes even basic health assessments feel burdensome. Despite their comparable traits, similar ages, and not vastly different energy levels, the disparity in their physicality and comprehension of techniques is stark. In competitive sports, weight categories are distinctly defined. A competitor's weight must align with that of their opponent to ensure fairness and equity. Why is this? Because advantages exist, and the essence of competition requires athletes to showcase their skills and intellect. No one wishes to witness a lopsided contest. Is it truly believed that a lightweight could outmaneuver a heavyweight to the point of defeat? In reality, lightweight competitors seldom pose a significant threat to their heavyweight counterparts. The same principle applies to Pokémon. Among their kind, the robust are likely to prevail over the frail. Indeed, The bond between Pokémon and trainers enables extraordinary comebacks in dire situations, a testament to the remarkable nature of these creatures. Evolution and techniques hinge upon these bonds, with games even introducing systems of friendship that allow for strategic maneuvers such as stalling or evading attacks. However, one must not presume that only your Pokémon possess such bonds. Fairness dictates that all have access to them. Why should your bond be superior while mine falters? Ultimately, this leads to a hierarchy akin to that of humans, varying in stature, intellect, and capability. Pokémon, too, reflect this reality. Of course, the value of Pokémon transcends mere combat. They shine in various fields, contributing their unique talents. The notion that a Pokémon is worthless if it cannot fight has long since become a relic of bygone eras. Whether in grand contests or the realm of Pokémon Hollywood, the emphasis on battle prowess is not paramount. However, seasoned breeders, armed with knowledge and experience, often research a Pokémon's lineage and provide them with a modicum of training. Within a mere span of 1 to 2 months, one can discern the innate potential of a juvenile Pokémon, be it favorable or unfavorable, while there may be moments of inaccuracy. As the future remains uncertain and the human eye is not a precise instrument capable of measuring such qualities, the overall assessment is generally reliable. The more seasoned breeders tend to be, the more accurate their evaluations. Upon entering the number 5 ecological park, a refreshing breath of nature enveloped Su Ilio and Li Xiang. The melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms, coupled with the gentle flow of water, transported Li Xiang into a wild jungle, immersing him in the vibrant life of Pokémon. The juvenile Pokémon at the breeding base are primarily housed here while being nurtured and trained by breeders, taking into account their diverse habits and ensuring a high-quality living environment. Though Pokémon are not overly delicate, their adaptability is commendable, and a comfortable habitat greatly aids in their development. Miss Su, the variety of Pokémon here is abundant, encompassing all attributes, with most possessing exceptional potential. They are specifically sent to various prestigious universities in Qingcheng. As these Pokémon are highly favored, the man cheerfully introduced, suddenly producing a stack of papers. Li Xiang leaned in to glimpse the images and text, realizing it was a catalog. As a paradise for trainers and breeders, the esteemed academy sets rigorous standards for Pokémon qualifications. The Pokémon here are of a caliber that can be rewarded to students by the academy's leadership, reflecting their rarity and value. Li Xiang couldn't help but marvel at the impressive selection. However, upon hearing that the academy favored these creatures, Su Ilio frowned and abruptly turned away, stating, "Xiang, the Pokémon here are not suitable for you. Let us proceed to the next location." "Why is that?" Li Xiang inquired, nodding obediently yet puzzled. Was it that Su Ilio held a disdain for this number 5 ecological park, or was there another reason? The tall, slender man, upon hearing Su Ilio's words, appeared to have an epiphany and apologized profusely, saying, "My apologies, it seems this young friend is selective about Pokémon. Indeed, you have come to the wrong place. Please, follow me." With that, he led the way out, clearing a path for the two. Once again, they boarded the tour vehicle. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Li Xiang leaned closer to Su Ilio and quietly asked about the reason for their departure. Su Ilio smiled but did not answer. Instead, she reiterated the question to the tall man, prompting him to elaborate. The tall man responded with a grin, "Young friend, the Pokémon required by novice trainers differ entirely from those sought by trainers in higher academies. As novice trainers are encountering Pokémon for the first time, they typically seek creatures that are gentle, affectionate, obedient, and intelligent. Simultaneously, our breeders strive to ensure that the Pokémon respond to human language and possess basic concepts, facilitating communication and interaction. However, the elites of the higher academies possess fewer fundamental needs. For them, it is unnecessary for their Pokémon to exhibit familial affection. A slightly rough temperament can indeed be advantageous during battles. In summary, they have their own training methodologies, rendering the elaborate efforts of breeders redundant, as they can achieve superior results on their own. At this juncture, he paused, seemingly to catch his breath and organize his thoughts. Ultimately, he remarked, what they primarily seek are rare traits, suitable inherited moves that require no further learning, the robust health and physique of the Pokémon parents, and the individuality of the Pokémon themselves. His explanation was somewhat vague, yet Li Xiang was able to comprehend. Chapter 7. The Steel-type Creatures, Ecological Park Number 6. The environment here bears little difference from Number 5. The basic layout of low rocky hills, jungles, streams, and sand mounds is immediately apparent. The tall, slender man still clutched a thicker roster than the one from Number 5. He stated, "Miss Su, I assure you that the juvenile Pokémon here will not be inferior to those in Number 5. they will surely meet this young one's needs. Su Ilio nodded and turned to Li Xiang, saying, "Little Xiang, take your time, there's no rush. If you don't find anything today, you can always return tomorrow." How considerate. Today may not yield results, but tomorrow is another day. Li Xiang nodded in agreement while inwardly reflecting. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to make a selection today. After 2 days of deliberation, it would be rather awkward to delay further. Continuing the selection process, the tall man gently inquired, "Young one, do you have a preferred type?" As the three of them strolled deeper into Ecological Park number 6, Li Xiang observed several individuals clad in matching uniforms. Surmising they were likely the staff of the breeding facility. Surrounding them were a few Pokémon, each equipped with dark walkie-talkies at their waists. "I would like to start with the steel type," Li Xiang contemplated, surprisingly opting for steel rather than the traditional water, fire, or grass types. He thought to himself that it was merely a glance. There was no hurry, and he aimed to find some Pokémon that caught his eye before making a decision. Upon hearing this, the tall man flipped through the roster and soon located the section dedicated to steel-type Pokémon, crouching down to present it to Li Xiang. "Shall I show you? If you find something you like, we can then look at the real ones." Li Xiang nodded and expressed his gratitude. The man's patience and consideration were undoubtedly due to Su Ilio's influence, and it was indeed essential to maintain a polite demeanor. As anticipated, upon hearing Li Xiang's thanks, the man's smile became noticeably warmer. He turned a page and held it out for Li Xiang, waiting for his cue to proceed. Steel type. Among the 18 types, it possesses the highest resistance, reaching up to 11 types. If one were to consider the removal of the dark and ghost types following the 5th generation, the count would even soar to 13, earning it the title of the King of Resistances. Certainly, the elemental affinity rules of this world must be based on the mechanics established in the 6th generation, thus still encompassing 11 distinct types, which is quite remarkable. Within these types, there exists a plethora of formidable Pokémon. In terms of gameplay, notable examples include the formidable Metagross, which can often decimate entire fairy-type teams post the 7th generation, the fully evolved Brawny Mawile, the illustrious Lucario, renowned for its cinematic appearances, the Shirelden, whose base stats can soar to an impressive 720 with skillful play, contrasting with its previous 320, the explosive firepower of Heatran under sunny conditions. The avian marvels Corviknight and Skarmory, lauded for their optimal type synergy, and the well-known Doug Trio, affectionately dubbed the Mole Pokémon. The 8th generation introduced the Dynamax phenomenon, showcasing the vibrant Antlion, the aesthetically appealing Sizer, a master of technical prowess, and the Steelix, which, despite lacking a Poké Dex number, is undeniably powerful depending on its application. The array of potent Pokémon is virtually endless, with many more not even considered, including several legendary creatures that many may never encounter in their lifetime. In the Pokémon series, my personal favorite is undoubtedly the Steel type. What could be more alluring than Resilience, where opponents struggle to inflict damage? However, the roster is not as extensive as one might hope, as some Pokémon are not Steel types in their initial stages, and others are so rare that they might not even appear in certain regions, often whisked away promptly by eager trainers. Some legendary Pokémon may elude many for their entire lives. My focus zeroes in on those that are available. For instance, the Iron Ball. In Ecological Zone 6, there are approximately 3 or 4 residing in close proximity. As the tall, slender man perused the area, he primarily noted the stamp from the breeders in the upper right corner and the evaluations of these Pokémon below. Scoring different species has always been a source of human amusement, and here is no exception. They categorize Pokémon's potential into 5 tiers: exceptional, good, average, below average, and poor, providing justifications for their ratings. Such practices are not confined to breeding bases. Various Pokémon-related magazines in the outside world inevitably feature similar assessments. As I observed the roster before me, I was struck by an illusion akin to that of an ancient emperor selecting consorts. There was no need for indecision. I settled on selecting 1 rated as exceptional and 2 rated as good iron balls. Regardless of whether I would ultimately choose them, I decided to examine them first. The tall, slender man rose, carefully stowed the roster, and communicated something via his walkie-talkie, subsequently guiding the 2 individuals deeper into the ecological zone. As they walked, he took care to elaborate on the structure of the zone, the distribution of juvenile Pokémon, which species are more popular, and which yield higher feedback rates. He then analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of starting with Iron Ball. For instance, its initial stage cannot consume regular food, making it somewhat challenging to establish a good rapport through feeding. I listened with keen interest, occasionally turning to inquire about Su Ilio's perspective. Regrettably, Su Ilio does not possess an extensive understanding of Steel-type Pokémon. Her primary focus during her studies was on Fairy types, with Steel merely a secondary elective taken for academic credits. Her grasp of the subject pales in comparison to that of the tall, slender gentleman, who, through practical experience, has acquired genuine knowledge, specializing in individual Pokémon rather than merely studying types. However, for Li Xiang, Su Ilio's insights hold significant value. Just as one would compare prices while grocery shopping, relying solely on the tall gentleman's account would be insufficient. The discernment of accurate and useful information from their words rests upon his own judgment. The novice's observations may not be entirely devoid of merit, nor is the expert's assessment necessarily infallible. Before long, the trio arrived at a barren rocky outcrop, where they did not encounter the iron dubious, but instead spotted a staff member seated upon a peculiar large stone. Upon noticing Li Xiang and his companions, the staff member promptly rose and gestured towards a particular direction, inviting them to follow, stating that the iron dubious were inside. Li Xiang glanced at the stone and was taken aback to discover it was entirely azure with a crimson, button-like cap atop its head, adorned with a prominent stone resembling a nose, complete with a tuft of black nasal hair, an odd little Pokémon known as a nose pass. Was this the application of the magnetic property to prevent the iron dubious from escaping? Li Xiang redirected his gaze, following the staff member into a cave situated at the side of the rocky hill. The cave was not particularly deep, and with the aid of operable lights within, Li Xiang easily spotted the iron dubious, whose backs were wedged against the rock wall, peacefully slumbering with their heads bowed. The iron dubious, a psychic and steel-type Pokémon, displayed a grayish-blue hue, lighter than that of the nose pass, characterized by an irregularly shaped round head, blood-red eyes, and a body reminiscent of a hammer. Its underside featured 3 gleaming silver orbs, allowing it to embed itself into the rock wall for stability. At this stage, it lacked a mouth, subsisting on the absorption of minerals and magnetic forces. It possessed the unique ability to repel the planet's magnetic fields, enabling it to levitate in the air. The staff member pointed out an iron dubious that was noticeably larger than the others, stating, "That one is 135. Indeed, it was the very one Li Xiang had previously selected. The staff member approached, gently rubbing the iron dubious head, which blinked awake, a look of confusion in its eyes. "Shall we step outside for a moment?" He spoke in a soft tone, gently detaching the iron dubious from the wall. The Pokémon offered no resistance and quietly levitated beside the staff member, exceptionally well behaved. Having spent over a month together, the bond between the caretaker and the Pokémon had long transcended any initial resistance. As they exited the cave, it was imperative for the iron dubious to demonstrate its abilities, for mere words and descriptions would seem impractical. The Pokémon possessed the ability known as Clear Body, which prevented its capabilities from being diminished by the opponent's moves or abilities, currently at level 7, equipped with the moves Tackle, Iron Defense, and Iron Head. The staff member introduced it. Li Xiang nodded. Iron Dumbbell is the only Pokémon among all the quasi-divine beings that lacks an egg-laying move due to its genderless nature, which restricts it to breeding solely with Ditto in the game. In this world, Iron Dumbbell seeks to propagate its lineage through self-replication, a process referred to as fission. The Pokédex description following its evolution characterizes Metal Monster as a Pokémon formed by the fusion of 2 iron dumbbells, while Metagross is depicted as a creature resulting from the combination of 2 metal monsters. Many Pokémon enthusiasts speculate that it requires multiple entities to evolve. They often cite examples such as the evolution of Shelmet and Axelgar, which is triggered by being bitten by a Clawitzer. In other realms, this notion may indeed hold true. However, in the world where Li Xiang resides, Iron Dumbbell can evolve through self-division, much like Magnemite evolving into Magnezone, thus eliminating the need for such complications. In the Super Generation series, there was a trainer named Masamune whose Iron Dumbbell evolved directly during a match, without relying on any 2-in-1 combinations. Returning to the main topic, the target for the test was a large Chow baby. 3 moves were executed, taking over 3 minutes in total. To put it succinctly, it was indeed commendable, as noted in the evaluations. However, Li Xiang realized he had overestimated the destructive power of low-level Pokémon while underestimating the physical capabilities of humans in this world. The staff member, in a bid to demonstrate Iron Dumbbell's compliance and sturdiness, brought over 2 thick leg pads for it to collide with. After demonstrating by enduring a few hits, he encouraged Li Xiang to give it a try, with the large Chow baby observing and the presence of others, including Su Ilio, who remained silent. Li Xiang's courage naturally surged. With the staff's assistance, he was struck 3 times by Iron Dumbbell, experiencing a full-force impact, a weakened hit, and a gentle tap. The initial strike was quite forceful, reminiscent of a colleague's heavy slap on the shoulder during a past job. Yet, at merely 11 years of age, with a physique that paled in comparison to adults and even peers, his baby fat still intact, one can imagine the effect. Afterward, he attempted another round, this time with the staff member communicating with Iron Dumbbell, allowing Li Xiang to issue commands. Following the instructions, he was pleasantly surprised to find Iron Dumbbell could indeed respond to his directives. Thus, he gained a clearer understanding of the foundational physicality of humans in this world. It made sense, after all, everyone was a native inhabitant. Even though humanity has advanced through technology, their early development could not have been vastly inferior to that of Pokémon. Otherwise, extinction would have been inevitable, precluding the establishment of dynasties through the progression of ages. The imagery of a rattata biting a person's arm, a Pidgey pecking through a skull, or a bee drill puncturing a blood vessel is, indeed, rather unrealistic. Chapter 8. The first blazing roar of the universe. Shall we explore further? Having encountered an iron dumbbell, the tall and slender man did not hastily inquire whether Li wished to select it. Rather, he encouraged him to explore other varieties. Li was more than eager to comply. The iron dumbbell was undoubtedly a splendid companion, one he had cherished during his ranked matches in the past. Yet, inexplicably, upon seeing the iron dumbbell in person, Li did not experience the excitement he had anticipated. It is worth noting that when he had just been reborn, even the sight of a mere East Shur meow had brought him immense joy, prompting him to rush forward to embrace and pet it, only to receive a couple of slaps to the waist in return. Perhaps he possessed the self-awareness to realize that he was not Dawu, unable to nurture a quasi-divine creature from the outset. Alternatively, it could be that this particular iron dumbbell simply did not resonate with him. He personally favored vibrant colors, as evidenced by his choice of dazzling companions in the game. However, such thoughts could be construed as overly ambitious, a case of insatiable desires. The crux of the matter lies in Li's profound trust in his instincts and his inclination to follow them, as this brought him joy. He believed that life is meant for one's own happiness, for in a lifetime of merely 30,000 days, each day lost is a day less to cherish. Living joyfully outweighs all else. Regardless of the validity or practicality of his perspective, the iron dumbbell failed to stir his emotions. He yearned for that instantaneous connection, that moment when he would think, "This is it, my destined companion." Life is a series of choices, and he opted for those that resonated with him. Moreover, it is not solely the quasi-divine beings that shine. Other creatures can equally dazzle, albeit in different manners. Aside from the ethereal divine beasts, no creature is invincible. Each possesses its vulnerabilities and faces opponents it cannot conquer. The notion that one could prevail against all adversaries is misguided. Moreover, it is not only in the Qingcheng breeding base that quasi-divine beings can be found. The urban center of Yuzhou boasts a breeding base twice the size of Qingcheng's. In the future, when Li enrolls in a prestigious academy there, he will undoubtedly have the opportunity to encounter quasi-divine beings once more, perhaps even discover superior options. In this world, akin to the animated realm, quasi-divine beings do not merit the title of deities, nor do they belong to any prominent lineage, as capital does not monopolize them. Setting aside the nebulous qualities of potential, with a bit of determination and networking, the middle class could arrange for notifications from breeding houses when quasi-divine beings become available, allowing for early acquisition. Spending a reasonable amount to purchase a quasi-divine being is not particularly challenging. It is hardly a matter of selling assets. Rather, it often entails piecing together finances or securing a loan, much like the many who finance vehicles and homes in later generations. Naturally, akin to luxury cars, these creatures belong to the category of things one can purchase but may struggle to maintain. The costs of their nourishment and care are exorbitant and burdensome, demanding considerable effort. Thus, when all is considered, the cost-effectiveness of quasi-divine beings is relatively low for the average individual. Li Xiang had made up his mind. He would acquire the precision Pokémon, Iron Dumbbell, during the midterm. This particular creature intrigued him greatly, yet it was not the right moment. He resumed flipping through the roster, but after only a few pages, the walkie-talkie at the waist of the tall, lean man crackled to life. Moments later, a slightly distorted male voice emerged. Upon hearing it, Li Xiang offered an apology and swiftly set the roster aside, rising to one side to activate the walkie-talkie's communication. Instinctively, Li Xiang perked up his ears to eavesdrop, but the sounds that reached him were vague and indistinct, leaving him utterly bewildered. Perhaps it was something amusing, for he noticed a smile spreading across the tall man's face. Finding no answers, Li Xiang retreated to Su Ilio's side and inquired about matters related to the Trainer Academy. With a smile, Su Ilio explained that the Trainer Academy was quite different from the Breeder Academy. While they were neighbors, she was not particularly familiar with the affairs of the Trainer Academy. Some questions she could answer, while others remained a mystery to her. After approximately 5 minutes, the tall man approached again, apologizing once more before cheerfully stating, "Miss Su, young student, some intriguing events have transpired to the east. I wonder if you would be interested in witnessing them?" Intrigued by the notion of something interesting, Li Xiang turned to seek Su Ilio's opinion. "You are the one in charge today," he said. Su Ilio playfully pinched Li Xiang's cheek with a mischievous grin. The three then set off toward the eastern edge of the ecological park. The ecological park was expansive, yet it did not require an extensive walk. Within 2 minutes, Li Xiang heard the distant sounds of commotion. As they approached, the unfolding scene came into full view. A brawl? Li Xiang stared in astonishment at a nearby clearing where 2 groups of Pokémon, each of differing types and attributes, were gathered, glaring at one another. The total number of Pokémon exceeded 20, a veritable assortment of creatures. It appeared that one group comprised the starter Pokémon, while the other was a diverse collection. In the distance, numerous staff members watched with smiles, showing no inclination to intervene in the conflict. In truth, it could not be classified as a brawl per se. The ecological park was home to many Pokémon, and with their numbers, conflicts were bound to arise. With conflict, there would inevitably be a shared animosity. The tall man explained with a chuckle that they generally did not engage in actual fighting. It was merely a display, as the personalities of the Pokémon were generally quite gentle. However, before he could finish speaking, one Pokémon from the group suddenly lunged forward with a fierce cry. This brave act ignited the spark for the ensuing skirmish, as the opposing group retaliated without hesitation. In an instant, the clearing erupted into chaos, filled with flames, torrents of water, swirling dust, and blinding flashes of light. The tall, slender man and the other onlookers changed their expressions, hurriedly directing their small sprites to intervene and halt the altercation. Although they were not trainers and lacked formidable combat prowess, dealing with a few juvenile sprites would undoubtedly be a trivial task. Sisterly turned to inquire about something, only to notice a peculiar expression on Su Ilio's face. "Little Xiang, look at that one," she said, crouching down and resting her hand on Li Xiang's shoulder, pointing at a sprite on the ground. Li Xiang followed her gaze, letting out a soft gasp. The object of their attention was a sprite adorned with black and red fur, a round head, bright yellow eyes, and a distinctive red marking on its forehead resembling 2 horizontal lines and a vertical line. It was a fire type, known as the Fire Meow. The reason for their fascination lay in the sprite's remarkable cleverness. It cleverly evaded the attacks of the breeder's sprites by hiding behind its opponent, showcasing its cunning nature. It did not betray its companions, and each time it crouched low and let out a throaty call, the sprites attempting to capture it would momentarily freeze, perhaps for less than a second. Yet, it skillfully capitalized on that fleeting moment to dodge left and right, fleeing with remarkable agility. Did you see that? That's the special effect of its intimidate ability. Very few sprites can master it. If they lack it from birth, they will never acquire it, Su Ilio explained briefly. Intimidate. Isn't that the ability that lowers the opponent's physical attack at the start of a battle? It can be used this way too? Li Xiang pondered, his eyes gradually brightening. Don't get ahead of yourself. Su Ilio seemed to read his thoughts, chuckling softly. Those sprites lack combat experience, making them particularly susceptible, and this effect can typically only be used once. Essentially, it meant that the effect was not particularly effective against sprites nurtured by trainers and could only be utilized a single time. But that is still impressive. It could be used in conjunction with surprise attack. Perhaps it could extend the duration of the intimidate status, Li Xiang mused, increasingly captivated by the Fire Meow. Whether it was a result of the feline-loving genes inherited from Ms. Een or not, the long-suppressed desire within him began to awaken, filling his heart with anticipation. He wasn't concerned about trainers. He wanted the starter trio. Such audacious tactics would likely draw scorn in ordinary circumstances. Yet, Li Xiang found himself genuinely enamored with the Fire Meow. Intelligent, agile, loyal to its companions, adorably cute. A cat with unique abilities. All these attributes converged to signal that his destined sprite had arrived. Right there. How many golden opportunities does one encounter in a lifetime? Shouldn't he seize it with vigor? Moreover, he did not perceive the Fire Meow as weak. Those who considered it feeble likely had little exposure to competitive online rankings. To be frank, how many are unaware of the title the universe's #1 blazing roaring tiger in the realm of battle enthusiasts? The 7th generation boasts the highest usage rate in double battles, with the legendary Pokémon commanding the forefront, earning the moniker Bug King. It shares an equal footing with the land spirit, Landorus, even surpassing it at times. With a single strike, it can leave opponents unrecognizable, landing a blow on their vital arteries. As the most formidable all-purpose support, it withstands assaults while simultaneously delivering explosive damage. Despite the terrifying prowess of the fairy-type deities of the 7th generation, this dark-type Pokémon shines brilliantly, dominating the competitive scene. Its titles are innumerable. To succinctly summarize, in the official 2019 Ultimate Season, 7 out of the top 8 competitors were using this Pokémon, while 3 of the final 4 featured Kyogre. Its strength is evident when compared to Primal Kyogre. However, with the 8th generation's removal of certain moves, such as Fake Out, and the introduction of the Gigantamax system, the once mighty Incineroar began to decline, relinquishing its cosmic supremacy to others. Yet, it remains a beacon of past glory. In the early days of competitive ranking, the player had an unwavering fondness for this Pokémon, often referring to it affectionately as Brother Tiger. Whenever asked about the strongest Pokémon, he would proclaim loudly that the greatest of all is indeed Incineroar. Even if it falters in single battles, the realm of competitive play is inherently subjective. The player reminisced about those early days, recalling a moment when he successfully caught a Litten. Despite being a mere juvenile Pokémon, it was still a handful to manage. Its caretaker, gripping the scruff of its neck, playfully scratched its face, recalling how it was the first to cause trouble. Litten, dissatisfied, waved its limbs but refrained from sparking a fire, demonstrating its gentle nature and reluctance to harm. I know. It's just a matter of stealing a berry from Rowlet. Is it really worth holding a grudge for so long? The caretaker gently set Litten down, pointing at its nose. No more fighting, all right? This is for your own good. Litten turned its head away, dismissively meowing, evidently skeptical of the caretaker's intentions. The caretaker felt a twinge of concern, realizing that Litten remained as challenging as ever. Just as he prepared to speak further, a voice called from behind, "Xiao Lu, bring that Litten over here." The head of the outreach department, a tall and slender man, waved cheerfully at him. Beside him stood an exceptionally beautiful woman and a young boy. The caretaker, recalling something, smiled and picked up the bewildered Litten, exclaiming, Coming. Chapter 9. From today onwards, I am a cat owner with a coat of striking red and black. Standing at 45 centimeters tall and weighing 5 kilograms, its head appears disproportionately large and round compared to its slender body. A pair of black ears stand erect, their insides lined with gray fur, accompanied by a bushy tail that curls at the tip. Li Xiang crouched down, locking eyes with the fiery spotted cat, both parties remaining silent. After a prolonged moment, Li Xiang turned his head and pointed at the fiery spotted cat, addressing Su Ilio and the tall, slender man beside her. Sister, uncle. This one is perfect. I truly believe it is the right choice. Are you not going to take a second look? Moreover, we have yet to conduct the move rehearsals and other tests. The tall, slender man interjected, momentarily taken aback. This child had previously remained unfazed even in the presence of the exceptionally gifted iron dumbbell, leaving without a hint of nostalgia. Why was he suddenly so impatient now? Shouldn't they observe a couple more before making a decision? It would be unwise to define their choice so early, lest regret linger in the future. Of course, we must proceed with the tests. However, I have a strong premonition that this feline is undoubtedly the most suitable companion for me, Li Xiang replied, rising to his feet with a smile. I have complete confidence in it. Having perused the fiery spotted cat's profile and thoroughly read the breeder's evaluations and ratings, Li Xiang felt as though he had witnessed the cat's birth and its journey of growth up to this point. This sensation had not accompanied him while observing the iron dumbbell. What was this phenomenon? Perhaps it was akin to the fated encounters experienced with Pokémon unique to special distributions and legendary ones. The bewildered fiery spotted cat, still too young to fully comprehend Li Xiang's words, could only grasp a rudimentary understanding of the familiar voices around it. Its cognitive abilities were limited, allowing it to sense the changes in tone from those it recognized, though its understanding remained shallow. As such, no one took the time to explain the unfolding events to the little feline. The breeder then took it to an open space, prompting it to perform the well-practiced moves it had rehearsed countless times: spark, scratch, screech, bite, trick, and heat wave. In total, it possessed 6 moves, far surpassing the iron dumbbell. This did not imply that the iron dumbbell was of inferior quality. Rather, it had only learned 4 moves without evolving. And counting its predecessor's headbutt, it could only master 5. Besides its innate move, tackle, the others had to be learned through training. In contrast, the fiery spotted cat had only heat wave as a learned move, while the first 3 were innate to its level, and the remaining 2 dark-type moves were inherited skills. Did this imply that the fiery spotted cat was superior to the iron dumbbell? Not necessarily. The iron dumbbell had undergone over 4 months of training since its birth. having been nurtured by 3 different breeders, each providing evaluations. The fiery little feline, merely at level 4 and just over a month old, had received a single lofty rating from an individual. The conditions for learning moves were not comparable between the two parties. Nevertheless, within a month, it had successfully mastered the move Heat Wave, and Li Xiang considered it superior to the Iron Dumbbell. In a display of remarkable combat prowess, the fiery feline showcased its exceptional talents alongside its caretaker. Even with lofty expectations, Su Ilio believed this little creature was indeed impressive, healthy, intelligent, and capable of strategic thinking during battle, knowing when to retreat and when to strike. These attributes are essential qualities for a trainer's Pokémon. Although she lacked understanding of fire-type Pokémon, the aforementioned traits required no specific knowledge of fire abilities. Soon it was Li Xiang's turn to engage directly with the fiery feline. Given the formidable nature of fire types, the caretaker had draped a fireproof coat over him. The traditional method of absorbing moves remained the most intuitive way to perceive the nuances and power of a Pokémon's abilities. A trainer who has never endured an attack from their own Pokémon is not a good trainer, or so Li Xiang had once read on a forum. Feeling unsure of how to begin, he braced himself, enduring several moves while remaining focused, his eyes unblinking. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. The compatibility was exceptional. With a sigh of realization, he set down the leg target, squatting before the fiery feline and extending his hand. "Hello, I am Li Xiang. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope we can get along well." The fiery feline regarded him with hesitation, unable to comprehend his words or the situation at hand. It glanced at the caretaker, who offered an encouraging look and gestured for it to approach. "Mew?" The fiery feline tentatively reached out its paw, placing it in the palm of Li Xiang's hand. Instantly, the warmth and softness of its paw sent a gentle current coursing through Li Xiang's arm, reaching his heart and mind as if struck by a bullet. A radiant smile illuminated Li Xiang's face as he gently cradled the paw, as if to secure it tightly. "It's decided. You are the one, fiery feline. I cannot imagine a better choice. How fortunate it is to have encountered you." Familiar melodies seem to linger in the air. From the moment a trainer selects their Pokémon, their fates intertwine, akin to 2 straight lines that unexpectedly bend and converge at a focal point. From that day forth, they would support one another, traversing valleys and scaling peaks, experiencing everything together until the end of their days. This time, the fiery feline, without needing to look at the caretaker, could sense the joy in Li Xiang's tone. Sensitive to emotions, it seemed to understand something profound and responded softly. The child and the kitten, hand and paw, radiated like a blooming flower. Beside him, Su Ilio revealed a gentle smile. Girls are often creatures of sentiment, particularly susceptible to such scenes. Yet, in the next moment, the fiery tabby cat withdrew its claws and curiously leaned forward, sniffing at Li Xiang. It was not accustomed to approaching strangers, but there was an intriguing scent emanating from this person, so delightful that it nodded in approval. "Are you sniffing? Is it this?" Li Xiang initially paused, as if struck by a sudden realization, before retrieving a small box-wrapped lollipop from his pocket. However, this lollipop consisted of a dark wooden stick and what appeared to be remnants of herbal concoction, clearly unappetizing. In truth, it was not meant for human consumption. It was a catnip lollipop. The spherical body was filled with dried catnip, while the wooden stick was made of silver vine. It was the favorite treat of the chubby cat. Dongshi, which Li Xiang had purchased with his pocket money. Usually aloof, Dongshi would not allow petting. Whenever Li Xiang desired to stroke it, he would present this treat to sedate it, then indulge in a thorough pampering. He had just used it in the office and had carelessly stuffed it into his pocket. Little did he expect that the fiery tabby would catch its scent. Meow. Upon sighting the object, the tabby's eyes instantly sparkled like 2 shining stars. Pouncing towards it with fervor, Li Xiang, seeing this, did not flinch or evade. Instead, he presented the catnip lollipop to the feline. Both catnip and silvervine are natural plants that can stimulate a cat's brain, eliciting feelings of excitement, and in some exaggerated cases, even hallucinations. Of course, these substances do not possess addictive or dependency traits. After experiencing the euphoria, cats will lose interest for a period before regaining their curiosity after some time. Furthermore, not all cats are receptive to catnip or silvervine. Many remain indifferent to such pleasures. However, it stands to reason that kittens would not typically react to catnip either. "Are you perhaps concealing your age?" Li Xiang observed the fiery tabby, which clutched the lollipop, licking and sucking on it with abandon. Contrary to his expectations, the tabby's gaze was not as dazed as that of Dongshi. Rather, it was quite alert, reminiscent of opulent smokers from a past life. "How did you come to possess this item? Was it premeditated?" Su Ilio inquired curiously, leaning closer, or was it Dongshire-S? Li Xiang turned and chuckled. It is indeed Dongshire-S, but perhaps it is fate. I brought the catnip lollipop and encountered the fiery tabby. Coincidence is one of destiny's most enchanting aspects. Have you truly made up your mind? We have so many more little spirits to see. We have only been here for 2 hours, Su Ilio pressed on. Li Xiang nodded vigorously, rising to cradle the fiery tabby in his arms. The feline, with both paws wrapped around the lollipop, licked it relentlessly, utterly absorbed and oblivious to the world around it. This is the one, he reiterated. I believe there is no better choice than this. The tale of Socrates' 3 disciples and the gathering of wheat ears still lingers in memory. Observing this, Su Ilio chose not to comment further, recognizing that the selection of the initial small sprite was a matter solely for Li Xiang. She had neither the right nor the necessity to make decisions on his behalf. Thus, a mere 10 minutes later, as the fire-striped meow licked its lollipop while bidding farewell to acquaintances and exchanging goodbyes with the caretaker it had spent a month with, Li Xiang cradled the cat and followed Su Ilio and the middle-aged man into the vehicle en route to the office building of the breeding base. The ensuing procedures would be rather intricate. Since the fire-striped meow was a reward granted to Su Ilio, it would first be registered under her personal records. Following this, it would be transferred to Li Xiang, at which point it would be recorded in his records as well. This process would consume the entirety of the afternoon, requiring both Su Ilio and Li Xiang to sign numerous documents. While the endeavor was cumbersome, it was a necessary protocol. Rewards in the form of small sprites could be transferred to others. However, one could not directly acquire a sprite from the breeding base, as such an act would be deemed impersonation. Should Li Xiang one day ascend to prominence, even if the situation were clarified, the stigma of impersonation would tarnish his past. Adhering to the rules was, in essence, a means of self-protection. Lunch was served at the base, and the fare was quite satisfactory. The fire-striped meow was taken for a health examination, and before departing the breeding base, it was required to undergo a thorough checkup to preclude any ailments. Small sprites could suffer from a variety of illnesses, not limited to just a few negative states. Naturally, the constitution of most small sprites was remarkably robust, and they were unlikely to contract any severe diseases. As Li Xiang experienced the exhilaration of owning his first small sprite, he found himself somewhat anxious for the fire-striped meow during its examination, having barely touched his meal. Simultaneously, thoughts of Lin Feng crossed his mind. He speculated that Lin Feng would likely visit the Rueda breeding house to procure the little fire dragon he had long desired. Pondering how it compared to the fire-striped meow, it was hard to ascertain the merits of the fire dragon. This sprite, favored by many, might exhibit unpredictable potential in the hands of Lin Feng, who seemed to embody the role of a protagonist. After all, since the 6th generation, and even earlier, the fire dragon had maintained a high usage rate in competitive rankings. With the advent of dual forms, one fire dragon became a super popular choice, while the other emerged as the strongest weather manipulator beneath the legendary Pokémon, capable of unleashing the intense heat of sunny weather, an ordeal not easily endured by the average trainer. In the 8th generation, it even distinguished itself by surpassing its original counterparts, attaining the status of Gigantamax and becoming the ace of the regional champions. In the animated series, Adu-esque Gyarados was bested by a Gigantamax fire dragon. Its trainer, Dan D, was celebrated in the new anime as the champion of the Galar League and the Pokémon World Championships, recognized as one of the 8 masters by the Pokémon Battle Committee, holding an undefeated legacy. What are the 8 masters? They refer broadly to the 8 strongest individuals participating in the Pokémon World Championships. What intricacies lie within this narrative? Is the so-called Pokémon World Championship merely a unilateral desire of Galar? And how many regional champions are truly participating? Why does the Galar League face criticism as a mere village competition? Let us set aside the tendency to provoke controversy. It is indeed true that Dan possesses formidable strength, and the fact that he is favored by the esteemed ancestor, leading to the Charizard's temporary renaming as Zhenghua Dragon, speaks volumes about its prowess. Chapter 10. Do you have a cat outside? As the clock approaches 6, the summer sun lingers, casting light longer than the night. Li Xiang occupies the passenger seat of a sports car, cradling a luxury ball while engaging in casual conversation with Su Ilio. In this world, the design of Pokeballs leans towards the animated realm, possessing the ability to shrink. Although specific stats remain undisclosed, various types of balls exhibit unique and wondrous effects. For instance, the luxury ball subtly fosters a deeper bond between the Pokémon and its trainer, while the friend ball naturally inclines the captured Pokémon to accept its trainer. Li Xiang appreciates a gradual approach, and according to the overwhelming majority of trainers online, The luxury ball is regarded as an exceptionally valuable Pokeball. The feedback from Pokémon has always been remarkably positive. In the animation, even Team Rocket's Meowth nearly succumbed, expressing the unparalleled comfort found within a luxury ball. Its drawback, however, lies in its cost, each ball priced at 2,000. A stark contrast to the ordinary Pokeball at merely 100, making it a luxury item of significant expense. Of course, if every Pokémon originates from a breeding house, the luxury ball may not be deemed a consumable. Yet, not all trainers favor breeding houses. Some believe that Pokémon bred in such facilities lack vitality and prefer capturing wild Pokémon. This sentiment is shared by several master-level trainers and top breeders. It is said that decades ago, such individuals were the mainstream. However, as time progressed and society evolved, with humans inhabiting diverse environments and Pokémon battles becoming more civilized, regulated, and competitive, purchasing Pokémon from breeding houses became the societal norm. Venturing into the perilous and distant primordial jungles in search of starter Pokémon, semi-divine beings, or other creatures seems excessively burdensome and reliant on fortune. In that era, starter Pokémon and semi-divine beings were indeed rare treasures, seemingly monopolized. Yet, with the rapid development of the Pokémon League and the growing desire among trainers for these coveted creatures, breeding houses emerged to satisfy this demand. Breeders, navigating cautiously, began to standardize the breeding of starter Pokémon, constructing regions akin to those depicted in animations, such as the Waterleap Fish Marsh and Charizard Valley. Subsequently, the establishment of city-owned breeding bases has led to a more systematic and modern approach to breeding practices. As time has passed, people have nearly forgotten the earliest breeding houses, which merely served the function of assisting others in caring for small sprites and sprite eggs. Moreover, these functions have been partially absorbed by the conservation bases. In this moment, Li Xiang expressed his profound gratitude towards Su Ilio, bowing slightly. Though this reward may seem insignificant to her, it is a vital opportunity for Li Xiang, who has only just embarked on his journey. Compared to those who have surged ahead at the starting line, he has already fallen behind slightly, and if he were to lag further, the gap would only widen. Furthermore, Li Xiang is acutely aware that Su Ilio's kindness towards him is solely due to Ms. Yin, bearing no relation to his own merit. As long as he is identified as Yin Tao's son, it matters little whether he is named Li Xiang, Zhao Xiang, Qian Xiang, or Wang Xiang, regardless of his appearance. As a psychologically mature individual, Li Xiang felt compelled to express his gratitude to Su Ilio. One must understand the importance of gratitude. Observing Li Xiang, Su Ilio's expression was somewhat peculiar as she chided, "You little rascal. Don't you know you should call me godmother? What s with this Sister Ilio nonsense? Are you trying to distance yourself once you achieve success?" Her face bore a blend of playful anger, as her youthful fingers playfully pinched Li Xiang's cheek. "Remember when you wet your pants as a child? I was the one who cleaned you up." When Su Ilio first arrived at the conservation base, she too began from the very bottom, determined to forge her own path without relying on her family background. Naturally, she encountered numerous setbacks, primarily in terms of interpersonal relations. During that time, Ms. took great care of her, even arguing with the director on her behalf. In return, Su Ilio would occasionally assist in caring for the young Li Xiang, who was merely 5 or 6 years old at the time. Li Xiang was taken aback. He had no recollection of such events. However, since Su Ilio had stated it, he felt it inappropriate to contest her words, acknowledging that his demeanor had indeed been a bit distant. "I apologize, I was wrong, sister," he admitted candidly, understanding the importance of acknowledging one's mistakes. Driven by a strong desire to survive, he refrained from calling her godmother, instead offering her a gentle hug to express his closeness. "Just give me a pinch, and I'll forgive you." "Hee, so soft," Su Ilio declared, demonstrating the swift transition of her mood, as she playfully pinched Li Xiang's cheek before he could respond. Li Xiang was left speechless, contemplating that he must find a way to lose some weight soon, or else his cheeks would inevitably succumb to Su Ilio's playful pinches. On another note, Su Ilio took the initiative to grasp his hand, carrying a bag as they walked towards the base. By this time, the early shift caretakers had already departed, but Ms. Yin was scheduled to cover the night shift for Su Ilio and would not be leaving until 6 o'clock the following morning. Li Xiang had to wait until 6 the next morning, as Ms. Yin was uneasy about him being alone with the newly met little sprite at home. 3 minutes later, Su Ilio burst into the office, exclaiming, "Tao Jia, I brought your son back." Ms. Yin, seated at her desk, quickly rose to her feet to serve tea and water to Su Ilio. "You're back? Thank you for your efforts. Did Li Xiang cause you any trouble today?" Su Ilio plopped down on the small sofa, responding casually, "It was manageable, but by the way, I want to drink your Daoyu. Don't serve me that 300 yuan a jar nonsense." Of course, Miss Sue, Mizine replied, retrieving a ceramic jar filled with compressed tea bricks. Upon seeing it, Li Xiang couldn't help but picture a scene in his mind of a middle-aged man begrudgingly handing over brick-shaped tea to his wife. Both Ms. Yin and Li Jihan were tea enthusiasts, whether in this life or the past, yet Li Xiang had not inherited their affinity for tea. He held little appreciation for the notion of savoring the taste and aroma of tea. A sudden meow caught Li Xiang's attention. He turned to find the plump Dongshi meow looking at him with a serious expression, its nose twitching as if it were sniffing something. Had it caught the scent of the fire-spotted meow? Li Xiang instinctively considered pulling out a catnip lollipop, but refrained upon remembering it had already been chewed by the fire-spotted meow. However, Dongshi meow, confirming its suspicions, began to meow insistently, pawing at Li Xiang's clothing. Young man, something is amiss. Speak. Is there a cat outside? Its relentless meowing successfully drew the attention of the super cat meow, perched on the windowsill, observing the scenery. The latter, with its keen senses, quickly noticed the unfamiliar cat fur on Li Xiang and the strange scent surrounding him. You, of all creatures, chose a cat. It exclaimed in disbelief, pointing a paw at Li Xiang. Who would have thought, you, a chubby little fellow with prominent brows and eyes, would be such a fickle heart? Are the two cats at home not enough for you? Li Xiang was set to bring home a little sprite today, a fact both Dongshi Meow and Super Cat Meow were well aware of. However, they hadn't anticipated that he would return with a cat. Any emotionally rich creature is prone to jealousy, especially those like Super Cat Meow and Dongshi Meow, who had grown up with Li Xiang. They found it difficult to accept another of their kind encroaching on the affection Li Xiang had previously lavished upon them. If Dongshi Meow knew that the catnip lollipop Li Xiang had bought with his pocket money had been chewed by the fire-spotted Meow, it would likely have exploded with rage. Please, don't make a fuss. I've brought home a little brother for you today. Don't bully him. Li Xiang gently shook the luxurious ball, having no immediate plans to release the fire-spotted Meow. The gaze of the two individuals before me was somewhat perilous. Should they engage in a quarrel, inadvertently setting ablaze Ms. Yin's documents, it would spell disaster. Meow, meow. The two cats were relentless. Our household already boasted an abundance of feline companions. Introducing another would undoubtedly diminish one's standing within the family hierarchy. Let that scoundrel out. Let us behold the enchanting minx who has ensnared Li Xiang. Over by the sofa, Mizine, upon hearing Su Ilio's report, sighed. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude to you. You've truly been a bother today. Tao Jia, why must you also indulge in this charade? Have you not aided me immensely since my arrival? Su Ilio waved her hand dismissively and, with a playful grin, added, but if you truly wish to show your appreciation, why not sell me little Xiang? Get lost. Mizine retorted, shoving Su Ilio lightly and rolling her eyes, exclaiming, you're perpetually so unserious. How about I introduce you to a bride? I have a lovely younger sister, merely 13, perfectly suited for little Xiang. Su Ilio giggled, maintaining her whimsical demeanor in front of Mizine. This prompted Mizine to roll her eyes once more, taking the now empty teacup from Su Ilio's hands and pulling her up from the sofa. All right, the tea is finished. You may take your leave. Hey. Must you dismiss me so swiftly? Su Ilio protested, moving reluctantly towards the door. Is this your idea of kindness, Tao Jia? Mizine found Su Ilio's antics exasperating. When will you adopt a more serious demeanor? If you continue this way, the child will surely be running amok. TCH, just like my mother, always using that against me. Su Ilio pouted. What is so remarkable about having a husband and a son? Mizine scoffed. Pardon me, but having a son is indeed quite impressive. Su Ilio grimaced, her gaze shifting to Li Xiang, who was ensnared by the two cats, her smile blossoming. Little Xiang, come over and pinch your sister's cheek. Li Xiang felt entirely ensnared in this affair. If you have the skill, pinch my mother's face instead. Yet, he found it difficult to refuse. There was no escaping the obligation of favor. With this in mind, he smiled and navigated around the two cats to join Su Ilio. Goodbye, sister. I'll bring you something to eat tomorrow. Su Ilio, pleased with the obedient Li Xiang, gently pinched his cheek before departing, leaving behind a resolute Li Xiang, increasingly determined to shed his baby fat, alongside a bemused and amused Mizine. Chapter 11. Two old cats unfamiliar with love. The jealousy of cats, regardless of the world or breed, is particularly intense. This often correlates with their territorial instincts, competitive nature, and lack of security. When a cat transforms into a small sprite, does its jealousy diminish? Not at all. On the contrary, it may intensify due to the acquisition of a more complex emotional system akin to that of humans. This phenomenon is not exclusive to cats. Other creatures, too, may experience feelings of jealousy. Alleviating their envy and providing them with a sense of security is a fundamental task that every trainer, breeder, and even ordinary individuals who care for numerous sprites must confront. In the stillness of the night, within the confines of a sanctuary, I implored them, could you exhibit a bit more composure? Show some consideration for the younger ones. After all, they are mature cats who have grown alongside me. Do you understand the essence of magnanimity? On a patch of grass illuminated by bright lights, surrounded by a tranquil ambience, Li Xiang sat on the ground, producing a rhythmic thud as he patted the earth. Nestled in his arms was a fire-spotted cat, furrowed brow and alert gaze directed towards the newly arrived East Shimmy and Super Meow Meow, its body pressed tightly against him, seeking solace. The two cats, eager to assert their dominance over the newcomer, exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly taken aback by the presence of such a young feline. It appeared that their reactions were indeed somewhat exaggerated. East Shimmy lowered its head slightly and emitted a soft meow, while Super Meow Meow reverted to its silent state. Observing this, Li Xiang recognized their misjudgment and nodded appreciatively, feeling reassured. That's more like it. The fire-spotted cat is merely a month old and knows little of the world. You must take the time to teach it well. Clearly, East Shimmy and Super Meow Meow were far better suited for this role than he was, given their capabilities. One was a clever and astute guardian cat, adept at reassuring the demanding Inu, while the other was an inherently intelligent sprite endowed with extraordinary abilities. Moreover, sprites often share a common language among themselves, and the understanding of certain matters may differ between humans and sprites. East Shimmy nodded, for at heart, she was a remarkably gentle female cat. Otherwise, she would not be so often affectionately referred to as Fatty by Li Xiang without a care in the world. She would daily visit his room to rouse him from slumber, taking on the responsibility of ensuring his safety. As for Super Meow Meow, although a male, he shared a gentle disposition akin to that of East Shimmy. During Li Xiang's early years, he frequently employed his psychic powers to lift Li Xiang into the air, bringing joy to the boy. They were undoubtedly well equipped to care for a child. Come here, Li Xiang beckoned the two cats. However, as East Shimmy and Super Meow Meow approached cautiously, the fire-spotted cat, overtaken by unease, instinctively crouched low and growled, attempting to assert a display of intimidation. Unfortunately, before it could complete its warning, Li Xiang gently cradled its side, turning it to meet his gaze. Do not be afraid. I am here to protect you. They are both wonderful cats and will not harm you. Li Xiang earnestly conveyed to Firestripe Meow, gently scratching its chin with 2 fingers. This was the sensitive spot for Firestripe Meow. A mere light touch in this area would cause its body to involuntarily relax. Li Xiang had meticulously noted this detail while researching its characteristics. As it turned out, Firestripe Meow, being an exemplary young sprite, possessed its own merits. With a certain intuition, upon receiving Li Xiang's earnest assurance, it appeared to understand his words and astonishingly ceased to regard Dongshi Meow and Super Meow with suspicion. Even though a hint of trepidation lingered, it managed to endure Dongshi Meow's gentle licks on its head with closed eyes, refraining from retaliating by biting Dongshi Meow's chin. One must understand that in the realm of feline beings, the one being licked is the younger sibling, while the one doing the licking assumes the role of the elder. Even when Super Meow curiously pressed its face close to Firestripe Meow, the latter feigned ignorance, suppressing the urge to retaliate. Look, is there a cat more remarkable than this? Li Xiang smiled at the scene, hoping that Firestripe Meow would not be ostracized by Dongshi Meow and the others, nor would it reject them. Despite Dongshi Meow and the others being Ms. Yin sprites, they remained family to Li Xiang, an integral part of his home. However, the compatibility of the fire attribute with his father's sprites seemed rather poor. Remembering the 3 sprites of Li Jiahan, Li Xiang's expression turned somewhat peculiar. As a former seafarer, Li's father, like Ms. Yin, possessed 3 sprites. The powerful strength croc, capable of assisting in unloading and transporting goods, the enormous albatross, able to sense weather changes, predict storms and underwater currents, and even carry passengers while serving as an aerial transport, and the diving weasel, which could inflate its air sacs to act as a lifeboat in times of need. All 3 sprites specialized in maritime endeavors. The albatross had been captured only after Li Jiahan established his company, while the other 2, akin to Dongshi Meow and its companions, had witnessed Li Xiang grow from a small child into who he was now. However, due to their rather boorish temperaments, unlike the amiable nature of Dongshi Meow and its peers, they became a shadow over Li Xiang's childhood, although joyful memories did exist. The following day, upon hearing Ms. Yin's gentle call, Li Xiang opened his eyes in a daze, groggily rising to wash his face and hands in the bathroom. Unfortunately, in his clumsiness, he accidentally tumbled Firestripe Meow, who had been sleeping beside him, off the bed. Fortunately, Dongsher Meow, quick and agile, lunged forward to catch Firestripe Meow on its back. Otherwise, this poor little creature, on only its second day, would have been introduced to the true meaning of a trainer's affection. "Ah, I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" Upon hearing the commotion, Li Xiang turned and, startled awake, hurried over to apologize repeatedly to both Firestripe Meow and Dongsher Meow. However, at this moment, the fire-spotted cat was abruptly awakened by the sudden weightlessness, gazing around in utter bewilderment, completely oblivious to what had transpired. How had it found itself on the back of the eastern cat? Meow? In contrast to the fire-spotted cat, the eastern cat was far less courteous. Raising a paw to give Li Xiang's thigh a sharp tap. Could there be a modicum of responsibility for being a trainer? This is unacceptable. My sincere apologies. Li Xiang pressed his palms together, concealing half of his face, refraining from rubbing his leg. It was not particularly painful, and he assured himself it would not happen again. His subconscious had yet to adjust. He had not anticipated that having a cat would require a certain period of acclimatization. In the bathroom, upon hearing the commotion, Ms. Een emerged, inquiring, "What's the matter? Hurry and wash your face. It's nearly 7, and Mommy has to hand over her shift." Working the night shift at the care facility required her to be on standby for 24 hours, so Ms. Een often only managed to take brief naps, saving her rest for when she returned home. With the flower therapy in place, she need not worry about her mental state. Li Xiang acknowledged with an "oh" and hurried into the bathroom. Just as he entered, the door to the office swung open behind him, producing a sound that made him tremble. "Sister Xiao Xiang has come to see you again. Good heavens. She's up so early." Li Xiang shuddered, hastening his morning routine. Yet, he could not evade the presence of Su Ilio. By the time he emerged, refreshed, he found her playfully teasing the fire-spotted cat with a cat toy. "Good morning, Xiao Xiang," Su Ilio said, patting the large bag of treats beside her. "The goodies I promised you also include a share for the fire-spotted cat. Damn it, I'm already so plump. It's probably all you're doing." Li Xiang grumbled internally, but sweetly uttered a good morning and expressed his gratitude. Ms. Een, tidying up nearby, observed this scene with a sense of resignation. She understood that Su Ilio was transferring the care she once provided to Li Xiang. Yet, was there truly any harm in it? Having another person to cherish him was undoubtedly a blessing for Li Xiang. Meanwhile, with a psychological age that had matured beyond his years, Li Xiang found himself subjected to the whims of Su Ilio. Fortunately, her affection seemed solely directed at his face, with no interest beyond that. The fire-spotted cat watched this scene unfold, its adorable feline face displaying a look of confusion. Why was this human so enamored with Li Xiang's visage? Was it truly so delightful to touch? The fire-spotted cat glanced down at its own paws, recalling the slap that the eastern cat had delivered to Li Xiang's leg, feeling as though a new world of possibilities was slowly opening before it. Upon returning home, Li Xiang inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance of the air freshener. Although the care facility lacked the pervasive scent of formaldehyde, and the air was not as frigid as in a hospital, the odor of the disinfectants used was decidedly unappealing. Meow? Standing atop Li Xiang's shoulder, the fire-spotted cat curiously surveyed its surroundings. As a small sprite, it inherently lacked the adjustment process typical of ordinary felines, rendering it remarkably composed in the moment. After gently placing it down, Li Xiang guided it through the house to familiarize itself with its new abode. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the fire-spotted cat was destined to spend the next 3 years here. Mrs. Een retreated to her room for a nap, reminding him not to play with fire indoors, and to ensure the fire-spotted cat was trained in the backyard, emphasizing safety and the importance of limiting computer time, as a trainer's vision is paramount. Naturally, Li Xiang readily agreed, fully aware that training a sprite in such a cramped environment would be folly. The psychic Meow and the Dongsher Meow each sought a resting place. Although they had their own rooms, they preferred to nap haphazardly throughout the house. Li Xiang stealthily reached into his pocket for a lollipop, aware that the Dongsher Meow was oblivious to the fact that the fire-spotted cat had already nibbled on it, or else it would surely have erupted in anger. Given the circumstances, he felt compelled to comply. Fortunately, Su Ilio had provided him with snacks, including 2 golden catnip lollipops, sparing him the need for additional purchases. He decided to exchange one for the half-eaten treat. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Li Xiang quietly ascended the stairs with the fire-spotted cat. Regrettably, the items he had initially prepared had gone largely unused. The immediate priority was not to enhance the fire-spotted cat's combat abilities, but rather to engage with it and ascertain how much of his speech it could comprehend. Young sprites often require a gradual understanding of human language, necessitating a cycle of communication and interaction between trainer and sprite. These elements are crucial. A lack of mutual understanding can lead to considerable complications. Chapter 12. Providing a sprite with a sense of security spinning in circles. Li Xiang extended his hand to gently swirl around the fire-spotted cat's head. Meow, it softly chirped, obediently following suit. After completing the circle, it crouched before Li Xiang, gazing intently at him. Well done, Li Xiang chuckled, gently scratching the fire-spotted cat's chin while offering a portion of the sprite food he had prepared. Sprites often require verbal encouragement and tangible rewards, akin to training cats and dogs in his previous life, yet with notable distinctions. Unlike the latter, sprites are capable of truly understanding spoken words as they mature. In contrast, cats and dogs generally only grasp the tone of one's voice rather than the content of the words. A gentle tone could lead them to misinterpret affection, believing they were being cherished. Of course, there are exceptions to every rule. Moreover, as a sprite's emotional system matures, their desires tend to expand. Initially, simple needs for food and a safe environment suffice. However, as time progresses, their expectations may evolve, transitioning from basic material needs to more profound psychological and self-actualization requirements. The classic theory of Maslow. After a brief assessment, Li Xiang discovered that the fire-striped Meow could only grasp his words superficially. According to the manual provided by the breeding facility, the fire-striped Meow is currently unable to comprehend detailed commands. Specific commands that it has been trained in are all documented therein. Furthermore, certain commands must be accompanied by actions. For instance, use spark quickly, and dodge to the left, and then use spark. Convey distinct meanings, yet the fire-striped Meow is likely to conflate the latter with the former. Thus, it foolishly responds to the command of spark. Such directives necessitate prolonged practice. One cannot expect immediate results. However, if there were a small sprite at home familiar with these commands, this process could be significantly expedited. Dongsher Meow. Li Xiang's eyes brightened. Could there be a better teacher than this stubborn yet tender-hearted fat cat? The super ability Meow, engrossed in its silent meditation, was evidently ill-suited for instructing the younger generation. Hualiao Huanhuan's eyes were solely devoted to plant lovers, making it impossible for it to mingle with the cats. Taking advantage of the early hour, shall we descend for some training? Li Xiang shook the lollipop in his hand, and the fire-striped Meow's gaze followed the candy's movement. Logic dictated that it should not approach, for the trainer had not issued a command. Yet the tantalizing aroma of catnip wafting through the air had successfully stirred the fire-striped Meow's inner fervor. It abruptly turned its head, trying to resist the temptation as if ignoring it would render it inconsequential. Li Xiang, noticing this, exclaimed with delight, "Your willpower is commendable. I initially thought you wouldn't be able to restrain yourself. When a creature craves something intensely, that desire becomes its vulnerability." The fire-striped Meow, in a state responsive to catnip, resisted its bodily urges, showcasing its exceptional talent. Contemplating this, Li Xiang tucked the lollipop into his pocket. "Let us go downstairs." He beckoned to the fire-striped Meow and turned to descend. Meow? The fire-striped Meow lingered for a moment, inhaling the lingering scent of catnip before following suit. Downstairs, Li Xiang roused Dongsher Meow to assist him. Dongsher Meow, initially displeased, nonetheless climbed off the sunken couch and approached the fire-striped Meow. Meow? The fire-striped Meow greeted Dongsher Meow with a smile. After the morning's events, it no longer feared this significantly larger fat cat. Small sprites are often acutely sensitive to both kindness and malice, and it was a paragon in that regard. Although it was fire-striped Meow's first encounter with this cool demeanor, it found it entirely acceptable. Dongsher Meow remained silent, nodding with an air of aloofness, exuding "I understand" expression. In matters of duplicity, this creature invariably excelled. Upon reaching the backyard, disregarding the lush shrubs encircling the fence and the towering fruit trees near the wall, a modest area measuring 10 by 6, delineated by white lines, came into Li Xiang's view. The space was equipped with numerous targets and apparatus, all mounted on rolling wheels, allowing even a child to maneuver them with ease. This was constructed by Li Zhihan, primarily for training small Pokémon such as the powerful Krogunk. Like most boys, Li's father had a passion for Pokémon battles, often taking Li Xiang to the nearby park's public arena. Whether participating himself or observing from the sidelines, he remained cheerful even when Mrs. Yin reprimanded him after a victory, showing no signs of anger. Conversely, in defeat, he would fall silent, smoking contemplatively, his face marred with melancholy, seeking solace from Mrs. Yin. Li Xiang harbored aspirations of becoming a professional trainer, a dream wholeheartedly supported by his father. It was also Li Zhihan who had endeavored to persuade Mrs. Yin in this regard. Years ago, For the sake of family, Mrs. Yin, and the unborn Li Xiang, Li Zhihan relinquished his ambition to attend a prestigious trainer academy, opting instead for a career at sea to support Mrs. Yin's education and provide for Li Xiang's necessities. Consequently, he remained merely an average trainer, having participated in only a handful of association matches. Li Xiang embodied his father's cherished dream of becoming a formidable trainer and pursuing higher education in this field. The summer heat in Qingcheng was stifling, devoid of the relentless coolness of central air conditioning, resembling a vast steamer, subjecting Li Xiang to an all-encompassing outdoor sauna. Within scarcely a minute, his back was drenched in sweat, and beads of perspiration trickled down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. Dongshi Miao and Huoban Miao remained unfazed. One possessed a robust constitution, while the other was impervious to heat, even relishing the sun's intensity, displaying a semblance of enjoyment when directly exposed to its rays. Fire-type Pokémon typically thrived under the sun, finding the sweltering climate conducive to their existence. In fact, the blazing summer sun enhanced the potency of fire-type moves. Indeed, you heard correctly. Summer, a veritable bright sunny day, possesses a weather bonus effect. This game mechanic might not be explicitly mentioned, yet environmental factors do indeed exert a significant influence on certain Pokémon in reality. Their combat prowess fluctuates accordingly. In winter, one may find themselves timid and feeble, while in summer, they strike with formidable force, rendering them nearly invincible. While this may seem somewhat exaggerated, the impact of the environment on a Pokémon's strength is an undeniable truth. Except for legendary Pokémon, no creature can adapt to every environment. Dongshi Miao scurried beneath the fruit tree, lying down for a brief respite, while Huoban Miao approached Li Xiang's feet. The more you sweat in practice, the less you bleed in competition, Li Xiang muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow, valiantly resisting the temptation to retreat to the air-conditioned sanctuary. The sweltering heat can lead to feelings of irritability, diminished focus, and even the risk of heat stroke. However, trainers unwilling to endure hardship often find themselves unable to progress far in their endeavors. While talent plays a significant role, it is equally essential to amass a wealth of experience and training. One's energy levels do not simply elevate through indulgence. Li Xiang is acutely aware of this principle. Following the acquisition of the fire-spotted Miao, he recognized that his physical training must commence forthwith. With precisely 2 months remaining until the opening of the Basic Trainer Academy, he hopes to enhance his physical condition. Come here, stand right here, Li Xiang beckoned to the fire-spotted Miao, as it faced a soft target made of composite materials. Standing at his eye level, this material boasts exceptional strength, utilized in professional venues within the association, yet its high cost makes it unaffordable for the average individual. Even Li Zhihan opted to purchase a target rather than invest in constructing a training ground. The fire-spotted Miao was familiar with this apparatus, having employed it during serious testing and training of its techniques. It took its place as directed by Li Xiang, eagerly gazing at him, awaiting commands. Trainer commands typically require brevity. In reality, there is no pause as seen in animations. If one speaks too much, the response time of the Pokémon may falter, and the opportunity could easily be seized by an opponent. This is particularly true in lower-tier battles. Let us begin with the basics. Spark. Li Xiang positioned himself at a slight angle to the fire-spotted Miao, pointing to the target 2 meters away. Techniques possess an effective range akin to firearms. For instance, Spark is a quintessential short-range move, whereas a move like Flamethrower has a considerably greater range. Miao? The fire-spotted Miao opened its mouth, its fur suddenly igniting in a vibrant red hue, as a fireball, roughly the size of a fist, erupted forth and struck the target with a resounding boom. Sparks flew in all directions. Taken aback by the explosion that erupted before him, Li Xiang instinctively stepped back a few paces, praising the fire-spotted Miao. Well done, Miao? The fire-spotted Miao responded with a cheerful smile. In this world, trainers generally need to fight alongside their Pokémon and cannot stray too far from them. This situation is reminiscent of those depicted in special episodes, unlike the animations where one might observe from a distance of 10 or 20 meters. Possessing a godlike view of the entire battle, perceiving even the minutest details and corners of the field with clarity. The sounds carry with an amplification that even drowns out explosions. How could one effectively command from such a distance? In the event of an explosion, engulfing the Pokémon in smoke, how can one ascertain its position when obscured by one's own Pokémon? How does one discern the moves employed by the opponent's Pokémon? By the time one comprehends the situation and reacts, he used the Phantom Flame electromagnetic wave trick space. The opponent's move has already been executed. Uninformed spectators might mistakenly believe you are in a state of somnolence. merely standing idly by as a pivotal move unfolds before you. Consequently, trainers often position themselves at a precise distance of 5 meters behind their Pokémon, a distance colloquially referred to as the 5-meter life and death margin. This distance may be adjusted according to circumstances. The potency and range of a Pokémon's abilities are relatively modest at lower levels, yet become more concentrated and formidable at higher levels, with residual effects being limited. Given the physical resilience of humans in this world, 5 meters is deemed sufficient. Evading attacks is a fundamental skill for any trainer. Those unable to do so should reconsider their vocation, as the world of professional training is notoriously unforgiving. Moreover, there exists a paramount factor, fighting alongside one's Pokémon. These extraordinary beings are imbued with profound emotions. They experience joy, anger, sorrow, and pain, and may contemplate surrender when struck by an attack. However, if you stand by their side, offering timely encouragement and bolstering their resolve, they will transcend their physical discomfort, solidify their will, and fight valiantly for your victory, earning the accolades and achievements you desire. Even when battered and bruised, or utterly exhausted to the point of collapse, they embody a simplistic yet astonishing essence of life. Chapter 13. Candies without instructions. After conducting a comprehensive series of tests, including a brief assessment of the physical capabilities of the fire cat and its effects on humans, we explored 6 moves: Spark, Scratch, Cry, Bite, Trick, and Heat Wave. Regrettably, the illustrious move Clapping Surprise was not among them. Nevertheless, Li Xiang remained unperturbed. Having confirmed that inherited moves can indeed be learned from Pokémon of the same species, akin to the 8th generation. Here, same species refers to those sharing the same identification number. Thus, the fire cat can only learn from another fire cat, unable to learn from its evolutionary counterparts such as the fiery Meow or the blazing roaring tiger. Fortuitously, within the breeding facility resides a fire cat capable of performing Clapping Surprise, which had been stolen from its owner, who is yet to be located. Given the status of the fire cat within the facility, it would suffice to merely announce one's presence when the Pokémon are allowed outside for exercise. Alternatively, one could seek financial assistance from the local forum to learn the move, as there are numerous fire cats capable of it, not just 1 or 2. If that proves unfeasible, attending school would certainly yield results, as it is guaranteed to have the means for learning. Mastery of moves is not a hurried endeavor. It requires a gradual and methodical approach. First, one must familiarize themselves with the fire cat. Perhaps next month, they could embark on this learning journey. How splendid! Li Xiang crouched down, affectionately ruffling the fire cat's head, and retrieved a lollipop from his pocket, extending it toward his companion. With a delighted meow, the fire-spotted cat, utterly defenseless against catnip, embraced it with both front paws, licking and sucking with fervor. Its eyes remained clear and alert, unlike the dazed state of the other cat when indulging in catnip, contorting its body like a caterpillar. Yet, the way it rubbed against Li Xiang's hand and purred incessantly was undeniable evidence of its sheer bliss. Observing this, Li Xiang attempted to extract the catnip from the cat's mouth and his hand, expecting resistance and perhaps a scratch. To his surprise, there was no such occurrence. It came out effortlessly. The fire-spotted cat gazed at him with a puzzled expression, sitting obediently on the ground, as if questioning why the delightful experience had abruptly ceased. How could this be? Cats under the influence of catnip are devoid of intelligence. Was the potency of the catnip insufficient? Li Xiang pondered this while affectionately stroking the cat's chin, praising, "How could there be such a precious little kitty as you? Gentle and endearing creatures always capture hearts." Ultimately, he rewarded the fire-spotted cat with a lollipop. Such an adorable little feline deserved a treat. The cat, overwhelmed with joy, once again clutched the lollipop and began to lick it. Beneath the shade of the fruit trees, the other cat squinted, feeling an odd familiarity with the lollipop. It must be an illusion. It had witnessed Li Xiang placing 2 new ones into his bag that morning. Surely he wouldn't give its own to the fire-spotted cat. Would he? Alas, he indeed had. Unfortunately, the other cat was unaware of this. Otherwise, it would have pounced to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a startled exclamation echoed from afar. The drowsy cat jumped in surprise, its eyes wide open, looking around in a panic, calling out, "Meow? What is happening? Is there a fire?" Following the sound, it noticed Li Xiang staring blankly at his palm. The fire-spotted cat beside him was equally startled, dropping the catnip lollipop onto the ground, where it collected dust. What was occurring? It was unclear. All he knew was that when he had given the catnip to the fire-spotted cat and returned to a standing position, something hard and rough had mysteriously appeared in his palm. Looking down, he was astonished to find a small, blue and white triangular tablet. "Candy? How did this come to be in my hand?" Li Xiang's eyes widened as he recalled that he had changed into this outfit just yesterday. There was only catnip in his pocket, and such a peculiar candy couldn't possibly exist. He wasn't fond of sweets. Moreover, it hadn't been there when he handed the lollipop over. It had suddenly materialized upon withdrawing his hand. This was utterly baffling, leaving him unprepared and without a moment's notice. Superpowers or the antics of ghost-type sprites. This was the first thought that sprang to Li Xiang's mind. The realm of psychic abilities boasts a plethora of wondrous techniques, such as the sleight of hand, for item exchange, telekinesis, for manipulating objects, and terrain swap, for switching positions with allies. Ghost types, often regarded as enigmatic entities, are known for their elusive nature. Mere shadows obscure their presence, rendering them invisible even when face to face. The notion of placing an object of uncertain nature, be it candy or a pill, into his hands seemed deceptively simple. Could it be the work of the psychic Meow? Or perhaps a wild sprite lurking somewhere nearby? There might be wild sprites in the vicinity. Dongsher Meow. Take Fire Stripe Meow and investigate. Li Xiang tossed this remark over his shoulder as he dashed into the house, pulling the slumbering psychic Meow from its rocking chair. Regardless of its involvement, it was imperative to seek its assistance. With his ordinary eyesight, Li Xiang was incapable of locating the concealed sprite. Dongsher Meow, albeit perplexed, complied with Li Xiang's instruction, leading Fire Stripe Meow in a thorough search, occasionally sniffing the air for unfamiliar scents. The psychic Meow, abruptly awakened from its peaceful slumber, wore a bewildered expression and nearly swatted Li Xiang in the face with its paw. However, upon hearing Li Xiang's brief explanation, it graciously forgave him and promptly began to probe the surrounding area for unfamiliar traces. Consequently, this endeavor consumed a full 10 minutes of their time. After the 10 minutes elapsed, the psychic Meow, disheartened by the lack of findings, returned indoors, feeling as though Li Xiang was merely toying with it. Dongsher Meow harbored similar sentiments, but refrained from voicing them, opting instead to return to the shade of a tree for a leisurely nap. Only Li Xiang remained seated on the steps, accompanied by Fire Stripe Meow, gazing curiously at the triangular candy in his hand. It should be candy. Li Xiang had previously pinched a small piece and tasted it on his tongue. It was sweet. Yet, he refrained from swallowing, rinsing his mouth with a large bucket of warm water for quite some time. What could this possibly be? Candy. Triangular in shape. Li Xiang's pupils dilated slightly, as a realization dawned upon him. Agility candy. The candy functionality found within Pikachu and Eevee. If his memory served him correctly, this was indeed the agility candy. It possessed the power to enhance a sprite's speed stat. This candy feature was yet another mechanism designed to alleviate the challenges of nurturing sprites and overcoming obstacles. The concept originated from the mobile game and was refined in subsequent iterations. Within that context, 6 distinct stats were represented by candies of varying colors, each piece categorized into standard and 3 different models, each capable of augmenting stat points by varying degrees. To sum it up, this could potentially elevate a single sprite's stats by a staggering 200 points across the board. What does such a notion entail? In the game, 200 points can elevate the green caterpillar's abilities to a level nearly equivalent to that of an ordinary Charizard. If this indeed is the Agile candy, Li feels that his future path will be smooth and steady. This enhancement is a bit excessive, isn't it? Each contributes 200 points, totaling an impressive 1,200. Yet, if memory serves him correctly, the source of such candy should stem from capturing, transporting small sprites, or finding them. Why has it suddenly appeared in his palm? Li's expression fluctuates between uncertainty and contemplation. He hesitates to feed it to his Fire Meow. Should something go awry, he would have nowhere to lament. What if he has misremembered or misjudged? The previous version of the game had been released 2 years prior, and at the time of his arrival, it was the era of Sword and Shield, with the old version long vanished. How could he be so certain about this matter? Perhaps he should exercise patience and wait. If it is indeed Agile candy, one piece would surely lead to another. There is no need to rush. Furthermore, he has yet to comprehend the probability of the candy's appearance. Is it linked to training small sprites, or has a certain condition been triggered? Could it possibly be a result of Fire Meow's level increase? Li stepped into the room, retrieving a device resembling a thermometer from his study. He returned the perplexed Fire Meow to its luxurious ball and pressed the switch, activating the trigger. The luminous green display on the back fluctuated before finally settling on the number 4. Previously, it had also been at level 4, indicating that Fire Meow's level had not risen. Li released Fire Meow once more, furrowing his brow in deep thought. This matter is exceedingly significant, and he must deliberate carefully. Additionally, if the candy functions as he theorizes, would repeatedly capturing a specific sprite yield exclusive candy? Exclusive candy, one piece of which could enhance all abilities, is far more advantageous than ordinary candy. However, he muses that his contemplations may not align with the game's mechanics. It could very well be a new setting he is unaware of. Alas, it would be splendid if a system could elucidate these matters for him. Li, accustomed to gaining benefits while feigning innocence, finds himself vexed by this candy. He is not fond of complications, and this candy is undeniably troublesome. If it operates according to its original setting, it would be even more cumbersome. Meow? Fire Meow, not quite grasping Li's worries, gazes curiously at the candy, seemingly eager to paw at it. Do not. Li promptly intervenes. A mere touch is acceptable, but what if it ends up in its mouth? He rummaged through the house and found a metallic tin that once held cookies, placing the candy inside before stowing it in the suitcase beneath the bed. Once he confirms its authenticity, this item shall become his advantage in navigating the tumultuous world. Indeed, contemporary travelers cannot venture into alternate realms without bringing something along. Li Xiang nestled on the sofa, indulging in a slice of ring cake while watching television, with the calico cat curled up beside him, clutching a catnip lollipop in a deep slumber. The entire morning had exhausted the little creature. Mizine descended from upstairs, yawning and inquiring, Li Xiang, what did you have for lunch? Why didn't you call me? Noodles, Li Xiang replied. I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't want to disturb you. You can cook noodles? Wait, you actually used the stove? Ms. Yin's expression shifted, and she hurried toward the kitchen, only to find it was not the chaotic scene she had anticipated. Rather, it was clean and orderly, with only the pot's position having changed. Li Xiang casually waved his hand. Just boiled noodles with soy sauce. It's not that difficult. Mizine glanced at him in surprise. Well, I must say, even I, your mother, was unaware of this skill of yours. At least now you won't starve when alone. Goodness, how underestimated you are of me, Li Xiang retorted. Besides, there's always takeout. Chapter 14. Continental Pokémon Battle Tournament. The following day, Li Xiang, taking advantage of the early dawn, donned loose athletic attire and, accompanied by his calico cat and Dongshi cat, embarked on a morning run along the nearby streets. Exercise begins with running. At this hour, just past 5, the streets were desolate, with scarcely any vehicles in sight, and the streetlights flickered in a half-lit state. The air was fresh, devoid of mist. The city's environmental and green initiatives were exemplary. Modern factories were distanced from urban areas, and the thoroughfares boasted more greenery than in his previous life, with trees flourishing abundantly along the roads. On either side of the path, various lawns and flower beds were visible, achieving a harmonious balance between nature and urbanity. Li Xiang breathed rhythmically, while the calico cat and Dongshi cat remained closely by his side. In the city, riding medium to large Pokémon on motorways was prohibited, as was flying on Pokémon with aerial capabilities, with violators facing substantial fines. It was also advisable to avoid riding on sidewalks, as in the event of an accident, the mounted Pokémon rider would generally be deemed primarily responsible. Clearly, large creatures are regarded with caution in any world. Fortunately, trainers' Pokémon possess a rich emotional system, preventing them from running amok in urban settings, as they are bound by their trainer's commands. Otherwise, one might encounter speed demon Pokémon like Arcanine and Charizard adorned with muzzles, or Snorlax and other formidable creatures barred from entering the city. Pokémon like Onix, Copperja, and Gyarados would be better off kept at a distance. Li Xiang's destination was a park near his home. After a chat with Lin Feng the previous night, he learned that his friend would not be able to collect his Pokémon for a few days and was unable to go out. So he refrained from seeking out his dear companion. At the park's edge, Li Xiang sat on a bench, panting heavily. He understood the importance of gradual progress. He had no intention of overexerting himself on the first day of running. Meow? Dongshi Meow nestled beside him, swaying its body slightly. Within the backpack it carried were a water bottle and various other odds and ends. Despite Li Xiang's constant remarks about its weight, this creature possessed a considerable amount of muscle, effortlessly bearing the load. Its demeanor, however, was rather lethargic. This morning, when Li Xiang prepared to go for a morning jog, it wore a distinctly displeased expression. Yet, leaving Li Xiang to venture alone was a source of unease for it. No need. Li Xiang waved his hand dismissively before turning to inquire of Firestripe Meow. Are you thirsty? Firestripe Meow, engaged in grooming its claws, immediately shook its head upon hearing the question. As a creature of fire, it required little hydration. The fruits it consumed daily sufficed for its water needs. 5 minutes later, the trio, 1 person and 2 cats, strolled deeper into the park. Their purpose was not to engage in battles with others, but rather to learn the art of training small creatures. In this era, prior to the age of big data, it was challenging to find detailed guides on creature cultivation online, Most resources consisted of vague and simplistic texts, devoid of illustrations or videos. Extracting useful information from such material proved to be exceedingly difficult, and accuracy was not guaranteed. After all, should Li Xiang encounter any issues while following those guides, the individuals behind them bore no responsibility. This lack of accountability fostered a reckless attitude among netizens, who often spoke without due consideration. After a brief contemplation, Li Xiang opted to search for information while also utilizing his morning exercise time in the park. Although most individuals training there were likely amateurs, they offered a better opportunity for learning than he, a novice. Indeed, a more systematic and professional approach to cultivation would be accessible once he resumed his studies. However, Li Xiang considered himself a slow learner. A slow bird must first learn to fly on its own. Simultaneously, observing others' training methods would broaden his horizons, proving far more beneficial than remaining at home, lost in unfounded speculation. Unlike the park near Lin Feng's home, this one boasted a greater array of equipment and space. Standing atop a hill, Li Xiang surveyed the landscape, catching glimpses of distant mountains. The surroundings were vast and desolate, with an unobstructed view and minimal construction. Only low trees and grassy expanses dotted the area. Overall, it evoked the sensation of being in a large square on the outskirts of the city, albeit one bustling with activity. As he gazed around, a myriad of vibrant explosions illuminated the ground below, reminiscent of fireworks. The sounds of stones striking the earth mingled with the low growls of small creatures engaged in combat. Onlookers reacted with gasps of astonishment and applause, captivated by the fervent scene before them. Indeed, it would be difficult for anyone to remain indifferent amidst such excitement. Meow. Firestripe Meow let out a soft cry. Its spirit invigorated. Some experiences can only be truly appreciated when witnessed firsthand. The allure of creature battles captivated not only humans, but also the more combative small creatures. Yet, for every eager participant, there existed those who preferred to avoid confrontation. Dongshi Meow fell into the latter category, disinterested unless it was to safeguard Li Xiang. Hey, Xianggu. As Li contemplated moving forward, a deep and resonant male voice suddenly echoed beside him. Turning his head, Li noticed a young man with a buzz cut. Following closely behind him was a small creature, resplendent in fiery orange with 3 blue circles on either side of its body, and 2 volcanic rock formations protruding from its back, resembling a curious hybrid of a donkey and a camel. This was a fireground-type creature, a sprightly blazing camel. Long time no see. Have you been playing with Lin Feng again? By the way, has your father returned? Last time we didn't finish our conversation. Oh, a newcomer. The young man wore a warm smile, glancing at the fire Meow while reaching out to ruffle Li's hair. Li, maintaining his composure, took a step back to evade the gesture and replied, "Good morning, uncle." Hua Li, a close friend of Li Zhihan, was 32 years old. He had previously remarked that the park was mostly frequented by amateur players, and he was one of those rare exceptions, a newly certified senior trainer with a rank of Super Ball level 10. Hey, after a few days apart, you seem so distant. Hua Li's hand missed its target, yet he appeared unfazed and inquired, "Where's your father?" "He hasn't returned yet." Li shook his head and responded, "Uncle Hua, please give your big nephew some face. I'm already 11. All right, you're the boss." Hua Li waved his hand dismissively, as he typically disregarded such formalities. He often playfully referred to Li as brother, indicating his indifference to the hierarchy of age. "Is this your little creature?" He pointed at the fire Meow, giving Li a thumbs up. "You didn't choose your father's water type, but rather my fire type. Good choice. Would you like me to teach you how to cultivate fire-type creatures?" Li felt somewhat uneasy interacting with an elder, especially one as informal as Hua Li. He gently nudged Hua Li's waist, saying, "You should hurry down, otherwise you won't secure a spot. If I have any questions, I'll come to you." Seeing Hua Li was a pleasant surprise, as he didn't frequently visit the park. He was the type who oscillated between the Association South headquarters and the park. "Well then, remember to come find me. I am an expert in fire types." Hua Li, unlike Su Ilio, didn't cling to Li and turned to head down. Li watched him depart, ensuring he had selected his desired area before shifting his focus to the sites he wished to explore. What is rank? It is determined solely by the Pokémon Association, serving as a marker for standings in the annual Pokémon Regional Championships, akin to the rank battles in Sword and Shield. The ranks, from highest to lowest, include Master Ball level, High Ball level, Super Ball level, and Pokeball level, comprising 4 tiers. The Pokeball and Super Ball levels start from 10 and culminate at the final tier, while the High Ball level commences at 5 and concludes at the last tier. The Master Ball rank is influenced solely by points rather than tier progression. This differs from Sword and Shield, which has a simpler ranking system from 1 to 10. The designation of newly certified senior trainer is a seasonal title assigned by the association to trainers. Elite, senior, leader, chief, master. These 4 titles correspond to various hierarchical levels. Aligned with competitive ranks, the title of champion is not present in this tournament, as it belongs to a different event. The association provides financial assistance based on the trainer's title level, akin to an alternative salary. Champions reside at the pinnacle of the association, empowered to determine their own remuneration, making them a crucial component of the organization. In essence, what genuinely measures strength and garners public recognition in this world is not the level of one's Pokémon, but rather the rank achieved in the season. This encompasses numerous elements that cannot be discerned by level alone, such as attribute synergy, move combinations, tactics, team roles, situational judgment, and even luck. Some trainers possess Pokémon barely exceeding level 50 but can, through exceptional team synergy, effortlessly ascend beyond the Ultra Ball tier to reach the Master Ball tier. Conversely, others may have Pokémon nearing level 80 yet remain stuck in the Ultra Ball tier for various reasons, unable to reach the Master Ball tier. Thus, while level disparity exists, assessing a trainer's strength solely based on level is evidently inadequate in this context. This world has also witnessed the prowess of formidable Pokémon, such as the notorious Kecleon and the resilient Shedinja, which have challenged the perspectives of many who adhere strictly to level-based judgments. Of course, many tactics are merely tools to exploit inexperienced trainers. Currently, there are no invincible strategies. Even the formidable Los Angeles team, reputed to be unbeatable, has its countermeasures. Flame Charge. A colossal bird engulfed in azure flames screeches fiercely as it collides with its opponent, sending them soaring. The explosion of fire ensues. A creature resembling a round ball with a pig snout and cat ears cries out in agony amidst the flames, the searing pain almost unbearable. Instruct Fire Monkey to summon your resolve. The trainer, positioned at its flank, bears a frantic expression, shouting, "Hold on. Counterattack. We still have a chance. You can do it." The classic rejuvenating shout. Many scoff at this, deeming it pointless or absurd. Yet, when you find yourself encouraged and discover that someone believes in you amidst adversity, you realize that such encouragement can indeed ignite the spirit of struggle. Admittedly, in most scenarios, even with motivation, defeat remains inevitable. With a soft thud, Fire Monkey collapses, disoriented, stirring a small cloud of dust as its flames gradually extinguish. It has lost its fighting capability. The trainer's momentary flicker of disappointment vanishes without a word. Instead, they approach Fire Monkey to offer support, smiling gently. "You did your best. Rest well, and we shall triumph next time." Victory calls for acknowledgement, while defeat seeks solace. The thoughts of Pokémon are no less complex than those of humans. The victorious Talonflame emits a melodious cry, soaring through the air, its keen eyes surveying below with an air of arrogance. His trainer, Huoli, cheerfully bowed in gratitude to the applauding audience. "What do you think? Your Uncle Huo's Pokémon possesses remarkable strength, wouldn't you agree?" He puffed out his chest and raised an eyebrow at the onlooker, Li Xiang. Li Xiang nodded gently, praising. "Impressive. Your Fire Arrow Eagle is indeed formidable. You truly are a seasoned trainer. A master of the Super Ball, no less." "Ha! You child, always speaking such candid truths." Huoli laughed heartily. Who doesn't appreciate flattery, especially when it comes from the son of a dear friend? It felt exceptionally gratifying. Chapter 15. The journey of life relies on the airship, however. Li Xiang never offered empty compliments. Huoli and the opposing trainer gathered to exchange insights and fill gaps in their knowledge. Li Xiang, with a bold face, held his fire spot meow and listened attentively. Whenever he encountered something he didn't comprehend, he would jot it down roughly, intending to inquire further with Huoli later. This Uncle Huo was truly an expert in fire attributes. His knowledge was far more valuable than the ambiguous information found online. After nearly 20 minutes, Li Xiang had filled his notebook with a plethora of notes. Such diligence! Huoli exclaimed, astonished at Li Xiang's focused note-taking. "You're impressive, Brother Xiang. Surely, you will achieve great things in the future." Li Xiang paused, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he looked at Huoli. "Uncle Huo, your flattery is a bit excessive. Great things? What an outdated sentiment. I speak genuinely. I'm not jesting." Huoli's expression slowly turned serious. "Do you know what the most essential qualities of a trainer are?" Before Li Xiang could respond, Huoli continued, "Learning, perseverance, humility, the 3 pillars of a trainer." He pointed to his own chest. "Your Uncle Huo, at 32, barely qualifies as a seasoned trainer. Yet, at the age of 15, I was accepted into the prestigious academy, the High Trainer Academy. a place renowned for producing seasoned trainers upon graduation. The academic years are divided into two categories: those who enter after 18 study for 3 years, while those admitted before 18 study for 6. Each academic year begins in spring, not autumn. Only by reaching the Super Bowl level can one graduate. And participation in the regional Pokémon Championship requires one to be 18. At 14, one can assume full criminal responsibility. At 18, one gains the autonomy to dictate their own life. If one fails to achieve the Super Bowl level within 3 years, they must either withdraw or receive a certificate of completion. However, if one meets the requirements ahead of time, direct graduation is permitted, with no one to impede the progress. Huoli had only recently attained the Super Bowl level. Back then, I was brimming with confidence. Everyone hailed me as a genius trainer destined for greatness. I genuinely believed the world was mine, and mastery was within my grasp. Huoli's gaze deepened, his chest held high, as if reminiscing about his youthful, spirited days. In less than 2 seconds, his figure appeared slightly hunched, as if something were pressing down on his spine. He inquired, what was the outcome? What transpired once inside? Initially arrogant and self-important, it was only after several combat assessments that he came to recognize his true capabilities. He was struck down, rendered despondent. Observing other prodigies only deepened his feelings of inferiority, causing him to forget the importance of learning, perseverance, and humility. Suddenly lowering his head, Huoli fixed his gaze upon Li Xiang, gripping his shoulders firmly as he spoke in a grave tone. Little Xiang, remember this. The esteemed academy is a paradise for the gifted, yet a hell for the mediocre. When you witness others making remarkable strides while you remain stagnant, it can be profoundly disheartening. Each moment will feel like an agonizing trial. But do not forget, I implore you, even if you cannot keep pace with those geniuses, do not neglect to learn. Persist. Remain humble. What belongs to others will always remain theirs, and only that which you attain through diligent effort is truly yours. Do not fixate on them. You live for yourself. Huoli's fervor contrasted sharply with the memories Li Xiang held of him. For the Huoli of his recollections was a carefree individual who never uttered such words. Li Xiang found himself at a loss for words, only able to nod vigorously in response. There exist various tiers among those of talent, just as among people. Some sprint ahead from the starting line, while others may adhere to the rules, yet find their legs give out mid-race. Even more egregious are those who are born at the finish line, gazing towards realms unseen by others. Huoli belonged to the latter category. He ran diligently, surpassing many, believing himself to be in the lead, only to discover others soaring ahead in airplanes, driving cars, or even launching rockets. In a moment of distraction, he found his own legs faltering. No, even now he drags his injured leg, stumbling forward, refusing to yield. Indeed, the path of a trainer is fraught with arduous challenges. Li Xiang reflected inwardly, unable to resist contemplating the candies within the tin. If they were real, perhaps he would be piloting a spaceship or even traversing wormholes and engaging in spatial jumps. For the next few days, Li Xiang remained absorbed in morning exercises, observing in the park, training at home, reading, and researching. He did not accompany his peers to the nurturing base, but instead cultivated his fire-spotted meow alone at home. Once Mrs. Yin learned that he could prepare his own meals, she left Dong Shi Meow behind, feeling assured about safety and other matters. During these days, Li Xiang did not undertake any significant endeavors. He simply engaged in basic physical training and technique practice with fire-spotted meow. He refrained from attempting to learn new techniques, let alone seeking battles. Through such earnest methods, he fostered a rapport with fire-spotted meow, aiding it in mastering its existing skills more effectively. According to the advice and materials provided by Uncle Hua, Li Xiang steadily advances without arrogance or impatience. The delightful surprise lies in the confirmation of the existence of the candy function. The triangular candies, varying in color but identical in shape, signify to Li Xiang that this is neither a prank nor a dream. It is indeed a reality. Furthermore, he has discerned certain patterns. As long as he meets a specific training standard for the day, a triangular candy will naturally materialize in his palm, its color unpredictable, indicating an uncertain enhancement of his abilities, with a limit of 1 candy per day. However, it remains unclear whether this limitation applies solely to a singular sprite. His attempts to coax Dong Shi Meow into training alongside him yielded no second candy. The possible reasons are as follows. First, Dong Shi Meow may not be recognized as his sprite. Second, Dong Shi Meow's activity level may be inadequate. Third, the daily limit may indeed be 1 candy. Currently, he has no means to ascertain which reason holds true. How, then, can he procure larger candies? Simply increasing the training intensity is futile. as even the fiery feline has grown weary and dozed off without yielding any results. Victories in battles? Capturing sprites? Even leveling up? Li Xiang remains uncertain. He had previously allowed Dong Miao to engage in a mock battle with the fiery feline, who ultimately lost. No candy appeared. Even when Dong Miao stood idly by, allowing the fiery feline to triumph, still no candy emerged. Li Xiang suffered a beating from Dong Miao, leaving him with several large bruises on his legs that have yet to fade. That evening, he endured a reprimand from Ms. Yin. Consequently, he decided to alter his strategy, opting to patiently await the fiery feline's level increase or a day when Lin Feng is free for a battle. These two scenarios must not be conflated. Should a level up occur alongside a victory, resulting in the appearance of a candy, how could he discern the exact circumstances that led to its emergence? It is even conceivable that a level up could yield one candy and a victory another, culminating in a singular candy once again. Where would Li Xiang seek justification for this? Alternatively, there exists the possibility that a combination of leveling up and winning might yield a larger candy. In any case, Li Xiang is not in a rush. He will inevitably uncover the patterns governing the appearance of candies. Moreover, he is currently unclear about the consumption rules for the triangular candies. If adhering to the original design, consuming the smallest candy solely results in a maximum capability of 49 points. Anything beyond that necessitates larger candies. To achieve 49 points in a single ability, approximately 400 candies are required. The exact number eludes him, as he had calculated it out of boredom some time ago. Presently, with only one candy per day, it would take an entire year to elevate a single sprite's ability to the maximum limit of the small candy. To raise all abilities to 49 points would require 7 years. This starkly illustrates what it means to be a trainer, a time-consuming vocation. Thus, should leveling up and battling indeed yield larger candies, Li Xiang would hesitate to indulge. After all, the small candy would be of no use after reaching 49 points. One can only hope for simplicity in matters. Thus, another day passed, and fortune favored the diligent. The fiery tabby cat finally leveled up, achieving level 5. In Li Xiang's hands, a red candy materialized. Would this candy be for the little creature? Li Xiang pondered deeply, having expected a specialized candy, or at the very least, a grand candy. He would not have been choosy. Instead, he received a diminutive one. Did this imply the absence of specialized candies or larger ones? What about the consumption rules? Li Xiang resolved to withhold the candy from the fiery tabby for the time being. Aside from knowing that blue represented speed, he could not recall the abilities associated with other colors. He would wait until he amassed more than 5 of a single type. As for the blue candies, he would gather 11 before proceeding, since the original setting indicated that the first 9 would guarantee an increase by 1, while thereafter, 2 would be required for the same increment. A larger quantity would provide the fiery tabby with a clearer understanding of its growth and abilities, which could be relayed back to him through Dong Miao. Incremental effects might not yield immediate results. The fluctuations in speed ability would undoubtedly be the most sensitive, particularly concerning the blue triangular candies. It would soon become clear whether 2 would suffice for an increase, or if 1 would suffice. One could only hope for clarity. Luck had brought them this far. Soon after, he was summoned by Lin Feng once more. After nearly a week, Li Xiang couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Feng had grown a shade darker. Was it necessary to bask in the sun for his father's fruit tree business? On Lin Feng's side, he remarked, "You seem to have lost some weight." His expression was one of astonishment, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Could it be true? Had Lin Feng genuinely embarked on a weight loss journey after their last conversation about his sister's preference for slimmer boys? But Lin Lan was only 10 years old. Moreover, he had been jesting. Had Li Xiang taken him seriously? Lin Feng's mind raced with wild speculations as he contemplated how to tactfully decline Li Xiang's inquiries without damaging his pride. Fortunately, Li Xiang remained blissfully unaware of Lin Feng's chaotic thoughts, or else a confrontation would surely ensue. The young lad ought to focus on his studies rather than engage in fanciful notions. However, at that moment, all of Li Xiang's attention was drawn to Lin Feng's embrace, where a small creature, radiant red with large, glistening eyes, nestled comfortably. A plume of flame flickered gently, giving it the appearance of a whimsical hybrid between a lizard and a dinosaur. A little fire dragon. The quintessential companion for a protagonist, it was classic, undeniably classic. Perhaps in the future, he would require 2 stones, allowing Lin Feng to choose between mega evolution or other possibilities. On the other side, Lin Feng, equally enamored by the classic nature of the situation, decided to avoid mentioning the previous topic altogether, redirecting the conversation towards the enchanting creature. "You have indeed chosen a feline sprite, just like Aunt Yin. Lin Feng was well aware of the various sprites that Yin Tao possessed before moving. He frequently visited Li Xiang's home. He was also quite familiar with Li Zhihan's sprite. Li Xiang nodded, casting a gentle glance at the fiery meow by his side. The more time he spent with it, the more he discovered its remarkable qualities, feeling grateful that his initial decision was not misguided. With exceptional talent coupled with capability candies, overtaking on a curve would not pose a problem. All that was required was a bit of patience and a gradual approach. Lin Feng glanced at the fiery meow and the other sprite, then at the little fire dragon. At last, he uttered the words Li Xiang had long awaited. "Shall we engage in a sprite battle?" That was precisely the phrase he had been waiting for. Li Xiang readily agreed. Chapter 16. Fixed percentages in reality. The crux of the matter is intelligence gathering. However, Li Xiang was unaware of the little fire dragon's level, its traits, or the moves it could perform. Despite the seemingly low level of the newly acquired sprite, the little fire dragon possessed a repertoire of egg moves far surpassing that of the fiery meow. Who could fathom the extent of its extraordinary abilities? Moves such as Dragon Dance, Dragon Ascent, Belly Drum, Flare Blitz, and Outrage were not even required to be learned, as they could be inherited directly. Though the 8th generation lacked Dragon Dance, this world does not adhere to the generational logic of the games. One could only imagine the advantages such a sprite would have. Li Xiang recalled the inheritance chart of the little fire dragon and remembered a move called Origin Force, a rock-type attack that would be exceptionally effective against the fiery meow, in addition to several other moves that would deal double damage, if he played cautiously. Given the rapport he had built with the fiery meow over the past few days, it should not be too difficult. At least, that was the hope. However, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. What if Lin Feng and the little fire dragon shared an unspoken connection? It was akin to what Green had mentioned in the special episode, where everyone in Masera Town possessed a psychic bond with their sprites. Never mind. Why dwell on such thoughts? Only through battle would the truth be revealed. Losing wouldn't cost him anything significant. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiang locked eyes with Lin Feng, who stood diagonally beside him. Above them, the fiery meow and the little fire dragon gazed at one another with fervent determination, silently awaiting the command from their respective trainers to charge forth. Sprite battles were confined to designated arenas. Engaging in battles in other parts of the city was a violation of municipal regulations, punishable by detention or, in severe cases, imprisonment. This regulation effectively curtailed the reckless actions of past trainers, safeguarding the personal property of city residents and preventing urban destruction. Both Li Xiang and Lin Feng were honest individuals. Naturally unwilling to exploit their youth to break the law, they patiently waited in the depths of the park until a battleground finally became available. They have become regulars at this park, and as soon as they step onto the field, they naturally attract quite a crowd, including many trainers engaged in morning training. However, the onlookers refrain from disturbing the two, choosing to observe in silence, which is a fundamental courtesy. Should they feel compelled to speak, they may lower their voices to a whisper. In the arena, should they decide the order of play by flipping a coin or counting down together, Lin Feng retrieves a coin from his pocket. In the nascent rules of competitive battling, it was customary to release a Pokémon prior to a match and then determine the order of play through a coin toss, thereby preventing one side from gaining an unfair advantage. However, this practice has gradually evolved into a countdown system, where Pokémon remain in their Pokeballs until the countdown concludes, ensuring that neither side can strategically select a Pokémon that counters the opponent's. Let S count down. Li Xiang opts for the latter, keeping his fire meow out to trigger the ability, Intimidate. All right then, Lin Feng replies readily, and together they begin to count down from 5. Concerning the activation of the Intimidate ability, many abilities can be controlled after the fact. Otherwise, wild Pokémon like Tyranitar and Swellow would only ever trigger weather effects once in their lifetimes. For Pokémon like Wind Speed Dog, the Intimidate ability becomes virtually useless, having been expended at birth, as there are no Pokeballs to reset them. Determining when to withdraw or engage in battle remains ambiguous and cannot be definitively established. Who decides when to retreat and when to engage? Moreover, it is crucial to note that Pokémon with the Solar Power ability cannot venture out on a scorching summer day, as they would soon succumb to the heat. Of course, the activation of abilities requires a certain amount of time, which could be a second or merely a fraction of a second. The downside is that some abilities, such as weather effects and terrain effects, consume energy, which is a valuable resource in this world. Simultaneously, weather-related skills are quite energy-intensive, as factors like range, scale, and duration are not fixed. The advantage lies in the fact that triggering abilities generally involves minimal wind-up time, and entering the fray requires little effort. Many powerful moves have considerable wind-up time, and those with negative priority are slower than a snail. Furthermore, there is essentially no interruption to the triggering of abilities. Neither flinch nor paralysis can disrupt them, although being knocked out certainly can. Additionally, the Intimidate ability of a single Pokémon cannot be stacked, even with repeated use. If the opponent has already been affected by Intimidate, and their attack is lowered without recovery, the same Pokémon cannot inflict the effect again until the opponent's stats have returned to normal. However, Li Xiang harbors doubts about whether this Intimidate can truly lower an opponent's stats by one stage as it does in the games. Whether stat stages can be precisely divided into 6 distinct levels, as in the games, remains a question mark. It is highly improbable. This world has long since diverged from the realm of games. Furthermore, Li Xiang scoured the internet for an extended period, yet found no entries concerning the concept of power tiers. The only terms available were those pertaining to attack increments and decrements, such as significant increases or decreases. The exact amount of decline appears to be inconsistent. In games, calculations are typically made in percentages, allowing one to ascertain the extent of fluctuations with a mere calculator. Li Xiang once witnessed a match where a level 71 Gyarados, after performing Dragon Dance, was unable to best a level 65 Swinub with its water-type move, Aqua Tail, even in the rain. What could be the magnitude of Gyarados' physical attack? Especially after utilizing Dragon Dance, in the rain, with the overconfidence ability, it would be an unstoppable force. Yet, despite this, it still fell short against a Swinub that seemed impervious to any defensive moves. From this, Li Xiang deduced that the enhancements from ability-boosting moves are likely not based on percentages, but rather fixed values. In reality, aside from the absolute nature of type advantages, effects such as Leech Seed, Poison, Burn, Sandstorm, and Hail do not adhere to fixed percentages. After all, the game operates on a turn-based system where fixed percentage health reductions occur after all Pokémon have taken their actions, delivering high damage to those with lower health and vice versa. In actuality, however, the aforementioned effects predominantly perpetually drain a Pokémon's health, with the depletion influenced by various factors rather than merely the Pokémon's health level. Sandstorm and Hail persistently batter, without any intervals of respite. If a burn were to occur only after a Pokémon has attacked, it would never attack, thus never experiencing the burn. Should it ignite at random intervals, that would render the burn absurdly unpredictable. Imagine the concept of flames suddenly erupting to scorch you while you are entirely focused on executing a move. It would disrupt the opponent's strategy magnificently. Pokémon are not machines, they experience pain. Even a rock type like Onix would howl when scorched by flames. Simultaneously, burns do not manifest as they do in animations, where the individual is enveloped in flames as if dashing with a flame charge. Rather, it resembles the appearance of smoke rising from a wound in a royal ceremony, continuously inducing a dull ache, sapping the opponent's strength while simultaneously dulling their attacks. From these observations, it is evident that the prestige of legendary Pokémon in this world remains intact. These majestic beings are the primary beneficiaries. At the very least, they are not susceptible to being extinguished by a level 1 Charmander's Will-O-Wisp, nor can they be so easily thwarted by mere fake tears, rendering their special defense null. Groudon, for instance, can disregard the threat of hail that could otherwise defeat it, remaining unaffected by Intimidate that would otherwise nullify its physical prowess. Should it encounter abilities such as Rough Skin or Iron Barbs, there is no need for concern. A mere 8 strikes would not spell its end. These deities shall no longer endure the indignities of mere sprites. However, to articulate 1,000 arguments is unnecessary. A single phrase suffices: world rules. If even the diminutive sprites can exist, what is the significance of percentages? The existence of the former is inherently flawed. Fortunately, in the world where Li Xiang resides, the rules are comparatively closer to reality. Yet, without question, it remains surreal, utterly incomparable to his past life. And any attempt at immersion necessitates an explanation of how colossal creatures like Onix and Steelix can raise their heads and move with agility upon land. Newton's theories are nearly overwhelmed. Thus, if one wishes to align with reality, the Wailord should be soaring through the skies, while the Magcargo melts the ground beneath it with every step. Gengar would be deemed a biochemical weapon, capable of dispatching an Indian elephant in mere seconds, and so forth. Even considering the Wailord alone is absurd. A staggering length of 14 meters, yet weighing merely 400 kilograms, it bears no distinction from a large hot air balloon. Returning to the matter at hand, the battle commenced officially as Li Xiang and Lin Feng simultaneously shouted 0. Meow. The fire meow was the first to roar, triggering its Intimidate ability, causing the physical attack of the Charmander to diminish. The intimidation effect took hold. The Charmander stood frozen, as though its computer had crashed. Seizing this opportunity, the Fire Meow swiftly retreated, creating distance. Indeed, the Fire Meow opted for withdrawal. Li Xiang remained silent, maintaining a safe distance from both sprites. At this moment, everything unfolded according to his plan. He had meticulously prepared for this battle, conducting research, analyses, and mental rehearsals. Yet, those were mere theoretical exercises. Now, the true test began. Dragon Dance. Lin Feng, oblivious to the brief stupor of the Charmander, fixated on the Fire Meow, and upon witnessing its retreat, issued his command. A trainer must learn to observe the opponent's sprites. This is fundamental, for one cannot act blindly. Indeed, it would lead to disastrous consequences. Li Xiang observed the now-alert Charmander closing its eyes, performing peculiar dance movements, aware that it had boosted both its speed and physical attack, successfully baiting an attack. It was not in vain. Trickery. The enhancement of moves is not limited to the Charmander. The Fire Meow's trick is also not to be overlooked. The Fire Meow crouched low and screeched, a cloud of mist appearing above its forehead, filled with a multitude of question marks. What a splendid opportunity. Crunch. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. The Charmander had completed its enhancement, gaining the upper hand. Ah! The adorable Charmander let out a soft cry, scampering forward, its mouth agape, revealing 4 elongated fangs gleaming with a dark sheen, lunging fiercely at the Fire Meow. Yet, at this moment, the consequences of the Fire Meow's earlier retreat began to unfold. The little fire dragon opted for a close-range assault, needing to dash in front of the Fiery Meow before it could launch an attack. However, the Fiery Meow unleashed a scorching wind. Li Xiang's expression remained calm as he commanded with measured urgency. He had issued similar commands countless times. The Fiery Meow would instinctively respond to the first syllable. Suddenly, it opened its tiny mouth, releasing a massive cloud of fiery mist that expanded several-fold in the blink of an eye, transforming into a whirlwind laden with embers that surged forward. The heat was overwhelming. The little fire dragon, caught mid-advance, was struck squarely, its momentum unabated, and its petite form was sent stumbling backward several steps. Chapter 17, Super Saiyan Dragon. The Flame Berserker. Success. The tactic of remotely harassing the little fire dragon had worked. A fleeting joy crossed Li Xiang's face. When all were novice trainers, and their Pokémon were of low levels, those with higher base stats held an advantage over those with lesser stats. Ranged attackers had the upper hand over melee fighters. Flying Pokémon had an edge over those that could not soar. Li Xiang now possessed one of these 3 significant advantages: ranged combat against close-range opponents. However, such advantages are fleeting. Keeping the opponent at bay is no simple task. On the opposing side, Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he observed the little fire dragon being forced back by the scorching wind. He clearly had not anticipated that the Fiery Meow possessed such capability. If the little fire dragon could not close the distance, it would be rendered ineffective, as aside from Ember, it lacked other ranged moves. Rely on speed to maneuver. Circle around it. Don't let it catch you. Feng shouted. He believed that if the little fire dragon could maintain a swift pace, the Fiery Meow would be unable to track it, enabling it to gradually approach. It didn't need to get too close. Just within striking distance would suffice. The little fire dragon let out a soft whine, abandoning its direct charge, and began to circle around the Fiery Meow. Yet this tactic had already been anticipated by Li Xiang. When one cannot approach head-on, there is a high probability of opting for a side attack. After all, one cannot simply descend from the sky. Not to mention the challenge of breaching the scorching wind's onslaught from above, relying on free fall. In any case, for an agile Pokémon like the little fire dragon, a side attack is the optimal choice, provided the opponent lacks area of effect moves. Unfortunately, the Fiery Meow had just such an ability. Keep your focus on it. Don't expose your back, Li Xiang whispered urgently, having just finished expelling the scorching wind. The Fiery Meow took a moment to recover. Upon hearing Li Xiang's command, it immediately perked up its ears, its gaze and upper body shifting in tandem with the little fire dragon's movements. Just as in a duel, one needs to catch their breath. A Pokémon cannot continuously unleash moves like a machine gun without a moment's pause. One must exhale and inhale again. The release of the move resembles the act of boxing. After a strike, one must retract their hand, allowing the subsequent punch to possess greater force. This is referred to as the follow-up motion. The heat wave has a brief preparation and recovery time, but that does not imply its absence. This is precisely why Li Xiang did not hasten to have the Fire Meow unleash consecutive heat waves. He opted for a measured approach, resisting the temptation to strike recklessly, confident that victory would eventually be his. The Dark Soul series had long imparted the virtue of patience to Li Xiang. Indeed, the more one attempts, the more errors one is likely to make. The Charmander, being a novice, was not yet familiar with Lin Feng. When instructed to circle around the fire meow, it obediently complied, running in a straightforward manner without exhibiting any erratic movements, making its trajectory all too predictable. Li Xiang swiftly deduced its path and commanded, to the left. On the ground, heat wave. Simple instructions can often yield astonishing results. The fire meow, sensing the situation, recalled its training from a few days prior and felt a surge of excitement. It inhaled sharply and unleashed a powerful exhalation. The searing flames erupted from its mouth, rapidly expanding into a roaring tempest that engulfed Charmander. In an almost self-destructive manner, Charmander dashed into the realm of the heat wave, becoming engulfed in flames. The fierce impact sent the little creature soaring once again. After 2 consecutive uses of heat wave, combined with a cunning boost to its special attack, Charmander's stamina was perilously low. Lin Feng's expression stiffened. He had hoped to see a flaw in the fire meow, but instead, it was Charmander that faltered. He was so focused on the fire meow that he failed to notice the weaknesses of the little dragon. How could he have anticipated that a 27-year-old man would go to such lengths to ensure he could best a mere child? Lin Feng was only 11, just a child. Li Xiang's actions seemed utterly ruthless and insane. However, at that moment, something intriguing occurred. It is well known that Charmander's standard ability is Blaze. What does Blaze entail? When its stamina falls below a certain threshold, the power of its fire type moves increases. This manifests in the form of the flame at the tip of Charmander's tail burning even more fiercely. If it had previously been a gently flickering flame, it was now akin to a flamethrower fueled by gas. Suddenly, the seemingly weakened Charmander was revitalized, roaring and charging at the fire meow with renewed vigor. Its speed noticeably increased. Lin Feng, witnessing this transformation, exclaimed with delight, "That's it. Charge in and use bite." Fire-type moves against fire-type opponents yield a disadvantage. Even with the enhancements from Blaze, the base damage of the move, Ember, would not be significant. It was far more effective to use Bite against a Dark-type opponent, which would deal double damage. Not far from him, an exclamation of astonishment escaped his lips. Is this truly a fierce blaze, or merely a surge of power? Li Xiang was startled by the ferocious little fire dragon, its eyes glinting with a sinister light. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with this intense blaze. Does a typical blaze possess such berserker enhancement? Retreat, he commanded sharply. The fiery meow, not lacking in intelligence, had already sensed the peculiarities surrounding the little fire dragon. Exhaling a gust of hot wind, it swiftly backed away, maintaining a safe distance from its opponent. Their movements were almost synchronized, both aware that regardless of whether the little fire dragon was experiencing a surge or had ingested some sort of stimulant, its stamina was evidently dwindling. Li Xiang believed that with just one more use of heat wave, or even a simple scratch, the little fire dragon would surely fall. The fiery meow could easily close the gap and deliver a swift paw strike, or at the very least, unleash a bite to finish it off. Yet sometimes, it is this very moment that leads to unforeseen outcomes. Recall the Lily of the Valley Conference, where Shinji's and Ash's electric Pokémon, having barely exerted any energy, were unexpectedly overwhelmed by the surging inferno of the blazing monkey. It was as if this blazing monkey was equipped with a never-ending supply of energy, continuously fighting and defying defeat, always clinging to a sliver of health as though it had never suffered any damage at all. Li Xiang was deeply apprehensive of such extraordinary resilience. While he too aspired to reach that level, he knew he would struggle to accept it when faced with it himself. Thus, he aimed for a secure victory. He could afford to be cautious. Regrettably, the acceleration provided by Fierce Blaze was undeniably outrageous. The fiery meow's speed was already inferior to that of the little fire dragon enhanced by Dragon Dance. With the boost from Fierce Blaze, it was rendered even more outmatched, causing the two small Pokémon to engage in a frantic chase, the previously modest distance between them narrowing perilously. The little fire dragon was now in a position to strike. Li Xiang's heart raced. Suddenly, the little fire dragon let out a fierce roar, leaping at the fiery meow with the ferocity of a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. The dark energy it exhaled seemed to materialize into two formidable fangs, piercing through the fiery meow's chest. "Halt!" Li Xiang shouted urgently, and the fiery meow's body surged forward, miraculously coming to a stop. It appeared to be waiting for the little fire dragon to collide with it. However, in this world, there exists a phenomenon that would bring great satisfaction to Newton: inertia. The little fire dragon, propelled forward, could not halt its momentum in midair. It could only watch helplessly as it passed over the fiery meow. its tail brushing against the Meow's forehead before it crashed down in front of it, its back turned toward the fiery Meow. Was there a more opportune moment for an attack? Meow? Without needing any command from Li Xiang, the fire-striped Meow opened its jaws wide and fiercely sank its teeth into the back of the little fire dragon, completely disregarding whether its tail might scorch itself. Crack! Boom! The malicious energy erupted from the little fire dragon's back, draining away its last remnants of strength. With a pained cry, the flames on its tail diminished at a visible rate, no longer burning as fervently as before. This flame represented the life signs of the little fire dragon. Typically, trainers could assess its health through the vigor of its tail fire. After its cry, it promptly fainted. Little fire dragon Lin Feng rushed forward, his face etched with panic. Being a novice, he struggled to accurately gauge the creature's condition. Hearing the little fire dragon's agonized cry, he feared it had sustained severe injuries. However, in reality, the little fire dragon merely experienced a temporary fainting spell, and by the time Lin Feng arrived, it had already regained consciousness and let out a soft whimper upon seeing him. "Are you all right?" "That's wonderful," Lin Feng exclaimed, lifting the little fire dragon and inspecting it closely. Upon discovering only some bruises and a shallow bite mark, his expression shifted from worry to relief. "You truly scared me. You cried out so loudly." The little fire dragon, somewhat perplexed by Lin Feng's words, merely lowered its head in disappointment. It had lost. "That's all right, we'll win next time. We've only just begun." Lin Feng gently patted the little fire dragon's head and returned it to its pokeball, saying, "Rest well. I'll apply some medicine for you soon." Meanwhile, Li Xiang was exhilarated. On one hand, he had secured a victory, albeit by defeating an 11-year-old child who did not grasp the concept of inertia. Nevertheless, it was still a triumph. On the other hand, he realized that battles indeed yielded candy rewards, albeit small ones. Meow? The fire-striped Meow excitedly dashed toward Li Xiang. In today's battle, it had cleverly utilized its wits alongside Li Xiang's commands to achieve a flawless victory, never once being struck by the little fire dragon's attacks. "Ha! You're amazing, little kitty." Equally filled with joy, Li Xiang lifted the fire-striped Meow high above his head, swaying it left and right amidst the applause of onlookers. The rare, overwhelming emotion he displayed was a testament to his delight. Beside him, Dongshi Meow concealed its own satisfaction, maintaining a facade of calmness. "Meow?" The fire-striped Meow responded with a beaming smile. It relished Li Xiang's praise. Whenever this occurred, a glance into his eyes revealed an abundance of affection and tenderness, akin to honey so sweet it could make one dizzy, spilling over in his gaze. The fire-striped Meow had never encountered such a look, yet it found it incredibly comforting, warming its heart like lying under the sun with its companions in days gone by. It adored basking in the sunlight. "Thus, you've got quite the talent. So formidable in battle." A voice shattered the reverie of Li Xiang and the fire-patterned cat, prompting him to set it down. The speaker was none other than Lin Feng. However, the young boy displayed no trace of the vexation that Li Xiang had shown. Instead, there was only a sense of regret over his defeat, coupled with admiration for Li Xiang's commanding prowess and the remarkable performance of the fire-patterned cat. "You flatter me," Li Xiang replied with calmness. Yet a smile lingered on his face, refusing to fade. "I merely did a bit of preparation, nothing more." "Hey, excessive modesty is just a form of pride." Lin Feng playfully punched Li Xiang in the chest, adding, "But this is just the beginning. Next time, I shall surely surpass you. When that moment arrives, you will shout, 'Fengge, you're amazing.'" In response, Li Xiang maintained his composure and remarked, "If you lose again, not only will you call me Xiangge, but you will also have to slice a watermelon from your home for me to enjoy, the kind that is cut by hand." Previously, when Lin Feng had invited Li Xiang to his family shop for watermelon, he had attempted to showcase his slicing skills. Though he successfully cleaved the fruit, he also marred the surrounding white walls with splashes of red. Naturally, his father had caught him and delivered a sound beating. As a good friend, Li Xiang had sat on a small stool, munching on the watermelon while laughing heartily, much to Lin Feng's chagrin. "Dude, you're so mean," Lin Feng exclaimed, pointing at Li Xiang as he recalled the humiliation and the lingering heat on his backside. Chapter 18. The ultimate test of candy rules. Having successfully completed the battle and achieved victory in the test, discovering that candy could indeed be obtained, Li Xiang commenced preparations for his next trial, capturing small sprites. Additionally, he intended to assess whether defeating wild sprites would yield candy, including a simple training session for the sprite to ascertain whether only one piece of candy could be obtained per day, or if it could be one per sprite daily. These methods of testing were relatively straightforward, albeit somewhat tedious and time-consuming. Of course, Li Xiang had no intention of genuinely nurturing the captured sprite. Firstly, He had yet to fully understand how to care for his fire-patterned cat, making it implausible for him to hastily take on another. The bridge between one person and one cat was only just beginning to be constructed. Secondly, he preferred not to cultivate an excessive number of sprites, valuing the pursuit of excellence and favoring those that appealed to him, akin to the fire-patterned cat. Thus, upon concluding his tests, Li Xiang would reward the captured sprite and release it back into the wild. Yes, even if the quantity of captured sprites was constrained by age and profession. Li Xiang was acutely aware that his sprite companions were to be lifelong family members. Each one held significant importance, akin to searching for one's soulmate. Perhaps he could utilize one sprite as a tool, compelling it to endure rigorous training, driving it to battle against other sprites. Ultimately using the candy it produced to nourish the fire-patterned cat, aiding its swift growth. However, Li believes that the source of the candy lies in his golden fingers and the diligent training of the little sprites, suggesting that both parties have made contributions, and it is a shared possession. There is a part belonging to him and a part belonging to the sprites. Theoretically, both parties possess the right to dispose of it. Would the sprites share their achievements? Perhaps they would, as these astonishing beings maintain absolute loyalty and kindness. Yet, if the tool that produces candy desires to grow stronger and is unwilling for its accomplishments to become the nourishment for another's strength, how should this trainer position himself? Should he continue to stubbornly favor his own inclinations? What of the notion of fairness? To hell with it. I am your master, your caretaker, and I determine everything about you. Is the relationship between sprites and trainers truly so simplistic and ruthless, akin to that of a beast tamer and his ferocious creatures? Li is reluctant to entertain such a thought. Nurtured by warm memories of the past, he has long regarded the East Shur Meow and its companions as family. Even though their appearances differ and communication may falter, he cannot perceive them as mere pets to be disposed of at will. The sprites are unlike the cats and dogs of his previous life. The memories of the past have clearly conveyed this to him. Therefore, when he gazes upon the sprites, he cannot view the ones he dislikes as mere tools, as Lubo does. Wild sprites are not particularly common within urban areas, yet they are not rare either. This world is one where humans and sprites coexist harmoniously, and this is true even within the confines of the city. Electric poles, sewers, and the flower beds lining the streets are teeming with various sprites in countless parks, both large and small. If one lacks the funds to purchase them from a breeding facility or dares not venture into the desolate wilderness, one can easily persuade these sprites to become their companions. Such occurrences are quite frequent. Li's destination is the nearest park to his home, where gentle grass-type sprites abound, with numerous small creatures such as Rattata, Caterpie, and Tylo present in abundance. As for bird-type sprites, they are ubiquitous, often found in the branches of any sizable tree. The park has designated personnel to oversee its management, but they do not interfere with Li's attempts to capture sprites unless the methods employed are particularly cruel. Only then would they intervene or offer guidance. This time, our target is a solitary Caterpie. Remember to temper your strength and avoid using fire. Additionally, be mindful of your safety. Li instructed East Shur Meow and Fire Stripe Meow. East Shur Meow displayed a distinct lack of interest, meowing at Fire Stripe Meow a few times, indicating its absolute refusal to intervene. The fact that it did not inform Miss Een could be considered an act of mercy. Li did not expect much from it. The reason he mentioned both was to convey the message to Fire Stripe Meow. 5 should suffice, right? Li patted the backpack on his back, where he had concealed 5 red and white Pokeballs, which were now perfectly suited for use. In the park, there was no need to venture deep. A leisurely stroll around the periphery would suffice. With little effort, he soon discovered a green caterpillar feasting on tender leaves amidst the bushes. It was a caterpillar of vibrant hue. This was the one. From a distance of over 20 meters, Li Xiang tilted his head towards his companion, the Fire Meow, and, lowering his voice, instructed, approach slowly and use bite. The Fire Meow responded with a soft meow, crouching low as it circled stealthily. Intending to launch an attack from the caterpillar's blind spot, Li Xiang retrieved a Pokeball from his bag, enlarging it, and licked his slightly parched lips. There was a tinge of nervousness about capturing a wild Pokémon for the first time. Ahead, the Fire Meow advanced cautiously, its yellow eyes glinting with intent. Soft paws making no sound against the ground. This was the innate ambush talent characteristic of feline Pokémon. Under the blazing summer sun, the unsuspecting caterpillar, nestled in the shade and savoring its succulent meal, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Life in the park was rather tranquil, with few attacks from avian Pokémon, and any that did occur were often thwarted by passers-by. Therefore, the caterpillar's vigilance concerning its wild existence had significantly waned. Suddenly, a low growl echoed. The startled caterpillar, taken by surprise, turned its head just in time to see a gaping maw filled with glistening teeth rapidly enlarging in its field of vision. With a thud, accompanied by a sharp pain and a resounding crash, darkness enveloped the caterpillar. In the distance, Li Xiang witnessed the caterpillar's body tumbling onto the grass, followed closely by the fire meow, which delivered another swat at it. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Without hesitation, he dashed towards them. His throwing technique with the Pokeball was rather poor. During practice at home, he missed 9 out of 10 throws, often amusing his friend Dong Meow. To avoid an embarrassing miss, Li Xiang decided it would be prudent to get a bit closer before throwing. With a meow, the fire meow pressed one paw firmly on the dazed caterpillar, preventing any chance of escape, while turning its head to meow at the approaching Li Xiang, as if urging him to hurry. "I'm coming," Li Xiang called out, rushing to the side of the two Pokémon, crouching down to press the Pokeball against the caterpillar. If fortune favored him, he should be able to capture it as effortlessly as he had with Xiao Hao. If luck was not on his side, he silently prepared to retrieve a second ball. With a pop, the Pokeball burst open, enveloping the caterpillar in a swirl of red light, drawing it within. Li Xiang spread his hands, anxiously watching the ball begin to shake. The fire meow remained alert, its paws poised, ready to restrain the caterpillar should it manage to escape. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. With a click, the red light on the Pokeball suddenly extinguished. Capture successful. Both Li Xiang and Fire Meow exhaled in relief. Standing at the periphery, the aloof East Shur Meow nonchalantly licked its paws, utterly bored. It had thought the attempt to subdue would fail, positioning itself strategically to block the escape route of the green caterpillar, awaiting its approach. Haha, capturing a little sprite for the first time had me in a state of utter anxiety. Li Xiang plopped down onto the grass, exhaling deeply, and scratched Fire Tabby Meow under its chin. In the presence of the little sprites, he was always exceptionally candid, expressing whatever came to mind. Fire Tabby Meow nuzzled against his hand, lifting its paw that had just been pressing against the green caterpillar to groom itself, leaving one to ponder whether this constituted an unconventional form of cleanliness. However, compared to the blissful demeanor of Fire Tabby Meow, Li Xiang's expression had soured once he regained his composure. Alas, it seemed there was no shortcut to success. Capturing did not yield him any candy, just as Fire Tabby Meow's victory over the green caterpillar had not. Consequently, he would need to continue testing the internal battles he intended for the green caterpillar. Now his little sprite, to battle Fire Tabby Meow. Logically, a victory on either side should result in a candy. Li Xiang hoped to gain candy through self-inflicted battles. Thus far, the patterns he had discerned indicated that the emergence of candy was fundamentally linked to Fire Tabby Meow's growth, whether through training, leveling up, or defeating opponents. Each endeavor had been a step towards enhancing Fire Tabby Meow's prowess. Yet, why did defeating a wild sprite not yield any rewards? Was it possible that a capture was not considered a complete victory? How could that be? The green caterpillar had fainted. Surely that should count as a win. Unless the disparity in strength was too great, he would not return home. Under the great tree in his backyard, Li Xiang released the green caterpillar. This bewildered creature, having been unexpectedly ambushed and subsequently captured, darted up the tree at the first opportunity, trembling as it observed Li Xiang and the two large cats. The Pokeball had proven rather ineffective. Li Xiang was taken aback. He had anticipated that the green caterpillar would be more inclined to approach him after being captured, given that he had been the one to subdue it. Yet, that did not appear to be the case. "Hello, I apologize for the sudden ambush, but I need your assistance. I am willing to offer this as a reward." Li Xiang produced a carefully prepared stack of leaves and a few small flowers. These items had been gathered from the trees and flower beds tended by Li Zhihan, who claimed that brewing the leaves could relieve phlegm and promote bodily fluids, while steeping the flowers could enhance vision and invigorate the spirit. Furthermore, these two items held a strong allure for bug-type sprites, particularly for caterpillars like the green one. As anticipated, upon catching sight of the leaves and flowers, the green caterpillar was instantly captivated, emitting peculiar sounds that were indecipherable to Li Xiang. Yet, it was of no concern to him. East Shur Meow understood perfectly. It seized a leaf from Li Xiang's hand and, with remarkable agility for its large frame, climbed the tree, placing the leaf beside the green caterpillar before softly mewing. The green caterpillar, consumed by its desire for the leaves, had long since lost its capacity for discernment. Regardless of what the cat, Dong Shur Meow, proclaimed, it nodded in agreement. Little did it know, this would prove to be an unpleasant ordeal. Oh, the green caterpillar let out a wail and fainted. The fire-spotted cat exhaled white smoke, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. This creature was simply too feeble, It could not withstand even a spark. There was no challenge to be found. Li Xiang shook his head in disappointment. However, his discontent stemmed not from the caterpillar's weakness, but from the fact that his tests, every single one, had ended in failure. First and foremost, battling within the same team, without the prospect of rewards. To prevent the caterpillar from resorting to any underhanded tactics, he deliberately conducted 3 tests over a span of 3 hours, engaging in prolonged communication with it. Why did 3 battles take 3 hours? Because even with berry juice and healing potions, the little sprites required a period of rest after exerting themselves in combat. Moreover, when the fire-spotted cat and Li Xiang ventured out to capture the caterpillar, they had yet to acquire any candies for the day. Li Xiang sought to draw a comparison with the fire-spotted cat. As expected, the training accumulated from 3 battles, coupled with some basic technique practice, yielded him a candy. In stark contrast, the caterpillar's training resulted in no reward. The answer was evident. If it relied solely on training, it would indeed yield only 1 candy per day, regardless of the number of creatures involved. If this candy were still governed by the original parameters, how much time would it require for a full team of 6 to amass the maximum of 1,200? Would it take 50 or 60 years? Or perhaps 1 or 2 centuries? Li Xiang increasingly felt that this inexplicable golden finger, devoid of a manual, was utterly absurd. Just pondering over this golden finger had consumed a considerable amount of time. Yet, there was no choice. Other factors, such as the maximum number of candies one could consume, the limitations, and the rules of consumption, could temporarily be disregarded. It was paramount to grasp the emerging patterns. Thank you for your efforts, dear caterpillar. Li Xiang gently cradled the caterpillar and took it to his room, administering healing potions and offering it leaves and flowers to eat. Once it was sufficiently recovered, and while the day was still bright, before Mizine returned, he released it back into the park. Though the caterpillar found the day's events rather bewildering, it chose not to hold Li Xiang accountable, especially in light of the abundant leaves and flowers he had provided. Perhaps it could even boast about the experience to other little sprites in the future. Chapter 19. Strength comes from within. That same evening, Mizine knocked on the door. Li Xiang, come out. Click. What is it, Mom? Li Xiang blinked, and upon seeing Mizine peering into the room, he opened the door wide, casually checking information on his computer. Mizine, upon hearing this, withdrew her gaze and said, I have enrolled you in a class. A class? What kind of class? A tutoring class? Related to trainers? Li Xiang was initially taken aback, but soon a wave of joy washed over him. Indeed, how could he not have thought of this? There are tutoring classes for mathematics and language. Why should there not be training classes for aspiring trainers? Perhaps he could even engage in battles with others, each victory yielding a bounty of candies. Mizine, noticing the exuberance on Li Xiang's face, felt he might have misunderstood something. Aren't you aspiring to be a trainer? After discussing with your father, I have enrolled you in a martial arts class, she stated calmly. At that moment, she witnessed the rapid dissipation of her son's smile. What class? Li Xiang asked cautiously, suspecting he had misheard. Martial arts, Mizine reiterated. I will take you there every morning at 7, and pick you up at 5 in the afternoon. Wait, hold on. Li Xiang rubbed his throbbing temples. May I ask how martial arts relates to being a trainer? Pokémon battles involve Pokémon on the field, not humans. What on earth do I need martial arts for? Is there a rule that allows trainers to engage in physical combat? Your father believes that having multiple skills is advantageous, and that being a trainer can be a perilous profession. Martial arts can assist you in safeguarding yourself in certain extreme situations, Mizine recounted, echoing what Li Xiang had conveyed to her. Mastering martial arts could, to some extent, ensure Li Xiang's safety. Once Li Xiang provided that rationale, Ms. Yin had no further objections. However, Li Xiang himself harbored some dissent. Extreme situations? Safeguarding myself? Can't they trust him a little? The safety measures in modern competitive battles are already quite high. Besides, what sort of class runs from 7 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon? With such an extensive schedule, when will I have time to study and train my fire meow, or venture to the park for experience? Those are all candies. Money has already been transferred, 18,000, via online banking. Li Xiang stared wide-eyed at Mizine. He swore, after traversing through this world for so long, this was the first time he truly felt the weight of being a minor. His parents had made decisions without consulting him. And 18,000. What does that amount to in this era? 18,000 for a martial arts class. Is it a lesson in the legendary Da Huang Qiuetian finger? Or the 8 extremities collapse? Can I get a refund? Your father said there would be no refunds if you choose not to continue. Feeling overwhelmed by the sudden barrage of information, Li Xiang fell silent. The fire meow in the room emerged, curiously observing the two, before rubbing against Ms. Yin's leg. She bent down to stroke its head, while Li Xiang leaned against the doorframe, his thoughts a chaotic tangle. The fact that he had already paid 18,000 was beyond his expectations. And what was this about no refunds? It felt as if he were being coerced into learning. What if he tried to? Lousy's candy. After a while, Li Xiang languidly nodded. All right, I understand. What exactly are we learning? The die had been cast, and it was too late to turn back. He sought another path. He found it hard to believe that the martial arts class would practice relentlessly from dawn till dusk without a moment's respite. Surely there must be time to train the fire-spotted cat, albeit for varying durations. Being young, he felt his rights were disregarded. Such a significant endeavor as martial arts was undertaken without even consulting his thoughts, as they had directly enrolled him. However, given the personalities of his father and mother, they would indeed inquire about his opinions on trivial matters, but often proceeded with significant decisions concerning his well-being without prior discussion. In the past, Li Xiang had been somewhat rebellious. Without pressure or compulsion, he would often feign compliance. Your father will tell you, Mizine remarked, observing the discontent etched on Li Xiang's face. She embraced him, whispering, Xiang, martial arts can truly aid you. I do not wish for you to be harmed. I fear the day you return home battered and bruised. Please, do not cause me worry. Her voice carried a heaviness, as if suppressing some deeper emotion. Li Xiang's displeasure gradually transformed into silence. Like him, Mizine was not particularly adept at expressing affection. Such emotionally charged words seldom escaped her lips. I understand. I will study diligently. Rest assured. He contemplated for a moment before nodding emphatically. The nature of combat inherently entails certain dangers, and considering Ms. Yin's protective instincts towards Li Xiang, it was indeed remarkable that he was allowed to train as a combatant at the tender age of 11. Worrying was entirely natural. Every loving parent harbors concerns for their child's safety. However, next time, I would appreciate it if you could consult me first, Li Xiang added. The following day, at 7 in the morning, Li Xiang arrived at his martial arts training venue. The nanny, Dong Shi Miao, was completely free now, no longer required to shadow him incessantly. Yet, from the chubby visage of the cat, he detected little joy. It was curious, as it usually exhibited disdain. The martial arts studio was a grand estate, imbued with an ancient aura. As Li Xiang surveyed his surroundings, he noted the vermilion walls and golden tiles, the crimson columns adorned with abstract sculptures of tiny spirits, the imposing stone statue of a wind speed dog, and the resplendent red-painted main entrance. Of course, the black sign with golden characters atop the main gate read, Jinxing Martial Arts School. Jinxing? Was it not supposed to be Jinxing? Li Xiang felt the latter name resonated more with the naming conventions favored by the Chinese. The former was not only ostentatious, but also somewhat juvenile. Much like the term defying the heavens, which might work in novels, but seems rather comical in reality. It was likely that the owner of the martial arts school bore the name Jinxing. Mizine dropped him off at the entrance before driving away, as previously arranged. Li Xiang, cradling the fire-spotted cat, crossed the threshold of the grand entrance adorned with golden studs. At first glance, one is greeted by an expansive open-air plaza capable of accommodating at least 40 to 50 individuals in leisurely activity. Surrounding this space are numerous pine trees and traditional stone sculptures, yet the area is devoid of any inhabitants. Venturing further inward, one encounters a vast hall, adorned with doors on all sides, featuring intricately carved beams and painted rafters, with elegantly upturned eaves that exude a sense of grandeur. The hall's floor is laid with marbled tiles in a staggered arrangement, largely devoid of furniture, save for a few wooden implements that remain indecipherable to Li Xiang. This designated meeting point is indeed here. All pertinent questions were thoroughly addressed by Li Xiang the day prior, while anything deemed inappropriate remained undisclosed by his father. In summary, the individual whom his father venerates as Master Duan Tianxing is described as quite a troublesome person, albeit undoubtedly skilled. During their conversation, Li Xiang's father expressed profound admiration for him, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of learning diligently under his guidance to acquire valuable knowledge. This sparked a flicker of curiosity within Li Xiang, yet regrettably, his online searches yielded no relevant information. In this era, we have yet to enter the age of big data, resulting in a scarcity of information online. Is the Tian and Duan Tianxing indicative of Town Star? Is there perhaps another individual associated with Town? Are the two brothers running a martial arts school together? With an idle moment at hand, Li Xiang commenced his exploration of the Grand Hall. His companion, the fire tabby cat, followed closely behind, curiously surveying their surroundings. In truth, Li Xiang harbors no aversion to martial arts, for he comprehends the adage that one must be strong in order to forge strength. As his Pokémon grow in power, so too must the trainer's physical prowess keep pace, For the principle of life and death within 5 meters is not absolute. Nothing is entirely certain. It merely holds true in most circumstances. Furthermore, as a Pokemon's energy level increases, their speed of attack and movement escalates, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to match the reflexes of these formidable creatures, potentially leading to unintended injuries. Indeed, in Pokémon battles, improper positioning and delayed reactions can result in harm, even from a distance. The first lesson for any aspiring trainer is to master the art of evasion. This skill proves invaluable, whether one finds themselves in the wilderness or engaged in life and death encounters with other trainers. The trainers depicted in special episodes, for instance, have honed their evasion abilities to a remarkable degree. Should they fail to dodge, it may well be their time to face the consequences. Li Xiang possesses a deep-seated fear of death and pain. Having finally arrived in the long-anticipated world of Pokémon, he is reluctant to create a regrettable outcome. At present, he is accompanied only by a single fire tabby cat, affording him ample leisure time. Once his team is fully assembled, it is likely that his days will be consumed with strategizing and practicing moves, leaving little room for the pursuit of martial arts from scratch. At the age of 11, he is at least marginally within the appropriate range for training in martial arts. Thus, he awaits the passage of 2 hours in quiet anticipation. Li Xiang glanced at the time displayed on his watch. His enigmatic teacher, who had been cloaked in mystery, surprisingly arrived late on the very first day. Was this a test of his patience? Quite possibly. The information he gleaned from his father about Duan Tianxing revealed him to be a rather traditional and rigid elder. If this martial arts school were to operate within the realm of customer service, it would inevitably face closure. In an era where efficiency is paramount, who would squander their time here? Regardless, the designated meeting place was correct. Well, since he is yet to appear, we might as well commence our training. He chose to temporarily set aside his concerns and shouted at the wooden apparatus, directing his voice toward the fiery feline companion by his side. The surroundings were desolate and serene. While the heat might be intolerable, fiery techniques were surely viable. Let us retrieve today's treats first. Li Xiang rummaged through his bag, relieved to find some snacks he had brought along. Otherwise, if Duan Tianxing did not show up by noon, both he and the fiery feline would likely be left hungry. The fiery feline offered no objections, leaping beside Li Xiang and gently responding with a soft meow. Above in the grand hall, nestled between the roof and ceiling in a concealed loft, several children and a few small sprites dispersed, peering down through tiny circular openings. Is he training the sprites? One child inquired in a hushed tone. It seems so. By the way, didn't you say he would definitely run away? Now he has been here for 2 hours. Replied another. What is the rush? This is merely the beginning. 2 hours is nothing. We often practice stances for much longer, don't we? The first child countered. Just wait and see. He will undoubtedly seek someone out, and when he fails to find them, he will certainly cry. I bet he won't cry if you lose. That game console is mine for 2 days, the second child chuckled. The first was about to retort when a sharp voice interrupted. Enough. The master instructed me to keep watch, not you. Quickly get down. If he discovers you, it will be disastrous. You all share the responsibility. The speaker emerged into the sunlight streaming from the eaves, revealing a boy whose eyes sparkled with intelligence, with ruby lips and pearly teeth. If not for the slight prominence of his Adam's apple, one might easily mistake his gender at first glance. Upon hearing this, the first 2 children promptly fell silent, refraining from further comment, and, along with their sprites, quietly retreated, murmuring under their breath. They certainly did not wish to incur the master's wrath. Before long, only the striking child remained in the loft, accompanied by a dinosaur-like sprite, reminiscent of characters from fantastical tales, adorned with yellow oval scales on its upper body, arms, tail tip, and atop its head. As a dragon and fighting-type Pokémon, they sat in tranquil silence, breathing steadily, careful not to make a sound. The master had instructed him to keep an eye on Li Xiang. Should Li Xiang attempt to escape, he was to inform him. Chapter 20. Internal ammunition storage within the hall. Li Xiang was practicing positioning alongside the fire-spotted Meow when he noticed the sudden cessation of movement above his head, prompting him to emit a quiet sigh. Is this what they call a loud conspiracy? In this extraordinarily tranquil environment, it was astonishing that noise could emerge, and he felt almost foolish for thinking his own voice was too subdued. From the sounds, it appeared there were 3 individuals, of whom 2 had just departed. Should he expose their presence? By the way, this house possesses a mezzanine. What purpose does such a design serve? Is it intentionally crafted for eavesdropping? Li Xiang found himself somewhat distracted, leading to a lapse in his positioning, which did not escape the vigilant gaze of the fire-spotted Meow. The latter quietly urged him to refocus. My apologies, Li Xiang replied, realizing he had inadvertently encroached too closely to the fire-spotted meow and hastily retreated a few steps. Some habits must be cultivated. Matters such as positioning, which are vital for survival, cannot be treated carelessly. As for the observer above, well, if he enjoys watching, let him do so. Li Xiang was curious about how long this so-called observation would persist and whether lunch would be provided. Several hours later, there was still no sign of anyone. His master had left him hanging while the apprentice peeked from above, and lunch had yet to be served. Sitting atop his backpack, he glanced at his watch. It was 11 o'clock. Judging by the current situation, it seemed likely that the meal would be skipped today. Are you hungry? He inquired. Stroking the fire-spotted meow nestled beside him. Meow? The fire-spotted meow's eyes sparkled as it nodded vigorously. Intense physical activity always left it feeling famished. With a smile, Li Xiang opened his backpack, retrieving a metal canister, a small bottle of moo milk, and 2 orange fruits resembling large blue-skinned oranges. A nutritious meal indeed. The study of Pokémon nutrition is an exceedingly important discipline for breeders. In this world, the growth rate of Pokémon can fluctuate based on the variety of food they consume. Aside from height determined by genetics, many other aspects can be finely tuned through different types of nourishment. Every specialized breeder often doubles as a seasoned Pokémon food chef. There even exists a profession known as Pokémon nutritionist, dedicated to optimizing the health of these creatures. The food for the fire-spotted meow was specially formulated by Ms. Een, vastly superior to the generic products available outside. Regarding nourishment, Pokémon food can be likened to pet food from a previous life, generally categorized into dry and wet varieties. The former is easy to store, convenient to carry, and nutritionally balanced, while the latter is easily digestible, capable of being vacuum-sealed for prolonged storage, and rich in nutrients. The provisions Li Xiang had brought were dry food, meticulously crafted by Ms. Een to suit the fire-spotted meow's physical condition and age group. Since the fire-spotted meow had a preference against wet food, it typically replenished its required moisture through fruits or moo milk. There exists a type of cuisine known as freshly prepared pixie rice, which is made to be consumed immediately upon preparation, leaving no remnants. When Ms. Een is at home, she often crafts such meals. Additionally, there are energy bars, such as Bao Fuel, Baofin, and Bakidu, which generally fall into the category of snacks rather than main courses. However, it is not entirely out of the question to consider them as a meal. Moo milk, on the other hand, is deemed the most suitable nourishment for young pixies, as it accelerates their growth and fosters a robust constitution. The fiery tabby meowed with delight, eagerly plunging its head into the bowl for a frenzied feast, occasionally pausing to lap at the moo milk beside it. Li Xiang could not resist petting its head, thinking to himself that this creature was just as gluttonous as Donshire Meow, requiring 3 hearty meals a day, each filled to the brim, resulting in a round little belly. Young fellow, you are a tabby cat, not an orange cat, he mused. While plump cats are undeniably adorable, excessive weight is generally not favorable. He silently wished that the cat would not become a portly tiger. From his bag, he retrieved some toast and fruit, quietly munching away, mindful of not overindulging himself. He finished his meal in a mere few minutes, after tidying up the remnants of his food and wiping his hands and face with a wet tissue. Li Xiang glanced at the fire tabby still engrossed in its meal and pulled out a book from his bag. The book was a personal biography of a master fire-type trainer, filled with numerous accounts of the blazing tiger's remarkable performances in battles as well as its daily life, even recounting its childhood experiences. Should he manage to read it in its entirety, he might unearth some valuable insights. Sometimes, genuinely useful knowledge is hidden within such pages. Indeed, after merely flipping through 2 pages, he stumbled upon something quite intriguing. The fur of the fire tabby possesses a unique oiliness, rendering it highly flammable when necessary. It can incinerate its old fur all at once. This information was something Li Xiang had previously encountered in the manuals at the breeding base, familiar knowledge. However, this book further elaborated that the fur of the fire tabby exhibits a remarkable combustive effect, allowing it to enhance its moves by expelling hairballs accumulated within its body, thereby amplifying move potency when the pixie's energy level is not particularly high and the move's power is limited. The extent of this enhancement can vary, determined by the size of the hairball in its stomach. Yet, it was noted that not every fire tabby can effortlessly achieve this feat. Since cat fur is a tangible entity rather than purely composed of elemental energy, it is not as easily controlled as moves are. If the move's intensity is too great, it may explode upon expulsion, akin to igniting a solid bundle of gunpowder. Precision and range require considerable time to master. Finally, there was a cautionary note. This method bears a certain degree of risk and should not be attempted lightly. It is for reference and entertainment only. The author of this book assumes no responsibility for any accidents that may occur. Behold the words uttered. It is likely that the average individual would feel daunted upon encountering such annotations. The perils of recklessness warrant a separate discourse. However, the feline shedding and the potency of its abilities caught Li's attention as he glanced at the fire-spotted meow. If his memory served him well, this past week, the creature had not shed any fur, despite indulging in ample grooming. This implies that a hairball must be forming within its body, does it not? Moreover, young kittens are known to shed their fur with relative frequency, given that they are still cloaked in their baby fur. Li's curiosity was piqued. He yearned to ascertain the effects of a hairball combined with the heat wave technique. Surely, it could not be insignificant. Yet, upon recalling the annotation below, his restless spirit was swiftly quelled. The danger alluded to, was it a threat to the fire-spotted meow or to its trainer? Perhaps it was a blend of both. It became evident that a professional environment and proper care were essential for practicing such techniques. Li reminisced about the specialized equipment and facilities at the nurturing base, along with the skilled medical personnel who seemed to exist solely to aid him in unraveling the secrets of these little creatures. Alas, he sighed. Perhaps it was best to return to his studies. Contemplating his current predicament, Li felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving him chilled yet invigorated. Chapter 21. The Unmatched Fist. Marksman, Li Shu 1. 10 minutes later, the fire-spotted meow, savoring every morsel, concluded its lunch and commenced grooming. Li picked up the plastic bowl and small dish, carrying the water jug to cleanse them in the flower bed by the door. He then returned to the grand hall, resuming his seat on the floor to continue reading. After finishing its grooming, the fire-spotted meow, with nothing else to occupy its time, ventured to play with the peculiar wooden apparatus. Observing this, Li cautioned it to be careful, lest it damage something of value. If, by chance, it were an antique crafted from rare wood, the cost of repairs would likely far exceed the 18,000 he had submitted. Meow, the fire-spotted meow softly replied, though it remained uncertain whether it truly comprehended his words or merely reacted instinctively. Above, a boy, secretly observing, subtly shifted his position. After lying in wait for most of the morning, half his body had gone numb. Yet, this boy was curious. How could one possess such patience? It had been an entire morning, and still, there was no sign of departure. The boy mused that had he been in Li's position, he would have surely ventured out to investigate, for one could hardly be so obedient as to remain in one spot for the entirety of the morning. Time flowed slowly. Li discovered an increasing number of fascinating insights within his book. For instance, it appeared that the fire-spotted meow possessed a strong sense of pride, often exhibiting a calm demeanor, rarely allowing its emotions to surface. Gaining its trust would require a measure of time. Is that so? Meow? Smile for me. Li called out to the distant fire-spotted meow. Contemplating whether to use the nearby wooden post to file its nails, the fiery spotted cat promptly trotted over to Li Xiang. The feline rubbed against the back of his hand, prompting him to smile. As he gently stroked its chin, he set his book aside to tug at the corners of its mouth, demonstrating a smile of his own. The cat, bewildered yet eager to mimic him, began to learn the expression. Thus, a beaming little kitten appeared before Li Xiang. It seemed his cat was quite different from this one. Li Xiang affectionately ruffled the cat's head before resuming his reading. Upon encountering the phrase indicating that even with familiarity, the fiery spotted cat would not permit excessive intimacy to avoid aggression, he couldn't help but glance down at the cat sprawled beside him, allowing him to stroke its belly. So, which cat truly had the issue, his or this one? He pondered, lowering his gaze as he continued to flip through the pages. The section on the fiery spotted cat came to a close, for it was merely the first stage. It could not afford extensive elaboration on its characteristics. The subsequent sections on the scorching meow and the blazing Rawr tiger were of paramount importance, especially the latter. For the average individual, levels 30 to 40 might represent the pinnacle of their small companion's evolution. However, for most trainers, the final evolution was merely the beginning. Li Xiang felt compelled to gain some understanding, even if it might not be entirely accurate. After all, it would eventually prove useful, unless the fiery spotted cat stubbornly refused to evolve, emulating Ash's Bulbasaur and Squirtle. However, before he could begin his examination, a slender elderly man clad in a flowing red robe entered briskly. His silver hair and robust features did not betray his age, and he carried himself with an impressive posture that commanded respect and instilled a sense of awe. He has arrived. Li Xiang felt a jolt of anticipation. After waiting all morning, this esteemed martial artist, highly regarded by his father, had finally made an appearance. Without hesitation, he set down his book and stood up to greet him. Yet, The man's appearance and attire elicited a look of astonishment from Li Xiang. Is that the legendary sharpshooter, Li Shuwen? Upon his first glimpse of the elderly man, the name instantly sprang to Li Xiang's mind. The resemblance was uncanny, particularly those hawk-like eyes. If he donned a pair of sunglasses, one could easily mistake him for the real deal. Surely, he wouldn't be here to teach the art of Baji Quan. Would he? Li Xiang instinctively thought of this renowned martial art. That seems unlikely. Li Shuwen was a figure from the Republican era. This world bore no resemblance to the Qing or Republican periods. The history was entirely different. Moreover, the real Li Shuwen didn't look like this at all. Such a portrayal was clearly fictional. Sorry to keep you waiting. I had a minor matter to attend to. The elderly man's demeanor was remarkably composed, seemingly oblivious to the astonishment etched on Li Xiang's face, showing not the slightest hint of remorse for making him wait all morning without a meal. This led Li Xiang to internally scoff, contemplating that should this individual attempt to run a gym or martial arts school in a future era, he would undoubtedly starve to death. Nevertheless, he understood that capable individuals often possess their own rules and pride. It was merely a moment of venting his dissatisfaction after a long wait. In their initial encounter, it was still necessary to exchange pleasantries. Good day, esteemed teacher. My name is Li Xiang, and I am here to learn martial arts from you, he said with utmost respect. To his surprise, the elder did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Li Xiang's face for a while before stating, "Let us not rush to the formalities of addressing me as teacher. I have a question I hope you can answer." A question and answer session? How exceedingly traditional. Li Xiang nodded swiftly. The fiery spotted cat, pressed against his calf, fixed its gaze on Li Shuwen, its instincts as a feline spirit warning it of the elder's potential danger. Li Xiang's safety must be ensured. Recalling the admonitions of Dong Shimiao before leaving, the fiery spotted cat crouched slightly, ready to spring into action. Duan Tianqing's expression was serene, his height of over 6 feet casting a commanding and somewhat aloof presence as he looked down at Li Xiang. He inquired, "Do you believe you possess the perseverance necessary to learn martial arts?" Perseverance? Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback. The question was neither about talent for martial arts nor the willingness to endure hardship. It was about perseverance. What did that imply? After several minutes of contemplation, Li Xiang began to grasp the essence of Duan Tianqing's inquiry. The term perseverance signified the ability to persist along a chosen path. Any inclination to turn back or halt would negate true perseverance. It was akin to determination, tenacity, and steadfastness. If martial arts can assist me, I believe I possess it, Li Xiang stated earnestly, ultimately refraining from fabricating responses before Duan Tianqing, expressing his thoughts candidly and sincerely. Indeed, an honest person remains true to their nature. Duan Tianqing remained silent, his expression inscrutable as he continued to gaze at Li Xiang's face, as though attempting to discern the bloom of a flower. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, "You may return for today. Come back tomorrow for your formal lessons. We shall begin at 7 in the morning. Ensure you wear loose-fitting attire. From now on, you may address me as sir or master, but not as teacher." The elder offered no commentary on whether Li Xiang's response had satisfied him, and with that, he turned and departed. However, the mere fact that he instructed Li Xiang to return for lessons indicated that this hurdle had been cleared. Li Xiang felt a silent sigh of relief within him. "Understood, sir," he replied, though Duan Tianqing did not acknowledge it, striding away with an air of someone genuinely preoccupied. Li Xiang made no further inquiries, merely watching Duan Tianqing until he vanished from sight before gathering his belongings to leave. In the end, he remained uncertain about what specific martial art he was to learn. However, such matters will inevitably come to light sooner or later, so there is no need to rush. Chapter 22. The Comedic Peeping Trio. At the entrance, Li Xiang, who thought the situation had concluded, encountered an unexpected turn of events. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave, new junior brother," said a small boy with prominent ears, his face beaming with delight. Behind him stood a diminutive monkey, adorned in a vibrant orange-yellow coat resembling a theatrical mask, its tail tipped with a cluster of flames, a fiery creature with combat attributes. Indeed, there is still plenty of time. Stay a little longer," chimed in another boy with a square face and small eyes. Behind him was a humanoid sprite, sporting a red nose and a head full of round bumps, its pink veins protruding as it wielded a red steel beam, an embodiment of the combat attribute, the iron-boned earth spirit. Accompanying them was a silent third individual, flanked by a scaled dragon, altogether blocking Li Xiang's path and preventing his departure. This third, silent figure possessed striking looks, comparable to Li Xiang's own. As for the identities of these three, Li Xiang had discerned them the moment he heard the voices of the first two, the peeping trio, as he would temporarily refer to them. Greetings, my name is Li Xiang. Starting tomorrow, we shall be classmates. I look forward to your guidance. He greeted them with a friendly smile. The boy with the prominent ears raised a hand in refusal, saying, "Oh no, what classmates? We are fellow disciples. According to the rules, you should address me as senior brother." He continued, "By the way, junior brother, my name is Lu Qingfeng. The Lu from to travel and Qing from wind. You may call me senior brother Lu from now on." Lu Qingfeng. Li Xiang instinctively thought of the character from the classic novel The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The fourth disciple of the East, evil Huang Yaoshi, known for his expertise in the evasion palm and the art of strange gateways. What a powerful name. That's right. My name is Wang Dong, Wang from to act. You may call me senior brother Wang, the square-faced boy chimed in eagerly. Li Xiang thought, are these two truly jesting with him? One is from Jin Yang's The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and the other from Gu Long's Joyful Heroes. It seems they have gathered half the illustrious figures of the martial arts novel realm. The third one must be from Liang Yuxing, or perhaps pinned by Huang Yi. Upon noticing Li Xiang's gaze resting upon him, the handsome young boy finally spoke. I am Duan Yu, Duan from Island. Greetings, junior brotherly. Thankfully, you are not named Duan Yu. With the surname Duan, could there be a familial connection to Duan Tianqing? Perhaps a distant relative? Li Xiang silently exhaled in relief and replied with a smile. What brings you esteemed senior brothers here? Although it felt somewhat peculiar to address a group of young boys as senior brothers, Li Xiang was not one to dwell on such trivialities. Moreover, he was quite curious about their intentions. So he decided to go along with their lead and see what they had in store. Exactly. I never anticipated hearing you address me as senior brother. One of them remarked with delight. Lu Qingfeng and Wang Dong both wore benevolent smiles, exchanging a glance before affectionately patting Li Xiang on the shoulder. Do not be in such a hurry to leave, junior brother. It is your first day at the Martial Arts Academy. You must not have had the opportunity to explore the surroundings properly, have you? Let your senior brothers show you around and help you familiarize yourself with the environment. Lu Qingfeng, with great intimacy, draped his arm over Li Xiang's shoulder. This fellow was indeed formidable in strength, and Li Xiang soon realized he could not free himself, being compelled to follow him. Despite being only a couple of years older than Li Xiang, Lu Qingfeng's presence was imposing. The square-faced Wang Dong also drew near, encircling Li Xiang from the other side, and together they escorted him into the academy. What was this? A show of dominance over the junior brother? Li Xiang remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow in mild astonishment. Such a vigorous figure as Duan Tianqing could produce such a disciple? Behind them, Duan Yu opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately refrained, watching the trio depart. Only the fire-spotted Miao noticed that Li Xiang's demeanor and actions were amiss, and it growled as it dashed toward Lu Qingfeng and Wang Dong. However, the fierce fire monkey and the iron-boned earthman were no mere decorations. They swiftly positioned themselves to block the path of the fire-spotted Miao, preventing its advance. Miao? The fire-spotted Miao, its temper flaring, was ready to unleash an attack. The two small spirits exchanged peculiar glances, adopting battle stances. They were not intimidated by the fire-spotted Miao, and even the special effects of intimidation did not faze their resolute spirits. Observing the impending skirmish among the small spirits, Duan Yu sensed the potential chaos and urgently sent the armored dragon forward to intervene. If Duan Tianqing were disturbed, it would spell disaster. Just then, under duress and with his back turned to them, Li Xiang suddenly spoke. Stop, fire-spotted Miao. As the trainer's voice resonated, the flames that had been building in the fire-spotted Miao's mouth gradually extinguished. It looked at Li Xiang with a worried expression, yet the training it had undergone instructed it to obey commands. The fire-spotted Miao relinquished its attack, and Duan Yu let out a sigh of relief. However, Li Xiang had not finished speaking. Senior brothers, please wait a moment. He softly addressed the two beside him. Lu Qingfeng inquired with a smile. Wait for what, junior brother? You must be hungry, right? There are some dishes left in the kitchen. I can heat them up for you. Indeed, the food here is quite delicious. Wang Dong chimed in, fully embracing his role as the comic relief. Clearly, the two had no intention of letting Li Xiang go. Understanding this, Li Xiang no longer hesitated and replied with a smile. Thank you for your kind offer, senior brothers. I primarily have a question I hope you can assist me with. Just one. His expression was exceedingly earnest. Oh, Lu Qingfeng's interest was piqued, yet he maintained his grip on Li Xiang's shoulder, asking, Speak, junior brother. Your senior brother will answer without reservation. Indeed, Wang Dong added. Look at that, even using 4-character idioms. Li Xiang, with a radiant smile, said, It is like this. Senior brother, just now, While I was waiting for the teacher in the Great Hall, I truly felt, perhaps my ears are overly sensitive, that there were little rattatas chattering away on the roof. Little rattatas? Lu Qingfeng and Wang Dong were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Soon, however, they realized the implication. Indeed, those two little rattatas can even speak human language. Li Xiang's smile broadened, becoming increasingly audacious, his voice rising in volume. Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng and Wang Dong's faces gradually paled, and within moments, beads of sweat began to trickle down. Behind them, Duan Yu displayed an expression of astonishment. Faintly, I seem to hear something. Finding someone, 2 hours, crying, video games, and something about the master knowing, and you all bearing responsibility. Why is this memory becoming clearer? Li Xiang whispered conspiratorially into Lu Qingfeng's ear for a while, then darted to Wang Dong's side to continue, his face adorned with an odd smile. His voice shrill and grating. Dear senior brothers, perhaps after being cornered by you, my memory has been enhanced. I am truly grateful to you. In a little while, I believe I will be able to recall all the details. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his accelerating heartbeat echoed. Lu Qingfeng and Wang Dong turned ashen, sweat pouring down their faces, their lips trembling as they attempted to speak. Finally, they fell silent, releasing Li Xiang and retreating a few steps in silence. The fiery striped Miao returned to Li Xiang's side, watching them with a wary gaze. What has happened to you, senior brothers? You look so pale, heatstroke? A cold? Why then? Are you sweating so profusely? Seeing their state, Li Xiang hurriedly approached with a concerned expression. I have cold medicine and heatstroke remedies here. Would you like some? They are very effective. Though he claimed to have medicine, Li Xiang did not make a move to retrieve it, merely wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes as he observed the two. Lu Qingfeng wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a laugh, saying, It's nothing. The weather is just too hot. It's no trouble at all. By the way, junior brother, don't you have other matters to attend to? We wouldn't want to disturb you. Yes. Wang Dong nodded vigorously. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang maintained his smile. Really? But I believe that being unwell is a serious matter. How about we find the master and have him take you to the hospital? Illness cannot be neglected. His words were filled with earnest concern. Of course, it is true, Lu Qingfeng quickly replied. There is no need to trouble the master. He is so busy. We genuinely appreciate your kindness, junior brother. We are fine. Wang Dong echoed him, nearly turning into a parrot. Yes. Li Xiang took a step back, cupping his hands in salute to the two. Since both senior brothers have said so, I shall not press the matter further. I appreciate your warmth. And when the opportunity arises, I shall surely return the favor. Isn't it a fondness for martial arts? Come now. He chuckled heartily. Two youths wore expressions more grotesque than crying, yet dared not utter a single superfluous word. Li pondered that this was sufficient. He had not overstepped his bounds. Turning to the trio, particularly to the silent Duan Yu, he said, Goodbye, brother Lu. Goodbye, brother Wang. Goodbye, brother Duan. Do remember to take care of your junior tomorrow. My memory is rather poor. With that, he decisively turned away, accompanied by the fiery patterned cat, leaving behind 3 boys with varied expressions, quietly remaining in place. Especially Duan Yu, who gazed calmly at Li's retreating figure. Time slipped by, and suddenly Wang Dong exclaimed to Lu Qingfeng, This is all your fault. You shouted so loudly. Now someone must have overheard us. It would be one thing if they merely heard, but you had to go and feed them bitter melon. Did you not shout as well? They heard your words just as clearly. Wang continued. Besides, what is wrong with eating a little bitter melon? It's healthy and nutritious. It's fresh, not rotten. If he doesn't eat it now, he will have to eat it later. Lu Qingfeng, infuriated, retorted. And if it weren't for you taking my game console, I wouldn't even want to find him. You are the one who harbored ill intentions and then blamed me. If master finds out, we'll both get a beating. Wang countered. Lu Qingfeng snapped back. Then you are an accomplice. You'll also get punished. I am not. I was merely assisting in rescuing our junior. Wang turned away, refusing to acknowledge it. Lu Qingfeng sneered. Just because you say you're not, doesn't mean you aren't. Li said you are, and that makes it so. Lying is an added offense. Wang's square face flushed visibly. As it seemed the two were about to come to blows, Duan Yu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected. Stop the noise. The 2 boys instantly turned to look at him. With a calm expression, Duan Yu stated, We are all in the same boat here. We must either confess our faults to master. Both boys shook their heads vigorously, or we must mend our relationship with Junior Li. I believe Li does not seem like one who enjoys tattling. If he did, he would have exposed us or informed master already. If we treat him kindly, he surely won't speak of this. Exchanging glances, Lu Qingfeng and Wang Dong chorused, Are you serious? You may choose to believe it or not, Duan Yu replied, somewhat exasperated as he turned to leave. Lu Qingfeng and Wang Dong had no choice but to depart in defeat. They had intended to tease the newly arrived junior, only to find themselves outwitted. Their authority as seniors had been thoroughly diminished. Chapter 23. One Strike of Bajiquan, the Martial Arts Master Bear. The next day, Li arrived at the martial arts hall at 6:30, one hand cradling the cat, the other bearing his backpack. Upon entering the grand hall, he spotted the 3 seniors from yesterday standing on the ground, motionless, striking peculiar poses. Their little sprites sat quietly nearby. The elderly man with gray hair was nowhere to be seen. "Ah, good morning, my 3 seniors." Li greeted them but received no response. Curious, he looked closer and noticed that the 2 seniors who had plotted against him the previous day were drenched in sweat. Their expressions a mix of wanting to speak, yet too apprehensive to do so. The remaining segment of the island was serene. Yet the slight clenching of his fists betrayed a composure that was more fade than reality. Embracing stances? Standing postures? Li contemplated as he found a corner to set down his bag and his fiery spotted cat. Having previously studied Sanda for a time, he understood that regardless of the martial art, foundational practices were essential. They tested endurance and perseverance, honed the body, and simultaneously refined one's willpower. Li was deeply intrigued by the martial arts he was about to learn, yet without guidance, he hesitated to practice recklessly. Incorrect postures could often yield poor training outcomes and may even harm the body. For children, intense training was particularly inadvisable, as it could adversely affect physical development. Practice martial arts without mastering the fundamentals, and in old age, it shall all be in vain. This phrase, once widely circulated, suddenly came to his mind, as it appeared in countless martial arts novels. Where did you hear that? A voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Startled, Li swiftly turned to find Duan Tianqing standing there. Having approached unnoticed, the fiery spotted cat instinctively crouched and growled at Duan, but Li intervened to prevent it. Are all martial artists assassins? Do they tread silently? Answer my question. Duan Tianqing paid no heed to the cat, his eagle-like gaze fixed on Li. From the internet, Li replied candidly, acknowledging that it was indeed something he had found online, with nothing to conceal. After all, if pressed for a deeper explanation, he would struggle to articulate the essence. Duan's brow furrowed slightly. The internet? Oh, it seems to be a line from a martial arts novel, is it not? Li nodded, recognizing that the world's martial arts literature had its own illustrious history. Duan Tianqing said nothing further and instead turned the page. Since you have arrived early, let us commence. Follow me. He pivoted and strode outside. Li hurried to keep pace. The master's stride remarkably swift, showing little regard for the fact that a child trailed behind him. The fiery spotted cat quickly caught up. However, after a short distance, Duan turned and remarked, "Is your little sprite still weaned, unable to part from its mother? Let it wait here." Li's lips twitched, in a sense. Duan was not entirely incorrect. "Stay here and keep an eye on my bag," he instructed the bewildered fiery spotted cat, patting its head before hastening after the departing Duan Tianqing. The cat tilted its head, glanced at the bag, and then lay down to groom itself. Deep within the martial arts hall, in a shrine filled with ancestral tablets, Duan Tianqing held 3 incense sticks wafting with fragrant smoke, respectfully bowing 3 times before the tablets. The customs of this realm differed significantly from those of his past life, and the method of ancestor worship was also quite distinct. Standing alongside Duan, Li felt a surge of curiosity but refrained from glancing around. The act of venerating ancestors was a solemn affair, where every action adhered to established decorum. After paying his respects, Duan Tianqing stepped forward and placed 3 incense sticks in the incense burner, then without looking back, instructed, "Stand where I just stood." Li Xiang remained silent and obediently complied. "Will you bow?" Duan Tianqing turned around, his expression neutral, facing the ancestral tablet. 3 times, of course, you may choose not to bow. It's entirely your decision. Indeed. Li Xiang realized that in traditional martial arts, honoring ancestors and elders through incense and bowing is a gesture of utmost sincerity. Thud, 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 3 bows, executed with a brisk and clear rhythm. He straightened up calmly. For him, the act of bowing was optional. However, the distinction could lie in the ultimate knowledge gained. The value could be either 18,000 or even 18 million, or more. The difference between direct transmission and general learning is immense. Moreover, he was already prepared. Cultivating martial arts would bolster his physique and fortify his resolve. For someone like him, who had been idle for over a decade, this was the most effective method for personal transformation. Engaging in battles with little spirits is perilous. One must possess unwavering determination. To flee midway would be a subject of ridicule. Thus, he bowed, for this martial path would be one he pursues alongside his vocation as a trainer for a lifetime. To reassure his parents, but more importantly, for himself. Beside the ancestral tablet, Duan Tianxing observed Li Xiang, a fleeting look of peculiarity crossing his face. This child was the most unusual he had encountered among all children. It was difficult to articulate the feeling, it was simply odd. His temperament could not be deemed particularly good, yet it certainly could not be classified as poor. Practice boxing for 3 years first, it nurtures the soul. After 3 years, everything will become clear. Duan Tianxing stated, from today onwards, you are a member of our Jinxing Martial Arts Hall. Regardless of the outcome you achieve, I hope you will never regret your choice. His words were straightforward and clear. Yes, Li Xiang wished to respond softly. Subsequently, Duan Tianxing had him rise and began to explain the history of the martial arts hall. According to his account, Jinxing Hall had been passed down for over 300 years. Since its establishment by the founding master Su Xiao, the lineage had endured countless generations, encountering innumerable stories. And after many trials, it finally reached his hands. This martial arts hall offered a vast array of teachings, but there was one discipline that every student must learn. Mastering this was a prerequisite for learning anything else. Bingquan. Created by the founding master Su Xiao, it was refined by his descendants who consolidated their lifelong knowledge. It bears no relation to the half-step Bingquan or Xingyi Quan from the past. They merely share a similar name. And there was no great figure named Gui Yunshen in the hall's ancestry. After its inception, Bingquan underwent numerous modifications by succeeding masters, which led to divergences and the emergence of many disciples. Ultimately, this modern version of Bingquan evolved far beyond its original form. Undoubtedly, this martial art is a culmination of the dedicated efforts of numerous generations of martial masters, symbolizing the evolution of combat techniques alongside the passage of time. Rather than adhering to rigid traditions, it is said that the original inspiration for this martial art stemmed from a peculiar beast-like sprite. Its ferocious stance, capable of shattering mountains and stones with a single strike, kept the founder, Su Shaori, awake at night, ultimately leading to the creation of this martial discipline. Curious, Li Xiang inquired about the nature of this sprite. Duan Tianxing informed him that the founder was unaware of its name, only noting that it was an extraordinary being never before encountered. Subsequent generations sought to identify this sprite based on the founder's description and eventually discovered a creature named the Bully Panda. The characteristics of this entity aligned closely with the founder's portrayal, with only minor discrepancies, leading most to accept the Bully Panda as the origin of the Bingquan technique, speculating that the founder might have misremembered. Surely, one could not exhume the founder's remains to seek confirmation, could they? The notion of a Bully Panda. Li Xiang felt his interest in what he had initially deemed a rather unimpressive martial art wane considerably. Nevertheless, martial arts that are both practical and aesthetically pleasing are exceedingly rare, and the essence of this discipline lies in its utility. Driven by curiosity, Li Xiang asked Duan Tianxing for further details about the sprite's physical characteristics as described by the founder. His intrigue remained. Duan Tianxing furrowed his brow, but did not refuse. It was entirely normal for a child to be curious, and it was not a secret that could not be divulged. It is humanoid, robust in stature, predominantly black-furred, with patches of white fur, sharp teeth, and ribbon-like hair at the back of its head. After a brief pause, Duan Tianxing continued, as he had nearly forgotten these details. However, unbeknownst to him, not far away, Li Xiang's breathing quickened slightly. The previous characteristics were somewhat aligned with the Bully Panda, but this last one, Master, are there any other distinguishing features? Li Xiang inquired, swallowing hard. Duan Tianxing regarded the inexplicably anxious Li Xiang with curiosity, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, yes. The final feature, which is also the most ambiguous, is yellow claws. Ancestors largely believe this is due to some external factors that caused the Bully Panda's claws to become discolored. No, those aren't claws. Those are fingers. Distinctive yellow fingers. Li Xiang silently sighed, feeling that if he had deduced this much, there was little left to unravel. It was the legendary sprite of the 8th generation, the martial spirit known as the Wu Dao Xiong Shi. Such a conspicuous trait could only belong to it. No wonder it was elusive. If legendary sprites were so easily found, they would not be called legends. Li Xiang had not anticipated that the founder had encountered such an extraordinary opportunity. His emotions gradually calmed. His earlier excitement was merely a reaction to hearing something that piqued his interest. Now composed, a multitude of other thoughts surged into Li Xiang's mind. First, indeed, it is truly the case of the unparalleled fist of the newly initiated, the divine marksman Li Shuan. Li Xiang was acutely aware that the movements of the striking martial artist Bear Master were fundamentally rooted in the 8 Extremes fist. The postures depicted in the illustrations distinctly represented the elbow strike from the 8 Extremes fist. Furthermore, it should be noted that the collapsing punch and the 8 Extremes fist cannot be equated. Not to mention the intricate connections with the 6 harmonies long spear and the dual mastery of fist and spear that are intertwined with the 8 Extremes fist. The very backgrounds of these martial arts are disparate. The revered ancestor Su Xiao did not wholly learn his martial arts from the martial artist Bear Master. Rather, he drew inspiration from its movements. To Li Xiang's knowledge, the majority of martial arts in this world originate from fighting-type sprites. In his previous life, these sprites were designed based on various martial arts, adding a dramatic flair to the narrative. Chapter 24. The Painful Phase. Wishing you wellness on the Dragon Boat Festival, Duan Tianqing escorted Li Xiang back to the Grand Hall. At this moment, the 3 boys had concluded their standing meditation and were resting nearby. Upon seeing Duan Tianqing approach, they promptly straightened their postures, their expressions akin to that of a startled deer. Is he truly that formidable? Li Xiang glanced at Duan Tianqing, sensing a heightened aura of intimidation about him, though it did not seem exaggerated. Perhaps there were underlying circumstances unknown to him. Today, Li Xiang officially joins our Jinxing Martial Arts Academy as a new disciple. He is the youngest among you. As your senior brothers, you should take good care of him, Duan Tianqing declared, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonant and robust. To be honest, even now, Li Xiang could not ascertain Duan Tianqing's age. Could he be 40, 50, or even 60? Any of these possibilities were conceivable. Yes, the 3 responded in unison, standing tall and proud. Duan Tianqing then turned to Li Xiang, saying, "Should you have any queries regarding the Martial Arts Academy, feel free to approach them. They will provide you with answers. Of course, you may also inquire of me." Understood. Li Xiang nodded, feeling a gentle sensation beneath his feet. It was his fire pattern meow. Today marked the first time they had been apart for nearly half an hour, and it longed for him dearly. Duan Tianqing cast a glance at the fire pattern meow and suddenly remarked, "Your sprite's dependency on you is quite strong. This is both a blessing and a curse." Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that he had never seen Duan Tianqing's sprite, nor did Duan mention it himself. Reflecting on Duan Tianqing's words, he replied, "I understand. I will manage this balance. Everything requires moderation." The close bond between the fire-patterned meow and himself is indeed a mutual affection. However, excessive reliance could lead to various complications. Li Xiang hoped for the fire-patterned meow to be self-reliant, possessing its own thoughts and the ability to weigh pros and cons. Much like a vibrant life that could detect anomalies in its surroundings and alert him to the lurking dangers, rather than merely obeying his commands like a mindless fighting machine. While obedience is commendable, excessive compliance is not. At present, a glimmer of hope has emerged, a mere inch of sprout. If Li Xiang can manage it well, he may very well achieve a favorable outcome. After all, the initial Pokémon chosen by a trainer holds significant importance. The fire tabby cat, in its innocent naivety, was utterly oblivious to the conversation between the two. Li Xiang gently placed the fire tabby cat outside the Grand Hall, encouraging it to befriend the Pokémon of Lu Chengfeng and his companions. He vividly remembered the reasons behind his choice of the fire tabby cat, and he was determined not to let it become idle. The fire tabby cat hesitated for a brief moment, glancing uncertainly at the intimidating Pokémon nearby, but ultimately decided to approach them. As it turned out, the scale armor dragon and its companions did not pose a threat to the fire tabby cat. In fact, since all the trainers were practicing martial arts together, they were quite amiable towards it. Essentially, the Pokémon in this world are predominantly innocent by nature and would not harm others without cause. Moreover, it was not only humans who feared Duan Tianqing. Before long, the 4 Pokémon became well acquainted, frolicking joyfully in the square. Meanwhile, Li Xiang officially commenced his study of the foundational martial arts of the Townstar Pavilion, with Duan Tianqing personally guiding him. After a brief warm-up to loosen his muscles, there was no time to waste. Today he would begin learning the most fundamental movement of the collapsing fist, which is to maintain a stance, regardless of any technique or how to fend off an opponent. This posture is of utmost importance. As he taught, Duan Tianqing demonstrated the movements, prompting Li Xiang to follow suit. Whenever Li Xiang made an error, Duan Tianqing would promptly offer a correction, either through verbal guidance or by physically adjusting Li Xiang's posture. Li Xiang could feel the immense strength in his hands, as if he were undergoing a form of realignment. Yet, through the thin fabric of Duan Tianqing's robe, he could discern the exaggerated muscularity beneath. This must be what they refer to as being toned, where one appears slender-clothed but robust when undressed. Li Xiang couldn't help but feel envious. What boy doesn't admire a well-defined abdomen? It simply boils down to the laziness of those unwilling to exert themselves. Maintaining the stance was both simple and challenging. The movements were not complex, yet the difficulty lay in the need for perseverance. Duan Tianxing instructed him to hold this position for 10 minutes, without any movement, regardless of distractions, even if someone were to tickle him, including the use of his mouth. After stating this, he departed. What is this? A lack of supervision? Relying on the child's self-discipline? Li Xiang questioned whether Duan Tianxing had an overly optimistic view of a child's ability to maintain self-control. How many children could genuinely adhere to such instructions? Maintaining a single posture without moving for 10 minutes is a feat even adults might struggle with. As Li Xiang grumbled internally, he was suddenly distracted by a series of rhythmic thuds nearby. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted his 3 senior brothers diligently practicing with equipment he was unaware of from the previous day. A wooden dummy for Wing Chun, perhaps? The thought struck him suddenly. Indeed, in addition to kickboxing, there are leg targets, hands, and sandbags. It is simply inconceivable to engage in martial arts here without some equipment. He exhaled deeply, releasing a breath laden with fatigue, his body beginning to exhibit the slightest signs of soreness. After all, it was a physique that had only recently commenced training, and one could not expect to gain a wealth of strength overnight. He sought to calm his mind, to relax his body, allowing his muscles to ease rather than remain taut. Standing postures and embracing stances are inherently natural. Rigidity would lead to exhaustion in no time. Time trickled by, minute by minute. Given the summer heat and the absence of air conditioning in the grand hall, though a gentle breeze occasionally graced his face, it was but a warm zephyr. The confined space quickly transformed him into a figure drenched in perspiration. Outside, the spotted cat observed this scene curiously, approaching to gaze up at him, meowing twice. When it perceived his lack of response, it playfully pawed at his trouser leg. That insufferable feline. He stifled the urge to shoo it away, his body slightly tensing, immobilized. He lost track of time. Perhaps 10 minutes had passed, or maybe more. No one came to call time, and from his vantage point, he could not see the watch on his wrist. With no clock in sight, the spotted cat, realizing it garnered no attention, turned away in search of the fiery monkey. Fire-type Pokémon naturally gravitate towards each other, as they all relish the warmth of summer. In a sense, they share a common language. Alas, they were not permitted in the vicinity, or their camaraderie would have flourished further. Duan Tianxing returned, liberating Li Xiang from his weary stance. The latter leaned on his waist, gasping for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. Standing post was far more exhausting than he had anticipated. His physical condition was lacking. In addition to maintaining postures, one must also engage in foundational physical training. Unbeknownst to him, Duan Tianxing had acquired a leather whip, which he now held behind him. Upon noticing it, Li Xiang's pupils constricted. Surely, he had gone to fetch the whip? If he had faltered and taken an early respite, would he have faced a swift reprimand? Good heavens! Would there be corporal punishment? Li Xiang lamented internally, having assumed that Duan Tianxing was indifferent to his commitment to learning. He had not anticipated the stern discipline of a master who believed in the efficacy of tough love. It made sense. Had Duan Tianxing's ideals been more progressive, he would not have resorted to such archaic methods to test Li Xiang's resolve. No wonder Lu Chengfeng and the others held such trepidation towards Duan Tianxing. No wonder the dojo felt so desolate. Had the philosophy been more avant-garde, they would not be ensnared in such time-worn practices. The punitive education method, no learning without consequences. First, he inquired about perseverance, then about the reasons behind bowing. Having passed those initial trials, he now faced the third challenge. Should he choose to turn away in disdain at this juncture, it was likely that Duan Tianxing would merely watch him depart, offering no protest. After all, the old man had never forcibly coerced him. He had always provided him with the autonomy to choose. However, once he made his choice, the responsibility of guiding him fell to Duan Tianxing. It was not too late to speak up. Yet, with the immense expectations from Li Zhihan and Yin Tao, how should Li Xiang explain himself? The reasoning of the master is too harsh and inhumane. I no longer wish to learn seemed quite plausible and would likely be accepted by his parents. However, acceptance would not shield him from inevitable disappointment. From his previous conversation with his father, Li Xiang discerned the profound hopes that Li Zhihan harbored regarding his martial training, as well as the fervent desire of Ms. Yin for him to learn the art of self-preservation. Li Xiang was reluctant to let them down, for in their past lives, they had faced disappointment far too often. He felt they deserved a moment of pride. Thus, gritting his teeth, he commenced his foundational physical training under Duan Tianxing's supervision. Unfortunately, he had overestimated his own capabilities. The training was as rigorous as that of advanced little sprites, bordering on excessive. Li Xiang often questioned whether this instructor truly knew how to teach, as it was unreasonable to push a novice to the brink of exhaustion on the very first day. Yet, each time he faltered and collapsed, Duan Tianxing would be right there, urging him to rise again. Should he delay, a swift lash would follow, akin to herding cattle. Strangely enough, every time Li Xiang believed he had pushed himself to the limit, he would turn to find that despite the tears of pain, his skin had only reddened. Not a bruise in sight. What was this? Striking flesh, but sparing skin? Li Xiang was left speechless, forced to endure. Having already committed financially and physically, he felt the bitterness was of his own making. His earlier bravado about recovering his investment now seemed naive. There had been fleeting thoughts of escape, yet he understood that running away would only bring fleeting relief, followed by regret, a feeling he despised more than anything. As he persevered, he began to grasp why Duan Tianxing resorted to the whip. The agony of martial training was so profound that without the threat of greater suffering from behind, it would be utterly impossible for an 11-year-old child to maintain consistent practice. Moreover, this physical pain was not a one-time ordeal. It could linger for a lifetime. Discussing willpower and perseverance with a child of incomplete maturity proved far less effective than the immediacy of a whip. In the distance, the fiery tabby cat observed Li Xiang being struck, ready to charge at Duan Tianxing. However, it was quickly restrained by the likes of the fire monkey and other sprites, who urged it not to act recklessly. Yet, how could the fiery tabby heed such warnings? Ultimately, it was the exhausted Li Xiang who implored it to stay back, prompting it to cease its advance. For this, he received another lash from Duan Tianxing, admonishing him not to be distracted. That little cat was quite the nuisance. Li Xiang felt utterly despondent, drenched in sweat. For the entire morning, he leaned half his body against the wall, struggling to remain upright. He was soaked to the skin, his clothes clinging to him like a second skin, and his eyes burned with discomfort. Duan Tianxing warned him that if he dared to sit or lie down, he would personally deliver 2 lashes. With no other option, Li Xiang continued to support himself against the wall. It was unwise to succumb to despair. After resting for approximately 5 minutes, Duan Tianxing instructed, Duan Yu, Lu Changfeng, take him to the shower. Wang Dong, find a set of smaller clothes for him in the storage, a complete set. Yes. The 3 of them replied in unison. Duan Tianxing turned to leave, saying, I will wait for you in the cafeteria. Only after he had walked away did Duan Yu and the others dare to approach Li Xiang. Junior brother, how are you holding up? Lu Qingfeng squatted down, looking up at Li Xiang with sympathy. If you can't endure it, just let it out. It'll be a bit easier that way. You'll get used to it. We've all been through this. Wang Dong, disregarding the sweat on Li Xiang, patted his shoulder. Master can be harsh, but remember, never go against him. If you dare to retort, you will be in serious trouble. Duan Yu, without a word, lifted Li Xiang's arm onto his shoulder. Seeing this, Lu Qingfeng reached out to support his other arm. Together, they lifted Li Xiang, who felt as lifeless as a corpse, and began to walk westward. Wang Dong headed towards the storage. This time, it was a voluntary act, not one of coercion. Li Xiang expressed his gratitude to the 2. To the west of the martial arts hall was the shower room, reminiscent of the grand bathhouses of the 80s and 90s, adorned with white square tiles and iron pipes. The fire-spotted cat despised water, even hot water, so it waited outside with the fierce fire monkey. What a pity for junior brother. If only senior sister were here. You would enjoy her personal service. In the bathing area, Li Xiang lay face down like a dead pig, while Lu Changfeng scrubbed his back. Meanwhile, Duan Yu stood on the other side, massaging Li Xiang's arms and legs to relax his muscles. Master, senior sister? Li Xiang lifted his head slightly. Lu Qingfeng's face lit up with inexplicable pride. No, she is the most radiant flower of our Jinxing Hall. Senior sister by Ji. Where is she? Li Xiang inquired. Tilting his head, Lu Qingfeng, holding the bath towel, replied while scrubbing. Where else could she be? She's studying out of town. At the Trainer Academy? No. At the Cultural University, in the law department. Senior sister is 23 this year. Lu Changfeng flashed a bright smile. Li Xiang glanced at Duan Yu, and then asked, how many disciples does our master actually have? Duan Yu, while massaging Li Xiang's biceps, replied matter-of-factly, originally 6, and now with you, 7. Yes, you are likely the closed-door disciple. Lu Qingfeng nodded, while Li Xiang appeared perplexed. A closed-door disciple? Why? My master has never mentioned such a thing to me. If he could speak of it, it would be quite unusual. Wang Dong entered from outside, gesturing to his back. I've placed your clothes outside. Li Xiang expressed his gratitude aloud. Lu Changfeng chuckled. Junior brother, it is entirely understandable that you are not well acquainted with our master's temperament. He is not one to engage in conversation unless it pertains to exceptionally significant matters. Otherwise, he tends to remain silent or only reveals information after considerable delay. How do you know that the master possesses a string of jade pendants? They comprise a large piece of jade divided into 7 segments. Whenever he takes on a new disciple, he waits for an opportune moment to bestow one upon them. With you, the 7th piece is now gone. Duan Yu interjected quietly. Li Xiang was astonished. Is there truly such a practice? He marveled. Moreover, with the master growing older, it would be just in time for us to mature while he prepares for retirement. Wang Dong playfully pinched Li Xiang's leg. Are these individuals truly this considerate? Could it be that what transpired yesterday was merely a dream, or have I misconstrued the situation, believing it was merely a visit? Li Xiang, pampered by the attentive trio, began to question whether he was merely experiencing fatigue-induced hallucinations. They were exceedingly kind, these 3. How old is the master, and what about the other senior brothers and sisters? And you all? He resolved to extract some information. The master is 51 this year. Our second sister, Chi Sun, is 20 and studies at the U University Animal Husbandry College. Duan Yu recited like an unfeeling answering machine. Our third sister, Jiang Shanru, is 18 and attends the U University Training Academy. Next is me. I am 15 and study at Qingcheng High School, aspiring to become a doctor. He glanced at Li Xiang. 3 elder sisters? And you are already on the path to becoming a divine being, attending a cultural school to study medicine? Li Xiang found it difficult to comprehend Duan Yu's ambitions, yet he recognized that it was a personal matter and felt he had no right to interject. Lu Qingfeng continued. Next is me, your 5th senior brother. I am 13 years old and attend the Qingcheng Basic Training Academy. I am actually the senior brother. Wang Dong interjected with dissatisfaction. Lu Qingfeng waved his hand dismissively. Oh, wait for me to finish. This is important. As your 5th senior brother, I aspire to enroll in a film academy. I dream of becoming a martial arts star. Upon uttering this, he energetically kicked at the air, producing a whooshing sound. Wang Dong rolled his eyes, displaying a look of scorn, and then eagerly turned to Li Xiang. I am the 5th senior brother, too. I am also 13 years old. In the same class as him. He pointed at Lu Qingfeng. After graduation, I wish to venture to Yunzhou to earn money and start a business. Is that why you chose to be a laborer? Li Xiang was at a loss for words, realizing that the disciples under Duan Tianxing were quite extraordinary, albeit regretting that his own identity as the 7th disciple seemed repetitive. Turning his head, he found all 3 gazing intently at him, their expressions somewhat unsettling. What's the matter? Junior brother, it is your turn. The trio chorused in unison. All right then. Li Xiang closed his eyes and said, I am 11 years old this year, and I will soon attend the Basic Trainers Academy. My goal is to gain admission to the Advanced Trainers Academy. His tone was calm, yet his resolve was unwavering. Given a second chance at life, he was determined to live it to the fullest and find joy. However, upon hearing his words, the 3 individuals exchanged glances, as if they had just uncovered some momentous information. Duan Yu hesitated and suggested, Junior brother, should we reconsider? Yes, indeed. The other 2 chimed in, nodding in agreement. Li Xiang was taken aback. Reconsider? What was there to contemplate? Duan Yu turned his head away, unable to meet Li Xiang's gaze, and said, well, the Master's dojo needs you to inherit it. Huh? What? Wait a moment. Li Xiang sprang upright, only to fall back down due to the pain. What did you just say? He gritted his teeth, suppressing the discomfort in his body. Seeing this, Duan Yu decided to be straightforward and exclaimed, Junior brother, all 6 of us have clear goals, and thus, this dojo requires you to inherit it. Xinqing Martial Arts needs you to carry it forward. You are the rightful heir. Exactly. That's right. The other 2 young boys echoed. Were these 3 jesting with him? Li Xiang furrowed his brow slightly. He was not naive enough to believe their words. These 3 were too timid to speak loudly in front of their master. How could they discuss who would inherit the dojo? Was Duan Tianxing already forgotten? Were the 3 senior sisters non-existent? How could they presume to make such decisions? Even if, for the sake of argument, what they said was true and they genuinely wished for him to inherit the dojo, what did that have to do with Li Xiang? In his past life, he might have been elated at such an opportunity. To inherit such a vast piece of land and a grand courtyard would surely be a stroke of fortune. But now, he was sorry. His beloved Pokémon was his true passion, and everything else could take a back seat. He appreciated the goodwill of his senior brothers, but he had no intention of pursuing it further. Li Xiang replied in a rather perfunctory manner, but the 3 could clearly see his overt rejection. Junior brother, think it over. This is a dojo. Lu Qingfeng stepped forward to persuade him, gently patting Li Xiang's back. Look, doesn't this massage feel wonderful? What does inheriting a dojo have to do with a massage? Li Xiang replied, let us talk later, let us talk later. He forced himself to sit up, wondering how he had thought these individuals had suddenly experienced a change of heart. In a world dominated by such peculiar creatures as Pokémon, how could he forsake becoming a trainer to inherit a dojo and bear the responsibility of its promotion? Was he mad, or was the world mad? Junior brother, don't rush to leave. Lu Chengfeng pressed Li Xiang back onto the massage table. Li Xiang's vision darkened, and he nearly lost consciousness from the pain. Anger surged within him, and he glared at Chengfeng, saying, "Are you doing this again? My memories, which had almost faded, are starting to return." Upon hearing these words, Lu Chengfeng immediately retreated with an awkward smile, merely jesting. "Junior brother, please do not take offense." Li Xiang gradually rose to his feet, expressing his gratitude. "I am sincerely thankful for the assistance provided by the 3 senior brothers today. Your skills are commendable. I shall certainly seek an opportunity to repay you in the future. Farewell." Having said this, he walked beneath the shower to cleanse himself of the grime, wrapping a towel around his waist as he exited. This left the 3 individuals exchanging glances, filled with regret. They had been overly eager. Had they waited just a bit longer for Li Xiang to develop a sense of belonging to the martial arts school, perhaps success would have been within reach. Sighing in unison, the 3 lamented their haste. Chapter 25. The Kung Fu Panda of Master Duan's household. The dining hall was modest in size, prominently featuring 2 large dark red wooden round tables and a low wooden table. Duan Tianxing occupied one of the wooden tables, surrounded by an array of colorful dishes. The low wooden table was also brimming with delicacies suited for small creatures. Strikingly, the large round table remained vacant. Since this area was not connected to the kitchen, Li Xiang was uncertain whether the martial arts school employed a chef. Surely, it couldn't be Duan Tianxing who prepared such a feast. He had only taken a 20-minute shower, and such a copious spread would surely require at least half an hour to prepare. Li Xiang glanced around, guiding the fire-striped meow to its designated spot, which was easily identifiable due to the wooden step leading up to it. A thoughtful design indeed. Watching the fire-striped meow ascend the step and devour the food with fervor, Li Xiang couldn't help but admire the elegance of the arrangement. Turning to the large wooden table, he noted that nourishing food was essential for martial arts training. And this place was no exception. There was nutritious porridge, simply boiled vegetables, creamy milk, and a halved egg, an auspicious egg, rich in nutrients and delectably exquisite, serving as the ultimate supplement. All these items were placed before Duan Tianxing, divided into 4 portions. Consuming them would aid in restoring energy and fostering growth. Duan Tianxing held a steamed bun, with a plate of seemingly light side dishes before him. They truly serve such good meals here? One could easily recoup their expenses just by dining. Li Xiang mused silently as he sat beside Duan Tianxing, lifting a trembling hand to shove the food into his mouth, choosing silence over conversation. After uttering a single sentence, Duan Tianxing remained silent, as did Duan Yu and the others upon their arrival. Once they finished eating, they promptly departed. Lu Chengfeng and the others breathed a sigh of relief, while Duan Yu seemed to relax slightly as well. With Duan Tianxing present, they felt quite uncomfortable. Lu Chengfeng turned his head and remarked with a smile, "Junior brother, how do you find the dishes here?" Li Xiang cast him a sidelong glance, picking up a piece of bitter melon and replying, "It's not bad." The stir-fried bitter melon was well prepared, surpassing the flavor of the pickled bitter melon he had cooked previously. "You actually can stomach bitter melon," Wang Dong exclaimed, staring at Li Xiang in disbelief. "How astonishing." Li Xiang responded with a puzzled expression. It is indeed rather unseemly to adopt a tone that suggests others are at fault when one is merely being finicky. After a few bites, Li Xiang stood up, supporting himself against the table, stating he was full and urging his fellow seniors to continue. He realized he could not relate to these 3 individuals. Having already finished his lunch, the spotted cat, now licking its paws and grooming itself, leaped down the steps, meowing softly, "Let us go." Li Xiang responded, and the pair exited in tandem. Duan Yu observed Li Xiang's retreating figure in silence. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed with little notice. Setting aside the unpleasant memories, Lu Chengfeng and his companions indeed showed considerable care for Li Xiang, particularly Duan Yu, who silently assisted Li Xiang with various tasks, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. However, the matter of inheriting the martial arts school remained unaddressed. Without the elders' initiation, what significance lay in the discussions among the younger generation? Duan Yu and the others found Li Xiang's obstinacy quite exasperating. They even resorted to offering him a gaming console and other items as bribes, yet to no avail. It would have been surprising had it worked. Li Xiang was already pressed for time, wishing he could master the art of duplication to manage his tasks simultaneously. Where would he find the leisure to play with a monochrome gaming device? He resolved to focus on mastering the collapsed fist, with Duan Tianxing first. Yet, Duan Tianqing informed him that to learn how to run, one must first learn to crawl, meaning he needed to stabilize his stance before any new techniques could be taught. Otherwise, all discussions were moot. Li Xiang could only comply, diligently practicing his stance to enhance his physical conditioning. Interestingly, he finally caught a glimpse of Duan Tianqing's little sprite. It had been mentioned before that their ancestral master had sealed the origins of their martial arts with the bully panda. Coincidentally, Duan Tianqing's sprite was indeed that very bully panda. So why had Li Xiang not encountered it until now? Because the meals he had been consuming these past days were prepared by this very panda. Goodness, an otherworldly version of Kung Fu Panda. Li Xiang nearly rushed to inquire if its name were Pu, but thankfully he restrained himself. Nevertheless, the culinary skills displayed were truly commendable. Throughout this week, the once background character, the spotted cat, also did not squander its time. Beyond being commanded by the weary Li Xiang to train each evening, it was also learning the art of bodybuilding alongside Duan Yu and his companion's 3 sprites. Bodybuilding, a combat attribute-altering technique, could enhance both offense and defense. Li Xiang believed this skill to be more advantageous than the trickery skill. After all, the blazing Rawr tiger primarily operated as a physical attacker. Additionally, Li Xiang did have opportunities to battle against Lu Qingfeng and his peers, yet the spotted cat was no match for the armored dragons. The disparity in strength was rather significant. After several defeats, Li Xiang decided to refrain from bringing up the topic of battles for the time being. However, this did not imply that these 4 little sprites were idle throughout their days. Generally speaking, everyone participates in the morning exercises together. For instance, while Li Xiang practices standing meditation, Fire Stripe Meow also sits quietly beside him, akin to the fierce fire monkey, nurturing its own patience. When the fierce fire monkey and Lu Qingfeng engage in sparring without the aid of elemental energy, relying solely on physical prowess to hone their skills, Fire Stripe Meow observes them from the shadows. Furthermore, Fire Stripe Meow frolics with the fierce fire monkey within the martial arts hall, utilizing the intricate terrain to enhance its agility. It learns to harness the roar of the scaled armor dragon to intimidate adversaries, although it cannot master the technique known as battle cry. As for the scaled armor dragon's reckless strategy of trading blows, Fire Stripe Meow initially aspired to adopt this approach, but ultimately abandoned the idea. After all, the dragon possesses scales, while it does not. Could it possibly withstand such blows with mere fur? From the Iron Bone Earth Spirit, Fire Stripe Meow gleaned the art of employing strength flexibly to achieve maximum destruction, utilizing its iron-like resilience to fortify its physique. Muscle is justice, the Iron Bone Earth Spirit proclaimed. Justice? What is justice? Perplexed, Fire Stripe Meow resolved to seek its own answers. Henceforth, its training would no longer rely solely on Li Xiang. Instead, it took the initiative to learn from other little spirits under his guidance. Like a sponge absorbing water, it continuously soaked in knowledge, silently growing stronger. This is the terrifying aspect of a gifted individual. While martial arts training is a lifelong endeavor, it does not necessitate dedicating over 10 hours every single day throughout the year, as everyone has their own lives to lead and meals to eat. As Li Xiang began to gradually adapt to the high-intensity training regimen set by Duan Tianqing informed him that starting from tomorrow, he would be free to leave after lunch. The specific reasons for this were unknown to Li Xiang. His past impressions of the human body seemed inadequate to fully comprehend this world. He inquired of Duan Tianqing whether he could practice standing at home. The response was affirmative, but he was advised to perform in front of a mirror for self-correction, limiting himself to no more than 4 sets of 5 minutes each. Physical conditioning could be paused. There was no need to train in the afternoon. Li Xiang understood, reflecting that this might be the so-called balance between tension and relaxation. Perfectly timed. He could utilize the afternoon to visit the conservation base and test the claims in his book regarding the enhancement of flame power through the furball. There, professionals could provide him with feedback, and he would have access to specialized facilities and equipment without the worry of unforeseen incidents. Of course, this was contingent upon obtaining Ms. Yin's consent. Fortunately, she had always been quite open-minded regarding such matters and had confidence in the safety measures at the conservation base. No one understood its security better than she. Ultimately, the conservation base is, apart from the association hall, the safest place in Qingqing. Chapter 26. The Art of Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. District Defense Zone. The caretaker, referred to as Xiaozhang by Ms. Yin, brought Li Xiang to this place. The venue will remain vacant until tomorrow, with no little spirits scheduled for arrangements here, so one can utilize it freely. He held a thick protective suit in his hands, gesturing it towards Li Xiang. It might still be a bit large for you, but this is as adjusted as it can be. The area before them is typically employed for taming certain tempestuous little spirits, which often possess formidable destructive capabilities and can be quite perilous, making even a minor mistake by an ordinary person potentially harmful. The protective suit is essential gear for every staff member during the taming of little spirits, effectively mitigating impacts, electric shocks, burns, and other assaults. Its drawbacks include excessive weight, high cost, and a short lifespan. The suit in XIANG'S possession is a discarded relic, intended for disposal, yet Ms. Yin acquired it through formal channels at a considerable expense and had it painstakingly restored for Li Xiang's use. The latest protective suits cannot be utilized by Li Xiang, as they are crucial items that require registration. Any removal or return must be documented, and any resale must also be recorded to prevent any illicit transactions. Thank you. Li Xiang expressed his gratitude to the tall young man before him. This individual was one of the 3 clumsy fighters who recently engaged in physical combat with Dudu Li. Despite receiving a scolding from Ms. Yin, he was still held in high regard for being a promising talent. He had voluntarily taken the initiative to assist in repairing this protective suit. To demonstrate his skills, he had even tested it using a dummy from the base, claiming that if it were unsafe, Ms. Yin could easily twist his head off without concern. Naturally, the results were satisfactory. While it may not match the former level of defense, it is undoubtedly sufficient for protecting against the less than 10th level fire-spotted cats. Returning to the main topic, the fluffy entity that enhances power. I have seen it as well. Xiao Zhang smiled at Li Xiang. However, to my knowledge, the success rate is rather low. Li Xiang's expression remained unchanged. After all, it was a book available for public sale, and it had decent sales. So it was normal for others to be aware of it. He inquired, has anyone achieved it? Aside from that, master? Yes, certainly. It's not a particularly complex technique. Xiao Zhang unzipped the protective suit, assisting Li Xiang in putting it on. But you must understand, fur of this nature is not a consistent output. Your fire-spotted cat might accumulate energy for an entire week and only be able to use it once. Indeed, he continued, this skill may seem appealing at first glance, but in reality, it offers very little value for the cost. A professional trainer's little spirits cannot afford to battle only once a week, and during competitions. It is impossible to engage in just one round. Overall, it is rather superfluous. Li Xiang was well aware of this. Yet he believed that this could indeed serve as a trump card. As both party sprites were utterly exhausted, the pivotal moment arrived, marked by a sudden surge of energy within. Achieving an unexpected effect, Li Xiang was acutely aware of the significance of the trump card, as it often has the potential to alter the tide of battle. Rest assured, with me by your side, feel free to experiment boldly, Xiao Zhang encouraged, patting Li Xiang on the shoulder. He, a specialist in fire-type creatures, had been entrusted by Ms. Yin to oversee Li Xiang's endeavors. At this moment, it was the lunch break. Li Xiang nodded in agreement. Since he was to test his techniques, it was essential to have a hypothetical opponent, or rather, a target. In the distance, 2 boys approached, pushing a large training dummy. These 2 had voluntarily come to assist, forming a trio with Xiao Zhang, the 3 of them sharing an exceptional camaraderie. Given the limited time during the lunch break, the 3 retreated to a shaded corridor, each accompanied by a water-type sprite, engaging in casual conversation while observing Li Xiang and his fiery companion. It must be said, the protective suit was indeed heavy. Li Xiang estimated it weighed at least 5 kilograms, rendering it far from convenient for him. While standing still was manageable, any high-intensity activity would prove challenging. It was rumored that the new generation of protective suits offered superior defense, yet weighed over 10 kilograms. Breeders typically donned these only when interacting with potentially dangerous sprites. In everyday circumstances, they wore the standard uniforms issued by the breeding base or a lighter variant of protective clothing, comparable in weight to Li Xiang's current attire. Moreover, the police utilized a reinforced heavy riot suit, exceeding 25 kilograms in weight, which rendered it nearly impossible for untrained individuals to move while wearing it. Nonetheless, its effectiveness was formidable. It was said to withstand direct attacks from sprites of level 70 and above, while providing reliable defense against those of level 60 and above. This sounded almost incredulous. It was also referred to as a modern marvel of human ingenuity, serving as a bulwark against those who, emboldened by their high-level sprites, wreaked havoc. One could only hope that as technology advances, more effective composite materials would be discovered, allowing for lighter and even more protective gear. The appearance of battle suits akin to that worn by Makier surely awaited us in the not-so-distant future. Let us commence, Li Xiang declared, donning his helmet and observing the 2 sprites, Dong Shi Miao and Huoban Miao. Due to the complexity of the procedures, he needed to communicate certain matters through Huoban Miao. Furthermore, Dong Shi Miao, designated by Ms. Een as a bodyguard, possessed the ability Water Pulse, effectively extinguishing flames, and had the defensive move Protect. It even wielded the extraordinary skill of Hypnosis. As a bodyguard, it was undoubtedly professional. Meow, meow, one sprite was exuberant, while the other appeared languid and lethargic. Li Xiang, indifferent to the casual demeanor of Dong Shi Meow, regarded this creature with disdain. Each took their designated position, with the fire-spotted feline standing 5 meters from the target and Li Xiang 5 meters behind it. This arrangement ensured the utmost certainty in Li Xiang's undertaking. The responsibility for the fire-spotted feline's safety was entrusted to Dong Shi Meow. As the fire-spotted feline was not inherently adept at expelling fur, external assistance was necessary to induce the process, namely, cat grass. Wheat, barley, oats, and other seedlings are rich in plant fibers, aiding felines in digesting difficult foods and promoting the expulsion of fur balls. Catnip could be loosely categorized as a type of cat grass, yet it possesses characteristics distinct from true cat grass. Naturally, akin to catnip, not all felines exhibit a fondness for cat grass. Fortunately, the fire-spotted feline is not a picky eater and readily consumes it. Li Xiang offered a morsel of wheatgrass to the little cat. While the taste might be unpalatable to humans, felines lack such discernment. Observing the fire-spotted feline savoring its meal, Li Xiang took 3 swift steps back to a safe distance, eagerly anticipating the satisfactory results from the forthcoming combustion of fur. Direct experimentation with the hot wind technique was inadvisable at the outset, as the two techniques differed significantly in power, raising concerns of complications. Thus began a prolonged period of waiting. Cat grass is not a poison. Its effects are not immediate and require a certain reaction time. Wearing a non-breathable protective suit, Li Xiang stood beneath the sun, feeling the temperature rise within the suit. As sweat gradually seeped from his pores, especially during the peak heat of midday, he realized that without recent training at the martial arts school, he might have struggled to endure the conditions. Suddenly, the moment arrived. With a slight sound, Li Xiang observed the fire-spotted feline's body convulsing, signaling that it was preparing to expel fur. "You can do it. Ignite it with a spark. Hit the target," he whispered, attempting to instill confidence in the feline. Yet, at that moment, the fire-spotted feline was entirely consumed by the urge to vomit, oblivious to Li Xiang's encouragement. Only when the moist fur ball reached its throat, filling its mouth and nostrils with a choking odor, did it become aware of its impending action. With a peculiar sound reminiscent of a throat full of phlegm, the fire-spotted feline tilted its head slightly to glance at Li Xiang, inhaling deeply through its nose. Then, with a resounding boom, akin to fireworks bursting in the air, Li Xiang was momentarily blinded by a flash of red light. Following this, a massive fireball soared towards the distant target, reminiscent of a cinematic explosion. Boom! The flames erupted with a tremendous force, rapidly expanding several-fold, sending scorching air and sparks hurtling towards Li Xiang and the fire-spotted feline. Yet, midway through its trajectory, the fireball visibly diminished in size. Ultimately, the fire-spotted cat was enveloped solely by the oncoming wave of heat, reminiscent of standing beside a blazing stove in the midst of summer. The fire-spotted cat twitched its nose, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort. Meanwhile, Li Xiang felt nothing at all. Oh, this clothing is rather stifling. Overall, it possessed a sense of grandiosity with little substance. Dong Shi Meow shared a similar sentiment, having felt a moment of tension when the fire-spotted cat exhaled flames. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Li Xiang hurried forward, inspected the cat's mouth, confirmed there were no injuries, and affectionately patted its head, lavishly praising it. According to his estimations, the power of Fire Spark had indeed increased 3-fold, if not 5-fold. Although it did not possess the cataclysmic might he had envisioned, it was still quite impressive. Just by visual observation, one could ascertain it surpassed the potency of hot wind. Yet, these were not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that the fire-spotted cat had successfully unveiled this trump card and struck its target. Li Xiang gazed at the smoke-emitting mannequin, where the burn mark on its chest was distinctly visible. Splendid. He scratched the fire-spotted cat's chin, and the little feline, brimming with pride, contentedly purred. Impressive indeed, achieving success on the first attempt. Your fire-spotted cat is extraordinary. 3 onlookers applauded as they approached. Chapter 27. Fire Escape. Great Fire Extinction. Thank you. Li Xiang removed his helmet, wiped the sweat from inside, and smiled at them. The fire-spotted cat lowered its head to lick its paws, wiping away the dust from its face. The languid Dong Shi Meow yawned. Xiaozhong marveled. I previously believed the success rate was quite low. I never imagined it would succeed on the first try. Truly worthy of being Tao Jia's son. It was merely luck. You flatter me, Li Xiang humbly replied. The test was not yet concluded. Li Xiang was uncertain whether the fire-spotted cat had expelled all the fur clumps from its stomach. Perhaps there were still some remaining. Furthermore, it needed to learn to expel the fur clumps without relying on cat grass. This operation was entirely feasible. Li Xiang had researched, discovering that the fire-spotted cat inherently possessed the ability to expel fur, requiring only consistent practice. As expected, just as he had surmised, the fire-spotted cat had not fully expelled the fur within. Some remained inside. As it swallowed the cat grass Li Xiang provided once more, it transformed into a fireball significantly larger than its own body, which, with a resounding thud, slammed into the unfortunate mannequin. Its power had once again increased. Was it due to the increased volume of fur? Li Xiang squinted, removed his helmet, and opened his mouth towards the fire-spotted cat, gesturing for it to imitate him. Initially, the fire-spotted cat did not comprehend, twitching its nose to catch the scent emanating from Li Xiang's mouth. After receiving a gentle nudge from the exasperated dong, Shimiao, it finally reacted and opened its mouth. Li Xiang crouched down and inhaled softly. The scent that invaded his nostrils was not the typical odor of ordinary vomit, mingled with the acrid stench of gastric acid. Rather, it bore a closer resemblance to the fragrance of the sulfur soap he had previously purchased to eliminate dust mites. It was slightly suffocating. Indeed, the anatomical structure of the diminutive sprites differed significantly from that of humans. The closest parallels seemed to be those of the general and fighting attributes. He directed his flashlight into the mouth of the fire-striped meow, observing that there were no signs of bubbling or burns. Uncertain, Li Xiang cradled the fire-striped meow and presented it to Xiao Zhang, receiving the answer of wait in return. Was this considered mastery? Li Xiang felt a bit dazed. Despite his repeated overestimations of the fire-striped meow's innate talent, he ultimately discovered that he had completely underestimated this formidable little feline. The text warned of the dangers involved, stating that they bore no responsibility in the event of a mishap. Research conducted online also indicated potential harm to the sprite itself. Even Xiao Zhang, a specialist in fire-type breeding, acknowledged the difficulty in mastering it. Yet, the outcome was immediate success upon the first attempt. If one were to attribute this to luck, Li Xiang would agree. However, he felt it was more a testament to the fire-striped meow's own capabilities. Indeed, further trials were warranted. Li Xiang gently scratched the chin of the fire-striped meow, preferring not to engage in unprepared skirmishes whenever conditions allowed. Enhancing the power of its fur ball as a trump card would undoubtedly increase its success and accuracy rates. With time still on their side, the fire-striped meow had no objections. This time, it intended to attempt producing the fur ball without the aid of catnip, striving to regurgitate it independently. Should it fail to do so, it would resort to consuming the catnip. The basic moves remained Ember and Heat Wave, which were still premature for the fire-striped meow. Li Xiang believed it prudent to wait until he had gathered a sufficient quantity of assorted candies to enhance the fire-striped meow's physical attributes before transitioning to Heat Wave. Even in this trial, he felt somewhat reckless. The fire-striped meow began to exert itself, repeatedly recalling the sensations from its previous attempts to vomit, contracting the flesh of its abdomen, rolling its throat, and shrinking its body. However, several minutes passed without any indication of success, no matter how it emulated the process. It failed to produce anything. The lunch consumed an hour and a half earlier seemed to have been fully digested. Li Xiang approached with a few tender green sprouts, inquiring, "Care for some?" The fire-striped meow glanced at the sprouts, retreating 2 steps, its aversion unmistakable. Was it a matter of distaste? Li Xiang tilted his head, exchanging glances with Dong Shimiao. The latter, without needing Li Xiang's words, understood his intent through a mere look and shook its head. This indicated a preference for consumption. Was it simply unwilling to eat? Li Xiang stroked his bare chin, observing the fire-striped meow's earnest attempts to vomit, and instantly grasped that this little creature was still trying, not relinquishing the opportunity to learn the art of independent regurgitation. It was he who appeared to be the one at a loss. After several unsuccessful attempts, impatience overcame him, leading him to take shortcuts. At this moment, a wave of shame washed over Li Xiang. As an adult, he found himself outdone in perseverance by a kitten not even 2 months old. Moreover, he ought to have greater faith in his fire-spotted meow. After all, it had never once disappointed him, not a single time. Just as the fire-spotted meow had steadfastly trusted him from the very beginning, he too must learn to place his trust in it. The bond between a trainer and their Pokémon transcends a mere master-servant dynamic or hierarchical relationship. It is a far more intricate connection, defying ordinary descriptions. Ash refers to Pikachu as his partner, Red perceives his Pokémon as companions, Yellow sees them as friends, and Akin considers his Pokémon as comrades. Each trainer experiences a unique relationship with their Pokémon, and Li Xiang is no exception. Let us go. He whispered encouragement to the fire-spotted Meow, positioning himself securely. I'm ready, awaiting your dazzling fireball. Nothing invigorates a Pokémon quite like the encouragement and praise from its trainer, stirring its fighting spirit. Recognized for its efforts. The fire-spotted Meow's belly writhed with excitement, and the contractions in its throat became increasingly frequent. Finally, after much perseverance, the heavens rewarded the determined. A familiar, strange aroma suddenly filled the fire-spotted Meow's mouth. Its bright vertical pupils sparkled, cheeks puffed out, and a fierce blaze erupted like a fiery net, hurtling towards the distant dummy. It is called a fire net because the intensity and range of the flames were unparalleled compared to the previous 2 attempts. The heat was overwhelming. Li Xiang stood frozen, watching this spectacle, his breath fogging the reinforced glass of his helmet. He quickly stepped back, lowered the visor, and squinted to witness the breathtaking scene before him, feeling a profound sense of awe. The power of this fire spark was at least tenfold stronger. It was far beyond the limited strength outlined in the textbooks. Such a scale of flame could only be produced by a Pokémon of at least level 30, possibly even 40. It is noteworthy that Pokémon of level 40 are classified as low risk, requiring registration, akin to the lethal force of edged weaponry or small caliber firearms from a previous era. They must undergo annual health checks at Pokémon centers or other official institutions to update their status, akin to vehicle inspections. The fact that the fire-spotted Meow could unleash such formidable attacks exceeded Li Xiang's expectations. But soon, his expression changed, and he hurried to scoop up the trembling fire-spotted Meow from the ground, turning to inspect its mouth closely. As suspected, its once vivid red mouth now bore a charred hue, releasing a faint smell of burning that lingered around Li Xiang's nose. Xiaozhong and 2 others hurriedly approached, encircling the fire-spotted Meow, whose face bore a slight expression of discomfort, to observe it closely. Within mere seconds, Xiaozhong reached a conclusion. It's nothing serious. Merely a mild oral burn caused by excessive temperature from the technique. A visit to the infirmary for some ointment, and it shall heal in no more than half an hour. Li Xiang exhaled in relief, gently stroking the chin of the fire-spotted Meow, whose expression began to soften. The burn mentioned by Xiaozhong did not refer to a state of scalding, but rather to what is medically classified as tissue damage. It is akin to blisters formed from scalding water or skin injuries caused by flames. It may seem unfathomable that a fire-type creature could injure itself with its own flames. Yet, regardless of elemental affinities or the laws of physics, a fire-type creature cannot entirely disregard the perils of extreme heat. It can only be said that its resistance is greater than that of other creatures. Ordinarily, the flames emitted by the fire-spotted Meow are unlikely to inflict harm upon itself. However, the incident that transpired was an unfortunate exception. The explosive flames generated an instantaneous surge of heat that exceeded the fire-spotted Meow's capacity to withstand, akin to the recoil from a technique like flame charge, yet distinctly different. In the infirmary of the 3rd district, Li Xiang had taken a shower and changed into fresh attire, entering with 2 catnip lollipops in hand. A chorus of soft whimpers immediately greeted his ears. Blinking in surprise, he beheld the small creatures lying upon the white hospital beds, their expressions unperturbed. Injured critters were a common sight at the care facility, often brought in by outsiders, or wounded during disputes while frolicking. Such occurrences were rampant, rendering the infirmary the most bustling area within the base. One particular creature, plump and egg-shaped with a pink and white coloration, boasted curly pink tufts flanking its head and small, wing-like tufts of white fur adorning its hands and waist. It waddled past him, pushing a small cart. Unable to resist, Li Xiang reached out to stroke its head. The happiness egg adjusted its nurse's cap with a disgruntled expression, solemnly poking Li Xiang's arm as if reprimanding him for his impolite behavior. My apologies, it was my mistake, Li Xiang chuckled, placing his hands together in a gesture of contrition. The inherently benevolent creature sensed his sincerity and graciously forgave him, continuing on its way with an adorably plump gait. As he watched the happiness egg depart, Li Xiang turned to venture further into the ward. At bed number 4, he discovered 2 cats nestled together. Their eyes squinted in slumber as they curled up with their paws tucked in. One was large, the other small, occupying the entirety of the bed space. Oh dear sister, I called upon you to care for it, yet here you are, lying down instead, Li Xiang remarked with a sigh, playfully pinching the ear of the East Shire Meow, as well as the chin of the fire-spotted Meow. 2 cats stirred from their slumber. The latter, upon spotting a catnip lollipop, sprang up with a flick of its tail, eyes alight with longing. The former, disdainful, averted its gaze, attempting to conceal a salivating response. You have both worked hard today. Here is your reward. Surprisingly, Lee did not tease them as usual, but directly presented the catnip lollipop. The impatient calico leapt forward, clutching the lollipop tightly with its paws, its pink tongue eagerly licking the surface. Its dark tail whipped about as if possessed by a sudden fit of energy. A gentle purring, emblematic of comfort, filled the air. Meanwhile, the previously indifferent tabby let out a sound of discontent, yet, being both mouthy and gluttonous, opened wide and engulfed the lollipop in a single bite. Its size made the small treat seem almost trivial, yet it relished the act of savoring the lollipop, allowing it to dissolve slowly in its saliva. In no time, the effects of the catnip took hold. The tabby, visibly entranced, writhed its plump body upon the bed, exhibiting signs of intoxication, a stark contrast to the other calico, who remained poised and focused, diligently licking the lollipop. Observing this, Lee wore a contemplative expression. Chapter 28. The art of the clapping assault. In the afternoon, the heat lingered, even intensifying. Rather than seeking refuge in an air-conditioned room, Lee set out to find the calico adept in the art of clapping. Initially, he intended to postpone learning until the following month, prioritizing the bond with his calico. To his surprise, the connection between them deepened rapidly, requiring scarcely a month's time. Thus, it seemed wiser to learn sooner rather than later, especially considering potential engagements next month. A memory flashed through Lee's mind of that fateful night when he was informed of his martial training. Uncertain if it was the designated time for the calico, he walked alongside it and the tabby to the area where the little sprites could frolic. Glancing at the schedule affixed to the corridor, his gaze settled upon the expansive area nearby. Due to constraints of space and resources within the conservation center, it was impossible to release all the sprites simultaneously to play beneath the azure sky and verdant hills. Consequently, they were typically released in batches, categorized by type to prevent conflicts arising from elemental mismatches. The more perilous sprites were particularly monitored by the conservation staff. It bore semblance to a prison, perhaps. Some sprites indeed served their time. Yet, in reality, if one yearned to venture out or wished for an early release, discussions with the caretakers were always an option. Earlier, Dudu Lee was eager to run at the break of dawn, but due to its overwhelming excitement, it inadvertently exhibited behavior akin to that of wanting to sprint, which was misinterpreted by 3 inexperienced caretakers. Ultimately, this misunderstanding extended its confinement, leaving its potential release uncertain. It seems to be a case of reaping what one sows. Today, the endearing yet somewhat unappealing Su Ilio is absent from work, sparing Li Xiang from facing her formidable presence. Yet he concurrently loses the privilege of boldly navigating the back doors of the conservation facility, privileges that Su Ilio had previously facilitated for him when Ms. Yin had imposed restrictions. Dong Shi Miao twitched its nose, gently nudging Li Xiang's thigh with its paw. Did you find it? Is it nearby? A glimmer of joy illuminated Li Xiang's face. His feline companion possesses an acute sense of smell, capable of identifying certain scents and locating them as long as they are not too distant. Dong Shi Miao nodded softly and darted towards the exit, with Li Xiang and Huoban Miao closely trailing behind. Intruders who recklessly venture into the realm of the small creatures are at a certain risk of being attacked. However, Li Xiang is not considered a stranger. He has encountered countless small creatures within the conservation facility. Furthermore, he is clad in a small-sized uniform, a standard style that, along with its familiar colors, allows most small creatures to lower their guard. It is a well-known fact that they recognize attire rather than faces, and the conservation facility's uniforms are so distinctive that the small creatures cannot accurately recall every individual's appearance. Not to mention the presence of Dong Shi Miao, the most formidable companion under Ms. Yin's command, who has left an indelible impression on many small creatures within the facility, barring those of higher danger levels. The more troublesome ones that tend to attack indiscriminately have mostly been subdued by Dong Shi Miao, or alongside the formidable duo of Super Energy Miao and Floral Healing Ring. With Dong Shi Miao by Li Xiang's side, he feels remarkably secure, not to mention the caretakers who are readily available at every turn, ready to assist at a moment's notice. If it were unsafe, Ms. Yin would not allow Li Xiang to wander freely within the facility. The trio of 2 cats and 1 person swiftly advanced, encountering numerous caretakers on patrol along the way. Li Xiang greeted them as he ran, most of whom recognized him and responded with friendly waves. Even those unfamiliar with him could easily identify Dong Shi Miao. There are only a few directors at the conservation facility, and aside from the station master, the directors hold the highest positions. As an employee with aspirations for advancement, one could hardly forget the small creatures belonging to the leadership. In a spacious area reminiscent of a plaza, beneath a stone stump obstructing the path, Li Xiang successfully located the elusive Huaban Miao. This creature was lazily leaning against the scorching stone stump, yawning sleepily with half-closed eyes, clearly exhibiting signs of a restless night. He refrained from approaching hastily. Li Xiang observed from a distance for a while, and with little effort, discerned the differences between his fire-spotted Miao and the other. Firstly, his fire-spotted Miao was relatively petite, attributed to its young age of just over a month. Its size might change in the future. Secondly, the fur of his fire-spotted Miao appeared smoother and glossier than that of the other, indicating a superior health status. The texture of fur is a common method for assessing the physical condition of most Pokémon. Lastly, whether it was merely his illusion or not, he felt that the crimson markings on his fire-spotted Miao's head, once thought to be a demonic symbol in a previous life, were a shade darker than those of the other. With these three observations, Li Xiang was confident that if this creature were to appear before him alongside his fire-spotted Miao, he would not mistake one for the other. However, considering the minuscule chance of error, he deemed it prudent to devise a means to bestow some distinctive feature upon his fire-spotted Miao. A collar was out of the question. Aside from extraordinary items, nothing else was particularly advantageous in battles for small Pokémon, as chaos was a frequent occurrence. Li Xiang pondered for a moment before temporarily setting the thought aside. He retrieved the prepared bribe, or rather, the remuneration, from his pocket, encouraging Dong Shi Miao to approach and negotiate. Miao? Dong Shi Miao cast a sidelong glance at Li Xiang, let out a soft call, and with a graceful gait, swayed its hips and strutted forward. Despite the portrayal and animations where Miaos exhibited disdain towards Dong Shi Miao, suggesting that it was unattractive in the feline world, in reality, one could hardly fathom the popularity Dong Shi Miao enjoyed among its kind. To say it was adored by countless cats would not be an exaggeration. Li Xiang did not dwell on this matter, as the aesthetic preferences of many small Pokémon often diverged significantly from those of humans. A robust and powerful female Pokémon, in the eyes of many, resembled a film star enhanced by beauty filters. Though there have been exceptional cases of Pokémon marrying humans, Li Xiang and his fire-spotted Miao awaited in silence. Under their watchful gaze, Dong Shi Miao gradually engaged in conversation with the other fire-spotted Miao. It was unclear what was said, but the once lazy little feline quickly transformed into an overly affectionate creature. Circling Dong Shi Miao and meowing excitedly, its nose twitching as it inhaled her scent. From a human perspective, such behavior seemed exceedingly peculiar. However, Dong Shi Miao was already accustomed to it, playfully pressing down on the other fire-spotted Miao and glancing back at Li Xiang, who observed as the other Miao responded with a cheerful meow, likely indicating agreement. Li Xiang watched intently, his heart inexplicably thrilled. Among all the moves of the blazing Rawr tiger, clapping surprise attack was undoubtedly the most pivotal skill. Firstly, it possessed a speed that surpassed all other moves. Secondly, it could forcibly induce the opponent into a cowering state, thereby prolonging the turn, if the weather or the venue is nearing its conclusion. Switching to the roaring tiger and employing the clapping ambush would be a splendid choice. However, there are shortcomings as well. The base damage of clapping ambush is quite low, and it is not a signature move of the fiery roaring tiger. Additionally, the effect of forcing flinch can only be triggered when used within a limited time frame. Indeed, the mechanics of clapping ambush have changed in this world. It no longer takes effect only when used in the first round, since there are no turn-based mechanics here, nor any judgments of entering or exiting battle. It has been modified to a time-limited activation. Moreover, akin to triggering, intimidate. A single Pokémon can only be forced to flinch once under a given circumstance. Otherwise, we would witness the comical scenario of a Pokémon being able to use clapping ambush only once in its lifetime. Regarding the learning of moves between Pokémon, Li believed he had no place to interject. He could not comprehend what the two cats were communicating as they exchanged meows. By the end, Li was left bewildered, while the three cats engaged fervently in their conversation. Recognizing his role as merely a bystander, feeling somewhat abandoned, Li quietly retreated, allowing space for the three felines. Their joy is theirs, while I am left with nothing. With a sigh, he turned away in search of other Pokémon to play with. If memory served him correctly, there should be a Steelix roaming around during this time. Yes, you heard correctly. Nearby lurked a terrifying creature over 13 meters in length and weighing 600 kilograms. This being could be considered one of the most hazardous Pokémon within the entire conservation facility, boasting an energy level of 6. In terms of average levels among Pokémon of varying rankings in competitive leagues, this creature would likely meet the threshold of a high-tier ball. signifying the caliber of a master-level trainer. Li had always been curious about this beast, which in his previous life could only exist in museums, suspended by steel wires and bolted to a skeletal frame. According to rumors, this Steelix was the prized Pokémon of a trainer from the Qingcheng Association who had perished in the line of duty. However, because that individual had no relatives or kin, the association entrusted the Steelix to the conservation facility for its care. Why not find it a new trainer? You may ask. Initially, Li had the same question, but upon further inquiry, he learned there were two reasons. First, the Steelix does not belong to the association, and thus they have no authority to allocate it to anyone. The association may appear united externally, but internally, there are many differing opinions. Numerous individuals vehemently opposed the notion of repurposing such a remarkable creature. Second, the Steelix itself was unwilling. It had been with its trainer for over 40 years, 40 long years. Given the bond between Pokémon and trainer, those decades spent together were filled with countless memories. It is a stroke of fortune that the giant steel snake does not resort to self-destruction. Li Xiang harbors no illusions about the possibility of touching the heart that has been sealed for over a decade. His intention is not to break through this impenetrable barrier, but merely to witness it with his own eyes. As he ambles along, he arrives at a soft, sandy area. To ensure that every little spirit thrives in an environment conducive to its needs, the conservation base has constructed numerous habitats, be it in ecological parks or outdoor settings. The sandy terrain beneath his feet is one such example. A sound akin to flatulence suddenly pierces the air. Li Xiang glances to the side and is met with the sight of a peculiar creature, its head disproportionately large and resembling a round pincer. Its body of vibrant orange adorned with a hard exoskeleton, emerging from the earth and staring at him in bewilderment. This is the ground-type jaw ant. In terms of appearance, it is rather endearing. Chapter 29. The Fat Cat's Fury, Cataclysmic Destruction. Li Xiang is acutely aware that this creature is not to be trifled with. The jaw ant is not merely an ant but the larval form of an antlion, a fierce predator that feeds on ants and is adept at crafting funnel-shaped traps to ensnare its prey. In this world, the jaw ant has similarly earned a reputation for its ferocity. In the animated series, even Ash fell victim to its trap, narrowly escaping a bite. Given his limited physical prowess, Li Xiang does not wish to tempt fate. Bowing slightly with clasped hands, he respectfully acknowledges the jaw ant before steering clear of the sandy area. Beneath this creature likely lies a sand pit. Otherwise, the nearby quicksand would not flow through the hole it has created. Such sand pits are perilous. An adult could easily become trapped and require rescue, should he fall in. While death may be unlikely, a painful bite is a distinct possibility. Though the odds are low, they are not non-existent. Moreover, jaw ants are not known for their solitary behavior. This sandy area is likely teeming with such pits. Contemplating this, Li Xiang casts a glance over his shoulder, where he can faintly discern the outlines of 3 cats. Slightly blurred. However, moving further would place him in a visual blind spot created by the slope and surrounding trees, rendering him invisible to Dong Shimiao. If he cannot see the giant steel snake from this position, he is reluctant to venture deeper. Li Xiang hesitates for a moment, coming to a standstill. Although 5 caretakers are patrolling the vicinity, he feels a disquiet without the protection of Dong Shimiao. A sense of insecurity washes over him. As 5 words flash through his mind, he furrows his brow momentarily before relaxing. Undoubtedly, this is the answer. Unlike the relatively stable society of his previous life, the world he inhabits now is rife with extraordinary creatures, which, under certain circumstances, could easily claim his life. This thought fills him with unease. Previously, Li Xiang had been oblivious to the fact that it was Ms. Yin who provided him with a sense of security. When venturing outside, it was Miao who offered him reassurance. In everyday life, the young fire-spotted cat granted him a modicum of comfort. At the martial arts school, it was the stern and unyielding Duan Tianxing who instilled in him a sense of safety. Yet, at this very moment, he found himself utterly alone, with the nearest caretaker being several hundred meters away. The only asset he possessed was his 11-year-old, frail body, lacking in muscle and devoid of protective gear. However, the majority of the small spirits visible around him possessed the power to inflict harm. In a fleeting moment, Li Xiang experienced an absurd feeling of being universally opposed. Of course, the spirits were unlikely to attack him, as he was still clad in his work uniform. Yet, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. Flames, electric shocks, torrents of water, sharp fangs, and the chilling imagery of flesh being torn apart invaded his thoughts. The more he tried to suppress such ideas, the more they seemed to rise to the surface of his mind. Ultimately, Li Xiang reached a conclusion. Ms. Yin's insistence on his martial arts training was indeed the most prudent decision. Martial arts could provide him with a sense of security. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiang recalled the terrifying scene from a couple of days prior, when Duan Tianxing had demonstrated a powerful punch that shattered a foot target, sending the composite material within it flying everywhere. He remembered Duan Tianxing's words, collapse fist, which could shatter mountains and fracture jade. He also recalled the relentless, ferocious attacks during the sparring sessions with Duan Yu and his own spirits. It was only after witnessing these impactful moments that Li Xiang finally felt at ease. Martial arts from another world were extraordinary. In the distance, Dong Shimiao squinted, aware that this young rascal had scampered off again. However, there were at least 5 caretakers in that area, so there was no cause for concern. Focusing intently, she hoped that this child would swiftly learn the techniques. A gentle glance swept over Li Xiang's fire-spotted cat. The affection she felt was amplified by the cat's inherently endearing qualities. Moreover, Dong Shimiao wished to assist Li Xiang on his journey as a trainer, even if only in a small way. You see, Dong Shimiao was often contradictory. Although she frequently dismissed Li Xiang's efforts and even regarded him with disdain, had she truly been indifferent, she would not have agreed to battle with the fire-spotted cat, knowingly enduring a barrage of attacks and ending up injured. Did she take pleasure in being struck while standing still? Certainly not. Afterwards, to prove that being injured was far from enjoyable, Dong Shimiao intentionally delivered a heavy blow to Li Xiang. It is essential for Li to comprehend that pain is inherently negative, devoid of the capacity to evoke joy. He must learn to cherish the little spirits willing to endure suffering for his sake. Fortunately, the feedback Li provided brought immense satisfaction to it. A trainer who has never been struck by their own little spirits cannot be deemed a good trainer. A trainer ignorant of their spirit's pain shall forever remain incapable of forging a genuine bond with them. Empathy is one of the fundamental reasons trainers are referred to as such, rather than mere commanders. While reflecting on this, it caught sight of Li returning from the corner of its eye. Meow? Li smiled, saying, "There are many large ants over there, and I feared there might be traps, so I didn't dare approach." An honest coward, indeed. Dong Shimiao raised an eyebrow, glanced at the 2 fiercely debating fire-spotted meows nearby, let out a soft call, and walked towards Li, turning to signal him to follow, displaying an expression that suggested it would help him regain his standing. Wait, they haven't attacked me. It was merely my own musings." Li quickly waved his hands in refusal. The large ants had never initiated an attack against him. It would be unreasonable to provoke them. "Meow?" Dong Shimiao exclaimed, shaking its head and pawing at the ground, then shaking its head again, its actions somewhat perplexing. Yet, Li had an uncanny ability to understand some of it. "Are you suggesting that setting traps is prohibited?" he tentatively inquired. Dong Shimiao nodded affirmatively, indicating that Li was indeed correct. The recreational area of the conservation base is a public space, with no clear demarcation of territory. Thus, the act of setting traps is naturally forbidden. As the director's little spirit, it is not only responsible for noticing such infractions, but also for rectifying them once discovered. It's fine to take a look, but don't rush to take action. I'm merely speculating, without solid evidence. It's possible I'm overthinking it. Please refrain from attacking them. Li felt as though the large ants had been unjustly burdened due to his words. Dong Shimiao cast him a scornful glance. If it was wrong, then so be it. What more could be done? Regardless of whether it wished to or not, Dong Shimiao had its own intentions to pursue. Thus, it continued onward. To prevent the large ants from being wrongfully accused and subsequently punished due to his careless remarks, Li deemed it necessary to follow. He glanced at the 2 fire-spotted meows, noting that they remained absorbed in their own world, and confidently ventured forth. The fire-spotted meows no longer exhibited a pathological dependency on him. Although Li felt a tinge of regret on a personal level, he also felt a sense of relief. Upon returning to the spot where Li had been startled by the large ants, Dong Shimiao observed the ground, which clearly exhibited signs of subsidence, and its feline face adorned with purple eyeshadow darkened instantly. Meow? It let out a low growl, followed by a fierce roar, as its robust right forepaw radiated a brilliant white light and struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth trembled, as if the flimsy disguise had been torn apart. Within mere moments, 5 or 6 enormous funnel-shaped sand pits emerged before the man and the cat, appearing as the sand sank. This spectacle also drew the attention of several caretakers in the distance. One of them hurriedly ran over, accompanied by a palataste, resembling a hermit crab burdened with a colossal, vibrant mushroom on its back. "What happened?" he called out, his voice echoing even before he drew near. Li Xiang turned his head and replied, "I can't explain it all at once. Just come and see for yourself." As he spoke, several orange-headed ants began to emerge from the depths of the sand pits. These ants, adorned with patterns resembling little stars, paused momentarily upon spotting Dong Shimiao, then immediately either turned around or retreated, frantically burrowing back into the ground as if fleeing from disaster. Such furtive behavior unequivocally indicated their guilty awareness. Dong Shimiao despised such creatures. Meow! With a furious hiss, it disregarded the collapsing quicksand, its body glowing with blinding white light, and lunged towards the nearest sand pit. Ultimate impact. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, akin to a grenade being tossed into a pile of sand, sending countless grains soaring into the air. Li Xiang bent down, shielding his head, and deftly dodged most of the debris that flew towards him, only a small portion dusting his form. Wow! The fat cat is furious. Li Xiang crouched on the ground, supporting himself with his left hand, struggling to suppress a low exclamation. Dong Shimiao's rage mirrored that of Ms. Yin, utterly unpredictable, and when unleashed, it was truly terrifying. The distant caretaker was equally startled by Dong Shimiao, yet he did not hesitate. Instead, he quickened his pace, lifting Li Xiang off the ground and pulling him behind him. It's going to catch those large-jawed ants, Li Xiang cautioned. The man nodded, gesturing towards a flying dragon-like sprite approaching, adorned with a banana on its chin and sporting green and brown hues, its wings reminiscent of banana leaves. Don't worry, I'll handle this. You should seek refuge with the tropical dragon. Hurry. Li Xiang acknowledged with a quick response and dashed towards the tropical dragon. The grass and flying-type fruit Pokémon, tropical dragon, was the gentlest of the giant sprites in the conservation base, with an almost negligible chance of attacking humans. Furthermore, this sprite had a penchant for fruits and often shared the fruits hanging from its neck with others. Li Xiang had been a frequent recipient of its generous offerings in the past, making him quite familiar with it. Suddenly, the enormous flying dragon descended before Li Xiang, enveloping him with its banana-like wings, releasing a soothing fragrance of fruit from its neck. It is one of the few sprites within the base that, devoid of a trainer, willingly takes on the responsibility of maintaining internal equilibrium. It shelters the weak and stands against brutality. These are the duties it has assigned to itself. The commotion caused by Dong Shimiao moments ago undoubtedly reached its ears. Otherwise, it would not have approached proactively. Li Xiang had not noticed its presence earlier, likely because it was languishing under a tree, seeking respite from the heat. Had it been there, he would not have needed to look back. He could simply have mounted its back and allowed the tropical dragon to guide him to the steel serpent. Chapter 30. The first offering of Candy the Great Jaw Ant was no match for Dong Shimiao. Even while underground, in its domain as a ground-type sprite, it remained outmatched. Among the 10 techniques mastered by Dong Shimiao, there were moves that hindered opponents, such as Hypnosis, the water-themed Water Pulse for fire defense, the protective move Guard, the powerful ultimate impact, and Dig. It is said that a dragon begets a dragon and a mouse begets a tunnler. Yet few have witnessed a cat, particularly a large and rotund one, digging. Li Xiang felt fortunate to have observed, on multiple occasions, a 50-kilogram feline, akin to a tiger, effortlessly displacing the earth and burrowing underground like a serpent, only to emerge from a distant exit. Thus, with a muffled thud, a grayish-white figure burst forth, clutching an orange great ant in its mouth, disdainfully depositing the ant onto the ground while pinning its head down with a paw. Who else could this be if not Dong Shimiao? Behind it, several great jaw ants, trembling and dejected, crawled out slowly from the large hole it had created, too intimidated to meet its gaze. What horrific deeds had Dong Shimiao committed below? Li Xiang, clutching the wings of the tropical dragon, felt a surge of curiosity, but he was destined to remain without answers. Subsequently, these great jaw ants, which had thoughtlessly altered the terrain in public spaces and created inconveniences, were taken away by their caretaker for training. They were likely to face a week of punitive labor. Meanwhile, Dong Shimiao, having promptly identified and apprehended these troublemakers, advanced further in the rankings for the annual Best Sprite Employee at the Qingqing Conservation Base. Should it truly earn that accolade, Ms. Yin's year-end bonus might very well double. As the discoverer, Li Xiang received little beyond a few words of praise from Ms. Yin and the chance to play atop the steel serpent's head, relishing the experience of riding it. However, he felt content nonetheless. Observing the steel serpent in an anime and witnessing it in reality are entirely disparate experiences. Standing beneath its shovel-like head, locked in the gaze of its enormous eyes, evoked a thrilling yet terrifying sensation in Li Xiang. Humans often experience a natural fear when confronted by beings that are larger and stronger than themselves. If one were to consider the past life, this colossal entity, entirely composed of steel, would weigh no less than 50 tons, if not more. Li Xiang had every reason to feel apprehensive. However, the Great Steel Serpent, relying solely on its own weight, could easily crush many smaller Pokémon. For diminutive creatures like Pikachu, whose weight barely exceeds a few kilograms, a single brutal collision would likely result in utter annihilation, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Fortunately, the Great Steel Serpent does not conform to the physical laws of the past, its weight resting at a mere 600 kilograms, a figure often ridiculed, suggesting the designer must have passed away prematurely. Mastering a technique is no trivial endeavor. The fiery little Meowth cannot simply learn the move Seed Bomb by casually expelling a couple of stones as depicted in the animation. To successfully grasp this technique would require months of diligent practice. This is precisely why Li Xiang is not in a hurry for Meowth to learn it. There is simply no way to ascertain how long it would take to master the move. With a philosophy of gradual progress, Li Xiang encouraged Meowth to learn Clap Ambush, while simultaneously experimenting to see if he could earn candies by battling and defeating the Pokémon at the breeding base. Unfortunately, this endeavor proved futile. The rules became clear. One must battle Pokémon owned by trainers and win decisively to earn candies. Thus, Li Xiang began his search for novice trainers of similar caliber. Lin Feng was unavailable, preoccupied with unknown matters, and Anne had not responded to his messages for quite some time. Recently, Li Xiang had not had the opportunity to visit Lin Feng's shop, leading him to abandon the idea of persistently pursuing his friend. Regrettably, in this world, he truly lacked friends, apart from Lin Feng. The number of acquaintances on Ant was exceedingly limited. Even the chance to take advantage of opportunities was elusive. Li Xiang found himself at an impasse. Unfortunately, he was unable to contend with the 3 senior brothers at the dojo. If they were to go easy on him, the prerequisite conditions would not be met. Considering a visit to the park, where Meowth still needed to learn its move, he realized that the breeding trainers' Pokémon were generally above level 30, making Meowth no match for them. Moreover, the breeders lacked the time to engage in battles with him daily. After much contemplation, he concluded that the park was his only viable option. This locale saw a considerable number of individuals during morning exercises and evening training, while afternoons were typically quieter. If fortune smiled upon him, he might encounter a few peers at the outset of their training journeys and engage in battles without difficulty. Yet, reality often delights in dispelling the hopes of the overly confident Li Xiang. Were there peers in the park? Yes. Would they be willing to battle him? Initially, they were. However, the predicament arose midway through the battle. Upon realizing their Pokémon were at a disadvantage, they would simply withdraw their Pokémon into their Pokeballs and walk away, devoid of any competitive spirit. In an unfinished match, Li Xiang naturally could not obtain any candy. Consequently, he became acutely aware that in this world, there are just as many unscrupulous individuals as there were in his previous life, particularly children who possess no understanding of the spirit of sportsmanship. In the park, the outcome of battles relied entirely on self-discipline. When others ran away, Li Xiang could only resort to moral condemnation, unable to impose any form of punishment. One might wonder why conceding defeat is acceptable, but abandoning a match midway is utterly perplexing. Do they not feel embarrassed? Of course they do. Yet, when they realize they are bound to lose disgracefully, they resolutely choose to act dishonorably. Confronted with such individuals, Li Xiang could only consider himself unfortunate. Subsequently, he sought out a few more opponents. These individuals, however, fought until the end, but when Li Xiang requested a rematch, they all categorically refused. Those unaware might suspect he had cheated during the battles. Li Xiang's plan to reap benefits had thus been thoroughly thwarted. As time passed, nearly a week went by during which he scrabbled together every possible means to acquire candy. At long last, he managed to gather all 6 colors: yellow, red, blue, purple, green, and indigo. Among these, Li Xiang was certain that yellow signified defense, purple represented special attack, and blue denoted speed. As for the remaining 2 colors, indigo and green, he could not recall which was for special defense and which was for physical defense. Presently, he had amassed 5 pieces of red and purple candy, while blue only totaled 7, with the other colors being exceedingly scarce. Li Xiang pondered whether he should first feed 1 candy to his fire Meow to observe the effect. He had tried consuming them himself, but to no avail. They were merely ordinary sweets with no reaction whatsoever. However, the choice of which candy to feed was indeed a matter worthy of consideration. Speed was non-negotiable and needed to be preserved for testing future rules. The quantity of physical and special candies was greater, and their effects would be more pronounced. Therefore, it was best for him to choose one between physical attack and special attack. The fire-roaring tiger, a creature he possessed, could benefit from either physical or special attack. Its 80 points in special attack could not be deemed high, but neither could it be regarded as low. Based on Li Xiang's past experiences, he preferred to solely feed the Fire Meow physical attack candies, reserving the special attack candies for the next creature, thereby maximizing the overall benefits for his team. After all, a particularly outstanding attribute, when compared to a balanced approach, tends to yield more visible gains. According to his observations, regardless of how many Pokémon Li Xiang had, he could only earn one piece of candy per day through training. The majority of his candy collection stemmed from battles. Presently, all the candies in his jar had been earned solely by the Fire Meow, and logically, they should all be fed to it. Consequently, he ultimately decided to adopt the simpler strategy, to exchange candies. He would initially reserve the special attack candies, as the transformation of damage was quite apparent in the early stages and proved to be of great assistance to his Pokémon. All others would be fed to the Fire Meow. In the future, when companions level up or achieve victory, the candies they receive can be exchanged for attack candies or other types of candies. Li Xiang intends to provide each Pokémon with a personal jar, alongside a communal jar for the daily training rewards. The personal jar will be for individual candy consumption, while the communal jar will be shared collectively. After planning this matter, Li Xiang commenced preparations for testing the effects of the candies. Regarding the candies, he personally believes that it is best if as few people as possible are aware of them. Unlike mere stat points, these candies are tangible items, and if not handled with care, they could easily be discovered. Thus, he has no intention of informing even Miss Yin or Dong Miao. As for Hubanyo, Li Xiang wishes to explain everything clearly, but unfortunately, the creature cannot comprehend such matters. This leaves Li Xiang without anyone to share his secret with, forcing him to keep it to himself for now. One afternoon, in the office, Li Xiang received the data and photographs concerning the power levels of Hubanyo, which had been tested with professional equipment the previous day. Unobtrusively, he mixed 4 red candies into Hubanyo's lunch. Given Hubanyo's sensitive taste buds, it was impossible for it not to notice the sudden peculiar sweetness in its food. However, since Li Xiang was the one who added it, Hubanyo pretended not to know. Regardless of whether the taste was delightful or akin to something unpleasant, Hubanyo would swallow it without a change of expression, fully aware that Li Xiang meant no harm. On Li Xiang's end, upon witnessing Hubanyo successfully consume the candies, he felt a slight sense of relief and began to ponder how long it would take to see results. He was unsure if the candies would dissolve instantly or if they would produce effects reminiscent of fantastical tales of purging and refining. However, none of his expectations materialized. Hubanyo merely smacked its lips, seemingly unaffected, before licking its paws and grooming itself. After tidying up, it approached Li Xiang, rubbing against his leg and meowing for catnip. Naturally, he complied, as he could never deny such a small request from Hubanyo. He even retrieved a premium catnip purchased from Tuasi, which was reputed to be of exceedingly high quality, irresistible to ordinary cats. The only drawback was that it came in bulk. However, this was more suitable for a little creature like Hubanyo. Just as this little one lunged towards Li Xiang's hand, eager to indulge in the catnip, Li Xiang suddenly yelped and swiftly retracted his hand. Hubanyo's ears instantly flattened against its head, and it cautiously observed him, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The other 2 cats and Huelyeo also directed their attention towards him. Miss Yin, who was reviewing documents nearby, looked up in astonishment, quickly rising to her feet and hastily approaching Li Xiang. What happened? Chapter 31. Where is the protagonist who does not participate in the initial competition? It's nothing, really. Li Xiang chuckled, shaking his head. I was just a bit careless and got lightly scratched by the fire-spotted cat. It's a minor issue. In the palm of his right hand, 3 crimson scratches stood out starkly. Miss Yin furrowed her brow, her gaze flicking between the perplexed fire-spotted cat and Li Xiang's hand. Let's get that disinfected and bandaged up. Be more careful next time. All right. Fire-spotted cat. Let's go. Li Xiang nodded vigorously, swiftly lifting the dazed fire-spotted cat in his other arm and shouldering his bag as he stepped outside. The Eastern Beauty cat, resting languidly on the sofa, discreetly followed suit. Outside, Li Xiang suppressed his excitement and the pain in his hand, striding cheerfully towards the infirmary. The candy has worked wonders. The fire-spotted cat's physical prowess had surged unexpectedly, causing it to misjudge its strength while eagerly attempting to savor the catnip, ultimately resulting in the scratch on Li Xiang's palm. It's not a big deal. Almost every trainer has experienced being scratched by their Pokémon, whether lightly or severely. Next time, be more cautious, he chuckled, slightly exaggerating. The wound was inconsequential. What truly occupied Li Xiang's mind was the enhancement the 4 strength candies had conferred upon the fire-spotted cat, how much benefit each candy provided. These queries necessitated systematic testing. Fortunately, the base was equipped with specialized apparatus to assess Pokémon strength, akin to machines measuring a boxer's punch power. While theoretical results might not always align with practical outcomes, and there could be considerable fluctuation, they would certainly serve as a useful reference. A gentle meow caught Li Xiang's attention. He gradually slowed his pace, lowering his head to meet the gaze of the fire-spotted cat, which appeared somewhat anxious. Stealing glances at his hand. It's just a minor injury, no need to worry. Understanding this, Li Xiang smiled reassuringly. In fact, the fault lies with me. It has nothing to do with you. He had underestimated the sudden surge of strength and foolishly fed the fire-spotted cat catnip himself. The fire-spotted cat, unable to comprehend Li Xiang's words, nonetheless sensed it had not upset him. Its simple nature brightened, and it wriggled free from Li Xiang's embrace, trailing behind him, its tail playfully swatting against his calves. Li Xiang smiled gently. After disinfecting and applying medication, he wrapped his right hand in gauze. The wound was quite shallow, merely grazing the surface, and would heal within a couple of days. Li Xiang paid little mind to the injury. His thoughts were entirely consumed with testing the efficacy of the candies. Of the 5 strength candies, he had fed 4, reserving one for later comparison after multiple tests. This should allow him to ascertain the enhancement a single candy could bestow upon his Pokémon. While discussing minor stats may seem straightforward, the actual quantification of what constitutes a minor enhancement remained elusive to Li Xiang. Even the methods of acquiring candy have transformed. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that the effects of the candy have likewise evolved. 10 minutes later, Li Xiang emerged from the gym with 2 cats, the former brimming with joy while the latter appeared rather perplexed. These 2 creatures were utterly oblivious to Li Xiang's recent activities and were enveloped in a state of confusion throughout. The perceptive Dong Shi Meow, capable of understanding numbers, was unaware that the fire-spotted Meow had consumed the candy, mistakenly assuming it was merely an ordinary fluctuation in values. Meanwhile, the fire-spotted Meow, having ingested the candy, was incapable of grasping the numerical data and struggled to articulate the changes it was experiencing. Consequently, the authority to explain rested solely with Li Xiang. Whatever he claimed had transpired was accepted as truth. Regrettably, in his heightened state of excitement, he had little time to attend to the 2 cats. The results of the experiment were rather encouraging. Although slightly below his anticipated outcomes, they were nonetheless quite satisfactory. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning. He remained unaware of the limitations and patterns regarding the candy's consumption, all of which he would need to explore gradually. Presently, the data for the fire-spotted Meow was as follows. Species, fire-spotted Meow. Gender, level, 6. Ability, intimidate. Type, fire. Moves, scratch, growl, ember, heat wave, trick, bite. Level 6 had been recently achieved, bringing it closer to the minimum evolution level. Generally speaking, according to the cultivation processes for the starter Pokémon he had observed on the forum, most would typically evolve early in the 2nd semester or midway through the training academy. The average evolution level is 16, aligning perfectly with the requirements of the game. This implies that a starter Pokémon nurtured from scratch would require approximately 6 months to a year to evolve into its 2nd stage. From this, it is evident that the difficulty of nurturing Pokémon in this world has significantly increased. The rate of growth for these creatures has been considerably prolonged. In fact, upon researching the average levels of Pokémon belonging to students in higher academies, he discovered that they generally only reach the 40s. Graduating students managed to attain levels in the 50s, while those who did not graduate were even lower. By the shortest estimation, 3 years plus 6 years, totaling nearly 10 years, would merely yield Pokémon at a level of 50 or so. One can only imagine the immense difficulty of becoming a powerful trainer in this world. Of course, Li Xiang also examined the profiles of outstanding graduates from these higher academies. Most of these individuals had achieved remarkable success in the regional college competitions of Zhuxia, ranking among the top within the academy-trained trainers throughout the region. Their Pokémon, setting aside the far-fetched and clearly unrealistic speculations, generally boasted levels exceeding 55, with their ace Pokémon reaching 60 or higher. These individuals epitomized the true prowess of the strongest generation of trainers in the Zhuxiao region. Quite impressive indeed. In the realm of the game, even Dawu's little sprite exhibited a maximum performance level of merely in the 70s, approaching 80, and at times, it even dipped below 50. As days passed, Li Xiang led a fulfilling yet hectic life. On one hand, he was engrossed in mastering the breakthrough punch, honing his physical prowess. On the other hand, his fire Meow needed to enhance its level through rigorous training, learn an array of techniques, engage in battles to cultivate combat awareness, and seek various means to acquire candies. So much so that he momentarily forgot about Lin Feng, his suspected protagonist companion, immersing himself entirely in the journey of growth. It wasn't until one evening when this fellow, in a somewhat boastful manner, sent a photograph from Ant, that Li Xiang realized, oh, there exists such an individual. The photograph Lin Feng sent was indeed quite startling. In it, this guy was beaming, cradling a similarly cheerful little fire dragon in his left arm, while perched in the crook of his right arm was a bizarre creature, a blend of red and blue, resembling a paper crane crafted from building blocks. This was the multifaceted beast, formerly known as the Three Dragons, which had sparked the infamous Three Dragon incident. In the animation, the episode featuring its debut was marked by a strong and rapid flash of light, causing many viewers to suffer severe eye strain, resulting in hospitalizations. Consequently, the multifaceted beast family has never reappeared in the animation, and that particular episode was banned from airing. This creature is an artificially created sprite, originally designed to originate from the Pokémon Research Institute in the town of Honglian in Kanto, with the Rocket team seemingly involved in its creation process. Initially, players could only acquire the multifaceted beast at the Rocket Game City in Yuhong City. However, in this world, the multifaceted beast hails from North America, crafted by an institution named the Pokémon Gene Research Institute. This institute is backed by over a dozen of the largest conglomerates in North America, along with the headquarters of the North American Pokémon Association, providing substantial financial and logistical support. The multifaceted beast is their recent research achievement. Li Xiang had reason to suspect that the mute woe of this world was a byproduct of their reckless experimentation. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that, during this era, the multifaceted beast was an exceedingly rare and precious sprite, even more so than semi-divine beings. Why? Due to its scarcity. The multifaceted beast had only been in existence for a mere decade. In this decade, it was genderless, capable of reproduction only through division or by laying eggs with Ditto. These factors combined resulted in the current limited numbers of multifaceted beasts available to the public. Previously, when Li Xiang was perusing the roster at the Qingqing breeding base, he specifically sought out this sprite, only to be disappointed by its absence, likely taken by someone else. During his selection of sprites, he encountered a peak period of novice trainers choosing their companions. Thus, when he laid eyes on a multifaceted beast in Lin Feng's possession, he couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity regarding its origin. Lin Feng harbored a desire to boast to his companions, and upon receiving compliments from Li Xiang, praising him as Brother Feng, so impressive, so handsome, he found himself elated and divulged the origins of the multifaceted beast. It is a simple matter. What do protagonists in the realm of Pokémon typically do after acquiring a new Pokémon? They participate in competitions, be it grand tournaments, minor contests, or commercial competitions for novice trainers. The outcome is often spectacular, with the victor claiming either monetary rewards or additional Pokémon. Lin Feng was no exception. Recently, he had taken part in a tournament called the Little Phoenix King Cup, a competition for rising stars in XIANG'S, where he triumphed through a series of battles with his Charmeleon, ultimately securing the coveted prize, a multifaceted beast. XIANG'S lies adjacent to Qingqing, where Lin Feng's mother hails from a rural area. It is no wonder that the ant could not reach him. Li Xiang, upon reading this, was somewhat astonished by the lavishness of the event's organizers, offering a multifaceted beast as a prize. A quick search online clarified the situation. In the annals of the Zhuxiao region's history, the Phoenix King is revered as a tower master, a divine being, and a sacred embodiment. In ancient times, it served as a totem beast for the people of Zhuxia, safeguarding their prosperity on this land. Thus, the status of the Phoenix King in Zhuxia is akin to that of the dragon in Huaxia, frequently invoked under various titles. The Little Phoenix King Cup that Lin Feng participated in is orchestrated by a technology company named Holy Fire Group, in collaboration with various commercial associations, and is conducted across major cities in Yuzhou. The competition is exclusively for novice trainers who have yet to officially enter a foundational trainer academy. Such competitions abound in this world, primarily aimed at attracting attention through battles to achieve marketing success. However, few are willing to spend so lavishly. Upon further investigation, Li Xiang discovered that this competition, despite its significance, had not garnered much fame, as it was only promoted on television and in public spaces, though in this era, many indeed still watch television. The internet, in contrast, seems to be somewhat undervalued. Chapter 32. I shall partake as well. Li Xiang felt a twinge of regret for nearly forgetting the current times. Had he been able to enter this competition, he surely could have reaped considerable rewards. Undeterred, he immediately searched online for upcoming events in Qingqing. To his delight, he discovered that the final registration deadline for the Little Phoenix King Cup in Qingqing was the following afternoon. Although Lin Feng had just informed him today, The Xiangqing competition had concluded the previous week. This fellow simply could not connect online due to a lack of access to internet cafes in the countryside. Simultaneously, the Xiaofeng Wang Cup will not be held in multiple cities at once, as it will be adjusted according to the opening schedule of the current city's shopping mall in collaboration with the Shenghua Group and its partners. The commercial entities involved, such as Wanda and Intai, offer a myriad of products, primarily catering to the needs of small sprites. At this moment, Li Xiang promptly closed the chat window with Lin Feng, disregarding his rapid-fire responses akin to a barrage of bullets, and rose to seek out Ms. Yin in the kitchen, requesting her assistance to register. Ms. Yin had no objections, as long as Li Xiang ensured his safety. However, the timing of the competition was likely to conflict with his training schedule. For now, such a conflict was unavoidable. After all, the schedule could not consistently accommodate him in the afternoon, nor could it provide him with special treatment. Participation might occupy both morning and afternoon slots, making it impossible for him to attend the martial arts academy. Therefore, Li Xiang needed to discuss this matter with Duan Tianqing. He was reluctant to forego such a valuable opportunity for practical training and the chance to earn candy. The prizes for the winners were secondary. He did not currently plan on nurturing multiple small sprites. The primary focus remained on the candy and the experience gained from battles. In the martial arts academy, seated in a mahogany armchair, Duan Tianqing closed his teacup, his expression devoid of emotion as he extinguished Li Xiang's aspirations. "You are still laying the foundation," he stated. "After the summer vacation, you will need to attend school, and your time at the academy will be limited to evenings. If you do not cultivate good habits now, you will be the one to suffer later." His implication was clear. Li Xiang should not rush into seeking fame and fortune. The priority was to establish a solid physical foundation and develop a habit of training. Habits are essential. Li Xiang found himself speechless. Duan Tianqing was correct. He had not yet swallowed his meal, immediately longing for another bite, which undeniably appeared overly greedy. There are countless competitions in this world, seemingly endless. However, he genuinely wished to participate in the Xiaofeng Wang Cup to hone his skills and refine his fire pattern Miao. Genuine combat often facilitates rapid growth for a trainer. Moreover, the Xiaofeng Wang Cup would allow Li Xiang to acclimatize to the spotlight ahead of time, whether in ranking matches or competitions within educational institutions. The presence of an audience is indispensable. Previously, in the park, surrounded by fewer than 10 familiar faces, one might not feel anxious. Yet, when faced with a sea of people in the distance, dense as ants, and hearing the thunderous cheers that could either uplift or attack, it is inevitable that one would become flustered, anxious, and even lose their composure. It resembles Hinata Shoyo from Haikyuu, who yearned to participate in the volleyball tournament and exerted considerable effort and sweat, only to find himself so nervous upon arrival that he felt nauseous and had to run to the restroom. It is evident how crucial a commendable character is. As an adult, Li Xiang feels empowered by the right to choose, as well as the awareness of bearing the consequences of his decisions. Thus, he once again approached Duan Tianqing to express his thoughts. Meanwhile, Duan Tianqing, observing Li Xiang's unwavering insistence on his approval, frowned slightly. Clearly, his youngest disciple's convictions were not easily swayed by mere words. Duan Tianqing had experienced similar situations in the past. He recalled his first 3 disciples, who, at the tender ages of 15 or 16, gradually grew disenchanted with his authoritarianism and singular perspective, yearning to pursue their own dreams and resolved to rebel against him through silent resistance. Physical punishment proved ineffective, and even intensified training was endured with gritted teeth. Yet, the echoes of laughter that once filled the air had vanished, leaving an eerie silence within the vast courtyard. Everyone seemed to exist as specters, engrossed in their own pursuits without uttering a word. This unvoiced conflict concluded with the conciliatory words of Duan Tianqing. Incredibly, when he told them he would permit their aspirations to become lawyers and nurturers, he himself could scarcely believe he had uttered such words. In retrospect, Duan Tianqing had redefined his understanding of the phrase humans are not mere wood or grass, who can be heartless. Even when his most favored disciple, Jiang Changru, entered her rebellious phase, Duan Tianqing had become accustomed to the change. His rigid demeanor had led him to realize that mere coercion was ineffective with today's youth. Therefore, he once again offered Li Xiang a choice: to stand on the highest point of the 7-step pole for 20 minutes, without the allowance of falling. Li Xiang understood that Duan Tianqing's consent carried this prerequisite, signifying the demonstration of his progress over the past month. The 7-step pole, akin to the plum blossom poles depicted in martial arts films, varies in height from 30 centimeters to 3 meters, with protective mats laid beneath to soften any falls. Li Xiang had previously attempted to stand on it, but only managed to endure for a little over 10 minutes. 20 minutes would undoubtedly pose a challenge for him. Nevertheless, without hesitation, he expressed his gratitude respectfully and, under the curious gazes of his 3 senior brothers, ascended to the pinnacle of the 7-step pole, maintaining the stance until the very end. Even as he was drenched in sweat, resembling someone pulled from the depths of a river, he collapsed onto the mat with a thud, utterly devoid of the strength to rise, as if his limbs had become useless, requiring the assistance of Duan Yu and others to carry him from the bathing area. As Lu Chengfeng relaxed Li Xiang's muscles, he expressed his incomprehension towards Li Xiang's stubbornness. For a student like him, the limited training program for the aspiring participants of the Xiaofeng Wang Cup felt overwhelmingly niche, with hardly any discussions about it on the school forum. It is hardly surprising that this competition primarily focuses on newcomers poised to enter the academy, as well as their parents, profiting from their expenditures. This period marks a time when these individuals are most willing to part with their money. Conversely, current students, having previously experienced a wave of exploitation, are now wiser and less susceptible to being taken advantage of. Li Xiang remained silent. The reason was simple. One cannot embark on a grand journey without first accumulating small steps. Seizing every opportunity and not underestimating any battle is essential for progress. Without rewards, one must strive diligently. With rewards, one must exert even greater effort. Among the trio, only Duan Yu remained quiet, observing the exhausted Li Xiang, his thoughts entangled in confusion. Given his current understanding of Li Xiang, it seemed that the prospect of inheriting the martial arts school was indeed a distant dream, as it could not be coerced. After a period of rest, Li Xiang, with a soft and deliberate step, approached Duan Tianxing, who stood at the threshold of the main hall, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly lost in thought. "Master," Li Xiang called. Duan Tianxing replied, retracting his gaze and speaking with an air of calm authority. "No need to inquire further. I have granted my consent. However, you must make up for the lessons you have missed." "Understood," Li Xiang responded, his face lighting up with joy as he nodded enthusiastically. With the master's approval secured, he felt invigorated and ready to embark on a vigorous pursuit. That evening, Li Xiang shared the good news with Lin Feng, simultaneously inquiring about the competition structure and other pertinent details. The competition format was quite straightforward, one-on-one battles based on the Pokémon deployed. Due to the high number of participants, the early rounds featured 2 matches per day. If victorious, subsequent match timings would be sent to the registered mobile number. It was advisable to arrive at least half an hour prior to the event. As Li Xiang conversed with Lin Feng, he began contemplating strategies. On the day of the Xiaofeng Wang Cup New Star competition, the atmosphere was electric, teeming with throngs of spectators. The streets were packed with people and an array of Pokémon, creating a bottleneck that even halted the flow of traffic. This was despite the restriction on larger Pokémon from entering. It appeared that, although the competition might lack prestige within the trainer community, it held considerable allure for the general public, who were indifferent to the intricacies of skill. They sought only entertainment and visual appeal. The battlegrounds were established around a shopping mall, resembling a pedestrian street, equipped with areas for spectators to rest and several organized battle arenas. High wire fencing separated the crowds from the inner sanctum, with a considerable distance between the arenas and the fencing, evoking the image of basketball courts from a bygone era. Moreover, its area surpasses that of the park significantly, stretching approximately 40 meters in length and over 20 meters in width, qualifying it as a medium-sized venue. Li Xiang maintained his usual pairing of 1 person and 2 cats, holding the mobile phone given to him by Ms. Yin, as he met Lin Feng at the crowded entrance of the shopping mall. Were it not for Lin Feng, Ms. Yin would likely not have permitted his solo visit. Long time no see. After nearly a month apart, Lin Feng, upon spotting Li Xiang, enveloped him in a warm embrace. Li Xiang beamed as he patted Lin Feng's back. "Why didn't you inform me of your return to the countryside? It was rather sudden, and I had no opportunity. You know I don't have a computer at home." Lin Feng shrugged, relying on internet access from a local cyber CAF. Behind him, a slender figure emerged, greeting him in a sweet voice. "Shall we go?" "Ah, Lon. It's been ages." Li Xiang smiled at the young girl before him. She was none other than Lin Feng's sister, Lin Lan, who had been inadvertently betrayed by her brother's words. This girl, now 10 years old, inherited her brother's fair features, sporting shoulder-length hair, dressed in a shirt and denim shorts, cradling Lin Feng's small fire dragon. While not quite the exaggerated beauty described in some literature, she certainly embodied a charming cuteness. Her demeanor mirrored her brother's, outgoing and generous, not one to hold grudges, and far less delicate than the typical 10-year-old girl. As per Li Xiang's recollection, he held a fondness for this little girl. akin to that of a brother for his sister. She came to see you after hearing that you lost weight, Lin Feng whispered in Li Xiang's ear. Really? Li Xiang glanced at the two siblings with surprise. Is losing weight such a remarkable feat? Boring. Let us not linger on pleasantries. Now that we've gathered, the upcoming competition is what matters. After a brief exchange of niceties, Lin Lan expressed her thoughts on the two adorable cats while gently petting them. Following the text message on his phone, Li Xiang located the registration desk. Contestants must register upon arrival at the competition site before they can participate. As with ordinary formal competitions, participants are only permitted to use their own Pokémon and cannot lend them temporarily. They must also present proof of enrollment from the basic academy. Li Xiang had all the necessary documents in order. After a smooth registration process, he received his contestant number. Just as he awaited the announcement of the competition venue, Lin Feng seized his arm. The winner receives evolution stones. He whispered excitedly. The evolution stones refer to the three types of stones: water, fire, and grass. In this world, these stones lack the magical ability to enhance the innate qualities of Pokémon. They are solely used for evolving specific Pokémon. Consequently, although they are relatively rare, their price is quite affordable, around 7,000 to 8,000 each. Some prices are slightly lower, while others are a tad higher. The victor stands to receive 3 gems, symbolizing a cash reward of 20,000. 20,000 is no small sum, yet it pales in comparison to the rewards offered in XIANG'S multilateral beast contest. Truly, the protagonist is fortunate to encounter such splendid rewards. Li Xiang cast a glance at Lin Feng, feeling no envy. He had no affection for the multilateral beast. Although this creature is often dubbed a net killer in the real world, potentially useful against pedants and keyboard warriors, Li Xiang harbored not a shred of interest in it. Brother, look at the second prize. An EV egg. I want it, exclaimed Lan, who had been engrossed in petting a cat. Li Xiang turned his gaze and was astonished to see that the second prize was indeed an EV egg. EV, a Pokémon that has been excessively bred due to its overwhelming cuteness, is now more common than the starter trio. Much like the ragdoll cats of his previous life. Despite a male-to-female ratio of 7-to-1, their numbers have reached a rather alarming level. In the animated universe, this Pokémon is even referred to as an ordinary EV, though it is slightly better than Pikachu, which is so abundant it is compared to wild dogs. Give it up, you're not old enough. Besides, your brother can't participate twice, Lin Feng remarked, patting Lan on the shoulder. Let us wait until we turn 11 and choose one at the breeding center. Clearly, this response did not satisfy Lan. She pouted and turned to Li Xiang. Little Li brother, she said in a sweet, coaxing tone. Li Xiang was unfazed by her charm, shrugging in response. It doesn't matter to me. The issue is that my goal is to win first place, and I probably want to even reach second. An EV egg is trivial. He could easily earn back tenfold from his brother in the future. However, he might not even secure it. Lan was momentarily at a loss for words. Stifled by Li Xiang's reasoning, and could only huff before retreating to pet Dongshi Meow and Huoban Meow in frustration. As the group frolicked, the announcement finally called out Li Xiang's name and number, instructing him to proceed to a specific arena for competition. Li Xiang did not hesitate. Scooping up the Huoban Meow from the ground and swiftly making his way to the competition venue, with Lin Feng and Lan trailing behind. To ensure a successful outcome in the New Star competition, Li Xiang fed the Huoban Meow all the candies except for the speed and special attack candies, allowing it a day and a night to acclimate. Considering the sweltering weather, it would provide a slight advantage to this fire-type Pokémon. He believed that unless he encountered an excessively aggressive competitor, claiming victory should not be overly difficult. Would he face a formidable opponent at the outset? In the arena shrouded by barbed wire, Li Xiang's lips quivered as he gazed at the trainer and her Pokémon across from him, at a loss for how to articulate the frustration brewing within him. Opposite him stood an adorable cow-like creature, a delightful amalgamation of pink and black hues, standing upright. This ordinary-type Pokémon, known as the Milk Tank, is renowned worldwide for producing moo milk of unparalleled quality. With an impressive base stat total of 490, it boasts substantial health, commendable speed, formidable defense, and decent special defense. The sole silver lining might be its physical attack capabilities, which could withstand intimidation. However, none of this was the crux of the matter. The true concern lay in the fact that this Milk Tank appeared far from being an inexperienced young Pokémon. Its trainer, a girl with braided pigtails, donned a pair of denim overalls and a white shirt, her head adorned with a straw hat, exuding an aura reminiscent of a farmstead owner. It was evident that this Milk Tank likely possessed a higher level, perhaps even a seasoned dairy producer. Li Xiang found himself questioning whether his luck had taken a turn for the worse. Surely, His opponents should consist of novices below level 10, right? Why then? Was he facing such a formidable challenge right from the outset? Yet, pondering such matters now was futile. Both trainers took their designated starting positions. The arena, spanning 40 meters, required a 30-meter separation between trainers and a 20-meter gap between Pokémon. Each side was permitted one Pokémon for a one-on-one battle, and the match would conclude once one Pokémon was rendered unable to fight. The referee's whistle signaled that all actions must cease. Let us remember, friendship first, competition second. Is that understood? The officiating staff surveyed both competitors. Once they nodded in agreement, he announced, "The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start." At the sound of the command, akin to athletes responding to a starting gun, both trainers simultaneously issued their commands. "Roll out," the fiery feline cried out. The milk tank's power would first be amplified by the move Roll Out, which would subsequently counter the opponent. In this semi-enclosed setting, the fire cat found it challenging to evade the rapidly rolling milk tank. Thus, decisive action was imperative. Meow. The fire cat emitted a hoarse growl, activating its ability Intimidate, which not only instilled fear but also diminished the milk tank's attack power. Growl, a move often deemed somewhat superfluous, could yield unexpectedly advantageous results when employed strategically. "Milk tank, what are you doing? Quickly use Roll Out." The girl, witnessing her Pokémon frozen in place, exclaimed in a flurry of anxiety. The rotund pink cow, upon hearing her words, shook its head and, belatedly realizing its inertia, hastily curled its robust form to resemble a sphere. A flash of white light enveloped it momentarily. In this brief interlude, the fire tabby cat has already exhausted its trick and is now cautiously approaching the milk tank. A warm breeze envelopes the scene. Li Xiang remains unperturbed, calmly probing the situation. Previously, Sister Elio mentioned that the intimidation effect could at most stun the opponent for a second. It appears that indeed, it lasts for precisely 1 second. However, should the opponent exhibit a degree of foolishness, they might remain dazed for a while longer due to a mental lapse. Such is the case with this particular milk tank, which unwittingly grants the fire tabby cat another opportunity to strike. Upon realizing this, Li Xiang's anxious heart steadies itself. For no matter how high the level, a lack of intelligence is irredeemable. Furthermore, the fact that it succumbed to intimidation suggests it does not possess the Intimidate ability. It could be thick fat, or potentially dream trait, herbivore. The former poses a considerable challenge. On the battlefield, the fire tabby cat accurately gauges the distance, halting its advance. It inhales deeply and subsequently unleashes a tempestuous gust infused with embers, directed at the milk tank. Is it not foolish to utilize a physical attack against something that has become round? Roll. The girl shouts, seemingly confident in the milk tank's robust physique, believing it can disregard the heat wave and charge forward to obliterate the fire tabby cat, with the foundation of rolling after becoming round. And considering the fire tabby cat's rather frail endurance, her plan seemed entirely feasible. Yet, a disparity exists between cats. Chapter 34. Deceptive catnip. It has been noted before that moves possess both range and distance. For a widespread and high-powered move like Heat Wave, Li Xiang calculated that the maximum effective distance should be within 6 meters. Beyond that, it resembles a mere electric heater. The effective killing distance, however, is even shorter, only 4 meters. Fortunately, Trick has not only enhanced the move's power but also its striking range, extending the effective killing distance to 8 meters. Thus, the fire tabby cat can attack without needing to be nose-to-nose with the milk tank. Boom. Flames engulf the battlefield. A torrent of orange-red wind surges forward with ferocity. Moo. The milk tank is not a Charmeleon. It has no resistance to fire. Coupled with its limited level, even a concentrated blast of heat wave, despite the defensive curve of its back, proves unbearable. The milk tank cannot help but let out a howl of agony, causing its offensive action to falter momentarily. Retreat. Trick. Li Xiang seizes the opportunity, calling out once more. From the expression of the milk tank, it is evident that flames inflict considerable damage upon it. The existence of thick fat remains uncertain. It is highly likely to possess the dream trait, herbivore. Thus, let us reinforce the advantage. A cloud of mist envelopes the fire tabby cat, with several question marks appearing and vanishing in succession. He has discerned that the child's first little sprite is most likely the large milk can used at home for producing milk, rather than the juvenile sprites purchased from the nursery. It has been previously mentioned that sprites possess varying levels of combat aptitude. This milk can, accustomed to a languid lifestyle, exhibits a remarkably poor tolerance for pain. It is not even a match for Lin Feng's little fire dragon, let alone the fiery meow. Within mere 30 seconds of the match's commencement, it has already afforded Li Xiang several opportunities for victory, which seems utterly implausible. Not far away, the milk can, enduring the searing sensation in its back, belatedly unleashed Rawr, enveloping its entire body in a soft, earthy glow, and charged fiercely toward the fiery Meow, transforming into a massive, rotund projectile. Rawr, a rock-type physical move, increases in power with the duration of its execution. Yet, facing such an aggressive assault, the fiery Meow did not evade. Instead, it unleashed another torrent of fiery winds. The power of Rawr indeed escalated after its transformation, but one must not forget the prior intimidation and roar from the fiery Meow. Coupled with the candies consumed by the fiery Meow these past few days, enduring the initial Rawr was hardly a challenge. However, whether the milk can could withstand the subsequent heat wave after 2 instances of trick remained an open question. According to Li Xiang's damage assessment, unless the milk can's level exceeds 20 and possesses the thick fat ability, even with its considerable health pool, it would struggle to withstand the high-powered moves bolstered by such significant enhancements. Even if it managed to endure, the Rawr would undoubtedly be interrupted. As if to confirm Li Xiang's suspicions, a resounding crash echoed through the arena. The fiery mist of the hurricane struck the rapidly rolling milk can. The heat waves surged. Although a portion of the flames was dispersed by the rotational force, the scorching temperature of the hot winds did not relent, thoroughly scorching its form. Moo! The milk can emitted a wretched cry, unable to maintain its curled position, and its momentum faltered as it collided violently with the fiery Meow. A soft pop resonated. The petite body of the fiery Meow was instantaneously propelled through the air. Regardless of the damage inflicted by the heat wave upon the milk can, it would undoubtedly endure the impact of the Rawr. Fortunately, it had long prepared itself for the impending collision, braving the rock-type damage and adjusting its posture mid-air, landing gracefully. The fiery Meow raised its head, its gaze fixed upon the milk can, which was contorted in agony. In an instant, the 4 sharp fangs in its mouth glimmered ominously. Bite! Without the need for Li Xiang's command, it was already poised to strike, lunging fiercely toward the milk can's position. With a resounding thud, its obsidian fangs sank into the corpulent body of the milk can, erupting into a cloud of white smoke as if every move from an animated spectacle had come to life. The large canister, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, toppled over, raising a cloud of dust as it succumbed to defeat. The referee sounded the whistle, declaring the results with authority. The large canister had lost its fighting capability, and the fiery tabby cat emerged victorious. The champion was none other than contestant Li Xiang. The audience gathered outside the wire fence erupted into applause. A swift and decisive battle is always a sight to behold, and the rapid, agile attacks of the fiery tabby cat left many spectators in awe. In less than 3 minutes, the spectacle allowed every discerning viewer to witness the cat's formidable prowess. Some spectators, moved by the intensity of the battle, even whistled in admiration. Meanwhile, the trainer of the large canister, a girl likely hailing from a farming background, rushed forward in a panic to embrace her battered companion, tears streaming down her cheeks for reasons unknown. Indeed, she was a novice among novices. Li Xiang discreetly placed the speed-enhancing candy into his pocket, recognizing that this girl had likely been involved in battles for no more than a week. Yet, he found no fault in her tears. It was not extraordinary in the least. The girl was young, with a fragile emotional resilience, and the cacophony of the audience, the disappointment over the battle's outcome, and the visible injuries of the large canister could all have contributed to her sorrow. Such reactions were entirely natural. However, from the recent performance of the 2 Pokémon, Li Xiang gleaned the stark disparity between the fiery tabby cat and the typical novice Pokémon. Although the large canister boasted superior moves, characteristics, and base stats, it ultimately faltered under the weight of its suffering, failing to seize the opportunity to counterattack, thus squandering several chances and playing a losing hand. Had it not been for this encounter, it might very well have been him weeping in that very spot. Li Xiang gently lifted the somewhat limping fiery tabby cat, expressing his gratitude. The cat, though still trembling from the impact, responded with a soft meow, fully aware of the toll the collision with the large canister had taken. Noticing its injured leg, Li Xiang lowered his head to plant a kiss on its forehead. To celebrate our first victory, let us visit the infirmary to recuperate, and afterwards, indulge in a delightful feast. The fiery tabby cat's eyes sparkled with excitement as it nodded vigorously. At lunchtime, Li Xiang, the generous host, treated his companions. The trio, along with their 3 Pokémon, found a delightful restaurant in the mall and feasted heartily, primarily to honor the fiery tabby cat, their valiant hero. Li Xiang was always willing to lavish money on the cat, ordering extravagantly, much to Lin Feng's chagrin as he tugged at Li Xiang's sleeve, whispering that he hadn't brought much money with him. It wasn't that he feared the bill, but rather that Li Xiang's choices were excessively pricey. Lin Feng worried that even with his contribution, it wouldn't suffice. However, Li Xiang, fully prepared for the occasion, assured him to enjoy the meal without concern, joking that if it came to it, he could always wash dishes at the restaurant to settle the score. A classic cold joke successfully elicited laughter from Lin Lan, prompting the young girl to eagerly declare her inclusion. Lin Feng, left with no choice, reluctantly exposed her mishap from the previous night when she shattered 2 plates, leading to a delightful ruckus between the siblings. Li Xiang, seated nearby, watched with amusement. Suddenly, a small paw tapped against his leg. Looking down, he discovered it was Lin Feng's little fire dragon, whose adorably quirky expression was accompanied by a pointed finger directed at the side. Why was this creature seeking him instead of Lin Feng? Oh my goodness! Li Xiang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. What had he just witnessed? 2 utterly intoxicated cats. Indeed, Dongshi Miao and Huoban Miao were both inebriated, writhing on a soft cushion like 2 enormous, fuzzy caterpillars. What on earth is happening? Lin Lan, the first to notice the oddity, turned her head and spotted the contorted bodies of the 2 felines. Why are they like this? They seem to be in distress. Are they sick? She covered her mouth in concern. Lin Feng, having seen similar antics before, waved his hand dismissively, countering, "Don't be ridiculous. They've merely indulged in catnip, right?" Li Xiang? Regrettably, Li Xiang paid him no heed. Instead, he gazed curiously at Huoban Miao and approached it, pinching some charred black particles beneath it. Is this burnt catnip? Li Xiang mused, taking a slight whiff, as a burnt scent immediately flooded his nostrils. Having spent over a month with Huoban Miao, he was well aware of its typical reactions to catnip. He was certain that Huoban Miao had never exhibited such a dreamy state akin to Dongshi Miao's. Yet at this moment, faced with a few grains of burnt catnip, Huoban Miao had succumbed? This was unscientific. Turning to glance at Dongshi Miao, he noted that its catnip was the standard variety. It appeared that the issue lay solely with Huoban Miao's portion. The ordinary version didn't lead to intoxication, while the burnt one did. My, what a peculiar palate you possess. Li Xiang smirked. Indeed, these extraordinary little creatures had such unique tastes even in their choice of catnip. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng and Lin Lan approached to inquire about the unfolding situation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiang informed them that these 2 cats were utterly wasted, now reduced to 2 useless felines. Their puzzled expressions indicated that they had not grasped his meaning. With another round of matches scheduled for the afternoon, Li Xiang noticed that Huoban Miao's condition seemed rather unstable. A glance revealed that it wandered with a lightness, as if walking on clouds, its demeanor carefree and relaxed, its long tail swaying wildly. Perhaps those unfamiliar with it might not discern the difference, but as its trainer, Li Xiang could easily perceive the peculiarities. Could burnt catnip really have such an intoxicating effect? 2 hours have passed. Firestripe Miao? He couldn't help but call out. Meow? Firestripe Miao tilted its head, its reaction as sharp as ever, although its gaze remained in a state of half-awareness. Upon witnessing this demeanor, an ominous premonition surged within Li Xiang. Perhaps something is amiss. Yet, he reassured himself, Firestripe Miao is quite capable, so the likelihood of an issue is minimal. Taking a deep breath, he contributed his share towards combating global warming while anticipating the second round of today's competition. The venue had changed. Previously located near the road, adjacent to a shopping mall, it was relatively quiet in the early morning. This time, however, the setting was entirely different. Positioned directly at the main entrance of the mall and facing a bustling pedestrian street, the afternoon crowd was thick with people, creating a cacophony. It was an absolute throng. Chapter 35. Unyielding challenges ahead. Goodness. Battling in such an environment brings considerable pressure. Li Xiang sighed, presenting his and Firestripe Miao's identification at the entrance of the fenced arena. Once the staff confirmed the details, they opened the gate, cautioning him to tread carefully and avoid the peripheral cameras. Li Xiang glanced sideways, spotting several cameras wrapped in metal casing, with a few individuals stationed nearby to operate them. A television broadcast? Is this going to be televised? Li Xiang smirked, half expecting to be pulled aside for an interview later. Hopefully, it won't involve the kind of ridiculous questions one encounters on high-speed trains, like whether passengers have purchased tickets. Upon entering the arena, Li Xiang noticed that his opponent had arrived earlier, currently engaged in conversation with someone outside the wire fence, facing away from him. The person turned around upon noticing his approach. It was then that Li Xiang took a closer look at the small sprite his opponent was using. The sprite perched on the individual's shoulder was quite the surprise. Life is indeed full of drama. What a day for unexpected developments. Li Xiang murmured incredulously, feeling as though he had been singled out all day. Encountering an oversized milk tank in the last match was one thing, but what was he facing this time? A parrot with a head resembling a musical note, sporting a red beak and colorful feathers, not much larger than Firestripe Meow, typically a flying type. This note-themed sprite, a noisy bird, was quite the nuisance. This is absurd. Even a noisy bird has appeared. Where are the iconic starters? With so many renowned Pokémon from Qinxing, can't they use something more conventional? Confronted with such an obscure Pokémon, Li Xiang truly struggled to recall its abilities and stat distributions. It had been years since such a sprite had made an appearance, leaving no sense of familiarity. What could a noisy bird possibly do? It is rather perplexing that he, with such a limited number of little sprites, cannot even memorize their characteristics and stat distributions. In utter frustration, Li Xiang could only resort to guessing. He surmised that sound-based moves would be more prevalent, particularly those of long-range special attacks. Among avian sprites, it seems that 9 out of 10 traits overlap: sharp eyes and muscular chest. Li Xiang squinted slightly, while the fire meow beside him bobbed its head amusingly, eliciting laughter from the gathered crowd. Unlike the serene environment of a park, the spectators here were far from quiet during the battle. Despite the referee and staff urging them to maintain silence, it was nearly impossible to remain mute amidst such a throng of people. The cacophony of voices resembled that of a bustling market, easily disrupting both the trainers and the sprites in the arena. Moreover, some mischievous children or individuals would cling to the railings, shouting commands to the battling sprites, instructing them on what moves to use, thus interfering with the trainer's directives. Such disruptions were all too common. Consequently, outdoor sprite battles demand a high level of composure from both trainers and their sprites, as remaining unaffected by external influences is fundamental. Should a sprite be distracted, there would be no one to call for a pause. The referee commenced the announcement of the rules, and Li Xiang and his opponent took their positions. As previously noted, in the early stages of sprite battles, flying and long-range sprites often hold a significant advantage. If the noisy bird possessed some underhanded moves, like Toxic, and chose to maintain its altitude without approaching the fire meow, it could indeed prove challenging. However, in most instances, these flying sprites would need to close the distance to launch their attacks, thereby granting opportunities to those sprites unable to soar. The match commenced. The referee blew the whistle emphatically. Tricks! Both trainers shouted simultaneously. Due to the considerable distance and the surrounding noise, Li Xiang could not clearly discern his opponent's words. Yet, from the movement of his lips, he could roughly surmise the move being employed. To his astonishment, his opponent had opted for provocation. This malicious move could restrict the opponent for a duration, rendering them unable to employ status-altering techniques, an absolute nemesis for those enhancement-oriented fighters. Fortunately, the fire meow still had a chance. Meow? With a low growl, the little black and red feline successfully triggered its intimidate ability, imposing an invisible pressure upon the noisy bird, causing it to fluff up in fright. The move it intended to execute, provocation, was consequently delayed. Seizing this opportunity, a mist enveloped fire meow's head, with several question marks appearing and vanishing. Enhancement successful. The fiery feline's special attack surged dramatically. It was only at this moment that the loquacious bird employed its taunt, its frivolous derision resulting in the opponent being unable to utilize status-altering moves. Alas, it was a moment too late. The opponent, realizing they had failed to thwart the enhancement, displayed a look of dismay, just a hair's breadth away. On the opposing side, Li Xiang let out a slight sigh of relief. Although the fiery feline appeared to be in a precarious state, it had successfully activated its ability and executed its move in a timely manner. This alleviated a degree of the tension that had been building within him. Furthermore, the earlier scene bore significant implications. In the initial plan, Li Xiang believed that the intimidating side effect could be combined with a surprise clap attack. Now, it seemed that if the opponent intended to open with a taunt, this side effect could effectively restrain those swift taunt users, exponentially increasing the benefits. Heatwave, Chatter. The two commands were issued in succession, and the two little Pokémon advanced toward their adversary, unleashing their respective moves. The fiery feline unleashed the well-known Scorching Whirlwind, while the loquacious bird opened its beak and emitted a shrill, discordant cry towards the fiery feline. In an instant, a myriad of bizarre, colorful musical notes erupted forth, seemingly imbued with life, soaring ahead. Chatter, a flying-type special attack, could ensnare the opponent in a state of confusion, provided it struck true. Avoid those notes, Li Xiang exclaimed in alarm, directing his shout at the fiery feline. The state of confusion, as per the information he had gathered, was deemed the most vexatious effect. It would disrupt the little Pokémon's judgment, hampering the trainer's ability to issue commands. For ordinary Pokémon, succumbing to confusion was tantamount to granting the opponent an opportunity to eliminate them. In comparison to confusion, afflictions like burns, paralysis, and poisoning each had their unique effects, but were less troublesome. Freezing, on the other hand, could pose a challenge. There appeared to be about 5 visible notes, completely disregarding the intensely high-temperature whirlwind, heading straight for the fiery feline. Their speed was not particularly swift. Based on Li Xiang's understanding of the fiery feline, evading them should be a simple task. Fiery feline. Li Xiang shouted in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. The fiery feline, evidently having heard the command, disregarded the incoming notes after unleashing its heat wave and stubbornly dashed towards the descending loquacious bird, seemingly succumbing to its innate feline instincts. Boom. The notes erupted upon impact with the fiery feline. The energy explosion released a cloud of white mist that instantly enveloped its petite form. Sweat poured down Li Xiang's face in an instant. He barely registered the loquacious bird being struck by the heat wave, with some feathers singed and its flying ability compromised. His focus remained solely on the fiery feline, realizing that the catnip had indeed become problematic. In the past, the fiery tabby would never disregard his commands. With a swift motion, akin to racing a motorcycle at 100 miles per hour, the wind howled fiercely in his ears. A shadowy figure cleaved through the white smoke, surging forward like a bolt of lightning, its expression fervent, reminiscent of a devotee who has encountered the divine. Li Xiang's eyes widened, yet before he could utter a word, the dark figure had already leapt high into the air, akin to a cannonball being discharged, seizing the raucous bird that was at least 5 meters above the ground. Subsequently, it clamped down on the bird's wings and plummeted vertically. How could it possibly sing? Hurry and use a song. The opponent, witnessing this astonishing scene, could not help but shout loudly. The raucous bird was suspended over 5 meters in the air. What does 5 meters signify? Nearly the height of 2 stories. How could a mere fiery tabby effortlessly leap over 5 meters? Are you perhaps a Dodolly? Who is truly the flying type sprite here? Moreover, what happened to the chatter? Where did the chaos go? Did it devour it? The more he pondered, the more his heart sank. The raucous bird struggled, desperately wanting to comply with its trainer's commands. But just as it began to open its beak, the fiery tabby had already bounded onto its body, using it as a cushion to crash down onto the ground. Thud! With a muffled sound, the bird nearly bulged its eyes out, unable to sing, and could only watch helplessly as the fiery tabby, a mere 10 centimeters away, unleashed a blast of heat wave upon it. Whoosh! A tempestuous wind swept through, enveloping the raucous bird and the ground, then surged back into the sky, expanding in all directions. The raucous bird took the full brunt of that heat wave, sealing its fate. One could easily surmise that the opponent would not withstand such an onslaught. As for the raucous bird, a non-evolved sprite, its base stats hovered around 400. With such inherent deficiencies, it could either possess high output or robust defense. However, the appearance of the raucous bird did not suggest it could withstand much punishment. It was destined for defeat. Yet, in the face of this impending victory, Li Xiang did not feel the usual elation, for the flames of the heat wave dissipated silently. What remained on the field was a bewildered fiery tabby, frozen in place, and a raucous bird, charred all over. Meow? It turned its head and saw Li, whose expression had darkened, causing a wave of unease to wash over it. Why did this happen? What on earth occurred? Beep! A shrill whistle echoed throughout the venue, followed by the fervent applause and cheers of the crowd. The second round of the first day concluded. En route to the conservation base in a taxi, the East Shermiao occupied most of the back seat. Li Xiang sat beside it, his fiery tabby resting its head on his lap, its right paw bandaged, too afraid to meet his gaze. For this adorable little kitten, today marked its first act of defiance against Li Xiang's commands, as it took matters into its own paws. Although the outcome turned out to be relatively splendid, the fact remained that it had disobeyed. The series of actions it undertook were perceived by the tabby cat as not stemming from its own volition. Rather, its body had acted autonomously. By the time it realized what had transpired, everything had already concluded, leaving no room for intervention, much like a puppet controlled by invisible strings. Contemplating this, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within the tabby cat, causing it to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, a gentle voice pierced through its thoughts. Do not be afraid. I am here. The kitten looked up, meeting Li Xiang's gaze, which still held that sweet, honeyed softness. I am truly sorry. This time, the fault lies with me. Li Xiang tenderly stroked the kitten's back, reflecting on the recent events. As a trainer, he failed to notice the signs of distress in time, relying instead on the reminders of others. When he finally recognized something was amiss, he did not take the kitten to see a doctor, but rather insisted it participate in battle. His expression grew somber as he acknowledged the absurdity of overlooking such an obvious matter that any reasonable person would grasp. It was a disgraceful display of incompetence as a trainer, driven by greed for the sweet reward of victory and the subsequent treats. Yet, when measured against the well-being of the tabby cat, such rewards paled in significance. The kitten's behavior had been decidedly abnormal, characterized by its refusal to heed commands, retaliating against its opponent, and acting independently. In a state of alarm, Li Xiang dared not dwell further on these thoughts. He hastily bid farewell to the Lin siblings and boarded a taxi to the care facility. He needed to uncover what had truly transpired with the tabby cat. At the care facility, in the medical building, Li Xiang stood in the corridor alongside Ms. Yin, accompanied by her 3 small Pokémon, separated by a glass partition. The tabby cat lay on a pristine white bed, enveloped by unfamiliar instruments. At that moment, the little feline had succumbed to a deep slumber. Su Ilio, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor, entered the scene. The burnt catnip had elicited an unusual reaction from the tabby cat. She turned to Li Xiang and inquired, "For over 2 hours?" Li Xiang nodded affirmatively. "Yes, even longer." Typically, catnip would send cats into a euphoric state for around 15 minutes, not lasting much longer. In Su Ilio's understanding, a duration of over 2 hours was simply implausible. Yet, she trusted that Li Xiang would not deceive her. Thus, it was evident that something entirely incomprehensible had transpired with the tabby cat. With this thought, she gently patted Li Xiang's back in an attempt to console him. Meanwhile, Ms. Yin furrowed her brow, remaining silent. In matters of this nature, she is an expert, although her major at the academy is in the care of magical creatures. Unlike Su Ilio, who has chosen a specific attribute, she undoubtedly ranks first in the study of feline-type Pokémon at the Qingqing Conservation Base. Whether it pertains to her possession of the East Shi Meow and the Super Energy Meow, or the likes of Meowth, Catboss, and Thieving Cat, she has conducted extensive research in this domain. However, she had never encountered a scenario involving a fire-spotted Meow. She had neither heard of it nor seen it before. The notion of it reacting to charred catnip? It had nearly carbonized. What remnants of the original catnip essence could possibly remain? Furthermore, there have been no previous instances of fire-spotted Meows consuming burnt catnip and exhibiting peculiarities. Ms. Yin had searched the internal database of the conservation base and even delved into the archives to investigate the historical anomalies of Pokémon ailments. Yet she found no relevant information. It is worth noting that this database is interconnected with the Pokémon Center database of the entire Zhuxiao region. Thus, she found herself at an impasse, unable to ascertain the specific cause. She could only await the results of the physical examination report, the tissue sample analysis, and the composition report of the charred catnip particles before she could gradually investigate and seek answers. If clarity remained elusive, it was quite possible that the fire-spotted Meow would need to be sent to the capital city or even to the central Tiandu of the entire Zhuxiao region. Li Xiang was also acutely aware of this predicament. In just a month, he was to commence his studies, yet he found himself embroiled in such an incident. Overall, the possibility of the fire-spotted Meow possessing an inherent immunity to negative mental states due to its consumption of burnt catnip was evident, as demonstrated by its ability to remain unaffected by the chaotic side effects of the chattering bird's incessant chatter, continuing its attacks unabated. Additionally, the physical prowess of the fire Meow had evidently been enhanced. Li Xiang had previously tested its jumping ability. It could barely manage 3 meters, let alone 5. And at its level, which was below 10, it could not perform feats of suspended animation similar to that of the legendary Pika. Yet it had leapt to astonishing heights of over 10 meters. Moreover, the explosive speed at which the fire-spotted Meow broke through smoke appeared quite extraordinary. Energy does not manifest from thin air, nor does physical capacity augment without reason. When this phenomenon was not a result of consuming attribute energy for enhancement-type moves, Li Xiang began to worry that the fire-spotted Meow was overexerting itself. It was akin to operating in 2nd or 3rd gear, or even higher, like Luffy. If that were the case, Li Xiang felt it unnecessary. With candies at hand, he had little need for such life-risking attacks. "Come on, young lad, put in some effort," he murmured softly, pressing his palm against the cold glass. Chapter 36. Outdated Notions, Duan Tianqing. The following day, due to the fire-spotted Meow requiring a period of observation, it was temporarily left at the conservation base, where its physical condition was monitored in real time by professional medical equipment. Consequently, Li Xiang had no choice but to practice martial arts alone at the dojo, considering the upcoming competition. The next 2 matches are scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and it seems that the number of participants is rather excessive. Lin Feng remarked that it far exceeds the number of competitors he encountered in Xiangqing. Despite the significant increase in participants, the rewards offered are considerably less than those next door. What could this imply? Is it due to inadequate funding? It matters little. If there is anything amiss with the fiery tabby cat, Li Xiang would certainly refrain from participating in this competition. Good morning, junior brother. Where is your cat? In the small square, Lu Changfeng, casually holding a bun in his mouth, stood somewhat aloof, failing to notice the clingy fiery tabby beside Li Xiang, which piqued his curiosity. Good morning. There was a minor incident, so it stayed at home, Li Xiang replied with a smile, before turning and stepping into the grand hall. Inside the hall, among the 3, Duan Yu, who was the most focused on martial arts and had the strongest desire to become a doctor, was utilizing a wooden spear to continuously strike a contraption made of numerous threads and wooden sticks. The apparatus, under his relentless assault, seemed to possess a life of its own, persistently retaliating against him. Good morning, senior brother Duan. Li Xiang greeted the engrossed Duan Yu, disregarding whether he heard, and began his warm-up after placing down his bag. Seeing this, Lu Chengfeng quietly approached Duan Yu, maintaining a safe distance, and murmured, "Junior brother seems to be in a rather foul mood today." A soft thud echoed, a sound of the wooden stick striking his chest. Duan Yu stared at the spear in his hand and the swaying stick before him, feeling quite speechless. He had, surprisingly, allowed himself to be distracted during his training. Is there a reason? Did you inquire? Duan Yu calmly asked, adjusting his grip on the wooden spear. Lu Qingfeng scoffed. I wouldn't have come to you if I dared to ask him myself. You know junior brother's temperament too well. Given the understanding Lu Qingfeng had of Li Xiang over these past few days, he knew that if Li Xiang was unwilling to share something, no amount of questioning would yield a truthful answer. He would either divert the topic or deflect with another matter. Moreover, while Li Xiang had consistently made it clear that the past was behind them and urged Lu Chengfeng and Wang Dong to forget what transpired on that first day, Lu Qingfeng could never forget the peculiar expression that had crossed Li Xiang's face at that moment, a seemingly normal expression that had sent chills down his spine. Heaven knows if he was merely scaring himself. Even though Duan Tianqing had him strike Li Xiang countless times just a few days ago, he still felt a lingering fear. If this continued, it would not be long before he would start calling Li Shidi Xixiao. Duan Yu scoffed disdainfully, tossing the wooden spear into Lu Chengfeng's arms. And with an air of arrogance, he strode towards Li Xiang. Moments later, he returned, his demeanor regal. Did you find out? Lu Chengfeng inquired eagerly. No, Duan Yu replied, shaking his head with conviction, reclaiming the wooden spear from Lu Qingfeng's grasp, and nonchalantly resumed his practice. Damn, Lu Qingfeng could not help but give him the finger. Why act so impressive then? It was worth noting that this gesture of international greeting was something this fellow had shamelessly learned from Li Xiang, who had originally used it to greet his family's pet, Dong Shimiao. Before long, after finishing his warm-up, Wang Dong, the glutton, finally emerged from the cafeteria, clutching a spring roll, and upon spotting Li Xiang, tossed it in his direction. This was specially saved for you by Master Xiong. Master Xiong referred to Duan Tianqing's tyrannical panda, affectionately dubbed by Duan Yu and his companions. Li Xiang, not one to be coy, accepted the spring roll and devoured it in a few bites, relishing the treat that Master Xiong often prepared for him. Outside, Duan Tianqing strode in with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Upon seeing Li Xiang, he declared, I have already been informed of the situation. His tone reminiscent of a superior delivering a routine announcement to a subordinate. Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in understanding, guessing it was likely about his father's affairs, as Mrs. Eam typically refrained from contacting teachers. Duan Tianqing's words piqued the curiosity of the other 3, wondering what could have prompted their master to declare such knowledge. Unfortunately, no one was willing to satisfy their inquisitiveness. As the new course commenced, after nearly a month of refinement, Duan Tianqing asserted that Li Xiang's body was gradually becoming accustomed to the stance required for the Chongquan, and it was now time to learn new techniques. To land a blow, one must first learn how to endure one. To comprehend where it hurts to strike, one must first experience being struck. In this context, Duan Tianqing referred to the practice as feeding moves. It was said to enhance Li Xiang's reflexes and resilience. Upon brief contemplation, Li Xiang recognized the validity of Duan Tianqing's words. However, he had not previously realized that the efficacy of enduring blows did not negate the pain involved. Thus, his 3 elder brothers commenced a relentless and merciless training regimen on their young shitty. Remarkably, These three were quite adept in their technique, knowing precisely where to strike and where to refrain, discerning when to apply a gentle touch and when to strike harder, their proficiency evident. Li Xiang, without needing to ask, was well aware that their skills were undoubtedly cultivated through rigorous training. It is only by truly experiencing hardship that one can master it thoroughly. Today, it was Duan Yu's turn to impart his techniques to Li Xiang. After issuing his orders, Duan Tianqing proceeded to the rear hall for his morning lessons. However, before the seemingly calm, yet ferociously skilled youth could land too many punches on Li Xiang, two women entered the martial arts hall. One was tall, with wavy chestnut hair, while the other was shorter, sporting a sleek bob of black hair. Both were dressed in the quintessential summer casual attire, radiating youthful vibrancy and charm. A stark contrast to the traditional and austere atmosphere of the town's martial arts academy. Oh, a new junior brother. The taller girl with long hair smiled brightly at Li Xiang, who lay on the ground with slightly swollen cheekbones. Junior brother, how do you do? The girl with black hair nodded gently. Upon seeing them, Duan Yu and his companions could not help but display expressions of delight. Setting aside their previous activities and gathering closer, chattering animatedly, Li Xiang slowly rose to his feet and approached them, greeting them softly. The taller one, Qi Sun's son, was the second senior sister and, like Ms. Yin, came from an esteemed lineage of nurturers. She was strikingly beautiful with an impressive figure, yet her rebellious spirit was well known. It was said that upon entering school, she had let her hair grow long, dyed it, adorned herself with manicures, and embraced makeup. Only a tattoo was missing. Such choices left the traditionally minded Duan Tianqing quite exasperated, at least on the surface. The shorter girl, Jiang Ro, had a delicate complexion and a somewhat slender figure, resembling a porcelain doll at first glance. According to Lu Qingfeng, she was even more reserved than Duan Yu, and her personality mirrored that of Duan Tianqing, being serious and meticulous in her endeavors. Great expectations had been placed upon her by Duan Tianqing, yet she had chosen to attend a prestigious training academy instead. The plight of her mentor was indeed tragic. Both of their schools were nominally branches of Yuzhou University, yet in reality, there was no distinction in status compared to Cultural University. It was surprising that they had time to visit today. Perhaps the summer training had concluded? The reason Li Xiang had not seen his senior sisters for quite some time was due to the eldest sister preparing for her bar examination, thus entering a period of intense focus. The second and third sisters had attended summer training in a secluded mountainous camp, where it was rumored that the higher institutions enjoyed conducting lessons in locations that were neither dangerously perilous nor completely safe, purportedly to hone students' survival skills in the wild. Chapter 37. An ordinary yet unusual physique, heaven knows if they possessed foresight. Just as the two senior sisters arrived, Duan Tianqing made his entrance. The master, an elegant elder clad in a long robe despite the sweltering heat, caught the attention of the second senior sister, Qi Sunday through Sunday, whose eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed into his embrace, nuzzling against him. I missed you so much, master. At 20 years of age, it was rather astonishing for a young woman to express such unreserved affection towards her elder. Typically, one would expect that at this age, a person would have outgrown their rebellious phase and entered a more subdued period, understanding the challenges faced by their parents and elders without overtly displaying such sentiments, often maintaining a distant demeanor in their interactions. Yet, exceptions certainly exist. A living testament stood right before them. The third senior sister, Jiang Ro, approached gracefully, softly addressing Master. "MHM," he replied, his expression calm as he gently pushed Qi Sunday through Sunday away. "It's good to have you back. Now, go change into some proper clothes and assist Li Xiang." His words were succinct. Was it not a bit unreasonable for the master to expect them to work immediately upon their return, without granting them a moment of respite? Li Xiang found it quite perplexing. However, Qi Sunday through Sunday and Jiang Ro seemed accustomed to this, nodding in agreement before hurriedly departing. The trio of Duan Yu dared not meet Duan Tianqing's gaze, silently dispersing to attend to their respective tasks, leaving Li Xiang standing alone, cupping his somewhat swollen cheek. The injury was not due to Duan Yu's actions, it was his own folly. He had misaligned himself during the sparring, resulting in a collision with the marble floor. Duan Tianqing's keen eyes scanned Li Xiang's face, revealing no particular emotion. Yet he uttered a rather cryptic remark. "You must abandon your prejudices regarding the interactions between men and women." Prejudices? Li Xiang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend his words. Yet, realization swiftly dawned upon him. Duan Tianqing was alluding to the notion of propriety that dictated a certain distance between the sexes. Regardless of whether it involved aiding in practice or engaging in training, physical contact was inevitable. In this era, It was improbable to assert that an 11-year-old fully comprehended everything. Equally unrealistic was the notion that they remained utterly oblivious. When it came to intimate encounters with the opposite sex, 9 out of 10 would likely exhibit signs of hesitation, shyness, or reluctance. Duan Tianxing's words served as a precautionary measure for Li Xiang. He nodded in understanding, setting aside his character, which would not permit such frivolous thoughts. How could he entertain any inappropriate notions while enduring punishment? Moreover, his current physical condition hardly supported such thoughts. He had yet to reach that stage of maturity. Receiving his acknowledgement, Duan Tianxing turned away, indifferent to whether Li Xiang grasped his meaning. One could not deny that the attributes of age and femininity rendered the 2 senior sisters far more attentive and proficient than the 3 bumbling fools. Although the pain inflicted by them was more intense, after enduring a few rounds, Li Xiang began to discern the distinctiveness in their fighting styles. The second senior sister's striking technique resembled a bee's sting. Initially painless, it would gradually intensify, akin to the relentless bite of an ant, provoking an uncontrollable urge to scratch and rub the affected area. The third senior sister is rather straightforward. Her sense of pain arrives with remarkable promptness. Though she appears to possess a slender and petite frame, she can inflict an extraordinary level of discomfort upon Li Xiang. However, according to the second senior sister, Jiang Shangru is the strongest among them, albeit with the weakest striking technique. This is because all her talents are devoted to the art of blade dancing. Indeed, the blade dance is one of the 8 extraordinary skills of Jinxing, as Duan Tianxing once informed him. The skills include fist, gun, sword, saber, staff, halberd, axe, and hook. The blade dance was originally known as martial blade technique, but due to certain peculiar reasons, it was later renamed. Of course, despite the name change, the formidable nature of the blade dance remains unchanged. The blade dance employs 2 types of blades. The first resembles a long-handled double-edged sword akin to the Pu Dao and Spring and Autumn saber. The second features a slender and elongated blade with a medium-length handle, similar to a ring-headed sword or a single-handed chopping sword, occasionally wielded with both hands. The techniques and forms associated with these 2 types of blades are fundamentally distinct, much like the differences between a halberd and a spear, which merely differ in the addition of 2 components yet are utilized in entirely different manners. The same applies to the staff and the spear, which are not employed in the same way. Jiang Shangru excels in the use of the Pu Dao. Standing at approximately 1.65 meters, she wields a long blade nearly her height, executing her movements with a fierce grace that is quite astonishing. During a break, the third senior sister, encouraged by the second senior sister, showcased the blade dance for the new junior disciple. The display, while not on par with the legendary Guan Yu, was nevertheless a delightful spectacle, merging beauty with an intimidating presence. Li Xiang was thoroughly captivated, his eyes shining like spotlights, and he clapped enthusiastically, his palms turning red, showering her with praises that left the third senior sister somewhat bashful. Next was Qi Sun Sun, who, upon removing her high heels, stood at over 1.7 meters. This particularly fashionable sister, adept at using the hook, skillfully wielded dual-edged cold weapons that complemented her long limbs beautifully. The performance was visually striking. As Li Xiang applauded and cheered, he recognized the importance of building rapport with his senior sisters, despite his previous clumsiness. He fully capitalized on his youth, cherubic appearance, and sweet tongue to successfully garner considerable goodwill from both the second and third senior sisters. This led to them assisting him with post-exercise muscle relaxation while the 3 bath attendants were dismissed. Furthermore, after classes concluded, Qi Sun Sun drove him back to the nursery base. Before parting, the 2 sisters generously provided their phone numbers and home addresses, suggesting that he should visit whenever he could and to reach out if he needed anything. Such connections are invaluable for future endeavors. Understanding the necessity of networking for a smooth and prosperous life in society, Li Xiang has always been aware of this principle. The health examination report for the fire-spotted meow has been released, revealing that it is in excellent health, exhibiting no abnormalities. The charred catnip is merely ordinary catnip. Therefore, the issue must lie within the constitution of the fire-spotted meow. Constitution? Li Xiang, cradling the obedient fire-spotted meow, expressed his confusion regarding Ms. Yin's words. Indeed, each little sprite possesses individual differences, akin to how some individuals may be allergic to certain substances, unable to physiologically accept them. Ms. Yin perused the report in her hands, noting that these differences manifest in various aspects, whether in appearance, physique, or even in the methods they employ for their moves, as well as their unique traits. Traits. Li Xiang paused momentarily, the image of Lin's little Charizard, which resembled a berserker after triggering, blaze, flashing in his mind. There is no need for astonishment. Every sprite exhibits distinct variations, whether pronounced or subtle. Mizine set the report aside, gazing at Li Xiang. Next week, we shall visit the bustling city. As I have arranged a meeting with Professor Qian, who specializes in the individual differences and specificity of sprites within the Caretaker Alliance. The Caretaker Alliance, an organization closely linked to conservation bases, renowned for its expertise in the anatomical structure of sprites, alongside the Zhuxia Pokémon Research Institute. Very well. Li Xiang nodded, realizing that mere speculation would yield no fruitful outcomes. A one-sided determination would not benefit the fire-spotted Meow. Such professional matters should be entrusted to experts. Is there a competition tomorrow? Mizine inquired suddenly. Yes, Li Xiang replied affirmatively. Proceed with it. Do not abandon it midway. Ms. Ying could discern that Li Xiang's enthusiasm for continuing in the competition had waned significantly. As the fire-spotted Meow's health is sound, refrain from feeding it catnip until our visit to the bustling city next week. The competition will last no longer than a week. Ms. Yin's deliberate timing for the visit to the bustling city clearly indicated her desire for Li Xiang to complete the competition. A principle of the Lao Li family, to begin is to end. Li Xiang silently nodded, turning to leave the office. Outside, the fire-spotted Meow slipped from his embrace. Gazing at the silent Li Xiang with concern. Meow? It softly called out, nuzzling against Li Xiang's leg. Since the previous day, after consuming the faux catnip and defying orders, the fire-spotted Meow had sensed that Li Xiang's mood was profoundly dismal. Were it not for Dong Shi Meow's repeated reassurances that the issue did not lie with it, the fire-spotted Meow would have genuinely feared it had done something wrong. It's all right. Li Xiang crouched down, gently stroking the fire-spotted Meow's head. An unusual constitution. It sounds exhilarating, for when it occurs within a sprite, it often signifies the potential for future strength. Yet, there is also a certain probability that it may herald negative consequences. It is like a coin toss. Furthermore, if the activation truly relies on the burnt catnip, then it is akin to the rare usage of such items within the game, often discarded as mere refuse. What distinguishes this temporary enhancement of abilities during battle from the myriad of other reinforcement items? Both rely on external substances to augment one's capabilities. As someone accustomed to the sweetness of candy, Li Xiang felt he could not indulge in further desires. The more he sought, the more he feared he could not bear the weight of it all. The fire-spotted Meow first mastered the technique to immobilize its opponents, only to inexplicably develop an unusual constitution. With its innate understanding being remarkably high, there was a sense that all the world's advantages were being monopolized by it alone. Let it be. Li Xiang resolved to temporarily cast these thoughts aside. Even if it were indeed a negative abnormality, it would suffice to prevent the fire-spotted Meow from encountering burnt catnip in the future. Thus far, it had consumed ordinary catnip numerous times without any adverse effects, indicating that the standard variety posed no issues. Outdoors, today was the day of the long-planned event. While another fire-spotted Meow roamed freely, Li Xiang's fire-spotted Meow took the opportunity to learn the clap surprise attack. Upon careful reflection, it had been nearly half a month since it began this learning process. Regrettably, clap surprise attack was a normal type move, had it been a fire type. The fire-spotted Meow would likely have learned it more swiftly. It is a well-established principle among many trainers that moves of the same type are easier to master. Currently, the only moves Li Xiang aimed for the fire-spotted Meow to learn in a short span were clap surprise attack, bodybuilding, and charged flame strike. Among these, bodybuilding had already been demonstrated in practice, and it was anticipated that full mastery would be achieved within a couple of days. The occurrence of charged flame strike was a matter of serendipity, perhaps due to its constant frolicking with the blazing monkey. It had inadvertently executed it once, albeit imperfectly. This was described as a partial execution, for the flames had not enveloped it completely. Moreover, the flames were red rather than blue, creating a stark contrast with flame dash. Only clap surprise attack remained elusive, presenting a significant conundrum for him. It seemed it would require at least another month. Chapter 38. On the absurdities of youth. In the third round of the Little Phoenix King Cup, Li Xiang and the fire-spotted Meow participated punctually. In the previous 2 rounds, they had encountered a series of frivolous and ostentatious little Pokémon, leaving him utterly speechless. Fortunately, their third opponent was a rather conventional little creature, a butterfly with enormous wings adorned with a kaleidoscope of colors reminiscent of a snowy landscape. Its body a harmonious blend of gray and white, and its compound eyes composed of a black and white checkerboard pattern. It was a most exquisite butterfly Pokémon, the 6th-generation bug type, the colorful powder butterfly. Scientific studies have recorded that its wings feature a total of 20 distinct patterns, each remarkably vibrant, making it a cherished specimen among Pokémon collectors. Some variants of the colorful powder butterfly, with rare wing colors, command exorbitant prices in certain private markets, often exceeding those of typical demigods. Naturally, the specimen before him was not particularly rare, if Li Xiang's memory serves him well. The pattern should be a light blue snowfield design, alongside a darker variant known as the Snow Country pattern. The designs of both are quite similar. The powder, compound eyes, and the defense of friendship indeed require a ranged approach, he mused. Previously, he had suffered at the hands of a noisy bird, prompting him to diligently note the characteristics of several obscure Pokémon that very evening. Among these was the splendidly adorned powdered butterfly, which, due to its striking appearance, is more favored than the common butterfree. He also recorded an interesting move that the powdered butterfly could learn: dust. This bug-type move, when dust is scattered upon an opponent who has just unleashed a fire-type move, results in an explosive reaction that inflicts damage, specifically a quarter of the opponent's health in the game. While the real-world implications may differ, it nonetheless attests to the formidable power of this move. One must remain vigilant. Li Xiang licked his lips and exchanged a knowing glance with his fiery spotted Meow. Ready, my friend? Our opponent is no pushover. Meow? The fiery spotted Meow crouched low, letting out a growl of affirmation. While their personal grievances regarding burnt catnip lingered, they understood that once on the battlefield, such distractions must be set aside. They needed to focus entirely on the match at hand. At that moment, the referee finally concluded the customary preamble of the competition rules and blew the whistle affixed to his chest. The battle commenced. A menacing start. This was a signature tactic of the fiery spotted Meow, effective even in these lower-tier matches. As the opponent hesitated in fear, it was clear that the upper hand had been seized. Trick enhanced. A fog of confusion, adorned with question marks, enveloped the head of the fiery spotted Meow. The opponent, realizing they had fallen behind, felt a flicker of panic, but quickly regained composure. Each side had its own strategy, and there was no turning back now. The powdered butterfly approached the fiery spotted Meow, vigorously flapping its wings, releasing large clouds of vibrant green powder that swiftly spread across the arena. Undoubtedly, this was the dust. Yet, it did not end there. Following the dust, the powdered butterfly unleashed wind. A fierce gale howled. Dust and debris swirled. With its effort, this low-power, limited-range flying-type move propelled the once stationary powder directly toward the fiery spotted Meow. A dual move that creates distance. Quite impressive. Li Xiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue at this rare display. Alas, the theoretical effect often exceeds the practical outcome. Hiss. The fiery spotted Meow took a deep breath, and then a torrent of fiery winds erupted from its fan-like appendages. The flames expanded before it, and in the blink of an eye, this searing gust of air made contact with the drifting powder. The explosion resonated like a celestial collision, akin to gasoline igniting upon contact with a spark. Dust erupted instantaneously, emitting a thunderous roar. Li Xiang raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light of the expanding flames. Retreating several steps, yet still feeling the searing heat wave rushing towards him, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead in an instant. The timing of the fire-striped Meow's attack was impeccable. Neither when the colorful powder butterfly had just released the dust, nor when the wind carried the dust towards it as the butterfly began to withdraw. It struck a median point, precisely when the butterfly initiated the gust, being in close proximity to the dust. The cunning strategy intensified the hot winds, swiftly igniting the dust and ensnaring the colorful powder butterfly as well. A self-destructive ploy. In the arena, the smoke from the explosion quickly enveloped both tiny sprites, the acrid stench causing discomfort to both trainers. Yet neither paid heed to such trivialities. The trainer of the colorful powder butterfly, somewhat flustered, urged it to use gust. For at the moment of the explosion, he had witnessed the butterfly being scorched by the flames. Now shrouded in smoke, visibility was obscured, allowing only the faint outline of the butterfly to be discerned, and he desperately sought the butterfly's response. However, under such extreme heat, while the butterfly enjoyed an advantage in flight, its endurance paled in comparison to that of the fire-striped Meow. Meow, came a piercing cry, followed by a whirlwind imbued with pale blue luminescence that swiftly dispersed the smoke. The gaze of both trainers sharpened as they beheld the fire-striped Meow being hurled through the air, exhaling a second stream of scalding hot air. It struck the colorful powder butterfly directly. There was no escape. With the bug type inherently weak against fire, and given its limited base stats, its high speed could not compensate for its low defenses. Faced with the post-scheme hot winds, resisting such an onslaught was akin to chasing phantoms. The trainer could only watch helplessly as the colorful powder butterfly, seemingly cooked, plummeted to the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. Meanwhile, the fire-striped meow, akin to a rolling gourd, tumbled across the ground, becoming coated in dust. Yet, almost immediately, it appeared unscathed as it stood up, shaking its head and exuding vitality, clearly still brimming with energy. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling, "Hold still, I shall clean you up." Li Xiang, wielding a brush, gently cleared the dust from the fire-striped meow's fur. The meow silently licked its paw, its expression profoundly relaxed. Through the preceding battle, though not excessively fierce, both trainer and cat had managed to vent a significant portion of their pent-up emotions. After all, exhaustion is often the best remedy for forgetfulness. As he sweated profusely, grappling with the summer heat, Li Xiang remained intently focused on his opponent, wary of any opportunity that might allow them to turn the tide. For the first time, he felt the exhilarating surge that battling could evoke within one's spirit. A pearl milk green drink, contained within a plastic cup and tinted a delicate shade of green, was placed beside him by Lin Feng. "This beverage is surprisingly delightful. You should give it a try." Lin Lan trailed behind Lin Feng, eagerly sipping her milk tea, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. In this era, cup-based milk tea is still quite novel and has garnered immense popularity among the masses. Li Xiang, feeling parched, quietly thanked her and was about to take a sip when Lin Feng dragged a chair to sit beside him, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. "You, my friend, are rather ungrateful." "Huh?" Li Xiang paused, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Lin Feng, visibly displeased, continued. "The other day, you ran off in such haste. When I inquired about what transpired, you were so vague. You didn't log in when the ants were looking for you. What's truly going on? Is there something you cannot share in my presence?" "Indeed, my brother and I are quite worried about you," Lin Lan chimed in, settling beside Li Xiang and instinctively reaching out to stroke the belly of the fire-spotted meow. Unfortunately, the creature was unwilling and promptly flipped over, leaving the young girl with a look of frustration. It's really nothing important." Li Xiang initially intended to brush it off, but as the words left his mouth, he caught a glimpse of Lin Feng's disappointed expression. Yes, he had been in such a rush back then. Who would believe that it was now insignificant? Li Xiang fell silent. Lin Feng regarded him as if he were a stranger. "I wish to assist you, Li Xiang. If there is anything you wish to discuss, I assure you I will not harm you." An extended silence ensued, with no one daring to speak. The atmosphere at the table grew increasingly awkward. Lin Lan and the small sprites sensed the tension between the two but were too timid to utter a word, including the normally boisterous Dong, Meow, who hesitated for 2 seconds before closing its mouth. The concept of brotherhood stemmed from Lin Feng's inherently naive personality, possibly shaped by his upbringing or past experiences, leading him to reject terms like childhood friend or best buddy in favor of brother. He meant it sincerely, and he acted accordingly. If he considered you a brother, you were truly akin to his own blood sibling. However, to be candid, how well do Li Xiang and Lin Feng truly know each other? In strict terms, they are not closely acquainted. The Li Xiang who was familiar with Lin Feng has long since merged with the 27-year-old version of himself. To the 27-year-old Li Xiang, Lin Feng is merely a child, psychologically immature, and still enamored with the concept of brotherhood, a rather straightforward 11-year-old. Thus, when Li Xiang confronted Lin Feng, he found himself somewhat dismissive, harboring a sense of superiority stemming from age, education, and experience. This sentiment intensified after their first battle, where he exploited Lin Feng's lack of understanding of fundamental inertia and the disparity in their knowledge, catching him off guard. Even when using enhancements, Li Xiang achieved an overwhelming victory, further solidifying his sense of superiority. Why is it that the internet is rife with individuals who hastily label others as still being in school, young, and inexperienced, as if they have never endured the harsh realities of life? This has given rise to the term elementary school student in online discourse. The disdain for age and experience, coupled with a condescending attitude of superiority, is a tendency that many indulge in, and Li Xiang is no exception. Where does happiness originate? It stems from comparison. However, is Li Xiang's current behavior one of respect towards others? It is not. On the contrary, such behavior could even be deemed disgraceful, especially when directed towards those who genuinely care for you, cherish your well-being, and consider you a true friend. Indeed, from Li Xiang's perspective, the notion of brotherhood through gaming appears ludicrous. How many people, as they mature and their circumstances evolve, come to regard the term brother as a trivial jest, or worse, a term used to deceive those close to them? In society, instances of childhood friends betraying one another are not uncommon. Yet, at this very moment, Lin Feng stands before Li Xiang, sincerely regarding him as a brother, despite the latter's disdain. Throughout their shared past, Lin Feng has consistently treated Li Xiang with kindness, never once deriding his weight or calling him derogatory names. Instead, he often encouraged him to pursue a healthier lifestyle. He frequently invited Li Xiang to his family's fruit shop, even fulfilling the request to witness his impressive skill of splitting a watermelon with his small hands at the tender age of 9. Despite enduring a scolding from his father afterward, Lin Feng bore no resentment, even as Li Xiang looked on in amusement. Of course, the two have had their share of conflicts and quarrels, yet it is invariably Lin Feng who takes the initiative to reconcile. During their youthful escapades, it was often Lin Feng who shouldered the blame alone, shielding Li Xiang from repercussions. Observing such character, Li Xiang, now seamlessly intertwined with his 11-year-old self, feels a profound sense of moral conflict. A renowned master once stated, "One must possess a heart, as even Pokémon must possess a heart." Thus, when Li Xiang recognized that he was reveling in this peculiar sense of superiority, he found himself unable to meet Lin Feng's gaze. It was not out of fear of being recognized as a fraud, nor from guilt in confronting Lin Feng. Rather, it was a disheartening realization that he had become the very person he despised, embodying a hypocrisy he once detested. If he genuinely looked down upon others, why then engage in superficial pleasantries and smiles? How disgraceful! Consequently, Li Xiang resolved to reflect upon himself. Firstly, he would confront the reality of his relationship with Lin Feng. Did he harbor intentions of continuing this brotherhood game? The answer was affirmative. Because Li Xiang felt that he did not truly enjoy the role of a chivalrous hero, he yearned for a deeply meaningful friendship. Setting aside Lin Feng's seemingly predestined role as the protagonist of the world, he recognized that although he was young, his character was commendable. In today's society, nothing is more precious than integrity. Moreover, this individual is destined for growth. He cannot remain in childhood perpetually. Presently, he and Li Xiang share little common ground, which suggests that this will remain true in the future. Both are traversing the path of trainers, and Li Xiang's temporary advantage stems solely from his adult reasoning. Ultimately, there will come a day when they can support one another and progress together. As for whether he should lay all his cards on the table with Lin Feng, the answer is no. It is wisely said that even brothers should keep clear accounts. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and it is essential to maintain certain confidences. If Li Xiang truly considers Lin Feng a good friend, he must refrain from disclosing everything and should not pry into Lin Feng's private matters. An overly candid relationship can only lead to detriment, not benefit. Maintaining a respectful distance is crucial for a lasting and robust friendship. Having come to this understanding, Li Xiang was finally able to face Lin Feng with composure. Meeting his gaze and succinctly explaining that his fire-spotted Meow had encountered some health issues and would require a checkup next week. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression softened slightly, indicating that he was ready to move on from the matter. Li Xiang's willingness to share his personal concerns with Lin Feng was, in itself, enough to affirm their friendship. As for the secret concerning the fire-spotted Meow, it held little significance for Lin Feng. What mattered was the attitude. Beside them, Lin Lan was also pleased. Having long been unable to tolerate the tension between the two, she eagerly interjected, exclaiming, "It's exactly like my older brother's little Charizard." Little dragon? Li Xiang paused in surprise. Yes, my Charizard possesses the blaze ability, but it differs from the ordinary blaze. When triggered, it seems to enhance speed, attack, and defense, significantly increasing pain tolerance as well. Lin Feng was candid, not only revealing the conditions under which blaze is activated, but also specifying the enhancements it brings. He even recounted the circumstances during their battle in Xiangqing and the subsequent visit to the Pokémon Center for examination. After sharing this, he lowered his voice and confided in Li Xiang, "This secret is known only to you, me, and my sister. My parents aren't particularly aware. How about that for loyalty?" There was a hint of pride in his tone, as he believed that since Li Xiang had entrusted him with the secret of the fire-spotted Meow, he had reciprocated by sharing the secret of his Charizard. It was almost naively simple. Li Xiang found himself at a loss for words. In truth, alterations in a Pokémon's condition are often easily discernible to others. As they ascend to the Master Ball tier, the Ultra Ball tier, or even join the varsity teams of prestigious academies, they inevitably attract scrutiny. Analysts begin to dissect their Pokémon, providing their adversaries with a plethora of intelligence. Footage of their past battles is unearthed and subjected to intense examination. Consequently, such extraordinary traits and physical attributes are exceedingly prone to exposure. They cannot be concealed, unless one chooses to refrain from using them for a lifetime. For instance, the singed catnip of the scorching Meowth or the exceptional blaze of the Charmander will soon be laid bare, before the watchful eyes of others. In the end, it is likely to resemble Ash's Infernape's fierce flames, which even the notorious Team Rocket is fully aware of. Everyone has eyes, they are not blind. Moreover, as they mature, the world will embrace the era of big data. The techniques showcased in battles can hardly be deemed closely guarded secrets any longer. There is no point in hiding them. One might as well utilize them openly. Li contemplated for a moment and, with the intention of dissuading Lin Feng from excessive fixation, conveyed this information to him. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, appeared momentarily stunned. Is that really true? Don't deceive me. Li chuckled coldly, recalling their discussion from the previous day, where they had examined a battle magazine that proclaimed the revelation of someone's hidden ultimate move. Have you forgotten so soon? Never underestimate humanity's insatiable thirst for knowledge. What does it matter if one is a master-level trainer? As long as there is profit to be made and no explicit legal prohibitions, they will reveal everything. Lin Feng opened his mouth, reflecting on his past experiences, and realized that Li was indeed correct. This included the esteemed Xia Chunyu, whom he idolized. Even his Charizard had numerous secret techniques that had been uncovered, becoming features in magazines and newspapers. He had similar cutouts adorning the walls of his room, which he had specifically tailored, intending to teach his Charmander. Wow, Lin Feng could not help but exclaim in disbelief. He had genuinely considered this to be an unspeakable secret for a lifetime. In retrospect, during the awards ceremony after his Charmander's explosive victory in the Xiang'S finals, the gaze of the event organizer had been peculiarly unsettling. However, there was no need for excessive concern, at least until one achieves fame. Such secrets can still catch opponents off guard. Li endeavored to reassure Lin Feng, asserting that this could undoubtedly serve as a trump card. Even if opponents eventually became aware, it could instill hesitation and caution, thus offering significant advantages. Nevertheless, the Lin siblings stared at him in silence, seemingly taken aback. Li asked, "Is everything all right?" "It's nothing. Just felt like you've changed quite a lot," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Lin Lan nodded in agreement. "Yes, even your manner of speaking has transformed." "This isn't merely a change," she remarked. Li Xiang calmly sipped his milk tea, understanding the necessity of diligent preparation when setting his sights on prestigious academies. His siblings remained non-committal, yet they could not help but notice the transformation within him, which they deemed a positive development. In the fourth round of the afternoon, he faced yet another novice trainer. The opponent's creature was a small, charming being adorned with soft yellow fur, a white face, and a black nose. Its petite frame was complemented by red fur within its ears and tail, and its eyes burned like flames. This was one of the 6 iconic starter Pokémon. The Fire Fox, renowned for its striking beauty and particular appeal among female trainers. In truth, Li Xiang's adversary was also a girl, the Dream Magician. A technique that often proved futile, raised questions about what moves were available. There seemed to be a hypnosis and a defensive maneuver. Li Xiang squinted, softly instructing his Fire Meow before sending it into the fray. The battle commenced with the customary intimidating display. In this match, where the trainers were utterly inexperienced, Fire Meow's intimidation tactic often yielded remarkable results, and indeed, it did. The adorable yellow-furred fox was startled, providing Fire Meow with a chance to enhance its abilities through the move, bodybuilding. This technique was only rudimentarily grasped, with a failure rate of 3 out of 10 attempts, leaving a significant margin for error. A reddish-brown aura flickered around Fire Meow, its muscles tensed and bulging, imparting an illusion of increased size. Both its physical attack and defense were heightened. With a fierce meow, Fire Meow darted towards its opponent, prepared for close combat. Despite having consumed numerous physical attack enhancers, this marked Fire Meow's inaugural engagement in melee combat. Across from them, the Fire Fox, momentarily taken aback, seized an opportunity to act while the distance between them remained substantial. It let out a sharp cry, and a layer of powdery purple light emanated from it, swiftly sinking into the ground and spreading outward in a circular expanse of approximately 5 meters in diameter. This was the psychic terrain. Li Xiang paused, his expression growing serious. Disrupt it. Fight it. The psychic terrain, a psychic-type move, enabled Pokémon standing on the ground to resist priority moves and amplified the power of psychic-type moves. Since the Firefox had employed it, it was certain to possess psychic-type skills. It was unlikely to be merely a countermeasure against surprise attack. As far as Li Xiang was aware, Firefox, at lower levels, lacked the ability to independently master any psychic-type attack moves. The only possibility resided within the moves available in the technical machine, namely Psychic and Psyshock, both of which boasted formidable power. The fiery feline responded. Currently positioned a mere 3 meters from the Flame Fox. Given its present momentum, it could strike this adversary in a second. However, such an action would render it vulnerable to capture by the Flame Fox. What does capture entail? It broadly refers to the means of restraining an opponent through the utilization of supernatural abilities, akin to the techniques showcased in animations, such as telekinesis, mental force, and psychokinesis, all of which possess the power to control the opponent's body. Yet, there exists a prerequisite: mental locking. To seize an opponent, one must first establish a lock. Without this lock, capture remains an unattainable endeavor. Thus, the fiery feline's objective at this moment is to evade the Flame Fox's mental lock, thereby avoiding its formidable control. How can this be accomplished? Through its evasive capabilities. Suddenly, as the Flame Fox focused its gaze, the advancing fiery feline halted and expelled a fireball the size of a fist. Although the fireball's potency was minimal and inflicted little damage, it successfully obstructed the Flame Fox's line of sight. With its vision impaired, the Flame Fox's imminent mental force attack could only launch straightforwardly ahead. A blue luminescence emanated from its eyes, unleashing layers of distorted lavender waves that collided with the approaching fireball with a resounding crash. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted. The trainer, keenly perceptive of the unfolding situation, intended to issue a warning, but it was too late. The fiery feline had already maneuvered to the Flame Fox's flank, emerging from the mist to reveal its true form. Its 4 obsidian fangs viciously sank into the fox's neck. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the dark energy transformed into pure damage. The Flame Fox emitted a piercing, anguished cry, subsequently succumbing and collapsing in defeat. With its formidable physical attack bolstered by its inherent prowess, the fiery feline succeeded in delivering a lethal bite, even employing a move outside its type. The outcome was sealed. Chapter 4. What traits define a free spirit? The battle commenced with 4 rounds. From Li Xiang's perspective, the level of the Pokémon exhibited by the opponents seemed somewhat advanced, not characteristic of novice trainers. Yet, for Li Xiang, this was a fortuitous circumstance. For growth is often born from challenge. Regrettably, in the 5th round, the opponent's level plummeted drastically. Throughout the match, the adversary relied solely on the moves Scratch and Growl, which were disappointingly rudimentary. Li Xiang found himself perplexed. Shouldn't the opponents grow stronger as the rounds progressed? Why had they instead weakened? Upon reaching the 6th round, he discovered the trend persisted. The opponent's Pokémon was alarmingly basic, reminiscent of those he had faced in the initial 4 rounds, suggesting that this was essentially the same contest. Nevertheless, after winning the 6th round, he successfully advanced to the top 8. At this juncture, even in the event of a loss, he would still be rewarded with a substantial box of energy cubes. Li Xiang decided not to dwell on trivial matters any longer. With only 3 matches remaining, the opponents had returned to their normal level of skill. In the quarterfinals, Li Xiang faced a boy who commanded an armored bird. This creature, resembling a medieval knight clad in shining silver armor, boasted razor-thin wings that glimmered in the light. Upon its entrance, it let out a couple of raspy calls, exerting considerable pressure on Li Xiang's fiery feline companion. Its imposing size and fierce appearance were even more intimidating than that of the previous tank-like Pokémon. Li Xiang instinctively deduced that this creature possessed the ability known as sharply observant due to its piercing gaze. This match proved to be the most arduous for his fiery companion. The opponent was cunning and sly, aware of the formidable firepower of Li Xiang's Pokémon. He opted to exploit this advantage by avoiding direct confrontations, instead attacking from behind with treachery. It took all of Li Xiang's restraint to refrain from revealing the secrets of his fiery ball of fluff. Fortunately, the fire feline proved its worth. When the opponent lunged forward to use Peck, it seized the opportunity to nimbly leap onto the creature's back and unleashed a close-range heat wave. The armored bird, vulnerable to double weakness against fire, succumbed to the onslaught of searing air, losing its combat ability and plummeting from a height of over 10 meters with the fire feline still perched upon it. Though the fire feline had the armored bird as a cushion, the metallic nature of its fall offered little in terms of shock absorption, resulting in a rather harsh landing. After the match concluded, Li Xiang was confronted for the first time by reporters from the television station, who thrust microphones into his face and compelled him to participate in an interview. Frankly, it was rather dull. The questions, such as why he utilized fire-type moves, were uninspired. How was Li Xiang supposed to muster enthusiasm for such queries? Would he resort to using normal-type moves instead? Surely, no trainer would be unfamiliar with the type chart. In a previous life, one might encounter individuals who mistakenly believed that rock types were resistant to electric moves, or that ice types were effective against rock types, as well as the ancient players who thought poison types countered bug types. However, in this world, such ignorance was exceedingly rare. As the competition progressed into the semifinals, the level of opponents escalated further. The fervor of the audience surged to unprecedented heights, with cheers and shouts that could easily be mistaken for a World Cup match, leaving Li Xiang and his fire feline feeling particularly out of place. Then, misfortune struck. For the first time, Li Xiang encountered a Pokémon that had a type advantage over his fiery companion. It was a blue-furred creature, adorned with two beige shells at its waist, exuding a distinctly neon ninja aura, a sea otter, the evolved form of the 5th-generation starter Pokémon, known as Duat. Yes, this creature was indeed in its evolved state, a second-stage Pokémon, which was utterly absurd. A novice trainer may possess a second-stage Pokémon, either by means of a fortunate early acquisition, by possessing innate talent, or by fortuitously encountering one that is on the verge of evolution outside of the breeding house channels. Regardless of the circumstance, it signifies that the battle against the Fire Meow will be exceedingly arduous. Had Lin Feng not forewarned him, and had he not prepared adequately beforehand, Li Xiang might have been caught off guard by this opponent. At this juncture, the significance of intelligence is once again underscored. Based on the fragmented information gathered through inquiries and observations by the first informant, Lin Feng, and the second informant, Lin Lan, Li Xiang has drawn the following conclusions. Firstly, the level of the double-blade Pokémon does not exceed 15. This intelligence stems from the boastful claims of its trainer and companions regarding their fortunate early evolution. Secondly, the primary offensive strategy of the double-blade Pokémon involves utilizing Shell to unleash Air Slash, a long-range attack with no formidable water-type moves. Thirdly, its Torrent ability has been activated. These conclusions have alleviated Li Xiang's concerns. Given that this double-blade Pokémon lacks moves such as Saline or Water Pulse, and does not wield Shell Blade, the odds of victory for Fire Meow remain quite favorable. Its stats are merely slightly elevated and are not dissimilar to those of other Pokémon like the Big Milk Tank. Moreover, the candies produced in recent days are still being administered, leaving only speed and special attack to be retained. As Li Xiang anticipated, the double-blade Pokémon, aside from exploiting its type advantage, does not surpass the strength of those he had previously encountered. Although Air Slash boasts impressive speed, the initiation of the double-blade Pokémon's attack is rather sluggish, significantly lagging behind the swift response of the Fire Monkey, renowned for its agility within the gym. Fire Meow, having trained in evasion techniques alongside the Fire Monkey for the past month, is capable of dodging such attacks with careful observation and timely reactions. It adeptly executed this maneuver, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. From their perspective, Fire Meow's movements appeared quite perilous. Even the trainer of the double-blade Pokémon was left astounded. Only a select few, including those who had experienced it firsthand, understood that Fire Meow's ability to evade was not due to its superiority, but rather because the attacking party's actions were too straightforward and predictable. Subsequently, the opponent altered their strategy, refraining from using Air Slash, and instead resorted to Water Gun and Splash to harass Fire Meow. It must be said, they indeed possess a skillful approach. As the air grew humid and the ground became dotted with puddles, even the summer-loving Fire Meow began to struggle. Faced with an opponent capable of altering the battlefield's environment under such limited circumstances, Li Xiang realized that he was momentarily at a loss on how to contend with the double-blade Pokémon. In utter desperation, he had no choice but to employ once more the simple principle of steam explosion, creating a thin mist that obstructed vision, guiding his Fire Cat to play tricks and execute a sneak attack. To be honest, this tactic had proven consistently effective. After all, these young trainers exhibited a remarkable straightforwardness. When they realized their opponent had vanished and lost sight of their target, they would stand there in a daze, waiting for others to flank them. Under normal circumstances, even without using a fog-clearing technique, one would at least move, right? Just like in animations, retreating to the outskirts of the mist. Yet, these novice trainers tended to remain foolishly stationary. Li Xiang felt it was a pity not to capitalize on this. Ultimately, it was a successful combat maneuver. The Fire Cat withstood the water gun used by the dual-edged blade, delivering 2 crunch attacks to utterly incapacitate it. Concluding a match that had dragged on for nearly 15 minutes, Li Xiang smoothly advanced to the finals. The competition in Qingqing was significantly more challenging than in Xianqing. Holding a sugar pancake, Lin Feng nibbled while lamenting the meager rewards. There was no way to equate the multi-angle beast with the evolutionary stones. Mentioning this, Lin Lan became sullen, as her father disapproved of her adopting a Pokémon early, insisting that their family was respectable and did not engage in speculative endeavors. She was told to wait patiently. With the head of the household having spoken, Lin Lan had little room for dissent. Even if Li Xiang was willing to exchange evolutionary stones and the runner-up prize for an EV egg, it would be futile. The market price for an EV egg in the breeding house typically hovered around 10,000, with some selling for as low as 6 or 7,000. 3 evolutionary stones would undoubtedly be a lucrative deal. Li Xiang silently perused the recordings Lin Feng had thoughtfully brought, which documented the battles of his final opponent. It was undeniable that reaching the finals required a certain level of skill. The Pokémon used was a relatively novel type for Li Xiang, the Freerunner ability. The Flame Bunny. This creature boasted pristine white fur, with orange limbs, ear tips, and neck, adorned with band-aid-like fur on its nose and 2 patches on its soles. What does the Freerunner ability entail? It allows the Pokémon to transform its own attributes into that of the move it employs. In other words, it possesses the capability to alter its own attributes. Is this effect powerful? Certainly, as using moves of one's own type grants a damage bonus. In Li Xiang's memory, ever since the Dream Special Fire Bunny was released in Pokémon Sword and Shield, the rankings had been dominated by its final evolution, the Blazing Ace. It soared to the top in just a few days, though it eventually fell from grace. The reason for such a decline was none other than its overwhelming strength. In the context of the Paralympic Games and Sword and Shield, this particular Pokémon possesses an extraordinarily exaggerated strength. In summary, it is a formidable force that cannot be encapsulated in merely a sentence or two. The most significant aspect of the dazzling Flame Ace is undoubtedly its ability, Liberator. Li Xiang never anticipated encountering such a small Pokémon under these circumstances. Moreover, as evidenced by the footage, this fiery rabbit exhibits a remarkable agility of mind, making it suddenly much more challenging to contend with. Fortunately, the opponent has yet to reach the evolutionary stage. The revealed moves include Flying Knee Kick, Sand Attack, Quick Attack, Spark, and Howl. The absence of Ambush is a relief. Li Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. This particular move, with its unique conditions, is exceedingly annoying, easily depriving others of their turn to act and rendering the battle unplayable. However, if the situation remains at this level, the Fire Meow can still hold its ground. The long-range tactics may prove ineffective, as the opponent possesses Quick Attack to boost speed and agility, making it impossible to create distance. A singular focus on long-range strategies would only provide the opponent with opportunities. The Meow sensed Li Xiang's fingers gently stroking its back and shifted its body to a more comfortable position. Is everything all right? Lin Feng inquired curiously, having approached at some point. Of course, why wouldn't it be? Li Xiang replied, handing him the camera. He understood that mere visual flair would not suffice. It was essential to rely on proper combat techniques. At worst, he would have to reveal the technique involving the Fluffball Fireball. But it wasn't exactly a closely guarded secret. With the enhanced power derived from the Fluffball, even the Fiery Rabbit, being a fire type, would likely struggle to withstand its impact. The disparity in strength was far too great. Chapter 41. I am not in a hurry. The finals of the Little Phoenix King Cup have officially commenced. The excitement surged once more, and the crowd of spectators swelled. As Li Xiang entered the competition arena, he cradled the Fire Meow in his arms, wary of the few unruly hands that tended to reach over the barriers set by the organizers to touch the Fire Meow. This scenario highlights the distinction between professional competitions and commercial contests. In professional events, spectators and participants are separated by considerable distances, making physical contact impossible, thanks to top-tier security. In contrast, events held at shopping mall entrances, like this one, often provide only a rudimentary passage for spectators. Inside the venue, Li Xiang wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Once this match concluded, he planned to begin administering speed candies to the Fire Meow. Coincidentally, he had received one yesterday, bringing his total to 12. The Fire Meow began to stretch and warm up before the match. With its innate intelligence, it had gleaned insights from its battles over the past few days, defeating various Pokémon, and had begun to develop its own understanding of the strategies learned previously, applying them with increasing ease. Its energy level had also risen to level 7, marking a remarkable pace of progress. Why is it often said that practical experience is the best test? Opposite him, Li Xiang's competitor has arrived. He is a relatively well-groomed young boy, suggesting a favorable family background, as evidenced by his attire and footwear. Upon closer inspection, Li Xiang notices that today's Flame Rabbit is playfully bouncing at the boy's feet, as if the ground beneath it were scalding hot. Unable to resist, Li Xiang casts a glance at its paws. Fire-type creatures are capable of igniting flames from more than just their mouths. For instance, if conditions permit, the Flame Rabbit can also unleash fire from its soles. It is prudent to remain cautious. Before long, the pre-match preparations concluded. Both sides took their positions, and the referee, situated at the edge of the arena, began to announce the rules of the match. In a one-on-one Pokémon battle such as this, luck plays a significant role. Encountering an opponent whose type counters yours can substantially increase the difficulty. Li Xiang has been fortunate. After numerous matches, he has only faced such a challenge once. In the final showdown, he found himself against an opponent of the same type. He hoped it wouldn't necessitate revealing his trump card. He cast a glance at the cameras positioned within the wire mesh and at the spectators outside, each holding a camera. Should he resort to his secret weapon? It would undoubtedly make headlines. Yet, he resolved that if it must be used, then so be it. At that moment, the referee finally finished announcing the rules and blew the whistle vigorously. The match had commenced. No sooner had the sound echoed than two voices surged forth in a fierce contest. A flash of electricity. The fire pattern Meowth initiated with an intimidation tactic, causing the opposing flame rabbit to momentarily freeze in place. Indeed, Li Xiang felt it was less than a second. Merely a brief pause before the flame rabbit resumed its charge, enveloped in a radiant white light, resembling a small comet hurtling forward. Flash of lightning, a basic physical move, grants an advantage in speed. Speaking of speed advantage, it is essential to address the concept of initiative in this world. Li Xiang is uncertain about the circumstances in other realms, but in this one, initiative has been transformed into both the speed of execution and the actual velocity. What does this mean? The speed of execution is straightforward. It allows a Pokémon to initiate its move faster than others. Actual speed, on the other hand, implies that if a Pokémon's original speed is 1 and the initiative of the move is 1, then when it employs that move, its speed is temporarily elevated to 2. This effect suggests that even Pokémon of level 1 can, by utilizing Flash of Lightning, surpass the speed of a level 100 Deoxys. This significantly diminishes the effectiveness of various initiative moves, including the famed Protect. However, this is an unavoidable reality. The concept of initiative in the game operates like an unyielding law. No matter how swiftly one may enhance their speed or claim to dart through the skies at supersonic velocities, should the opponent employ a move governed by initiative while you do not, they will inevitably strike first. This is utterly irrational. Nevertheless, the rules of this world lend a modicum of legitimacy to the existence of initiative. In the animated series, Ash's Pikachu frequently utilizes Quick Attack, but often finds itself outmaneuvered by adversaries employing ordinary moves to seize the initiative. Such is the nature of the game. As for special conditions like Trick Room and Surprise Attack, their effects are noteworthy, but shall remain unmentioned for now. Returning to the scene, there stood the fiery rabbit, exclaiming with fervor, harnessing a brilliant white light that enabled it to effortlessly traverse over 10 meters in a mere 2 to 3 seconds. Its speed only continued to escalate. According to the data, this fiery rabbit is capable of channeling the energy of fire within its body through rapid movement, thereby enhancing its stamina. In simpler terms, the more it runs, the more invigorated it becomes. If we wish to avoid a protracted battle, swiftly eliminating this opponent would be the wisest course of action. He and his Fire Meow shared this sentiment. The boost to physical attack and defense from the move Bulk Up emboldened Fire Meow, rendering it unfazed even in the face of the fiery rabbit, which had transformed into a normal type thanks to its ability, thereby increasing the power of its moves. Despite the opponent being right before it, Fire Meow remained steadfast, its gaze icy as it prepared for something. Meanwhile, Li maintained an unusual calm, showing no signs of panic. Quietly advising, do not rush, take your time, there is still plenty of it. Patience. Both the trainer and his feline companion seemed to be awaiting a pivotal moment. However, to the audience, their demeanor appeared as though they were passively allowing their opponent to attack, bordering on foolishness. Many spectators urged Fire Meow to take action or express their anxiety for Li, causing the wire fence to rattle with their impatience. Yet, they were destined to be the anxious ones, as even when the luminous fiery rabbit collided with Fire Meow, knocking it back with a resounding thud, Fire Meow refrained from retaliating and absorbed the impact, landing on the ground before struggling to rise and emitting a soft meow. It's all right if one attempt fails. We shall try again. We have many opportunities ahead. Li's expression remained unchanged. With the advantages of Intimidate and Bulk Up, even a move like Quick Attack, enhanced by its type advantage, could only inflict minimal damage on Fire Meow, which had consumed numerous endurance candies. There was little alternative. The base damage was inherently low. The opponent seemed to have recognized this, as the previously reliable Quick Attack failed to deliver sufficient damage, and Fire Meow appeared to retain ample vitality. Flying Knee Kick. The opponent resolutely opted for an offensive approach. The Flying Knee Strike, a formidable fighting-type physical move, possesses immense power. Yet its drawback lies in the fact that it may inflict self-harm if it misses. With the activation of the freerunner ability, the fiery rabbit leaped vigorously from the ground. A sound reminiscent of meat sizzling on a stone slab suddenly echoed. Li Xiang gazed intently and was astonished to discover two pitch-black footprints where the fiery rabbit had stood. It was the adhesive bandage beneath its feet releasing intense heat. He abruptly raised his head and caught sight of the fiery rabbit soaring through the air, its knee glimmering with a dazzling reddish-brown light, attempting to deliver a meteoric knee strike upon the fire meow. The ferocity of the assault was such that it seemed capable of shattering the very earth with a single blow. After all, this was a fighting-type move boasting an impressive power of 130, a feat not easily withstood by any foe. Should it connect, even the fire meow, with its current endurance, might not emerge unscathed. However, the fire meow was never one to sit idly by. Its earlier inaction was merely a result of unfortunate circumstances. As its previous attempts had failed, it was time for another endeavor. The fire meow crouched low, emitting a fierce growl, its fiery fur bristling as flames erupted and dissipated around its form. Suddenly, a burst of flames detonated before it, rapidly expanding with a resounding boom, engulfing its entire body in scorching fire. Flame body, energy charge. After relentless effort, the heavens had rewarded the fire meow's determination. It finally unleashed the move it had long been cultivating. Meow? The fire meow roared, releasing the pent-up fury that had been simmering within. The energy charge, a fire-type physical move, also boasted the secondary effect of enhancing the user's speed. Its opponent was momentarily taken aback by the fire meow's transformation. But the flying knee strike had already been executed, and it was too late to alter its course. Dodge! Li Xiang cried out urgently. The sound of flames crackling filled the air. The fire meow, enveloped in flames, appeared to teleport, swiftly evading past the fiery rabbit. The flying knee strike missed. No. The fiery rabbit, displaying remarkable intelligence, seemed to have sensed something amiss before descending, having already redirected the fighting-type energy from one knee to the other. Its initial knee strike was merely a feint. The fiery rabbit suddenly straightened its bent leg, using the ground for leverage, pivoted, and lifted its other knee once more, charging towards the fire meow. Energy transfer. Such extraordinary control of energy. Li Xiang could scarcely believe his eyes. Such advanced technique had no place in such a small competition. The last time he witnessed something akin to this was during the Master Promotion Tournament's public recordings. A wave of inexplicable awe washed over him. Indeed, it was utterly terrifying. Had he not overthought, he would have indeed been struck by the fiery rabbit. What a formidable adversary! As he marveled at this in his heart, the fire-striped cat, already forewarned by Li Xiang, deftly pivoted, narrowly avoiding the incoming knee strike from the fiery rabbit. The flying knee attack missed its mark, resulting in a counter that inflicted pain upon the fiery rabbit. With a pained yelp, it instinctively clutched its knee. The potency of the flying knee was indeed significant, and the recoil was equally severe. Yet, for the fire-striped cat, the encounter was far from over. Empowered by its charged flame assault, it evaded two more of the fiery rabbit's advances, enabling it to fiercely collide with the rabbit's exposed back. Boom. Sparks flew. The fighting-type fiery rabbit suffered a devastating blow, sustaining a considerable amount of damage. Simultaneously, the impact sent the already pained fiery rabbit tumbling to the ground in a most ungraceful manner. Quick, use sand attack. It's right behind you. Block its assault. Its trainer shouted urgently. Panic was warranted. The fiery rabbit's neck was laid bare before the fire-striped cat. It was undoubtedly a delectable opportunity. The fiery rabbit yearned to heed its trainer's advice, but the fire-striped cat, having accelerated, was simply too swift to be outpaced. A chilling sensation enveloped its nape, followed swiftly by excruciating pain and a resounding thud. As a fragile creature, the fiery rabbit could hardly withstand such an onslaught. Its eyes rolled back, and it succumbed to unconsciousness. Beep! A piercing whistle echoed throughout the realm. Chapter 42. The Significance of True Companionship in the Conservation Base. Li Xiang held aloft a trophy made of an unknown metal, flanked by two cats, one large and one small. There was no doubt about it. The ultimate victor of the Little Phoenix King Cup was Li Xiang and the fire-striped cat. The adversary's fiery rabbit was indeed powerful, showcasing extraordinary technique. But it could not withstand the preparation Li Xiang had undertaken. He had long contemplated the potential for a change in the flying knee attack. The inspiration came from Ash's slippery character in the Super Wish series. He recalled witnessing a match where a flying knee strike, initially expected to miss, was suddenly redirected, catching the opponent off guard with a blow to the abdomen. This memory lingered vividly in his mind, prompting him to investigate online for any similar instances, which he indeed found. He then emphasized the tactic to the fire-striped cat. To his astonishment, during the actual battle, the fiery rabbit executed the maneuver. This ultimately became the fiery rabbit's downfall. Furthermore, fortune favored Li Xiang. Without the charged flame assault, the fire-striped cat might not have evaded the flying knee. It likely would have had to endure a blow to find an opportunity to counter the fiery rabbit, or even be delayed by the rabbit's lightning-fast maneuver. After all, at that moment, the fire-striped cat could not catch up to the fiery rabbit. Fortunately, the techniques employed were perfectly timed, achieving the most suitable effects. In the office, Su Ilio and Ms. Yin were present, and upon seeing Li Xiang enter with a trophy, they both rose to their feet. One took the trophy while the other helped Li Xiang remove his backpack. It was a commendable victory, though not a championship. Li Xiang smiled, poured himself a glass of water from the kettle on the table, and drank it down eagerly. He had obtained the evolutionary stone, but for the time being, it was of no practical use to him, destined to languish in his bag for the time being. Yet, none of this mattered. The focus was on testing the speed candy. After finishing his drink, Li Xiang bid farewell to the two ladies and, along with his fire-striped Meow and Donshire Meow, dashed out the door, his belongings tucked safely in his pockets. Su Ilio had intended to affectionately pinch Li Xiang's slender face, but finding no opportunity, she let out a reluctant huff. The speed test was not to be conducted outdoors. The base was equipped with a specialized treadmill for speed testing, located in the same gym where strength was previously measured. Fortunately, at this hour, the gym was empty, and with no attendant present. Li Xiang could experiment to his heart's content without interruption, as long as he did not damage any equipment. Let's begin, he thought, guiding fire-striped Meow onto the treadmill and activating the test mode. He then stepped aside to retrieve the speed candy, which he had meticulously ground into powder and mixed with moo moo milk, portioning it into several servings. He intended to remain discreet, as feeding Pokémon was an understandable act, but administering 10 servings at once was rather extraordinary. Now that no one was watching, he felt free to proceed as he wished. Donshire Meow found a soft spot and curled up for a nap, indifferent to Li Xiang's plans as long as he did not cause any trouble. This is how a carefree cat raises its young. After half an hour, the testing progressed smoothly. Li Xiang took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Regardless of the specifics of a 200-point increase, the speed candy undeniably proved effective, significantly enhancing fire-striped Meow's speed. As for how many levels it could surpass, that remained uncertain. Comparing with other Pokémon was meaningless, as they differed in base stats, moves, and battle experience, not to mention type advantages. When it came to data, the growth per level varied greatly, with no conditions suitable for comparison. However, if one were to consider an ordinary fire-striped Meow, Li Xiang lacked data for fire-striped Meows at different levels, so he could only estimate in his mind. Below level 15, it could easily defeat non-advantaged Pokémon, and when facing those with type advantages, it would still have a fighting chance. If the opponent were somewhat foolish, like the previously encountered over-leveled Miltank, it might even gain an upper hand. Li Xiang was a person who understood the value of contentment. A fortunate occurrence indeed, little feline has grown stronger once more. He gently scratched the chin of the fiery tabby, who purred contentedly, writhing on the ground. Having concluded the good news, he turned to the unfortunate matters. As he had previously surmised, after consuming 10 candies, the efficacy of the treats had diminished. The reduction was not severe, yet it confirmed the impossibility of having the fiery tabby confront Pokémon of levels 30 or 40 while still at a lower tier. Even with enhancements, such feats remained unattainable. The more candies consumed, the weaker their effects became. Sooner or later, there would come a day when even 20 or 30 would prove utterly ineffective. However, prior to that, the benefits it had conferred were already sufficient. Currently, the stats of the fiery tabby were as follows. Pokémon, fiery tabby, gender, male. Level, 7, ability, intimidate, type, fire, moves, scratch, growl, ember, heat wave, trick, bite, bulk up, flame charge. At first glance, the 8 moves seemed abundant, yet in reality, few would be useful in the later stages. Furthermore, the last 2 moves remained largely unmastered by the fiery tabby, relying more on chance than skill. This was evidently inadequate. To master them thoroughly, according to Li Xiang's estimates, would require at least another month, if not longer. After all, attempting to learn such a multitude of moves at once appeared somewhat greedy. Once he had mastered the current 3, Li Xiang would then begin to focus on moves such as guard, roar, quick return, and taunt. He prioritized functional skills over the flashy and powerful moves of his type. In the ensuing days, Li Xiang cleverly began to utilize Lin Feng's 2 Pokémon as experience fodder. What purpose does a close friend serve? Candies. Ever since Lin Feng's return, Li Xiang had taken to seeking him out at every opportunity for battles. After dueling with the Charmander, he would then challenge the Ditto. The two Pokémon had become regular sparring partners, an obligatory daily task, much to Lin Feng's chagrin. He found himself unable to refuse Li Xiang's requests, as he too relished battling and needed his Pokémon to engage frequently. Yet, the results of these encounters often left Lin Feng at a disadvantage, losing more than he won, even in a round-robin format. The fiery tabby consistently emerged victorious, effortlessly defeating both the Charmander and the Ditto. What could be done? The little feline was under the influence of enhancements. Even though the Charmander possessed the Blaze ability and the Ditto could utilize Transform for long-range attacks against the fiery tabby, such advantages proved futile. This little cat could both endure and strike fiercely, occasionally boosting its own speed, while the two Pokémon could barely touch its tail. Left to seethe in impotent rage, Lin Feng was perplexed and questioned Li Xiang on how he trained his Pokémon, believing his own progress was already commendable, only to discover that Li Xiang's advancements were even more rapid, akin to flying. In response to his inquiry, Li Xiang directly responded to him, asserting that training two concurrently versus training just one would undoubtedly yield a disparity. Upon first hearing this, Lin Feng found it quite reasonable. However, he couldn't shake off an elusive sense of discontent, unable to pinpoint exactly what felt amiss. After pondering for an extended period without arriving at a conclusion, he decided to cease his contemplations altogether. Subsequently, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he suddenly proposed a duel with Dong Shimiao. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang was initially taken aback by his audacity, but quickly acquiesced to his request, dragging the unwilling Dong Shimiao onto the stage, fearful that he might retract his offer. As the battle commenced, Li Xiang callously munched on frozen peach fruits alongside Lin Lan, gleefully watching as Dong Shimiao swiftly dispatched one opponent with a single slap, then chased after Lin Feng, playfully swatting his behind. The latter ran about in a frenzy, shouting frantic apologies, yet was utterly powerless to prevent Dong Shimiao from asserting dominance over him. Alas, these young ones today seem particularly fond of courting danger. What kind of combat prowess does Dong Shimiao possess? Engaging with it now, one might only hope to match it in a contest of strength after considerable evolution. Currently? Surely. One must jest. What audacity! Chapter 43. Rainy season. The capital city of Yuzhou, also known as the heart of Yuzhou, sprawls across an area twice that of Qingqing, boasting a vibrancy far surpassing it. Renowned for its picturesque scenery, it is often referred to as a paradise on earth. Furthermore, as a prominent commercial hub in the Zhuxiao region, its permanent population swells to an impressive 8 million. What does 8 million signify? Unlike the previous world with 1 billion inhabitants and 34 provincial-level administrative divisions, the population of the Zhuxiao region in this world barely exceeds 200 million, divided into merely 9 major states. Thus, a city with 8 million residents rightfully earns its title as the center of Yuzhou. As Li Xiang rode in Ms. Yin's vehicle towards this city, it was enveloped in a persistent drizzle. Beneath the overcast sky, the dimly lit Yuzhou exuded a unique charm. Flanking the roads stood sycamore trees like sentinels, their bases adorned with dew-kissed blossoms and shrubs, while the streets glimmered with the warm glow of yellowed lights. Shops bathed in a cozy hue, and pedestrians sharing laughter beneath their umbrellas, accompanied by small sprites. What a splendid scene it was. Li Xiang touched the cool glass of the car window, feeling the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the pane, releasing a refreshing fragrance. This was a stark contrast to the pungent dust that typically arose on rainy days in his past life. The abundant greenery was undoubtedly commendable, he mused, stroking the fiery spotted cat nestled beside him. The little feline detested rainy days, with an intense aversion. If not for Li's presence, it wouldn't even consider stepping outside. Do you quite like it here? Ms. Yin inquired suddenly, catching a glimpse of the enchantment in Li Xiang's eyes through the rearview mirror. No, I simply enjoy the weather when it drizzles lightly, Li Xiang replied with a smile, describing a sensation akin to being sheltered under a safe awning, where the nostrils are filled with humidity, and the air is cool yet not frigid, instantly invigorating the mind. The gentle drizzle falls softly, reminiscent of a lover's caress upon the skin. The tabby cat, raising its head, may not comprehend Li Xiang's words, yet it perceives the yearning reflected in his eyes for the world beyond. Indeed, it is a yearning, much like the recent days spent gazing longingly at catnip, yet being denied the pleasure of indulging in it. Li Xiang's gaze out the window is imbued with aspiration and desire. Is a rainy day truly delightful? The tabby cat feels a sense of confusion. It does not favor rainy days, much like its aversion to water. However, if Li Xiang finds joy in it, it is willing to adapt. Meow. The cool, plaintive meow resonates in the ears of the tabby. Turning its head, it notices Dongshi cat lazily stretching and yawning, its amber eyes gliding over Li Xiang's face. Meow, is there no need to force oneself? What does that mean? Meow beep? The tabby cat curiously inquires of Dongshi cat, still too young to grasp the complexities of such literary expressions. Dongshi cat waved a paw, imparting wisdom that everyone possesses their strengths and weaknesses, rather than succumbing to the pressure of others and forcing oneself to accept the unacceptable. It is wiser to hone one's own talents, thereby attaining greater mastery. The tabby cat, with a semblance of understanding, responded with a soft acknowledgement. The City Guardian Alliance, a realm where nature collides with modern technology. The individuals who work here are known as guardians, utilizing tools distinctly different from Pokeballs to capture wild creatures, temporarily harnessing the powers of wild Pokémon. These dedicated individuals strive to protect the abused little creatures of the world, rescuing those who suffer in the wild, ensuring the stability and prosperity of nature. In essence, they maintain the delicate balance among nature, Pokémon, and humanity, a vocation worthy of great respect. Without their efforts, the urban greenery we witness today would not flourish as it does. The pollution and waste emitted by factories, along with the vast amounts of refuse generated by humanity, would likely continue to erode our world, potentially leading to conditions akin to those witnessed in the special episodes of Kanto, where the living spaces of wild Pokémon are severely compromised. The ultimate consequences of such neglect are unknown, yet Li Xiang can easily conjure several unfavorable outcomes in his mind. Of course, such calamities are destined not to unfold in this world. To return to the matter at hand, Li Xiang's purpose for visiting the city is unequivocal. He seeks to unravel the peculiarities afflicting the tabby cat. The individual capable of assisting him is none other than a venerable elder within the City Guardian Alliance, affectionately referred to as Professor Qian. It is said that Professor Qian Kong is an authority on the individual differences among Pokémon, holding a prestigious position in the academic realm, with many distinguished figures in the field being his prot.gs. Such a pivotal figure would naturally not squander a significant amount of time on the son of a caretaker-based director's Pokémon. The reason he was willing to lend his assistance was due to a connection made by Su Ilio, who introduced him to Ms. Yin. The specifics of what was offered remain unknown to Li Xiang. However, he understood that if this continued, he would likely be indebted for life. It truly left one at a loss for words. The so-called benefactor's assistance seemed to manifest in this manner. Led by Ms. Yin, they ventured deeper into the base. In less than 10 minutes, Li Xiang came upon Professor Qian, whose hair was grizzled and thinning. The elderly gentleman was seated on a wooden chair, quietly sipping water from an enamel cup. Surrounding him were several relatively younger individuals, some seated and others standing, all silent, seemingly awaiting something. Although they had a scheduled appointment, it appeared these individuals had been waiting for quite some time, which took Ms. Yin by surprise. Li Xiang adjusted his demeanor, careful not to display any overly frivolous expressions, as he was the one seeking assistance. Fortunately, such prominent figures were often very amiable, and even their subordinates treated Ms. Yin with great respect. Extending a cheerful greeting to Li Xiang, the 11-year-old boy, Li Xiang politely reciprocated and dutifully handed over his fire-striped meow to the others. Having arrived at this juncture, he could only acquiesce to their arrangements. Given Professor Qian's esteemed reputation and Su Ilio's reliability, it was unlikely that harm would befall his Pokémon. After all, the years of reputation he had built did not warrant being squandered on a mere child. Moreover, this was the base of the Ranger Alliance, the most unlikely place in the Zhuxiao region for any Pokémon to come to harm. While other locations might harbor darkness, the possibility of that here was nearly zero. Why? Because the principle behind capturing wild Pokémon lies in the sincere heart of a ranger, who, through a capturing disc, conveys their intentions, establishing a connection with wild Pokémon. Any ill intent would prevent wild Pokémon from recognizing them. Furthermore, above the ordinary rangers, there existed a powerful chief ranger. Should any of these individuals succumb to corruption, they would effectively lose their qualifications to be rangers. Such was the threshold set. Assessing the condition of the fire-striped meow was not a matter of mere moments. In this regard, Li Xiang had no place to intervene, even though the Pokémon belonged to him. His lack of expertise meant he could not comprehend many of the instruments and terminology. Being too young, he would only hinder the process if he were to enter, so he remained outside, waiting alongside Dongshi Meow and the others. Ms. Yin, however, was capable of understanding the situation, as she was inside with Hua Yaoring. The waiting room. Was this an arrangement to keep me from boredom? Li Xiang gazed at the flying chess set before him, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. This game was not meant for solitary play. Yet Li Xiang was not alone. 2 cats accompanied him. However, he found himself devoid of any inclination to engage in the game, overwhelmed by anxiety. Just then, as if anticipating his restlessness, a middle-aged man clad in casual attire and flip-flops, sporting a messy beard and a ponytail of chestnut-colored hair, ambled over with a toothpick dangling from his lips, exuding a distinct air of nonchalance. Li Xiang? He scratched his head, a gesture that would evoke envy in any programmer. Wow, that voice, he remarked, his appearance rather unkempt. Li Xiang lifted his gaze and nodded slightly at the man, who was likely around the same age as his father. That's me. All right then, follow me, the man replied, clicking his tongue, not out of discontent with Li Xiang, but simply due to the obstruction in his mouth. He even fished around with the toothpick, presumably having just finished a meal. Li Xiang remained unfazed, inquiring, "And you are?" "One of the staff here. My name is Zhong Hai. You can call me Uncle Zhong. I'm here to show you around the base." Zhong Hai did not appear impatient. Instead, he explained in detail, contrasting his rugged appearance with a surprising depth of demeanor. "Come on, no one here would dare to abduct you." His casual stance and laid-back attire, bordering on careless, would typically render him suspicious in any other context, but in this situation, his relaxed confidence suggested he posed no threat. Suddenly, a white, humanoid cat entered, closing the door with a disciplined grace, its eyes shimmering with curiosity. It startled Li Xiang momentarily. This creature, known as the meerkat slash, was a small sprite with a fluffy, substantial body and sharp, ebony claws. Its pristine fur was adorned with striking red streaks, lending it an air of coolness. For a devoted cat enthusiast like Li Xiang, the meerkat slash was undeniably an exquisite sprite, especially with its voluminous, fluffy tail trailing behind. "May I touch it, Uncle Zhong?" Li Xiang inquired, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The allure of the meerkat slash far outweighed his interest in the base tour. The 2 slightly neglected cats nearby exchanged silent glances, having witnessed this lack of loyalty before. Uncle Zhong seemed taken aback by Li Xiang's enthusiasm for his sprite, exchanging a glance with the somewhat flustered meerkat slash. "Of course," he replied, disregarding the sprite's protest. The meerkat slash, irate at being ignored, was unable to voice its dissent before Li Xiang seized its tail. In that instant, as if poked in a sensitive spot, the meerkat slash's defiant growl transformed into an adorably high-pitched yowl, and even the usually stoic feline face flushed with a hint of crimson. Li Xiang smiled serenely as he caressed the fluffy ball of fur, for nothing warms the heart quite like a plush creature. Embracing it, his previously irritable mood began to dissipate. The meerkat, however, felt a sense of helplessness. It wished to refuse Li Xiang's affectionate touch. Yet his skillful ministrations relentlessly targeted its sensitive reflex zones, leaving it no opportunity to escape. If it were to resist forcefully, it feared it might inadvertently harm Li Xiang. Alas, since this creature could not protest, it reluctantly succumbed to the pleasure. The meerkat bore an expression of resignation, soon overwhelmed by waves of delightful sensations flooding its cerebral cortex, eliciting an embarrassing purr. The young man's technique was commendable. Chapter 44. The Rainy Garden of Magiana. Despite being accompanied by an exceptionally obedient and affectionate cat, Li Xiang ultimately followed Zhong Hai's lead to explore the base, particularly the outdoor areas. He had previously spotted a charming little garden upon his arrival, piquing his curiosity. However, the inclement weather rendered the excursion somewhat excessive. "That place, well, it's fine. It happens to be unoccupied, and ordinarily, entry would be prohibited," Zhong Hai generously agreed, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, only to reconsider as he noticed Li Xiang nearby and reluctantly decided to put it away. "I don't mind, Uncle Zhong," Li Xiang smiled, while contemplating whether Zhong Hai was referring to him, it, or her. Upon hearing his words, Zhong Hai returned the cigarette to his pocket and affectionately ruffled Li Xiang's hair, admonishing him, "Smoking is bad, do not emulate me." Every smoker tends to offer such advice to others, Li Xiang thought, shrugging. These seasoned smokers, while discouraging their juniors from smoking, indulge happily in their own habit. Fortunately, he had never developed such a penchant, although he kept fine cigarettes on hand for social occasions. He only indulged occasionally and minimally, mindful of his health. Given his financial constraints, smoking would only exacerbate his poverty. The pair, one tall and one small, donned transparent raincoats. Accompanied by 2 anthropomorphic cats of varying heights, ventured outdoors. It is a well-known fact that cats typically dislike water. However, not all feline spirits share this aversion. The meerkat did not mind the rain, nor did the extraordinary meow. Even if their fur became soaked and clung to their skin, they remained unfazed. In contrast, the ordinary Dongxi meow preferred to stay dry. glaring at Li Xiang from under the eaves as if to question his brilliance in choosing to venture outside on a rainy day. Li Xiang responded with a broad grin, joyfully stepping onto the wet, gray stone bricks, splashing droplets that clung to his ankles with a refreshing chill. Had he not been concerned about catching a cold, he would have surely shed his raincoat. For what does it mean to truly experience nature? Through a layer of plastic, it hardly counts. Thus, he stepped into the garden. The ambience here carries a hint of Western charm, with a central white pavilion, meticulously trimmed little trees, and swings suspended from wooden vines that exude in European flair. Although the weather is dreary and drizzling, numerous little spirits are frolicking outside. For instance, there is one adorned in vibrant blue, sporting a tender yellow beak and a hat like lotus leaf atop its head. The charming little water lily sprite, upon noticing a trickle of rainwater pooling in its leafy hat, could not resist poking at it. As if struck by raindrops upon a banana tree, the accumulated water cascaded down the back of the lotus leaf. The compulsive tendencies of the sprite were momentarily appeased, bringing a smile to its face. Yet, the sprite paid no heed, flapping away as if startled by a sudden nerve. Behind it, several plump, balloon-like creatures with blue fur and white bellies ambled by, along with a smaller sprite that seemed to be a diminutive version of the former. These were Maril and Azuril, adorable beings of the water type. Speaking of Azuril, the sprite once believed it to be a water type, only to later discover it is merely a normal fairy, with no real association with water. This peculiarity adds to its charm. A large water rat sauntered past, accompanied by a small water rat. Are there many sprites in the garden? Li inquired, tilting his head. Indeed, there are plenty, especially during rain. On a sunny day, when the master returns, it's a veritable spectacle, Zhong Hai replied, glancing around as if searching for something. Master? Li's expression was one of intrigue. Could there truly be private domains within the base of the Patrol Alliance? Zhong Hai, noticing the look on his face, chuckled. Your timing is both fortunate and unfortunate. You can't enter on sunny days, and on rainy days, the master is absent. Huh. Zhong Hai's riddle-like manner of speaking was somewhat vexing. Uncle Zhong, please be straightforward. It's rather unfair to pose riddles on a rainy day, continually mentioning the master. Li cast his gaze towards the distant pond, where a large black carp and mosquito larvae emerged, displaying their bubbles in a contest of size. The water's surface rippled as if they were gliding, reminiscent of a seasoned driver mastering their craft. The little water strider with golden hair was surprisingly endearing, resembling a water balloon toy. Zhong Hai raised an eyebrow, saying, This isn't meant to be a riddle. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know who it was. If you don't say, how can you be sure I wouldn't recognize it? Perhaps I do know, Li countered, showcasing his talent for banter. Even if he was unsure, it would still be enjoyable to listen. How about Magyarna? Do you recognize that name? Zhong Hai slowly uttered, wearing a peculiar expression that suggested he was compelled to reveal the answer. Li stood frozen, momentarily taken aback, as if struck dumb. Magyarna. What Pokémon enthusiast could possibly be unaware of that name? In the theatrical release Volcanion and the Mechanical Marvel, the primary Pokémon is a creature from ancient times, crafted by the brilliant scientist Alva from the world of Pokémon. It is classified as a mythical Pokémon, possessing both steel and fairy attributes. The existence of Magyarna in this world is astonishing. Its presence here is utterly remarkable. At first, Li was skeptical, but he soon dismissed the notion that Zhong Hai would deceive him. After all, there is likely only one Magyarna in the entire world, and those who are aware of it are undoubtedly few and far between. Never heard of it. Zhong Hai presumed Li's moment of silence was due to his contemplation on how to respond. Li cleared his throat and feigned innocence, saying, Foreigners? I certainly wouldn't know about them. He found it impossible to explain how he was aware of Magyarna, so he chose to play the fool instead. Nevertheless, Li was genuinely curious about why Magyarna would appear in the bustling city, particularly within the base of the Ranger Alliance. Surely, there was a lengthy tale behind it all. Alas, it seemed that fortune was not on his side. According to Zhong Hai, even on sunny days, it would be unlikely for her to appear. With a chuckle, Zhong Hai reached out to pat Li's head, but Li deftly dodged. If you pat a child's head, they won't grow tall. What if people start to dislike me? Will you compensate me? Hey, that's the first time I've heard such a thing. Zhong Hai laughed, unfazed, and teased Li. It doesn't matter if you don't grow tall. I won't mind. When you become a ranger, I'll pay you. Yeah, right, Li rolled his eyes. He had no intention of becoming a lifelong ranger, as it seemed quite mundane. Ignoring Zhong Hai, he dashed across the slippery ground towards the pond, eager to touch a particularly adorable little flying fish beneath the water's surface. Slow down, Zhong Hai called after him, a smile gracing his face. He found the boy quite amusing, charming, lively, and brimming with enthusiasm for Pokémon. It appeared that being a caretaker was not as dull as those others had claimed. After spending nearly 3 days in the city, with rain pouring incessantly, Li began to wonder if the heavens were conspiring against him. He had been eagerly anticipating a glimpse of Magyarna, yet in this downpour, she was nowhere to be seen. What a pity. Who knows when he would return to this place? Perhaps it would be best not to return at all, as the situation with the fiery Meowth was rather alarming. Speaking of the fiery Meowth, a team of experts, led by a distinguished authority in the field, conducted meticulous examinations over 3 days. They finally reached preliminary conclusions. Much sooner than Li had anticipated. He had expected it to take at least a week. Of course, these were merely initial findings. Further research would continue, requiring no presence from the fiery Meowth, as many samples had already been collected. At last, the moment has arrived to unveil the mystery. What, precisely, is the enigma surrounding the charred catnip of the fire-spotted Meow? In essence, it pertains to a commonplace variation in physical constitution. Professor Qian, adorned with reading glasses, held a stack of papers and elucidated this phenomenon. Much like the variances in color and size observed among similar species of sprites, the circumstances surrounding the fire-spotted Meow represent a rather unique form of intrinsic disparity. The elderly gentleman appeared remarkably composed and unperturbed, perhaps accustomed to the peculiarities that exist among similar magical creatures. According to his insights, the smoke emanating from the charred catnip contains a particular alkaloid akin to the nicotine found in cigarettes, which stimulates the cerebral cortex of the fire-spotted Meow, inciting a physiological response. What kind of response, you may wonder? It is akin to the ethereal state previously witnessed by Li Xiang, a sensation of floating, teetering between consciousness and reverie. Furthermore, this alkaloid also serves to invigorate the muscles of the fire-spotted Meow, bestowing upon it an astonishing leaping ability derived from this very effect. Yet, one might ponder why the fire-spotted Meow maintains such a state for an extended duration. Is the potency of the alkaloid truly that formidable? Professor Qian explained that the reason lies in the fire-spotted Meow's initial exposure to this alkaloid, coupled with a slight overindulgence, resulting in the prolonged state. Should it partake again, such effects would not last as long. Now, onto a crucial point. Based on our current research, the fire-spotted Meow does not exhibit a dependency on this particular alkaloid. It possesses a temporal nature, akin to the kiwi alkaloid derived from the wood betony. After a single encounter, it may take a significant duration for it to regain interest. Professor Qian held a slender brown wooden stick. As for whether this alkaloid poses potential harm to the creature's body, similar to nicotine, I personally believe it does not. However, I am not the final authority. Evidence must be presented. Therefore, until more comprehensive data is available, it is inadvisable to administer charred catnip. He continued, noting that over 10,000 known alkaloids exist, and the specific one affecting the fire-spotted Meow remains unexamined. This is the first time our team has encountered such a phenomenon. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, another crucial point arose. After the alkaloid stimulates the muscles, could engaging in high-intensity exercise inflict harm upon the fire-spotted Meow, potentially exhausting its physical capacity? The answer is no. Just like humans, these sprites possess protective mechanisms. When faced with unbearable harm, their bodies will weaken, leading to a temporary state of unconsciousness. Once a modicum of strength is restored, they naturally awaken. This implies that when the fire-spotted Meow's stamina is insufficient to sustain high-intensity activities, it will instinctively weaken or even faint. There is no cause for concern. In that instant, Li Xiang comprehended that he could regard it as an enhancement technique that expends stamina rather than energy attributes. Thus, he could finally set his mind at ease. Chapter 45. Daily Task 1. That night, Li Xiang and Ms. Yin returned to Qingqing. For the sake of the fiery little creature, Ms. Yin had spent a considerable portion of her vacation that she had originally planned to enjoy traveling with Li Zhihan. Consequently, when Li Xiang spoke with Li Zhihan that evening, he was informed that upon his return, they must engage in an arm wrestling match. Should Li Xiang lose, Li Zhihan would crush his head with his robust biceps. Such is the bond of blood. Li Xiang was unperturbed, accustomed as he was to such encounters. Who was afraid of whom? At worst, the lineage of the Li family would be severed. Just imagine if old Master Li were to take a knife to Li Zhihan. The audacity of 7 generations of inheritance. Indeed, with unwavering confidence, Li Xiang continued to torment Lin Feng, especially with the school term approaching when opportunities would become scarce. Seizing the moment, he endeavored to accumulate as many candies as possible. Lin Feng transitioned from enthusiastic engagement to a stoic demeanor, ultimately avoiding Li Xiang at all costs. Day in and day out, Battling the fiery little creature had nearly made him nauseous. Was it truly necessary to be so formidable? Did your little creature not require rest? Naturally, it did, but after consuming candies, the fiery creature's stamina had exceeded what was typical for its current level, making it relatively easy to handle two youngsters under level 10. Eventually, Lin Lan could no longer bear to watch and proposed to Li Xiang that they ease up on Lin Feng, as he needed to assist in the shop the following day. This was easily resolved. Without hesitation, Li Xiang rushed to Lin's family fruit shop to lend a hand, alleviating Lin Feng's burden. In summary, for the sake of candies, this man of 27 years had lost all sense of shame, relentlessly extracting from Lin Feng, targeting him alone. Poor Lin Feng, burdened with the fate of a protagonist, could hardly endure Li Xiang's relentless torment. Though he yearned to resist, he found himself powerless. For Li Xiang always had a myriad of justifications that easily lured him into the battlefield. By the time he realized, the battle had already commenced, and it was too late to refuse. What a beast! Lin Feng could only seethe silently, wishing for the school term to arrive swiftly. Thus, in September, spanning nearly 3 months, the Qingqing Trainer Academy finally opened its doors to the two young boys. The school's name was Qingqing Trainer High School, also known as First High. Additionally, there were Trainer Second High, Third High, Fourth High, and so forth, up to Sixth High, totaling 6 institutions, each receiving students from different regions. According to Li Xiang's understanding, there were 400 new students enrolled in his school alone. Typically, the faculty and teaching quality, as well as the level of students at Qingqing Trainer High School, would not be particularly impressive. Why? If a school excels too greatly, it diminishes the protagonist's room for growth. Li Xiang's conjecture holds true. In the past, Yizhong basked in glory, yet in recent years, it has begun to decline. Whether in the number of students admitted to higher institutions or in the overall combat prowess of its students. Presently, Yizhong stands as the strongest contender, having supplanted Yizhong. What does this signify? It serves as the ideal nurturing ground for the protagonist. It is even conceivable that Li Xiang may witness the splendid scene of Lin Feng and others from different schools showcasing their talents. As for whether the atmosphere would be particularly awkward, that consideration lies beyond his purview. Speaking of which, it seems that 2 senior brothers are at Yizhong on Friday, the day of enrollment. Accompanied by Ms. Yin, Li Xiang participates in the entrance examination in a spacious lecture hall. During the exam, no accompanying Pokémon are permitted. And overseeing the proceedings is Master Hu, who hovers cross-legged above the stage, wielding 2 ladles, his eyes gleaming with a blue light. This individual surpasses any camera in surveillance. Any slight movement on one's part cannot escape his perceptive watch. Cheating? Absolutely out of the question. As Li Xiang tackled the questions, he felt an unsettling sensation as if something were fixated on the back of his head. Fortunately, the examination itself was not particularly challenging. It comprised 3 subjects: language, mathematics, and English, alongside a so-called fundamentals of Pokémon studies. The former subjects aside, the latter primarily covered attribute advantages, the attributes of Pokémon, and multiple-choice questions regarding the abilities of various creatures, including some peculiar application problems. While understanding attribute advantages and Pokémon attributes was manageable, questions about specific abilities could stump those unfamiliar with them. Could you name the abilities of Poo Poo Pig, Sunrock, and Octillery without consulting a book? And which Pokémon possess the ability Sacrifice? Can Scyther learn Final Impact? Had Li Xiang not made a concerted effort to memorize these details, he would have struggled to write them down. The obscure Pokémon and niche abilities are seldom remembered by anyone. By the end, Li Xiang found himself somewhat muddled. Fortunately, before his mind descended into chaos, he successfully completed this section. Following the written examination, the practical assessment commenced. It consisted of 2 parts, one akin to the previous life's training of dogs and cats through an obstacle course, testing the rapport between trainer and Pokémon. The second part involved hitting targets. There was no need to battle others or engage in offensive actions. Any technique that struck the target sufficed, with teachers present to grade the performance. This requirement could be deemed rather lenient. Li Xiang later realized that the scores from the practical segment were not particularly high, with the emphasis primarily on the written examination. Indeed, attending a trainer school to study language, mathematics, and English seems rather absurd. However, it is not entirely incomprehensible. After graduating from the basic academy, a significant number of individuals, upon failing to gain admission to advanced institutions, often opt to continue their studies at ordinary high schools. Indeed, there are countless who, rather than pursuing a career as trainers, forego examinations altogether and directly enroll in high school. These individuals, having spent 3 years in contemplation, come to realize that they lack the innate talent to become professional trainers, thus wisely choosing to redirect their paths. At this juncture, the significance of the foundational subjects, language, mathematics, and English, studied over those 3 years becomes evident. Of course, this has little to do with Li Xiang, as he would never relinquish his aspiration to become a trainer. At 5 in the afternoon, having completed all his examinations, Li Xiang strolled through the verdant campus alongside his companion, the fire meow. Relishing the warm breeze that swept through the shade of the trees, both he and his feline friend unconsciously let out a great yawn. Ms. Yin had gone to the administrative office to process enrollment paperwork, seemingly required to sign some new documents, leaving him to wander the school and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Now, after years away, becoming a student once more, Li Xiang gazed at this school, strikingly different from the ordinary junior high of his previous life, his emotions somewhat conflicted. There seemed to be an excess of battle arenas. As he walked, he silently critiqued the sight of at least 30 battlefields along the roadside. Suddenly, Li Xiang, a voice called out from a distance. It was Lin Feng, alone, accompanied by an adorable little fire dragon that swayed adorably as it walked. How did the exams go? I heard others say there will be 13 classes, with the first 3 being elite. He rushed to Li Xiang's side and whispered, 400 students divided into 13 classes. With just over 30 in each? They must be counting the little Pokémon too, to avoid overcrowding the classrooms. Yet, none of this was the crux of the matter. The focal point was, young man, how did you manage to steal my thunder? Li Xiang regarded Lin Feng with a peculiar expression. Typically, such information-sharing tasks would fall to him. Supporting characters are meant to facilitate plot development. After all, what are you looking at? I'm asking you, Lin Feng urged. Li Xiang shrugged, responding, that should suffice, I suppose. I wouldn't dare make wild claims. We'll see once the results come out. Hey, is that good or bad? Lin Feng was dissatisfied with Li Xiang's response. Such ambiguous statements were clearly not what he sought. However, Li Xiang was unwilling to expend further breath on such trivial matters. Let us not dwell on that. We haven't battled yet today. Shall we have a match? He grasped Lin Feng's shoulder with an undeniable tone. Lin Feng paused momentarily, his expression paling as he hastily waved his hands. Brother, that's a bit much. It's the first day of school, and I still need to find my mom. I definitely can't today. Let's take a day to rest. With the ability to rattle off 4 reasons in one breath, Lin Feng was indeed a character of merit. Come on, let us head to the arena. It will only take 5 minutes. Li Xiang grasped Lin Feng's arm and said earnestly, is there a trainer who doesn't engage in battles? This is for your own good. Beside them, the small Charizard, sighing, was nudged along by the grinning fire meow towards the nearest arena. As a school devoted to nurturing trainers, the most popular spots within the institution were undoubtedly the battle arenas scattered throughout. Fortunately for Lin Feng, all the arenas visible to them were currently occupied. He silently sighed in relief. Li Xiang, however, was not overly disappointed. They could simply wait. Surely, no one could battle all day long. Eventually, it would be their turn. What concerned him more was the scene unfolding in one of the arenas. The combatants consisted of a blue-skinned, white-eared, white-tailed Squirtle and a hyperactive monkey resembling a mountain demon, adorned with white fur and a tuft of red hair atop its head. The former was one of the original starter Pokémon, while the latter's evolved form boasted exceptionally high base stats and abilities, rendering it quite famous. Li Xiang's attention was drawn to the Squirtle's effortless domination of its opponent. With the move Withdraw enhancing its defense, it approached the adversary using Rapid Spin, and then expanded the reach of its water gun attack, potentially impairing the opponent's vision if it struck their eyes. It concluded with a powerful hydro pump, executed in a fluid, practiced motion, as if it had rehearsed this sequence countless times. The hyperactive monkey demonstrated little ability to retaliate, managing to scratch the Squirtle's shell only twice with its tearful claw. Quite impressive, Li Xiang mused, casting a glance at the Squirtle's trainer. The boy appeared to be of similar age, exuding a certain charm, likely hailing from a well-off family, though it was unclear whether he was from the previous or current cohort. If they were contemporaries, he could very well be a formidable competitor. Moreover, the water-type Pokémon, at lower levels, possessed a significant type advantage. Li Xiang suddenly felt it imperative to teach Fire Meow some diverse and powerful techniques. Chapter 46. The Godfather Friday marked the day of the admission examination, with results and class placements announced 2 days later and formal enrollment commencing on Monday. This routine was quite typical for schools with entrance examinations. As a supporting character, after Lin Feng had usurped the role that rightfully belonged to him, Li Xiang resolved to turn over a new leaf and excel in his own intelligence-gathering efforts. At this stage, he fortuitously discovered an excellent method for collecting information, joining groups. He joined the new ant group of Qingqing No. 1 High School, where he could observe others' conversations in silence to acquire a variety of intelligence. It must be said, this strategy proved quite effective. Li Xiang indeed encountered numerous intriguing tidbits within the group. For instance, the trainer of the Squirtle he had previously been interested in was also in this group, sporting an exceedingly flamboyant username, engaging in constant banter with several other individuals of unknown identities. The individual, whose real name appears to be Chu Sheng, hails from a notably privileged family, reportedly the scion of a certain private enterprise in Qingqing. He is a contemporary of Li Xiang. Apart from him, there are two others within the group who have also captured Li Xiang's attention. One, who has been deceived into revealing his true name, is Yang Tianwang, frequently challenging Chu Sheng to battles within the group. His chosen Pokémon are the forest lizard and the flying mantis, and according to his own assertions, as well as Chu Sheng's responses, he seems to possess formidable combat prowess. The other, unabashedly identifying herself as Zhou Ying, delights in sharing photographs of her travels and culinary adventures with her EV, creating a sense of a modern social media circle within the group. These two individuals are the only ones Li Xiang has identified as possessing considerable strength among the many active participants in the group, viewing them as competitors on his path as a trainer. Particularly, Chu Sheng stands out. He resolved that upon the commencement of the school year, he would seek an opportunity to challenge Chu Sheng to a battle. As for the outcome, only time would tell. A loss would not be a significant detriment, as it would provide valuable experience against an opponent, while a victory would yield rewards. Either way, there was little to lose. However, as he contemplated how to initiate conversation with Chu Sheng once school resumed, the group began discussing the recently concluded XIANG'S Cup and its ultimate victor. Indeed, they were referring to a novice trainer who utilized a Fire Mew and had appeared on television through participation in commercial competitions. Was it not he? A peculiar sense of voyeurism compelled Li Xiang to pay attention to the discourse of these individuals. Yet, what could a group of 11-year-olds possibly discuss? Most likely, it revolved around who was stronger or weaker. Ultimately, Li Xiang observed a lengthy string of responses proclaiming, "I could do that too," alongside queries regarding the legitimacy of the competition. He had faith that Chu Sheng would undoubtedly excel, yet held reservations about the others. Setting aside further discussion, even the armored bird and the flame rabbit were not easily subdued. Li Xiang had managed to contend with the armored bird through type advantage, while he had thoroughly prepared for the flame rabbit, employing a touch of luck as well. The true capabilities of these individuals would inevitably become clear once school resumed. Silently, Li Xiang closed the group chat window and engaged in a discussion with an individual named Kuhu Shengwei about training the blazing Rawr tiger. This person was a kind-hearted senior trainer he had recently encountered on a forum, far superior to those verbose netizens. Thus, Li Xiang seized the opportunity to privately request the ant ID. The counterpart's blazing Rawr tiger had already surpassed level 40, and he believed that gleaning insights from this experience would save him considerable time and effort. Nevertheless, Li Xiang remained cognizant of the adage to trust only 7 parts of what one hears. Some information he would verify for authenticity before documenting it for future reference. Meanwhile, downstairs, 3 cats were engrossed in watching television. When Li Xiang descended to refill his glass, he noticed these 3 creatures were so absorbed that their eyes seemed ready to dive into the screen. He walked with such a resounding noise that they scarcely dared to lift their eyelids. This piqued Li Xiang's curiosity. What could be so captivating? Almost transforming into a fountain, Li Xiang coughed while pointing at the television screen. Which little genius has emerged? I recall being locked in a box. Oh no, I shall be scolded by my father. The television displayed a highly renowned film entitled The Godfather, a cinematic masterpiece that has garnered an Academy Award, regarded as a timeless classic. In this world, films invariably incorporate elements of whimsical sprites, yet the essence of classic remains unchanged. However, this particular film's videotape should have been preserved by Li Xiang, given that it is a collector's edition, which his father hoped to pass down as a family heirloom. What if it were to get scratched? Would Li Xiang's head not be in jeopardy? Unfortunately, no one paid him any heed, including the obedient tabby cat. Li Xiang, undeterred, settled onto the sofa with his cup of water, casting a glance at the engrossed tabby. This little creature was indeed watching intently, its amber eyes wide open, almost as if it wished to immerse itself completely on the screen. It was unusual to see such fervor. Did it truly enjoy gangster films? Such taste. Li Xiang had once adored them as well, nurtured by his father's influence, whether it be Western gangster films or Hong Kong-style mob dramas, including the Young and Dangerous series. He could recite classic lines verbatim. Let friends underestimate your strengths, and let foes overestimate your weaknesses. Those who live by the sword shall die by it. Oh, I have been the big brother for quite some time. In this life, I rely on three things: ruthlessness, loyalty, and plenty of brothers. Even Li Jiahan had covertly purchased a box of cigars, intending to sample them secretly, and Li Xiang, ever the risk-taker, took the opportunity to try one. Unfortunately, those cigars lay forgotten in the cabinet, collecting dust. They were all precious memories from his youth. Yet, the question remained, why was the tabby so intrigued by gangster films? It had previously shown little interest in television dramas. Li Xiang glanced at the other cat, Dong Shi Miao, speculating that it might be the source of this newfound fascination. After all, when it came to engrossment in television dramas, Dong Shi Miao undoubtedly took the crown. Watching soap operas, it would immerse itself in the role of the delicate heroine. During spy thrillers, it envisioned itself as a resilient agent, and in culinary shows, it fancied itself as a star radiating brilliance. In essence, it was an embodiment of whimsy. Previously, it even believed it was a covert operative, darting about in the grass. One could only hope that the tabby would not take cues from this behavior. Enjoying gangster films was one thing, but truly living that life was an entirely different matter. Naturally, it should not emulate some inept individual who could not achieve anything of substance. The most vital aspect of being a sprite is to interact with one's trainer. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiang had darkened the fate of two cats as he finished his drink, unperturbed by the diligent felines engrossed in their pursuits. With a determined gait, he ascended the stairs, intent on gathering more intelligence and extracting valuable insights. Monday marked the commencement of the new academic term, with the schedule for the Martial Arts Academy adjusted to afternoons. Unlike conventional schools, trainer academies eschew excessive theoretical coursework, typically dismissing students by 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And instances of detention are largely non-existent. Here, trainers are predominantly evaluated by their prowess, with theory serving merely as a supplementary tool. The results of class placements were affixed by the administration on the notice board for all students and their parents to peruse. There were no rankings, only the outcomes of the divisions. Naturally, Li Xiang found himself in Class 1, bearing the student ID of 13. His close companion, Lin Feng, was assigned to Class 2, with an ID of 15. Thus, they were no longer classmates, but rather neighbors. This development elicited a mix of regret and relief from the young boy. After all, his fire spot Meow had genuinely exhausted its repertoire, and the few techniques they had cycled through left him at a disadvantage. Losing consistently and relegating him to a mere purveyor of sweets to Li Xiang, devoid of any battle experience. Now that they were in different classes, he would encounter a broader array of Pokémon. This was fortuitous, as Li Xiang shared this sentiment, feeling no loss from the absence of a habitual source of easy gains. Class 2 was conveniently adjacent to Class 1, allowing him to intercept Lin Feng after school with ease, spending a mere 10 minutes to check in. After all, Feng was a fixed point of engagement he would not abandon anytime soon, especially with the prospect of 3 candies at stake. Fortunately, Chu Sheng was in the same class as him, alongside the exuberant Zhou Ying, known for her penchant for sharing photographs, though he remained uncertain about the implications of this. As Li Xiang entered the classroom, he immediately spotted a child named Yang Tianwang, arms crossed, gazing contemplatively at the ceiling. Beside him stood a peculiar Pokémon, adorned with slender leaves at its head, limbs, and tail, its underbelly a grapefruit pink, resembling a lizard. This grass-type forest lizard is reputed to unleash its full potential only within dense woodlands, rendering it ineffective on common terrain. This disparity underscores the creature's poor adaptability to varying environments. The dynamics of battling in foreign conditions versus familiar territory are markedly distinct. At that moment, the classroom was sparsely populated. Most seats remained vacant, allowing for a laissez-faire seating arrangement. Among the few present were both parents and solitary students. Despite the low attendance, a certain buzz permeated the air. Li Xiang navigated through the clusters of students and their Pokémon, settling into the second-to-last seat by the window. Such a prime location, left unoccupied, seemed a pity. The fire spot Meow at his feet leapt onto the desk, swishing its slender tail before curling up to groom itself. Perhaps for the convenience of the students' little Pokémon activities, everyone is seated with ample space between them, leaving no room for the concept of sharing a desk. However, not all little Pokémon are permitted entry. Some peculiar creatures, such as the foul-smelling Grimer and Gloom, are strictly prohibited. Generally, only Pokémon of small to medium size are allowed inside. Large Pokémon like Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur must keep their distance. After all, the classroom's dimensions are limited and cannot compare to the miraculous classrooms in the Alola region, where 6 students share a single space. Therefore, cherish your time now, little kitty. Li Xiang gently caressed the vibrant red and deep black fur of his fire Meow, who blinked its big, watery eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. It was not due to catnip, but rather lingering in the reverie of watching The Godfather the previous night. Upon observing its demeanor, Li Xiang could not immediately deduce the reason. After all, he was not a parasitic worm residing in the fire meow's stomach, nor could he communicate with it telepathically. Chapter 47. The school's bottom line. Approximately 20 minutes passed, and students gradually filled the room. Li Xiang found himself surrounded by peers, while the parents exited the classroom. Everyone awaited the arrival of the homeroom teacher. Rumor has it that all homeroom teachers at number 1 high school have reached the advanced Pokeball tier, which serves as a threshold for their role. Li Xiang thought to himself, I can't believe that. While reaching the Super Ball tier might be credible. An elementary school homeroom teacher playing at the advanced level? What nonsense. If they could achieve that rank, they would not waste their time teaching a large group of students. The monthly salary alone far exceeds that of a homeroom teacher, and surely, they would prefer to continue battling to secure their status and earn money, rather than dedicate time to teaching. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of retired veteran trainers, unable to battle due to age, choosing to become teachers. However, such cases are exceedingly rare and hardly constitute a threshold. It would be more accurate to describe it as a ceiling. Thus, such rumors can only deceive the elderly. Li Xiang pulled his attention away from the book in his hands and glanced around the classroom. Conversations could be overheard, but most students chose to interact with their Pokémon. They all appeared somewhat shy and reserved. After all, it was their first meeting. In a couple of days, they would become familiar with one another and form small circles of friends. In Li Xiang's line of sight, the most animated group was nearby, where Chu Sheng, Yang Tianwang, and Zhou Ying were gathered, along with a few other children he did not recognize. The academic elite group? The social butterflies? Suddenly, a loud bark jolted Li Xiang's attention back, coming from his feet. Li Xiang lowered his head and beheld an adorable puppy with a coat of light brown fur. Its muzzle, limbs, and ears were a deep brown, while its tail, neck, and belly were a dark gray. A circle of small pebbles adorned its neck, and its nose was a delicate pink, complemented by eyes that sparkled like sapphires. This pure rock-type creature, the Rawr, was a rare gem, endearing and remarkably sociable. Often regarded as a delightful companion for novice trainers, rivaling even the esteemed starter Pokémon. At that moment, this charming little creature was playfully sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail at Li Xiang, displaying an expression of endearment. However, its antics successfully provoked the ire of the fire meow, perched on the desk. Meow? The fire meow straightened its back, lowering its body as it emitted a warning growl towards the Rawr, asserting its territory. Stay away. He is mine. Li Xiang inexplicably felt as though he could hear the voice. The age-old rivalry between cats and dogs persisted in this world as well. Naturally spirited and competitive, the Rawr, undeterred by the fire meow's provocation, wiggled its rear and leaped towards Li Xiang's desk, ready for action. Yet, just as it was about to pounce, an ambiguous voice from behind Li Xiang intervened, halting its advance. Following this, a petite silver figure, carried by a gentle breeze, landed atop the Rawr, pinning it down firmly. The once spirited Rawr could only emit whimpers, rendered immobile beneath the weight of this peculiar silver creature. To Li Xiang's right, a little girl, who seemed to be searching for an opportunity to escape, along with the Swablu perched on her shoulder, sighed in relief, glad to be spared from the commotion. On the desk, the fire meow lay unfazed, its gaze indifferent. Having spent time with the irritable Drakazalt, it had inevitably been influenced. Its demeanor no longer as tranquil as it once was. While it did not attack indiscriminately, it would not hesitate to teach a lesson to any Pokémon that dared to challenge it. Beside it, Li Xiang observed the silver creature with a curious expression. The creature was round and clad in a silver shell, its face resembling a hockey mask, peppered with numerous dark holes, and a small horn protruding from its back. This was a Cocodora, a steel and rock-type Pokémon, once referred to as a nuisance due to its propensity to swarm and gnaw on bridges, railway tracks, and high-voltage towers, even burrowing deep to devour underground cables, inflicting immeasurable damage on these vital structures. Consequently, the high-voltage towers and railways in the wild now contained a substance that Cocodora detested, significantly increasing maintenance costs. However, setting aside those concerns, this creature was astonishingly capable of restraining the Rawr. I apologize, my Rawr has caused you trouble, came the voice from behind once more. Cocodora descended from the now composed Rawr, gripping the fur around its neck and dragging it backward. Rawr wore an expression of profound melancholy, allowing Cocodora to pull it away without resistance. Li Xiang chuckled softly, then turned to glance at the student behind him, only to be startled. Sitting in the seat behind him was a boy with a shock of short white hair and remarkably pale skin. Was he an albino? No, upon closer inspection. He appeared to be of mixed heritage. Li Xiang's heart settled somewhat. The boy's hair was more of a silvery hue, elegantly curled, with a prominent nose and a remarkably rosy complexion. He was strikingly handsome, not at all resembling an albino. Pleased to meet you. I am Li Xiang, he introduced himself, extending his hand in the spirit of making a new friend. Perhaps it was the boy's first time encountering someone offering a handshake. As he paused for a full 5 seconds before slowly extending his own hand, as delicate and pale as his face, to shake Li Xiang's gently. Hello. I am Song Jia, with the character Jia meaning unruly. What a remarkable name. Li Xiang replied with a bright smile. However, before Song Jia could respond, a stern-looking middle-aged man entered the room. Following him was a small amphibian creature, resplendent in deep blue, with a red, swollen pouch under its chin and sharp crimson claws protruding between its fingers, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall. It was a poison-fighting type Toxicroak, a Pokémon whose pre-evolved form, Krogunk, was far more renowned among anime enthusiasts, while its evolved form was humorously dubbed ugly. Greetings, everyone, the middle-aged man announced as he approached the podium, picking up a piece of chalk to inscribe 3 bold characters on the blackboard. I am Sun Qingbin, your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. Indeed, this Sun Qingbin was the teacher for Class 1. As Li Xiang listened to him, he observed the Toxicroak, whose piercing gaze seemed to make others uneasy. Judging by the creature's slightly moist skin, it likely possessed the ability Dry Skin. This ability allowed Toxicroak to restore a portion of its health when hit by water-type moves, while increasing health loss when exposed to fire-type attacks. Hence the creature's typically damp exterior. On stage, after completing his introduction, Sun Qingbin began to call out names. By the time he finished, Li Xiang had managed to recognize most of his classmates, though he was uncertain about the last few, as during his university days, apart from the boys, he could hardly recall any female faces paired with their names. It was indeed a curious phenomenon. On the first day of school, most teachers would refrain from teaching and instead take the time to familiarize themselves with their students. During cultural classes, all the little sprites were required to be recalled into their Pokeballs, a measure ostensibly aimed at maintaining classroom order. Everyone obediently complied. This naturally piqued Li Xiang's curiosity. He wondered if there would be any rebellious individuals who might willfully defy the teacher's orders, or perhaps even someone foolish enough to instigate their sprite to attack the instructor. Indeed, such incidents occurred. During the 3rd period of physical education, Li Xiang overheard whispers of a similar occurrence. A certain student from a particular class had spoken disrespectfully to the homeroom teacher, refusing to comply with instructions, and even encouraged their sprite to assault the teacher. As a result, the teacher emerged unscathed, while the student's sprite met a grim fate, and the student himself was promptly escorted to the academic office. Without hesitation, the school dismissed him and pursued legal ramifications. The institution showed no leniency. At the age of 11, one is just beginning to bear a portion of legal responsibility, a clear example to deter others. Li Xiang understood precisely what the school aimed to achieve. Being a trainer is inherently a profession fraught with risk and cannot be equated with that of an ordinary student. When a child barely over 10 possesses a sprite, it is akin to wielding a weapon that could be unleashed at any moment. In the heat of conflict, there is no doubt that such a weapon could be wielded with lethal intent. Those driven by passion often fail to contemplate the consequences. Such occurrences cannot be entirely avoided. Therefore, the school sought to curtail these reckless thoughts at the earliest opportunity, employing various measures to prevent the emergence of violent intentions within the students. It was, indeed, a case of setting an example, promoting awareness of the consequences through posters and safety slogans, alongside ample extracurricular activities and a limited number of cultural classes, creating numerous battle arenas for youth to express their pent-up frustrations. As the saying goes, an idle mind breeds mischief. When engaged in productive activities, naturally, the likelihood of reckless behavior diminishes. On the day of the examination, among the documents Ms. Een later signed, there was also a clear statement regarding the school's zero-tolerance policy towards any use of sprites to inflict harm on others. Once discovered, expulsion would be immediate. The school had unmistakably established its boundaries. Following Mr. Qingbin's self-introduction in the morning, he reiterated this matter time and again. Anyone who dared to resort to violence would be expelled, an unequivocal stance. After being dismissed from the basic trainer academy, unless one possessed wealth, influence, or connections, and was willing to pay a considerable price, there would be little hope of entering any higher institution again. Such a fate would be life-altering. Self-study became a viable alternative. In physical education class, during free activity time, a voice suddenly called out to Li Xiang. While he was engaged in conversation with his new classmate, Song Jie, he turned his head to see a group of about 6 or 7 students, led by a trio known for their lively social interactions. It is also Chu Sheng and others. "Hello, classmates." Li Xiang waved at them with a smile, although he repeatedly reminded himself to regard them as peers. Upon seeing their youthful faces and their still unbroken voices that were indistinguishable between male and female, he realized that he found it quite challenging to do so. The disparity in mindset was simply too great. Chapter 48. The Clash of Turtles and Cats. Chu Sheng and his companions approached with an imposing presence, their intentions shrouded in mystery, yet it was clear they were targeting him. To avoid involving the innocent Song Jie, Li Xiang contemplated guiding them aside. However, Chu Sheng was not swayed by his intentions. He directly issued a challenge, turned, and departed. "I'll be waiting for you at the school's number 35 field after lunch. Don't forget to come." This statement left Li Xiang at a loss for words. He had initially considered challenging Chu Sheng, yet here the opportunity presented itself willingly. Such fortuitous circumstances seemed almost surreal, and Li Xiang could hardly contain his delight. Beside him, Song Jie observed Li Xiang's expression, a look of surprise fleeting across his face. At noon, within the school cafeteria, students gathered for their meals. There was also a cafeteria designated for the little spirits, though the majority of students preferred to bring their own food or purchase it from inside before stepping out to find a place to feed their companions. The cafeteria's numerous rules and its somewhat restrictive atmosphere were unbearable for many small spirits. Dining outside was permissible, provided an adult was present to accompany them. The Trainer Academy was not a typical closed-off junior high school. Li Xiang had brought his own meal, as he believed that the food prepared by Ms. Yin was far superior to what was served in the cafeteria. He considered the most splendid feeding location in the school to be the small garden on the rooftop of the teaching building, serene, shaded, with a fragrant breeze enveloping the air. It was hard to fathom that such a delightful spot had so few visitors. Taking his time, Li Xiang sat on a wooden bench and gently patted the head of his fire-striped meow. The creature, silently focused, chewed diligently, its sharp teeth crunching rhythmically. Recently, its appetite had been growing, and its physique was steadily becoming more robust. It was estimated that within 2 months, it would surpass the standard physical benchmarks of an ordinary fire-striped meow, fully transitioning from its juvenile form. Li Xiang welcomed this development with joy. His classmate, Song Jie, had been picked up by his family, presumably to enjoy a special meal at home. After spending a brief morning together, Li Xiang found the boy's character quite agreeable. Though he initially appeared introverted, he was, in fact, very articulate and logical in his speech, unlike some others whose remarks often lacked coherence. As for Lin Feng, this fellow had successfully mingled with several new classmates, leveraging his exceptional social skills. Just moments ago, he had shared a meal with Li Xiang, but now his whereabouts were unknown. Came Turtle, Li Xiang began to contemplate the battle. This Came Turtle was unlike the previous double-edged sword he encountered. That second-stage double-edged sword was rather lackluster, but this Came Turtle possessed something extraordinary. It was entirely possible that Fire Meow would not be its match. However, it was not an absolute certainty that victory was unattainable. There remained a chance of triumph, provided Fire Meow could breach its hard shell. Mastering the art of overcoming the defenses of turtle-like Pokémon was an essential lesson for every trainer. The Arena number 35. Each on-campus arena bore its own designation, as these would be utilized during examinations. The scale was that of a standard medium-sized arena, spanning 40 meters, surrounded by wire fencing. Slightly smaller than the venue used by the association for ranked matches. Throughout the entirety of the school, there were hundreds of such arenas, dispersed across various locations. Upon arriving here, Li Xiang discovered Chu Sheng and his companions hiding under the shade of a tree beyond the arena, having waited for quite some time. The trio, consisting of Zhou Ying and another girl, were nowhere to be seen, leaving only the solitary boys. "Oh dear, I thought someone was too afraid to show up," remarked Yang Tianwang with a hint of sarcasm. The sweltering heat, coupled with Li Xiang's tardiness, had inevitably ignited some frustration within him, a sentiment shared by the others. Li Xiang merely smiled, choosing not to engage, as he couldn't be blamed for not having set a precise time. He had arrived as promptly as he could. From lunch until now, it had barely been a little over half an hour. "What? No one gets to eat?" Yang Tianwang, noticing Li Xiang's silence, became even more irate and was about to voice his grievances when Chu Sheng hastily approached the entrance of the arena. "Let us get started. We've been waiting for you." He was growing increasingly impatient. If Li Xiang delayed any longer, he would simply declare victory by default. Indeed, he would unilaterally announce it. That was his domineering style. Li Xiang remained silent, quietly entering the arena while fiddling with his Pokeball. The young boy seemed agitated. A trainer's lack of composure during a battle was a grave mistake. The summer heat certainly had its effects. Aside from being rather warm, it wasn't all that dreadful. Li Xiang felt inexplicably pleased. Today, victory was likely within reach. Without further ado, both sides took their positions and released their Pokémon. The heavyweight contender, Came Turtle, landed gracefully. The midday summer sun undoubtedly affected water-type Pokémon, especially in outdoor battles. However, judging by its damp exterior, it had likely enjoyed a shower prior. The school provided designated shower areas for Pokémon, as failure to replenish their moisture during summer activities could lead to serious issues. Its tail was quite long. One could only wonder how it felt to the touch. Observing the Came Turtle's pristine, wave-like tail, Li Xiang couldn't help but have that fleeting thought. Such is the nature of a fluff enthusiast. Not long after, the battle was set to commence. Under the watchful eye of the supervising teacher at the outdoor venue, Yang Tianwang boldly proclaimed, "The competition begins. Retreat into your shell." Although Chu Sheng felt a flicker of irritation, he remained composed, especially when confronting the diminutive creature that was vulnerable to his own strategy. A tactical withdrawal seemed the most prudent course. Victory was assured. On the opposing side, Li Xiang, after a customary display of intimidation, opted for a cunning opening move, but the secondary effect merely hindered the Kame Turtle momentarily. Was it true that the secondary effect ceased to function against a Pokémon in its second evolution? This realization dampened Li Xiang's spirits. Yet what troubled him more was that Chu Sheng appeared to have regained his composure, returning to their initial stance. "Spin at high speed," he shouted, invoking the strategy one had previously taught him. In response, Kame Turtle swiftly retracted its limbs and smooth head into its shell, rotating around its abdomen like a top, producing a sound reminiscent of a drilling machine. Glimmers of white light emanated from its form. However, to Li Xiang's astonishment, the wildly spinning shell did not charge towards the fire meow, but instead collided directly with a nearby wire fence. "Is this a game of billiards?" Li Xiang furrowed his brow and whispered urgently, "Wait. Hold on." The fire meow, poised to test the waters with a heat wave, paused, fully trusting Li Xiang's command to halt and remain still, focusing intently on the approaching Kame Turtle. To onlookers, fire meow's inaction seemed akin to forfeiting an opportunity. The young Chu Sheng wore a look of disdain. What could one possibly discern in mere seconds? In the arena, the Kame Turtle, spinning at high velocity, crashed into the wire fence, and contrary to expectations regarding the angle and force of impact, it soared upward. The white light gradually dissipated, signaling the end of its rapid spin. So you wish to play this game." Li Xiang discerned Chu Sheng's intentions with clarity. The parabolic arc of Kame Turtle's flight would undoubtedly soar over Fire Meow's head. If he were to deploy Water Gun at the right moment, it would not only expand the area of effect through the residual momentum of the spin, but also exploit the brief moment of paralysis Fire Meow would experience from the water assault, allowing Kame Turtle to land a devastating blow from behind. Should this combination connect, considering Fire Meow's typical durability, it would likely spell disaster for him. Typically, one would realize such intentions too late. Kame Turtle's shell would be moving at considerable speed, leaving Fire Meow with no opportunity to evade. Fortunately, Li Xiang had never intended for Fire Meow to dodge in the first place. Water Gun, heat wave overhead. Their voices nearly harmonized in unison. As anticipated, without an energy ring but still in motion, Kame Turtle unleashed Water Gun, the azure water energy cascading downwards upon Fire Meow like a torrential downpour, encompassing an expansive area. However, awaiting the deluge was a surge of scalding orange-red heat interspersed with sparks. Water and fire collided violently in midair. Bang! The flames instantaneously expanded several-fold, as if encountering an accelerant, only to swiftly transform into a vast expanse of misty water vapor, rapidly dispersing in all directions. The airborne Squirtle was also affected by the shockwave of the explosion, rebounding and landing on the ground not far away, enveloped in water vapor. Li Xiang raised his arms to shield himself, as he was the closest individual and inevitably caught in the aftermath. A substantial amount of mist drenched his clothing, obstructing his vision. Naturally, Chu Sheng, who had drawn near, was equally unable to see. The child appeared somewhat stunned, seemingly unprepared for such an occurrence. 3 seconds passed. After this brief interval, the water vapor dissipated, revealing the fiery Meowth, its mouth agape as it unleashed a blast of scorching wind at Squirtle. Undoubtedly, this was Meowth's unilateral decision, relying on the extensive range of its ability while disregarding Squirtle's position. Coincidentally, at that moment, Squirtle emerged from its shell, just managing to ascertain the location of Meowth, only for its view to be dominated by the searing wind. Instinctively, it attempted to retract its head, but alas, it was a moment too late. The hot wind struck Squirtle head-on, propelling it uncontrollably several meters backward. Chu Sheng, in astonishment, shouted, "Hold on. Use water gun." Even without his exhortation, Squirtle would not have fallen. Moreover, losing sight is not a commendable habit, Li Xiang silently critiqued. Reflecting on his numerous battles, he realized that there were times when, after a move's animation concluded, Pokémon would remain stationary due to a loss of visibility, rendering them vulnerable. Wasn't he that quite foolish? A little evasion wouldn't hurt. Jump, use Hot Wind, Li Xiang commanded. Squirtle's defenses were still commendable, and given the lackluster effectiveness of fire-type moves, it would be exceedingly difficult for a single Hot Wind to take down this creature. It would undoubtedly require several attempts. As expected, like a rolling gourd, Squirtle shook its head and stood up, bearing faint singe marks, yet overall in relatively good condition. Upon hearing Chu Sheng's command, it instinctively released a copious amount of azure water energy from its shell, enveloping its entire body and propelling itself towards Meowth like a bullet. For a small creature weighing merely over 20 kilograms, it was evidently impossible to store a significant amount of fresh water within. Thus, water-type Pokémon typically consumed energy when using their water-type moves, rather than relying on actual moisture. However, when situated in a water-rich environment, the energy expenditure for utilizing moves would substantially decrease, which could be considered a distinctive characteristic of water types. Chapter 49, Childhood Memories, the Tricolor Cup, Water Gun. Water-type physical attacks possess an inherent acceleration mechanism, allowing for a temporary boost in speed. This technique is rather cunning, enabling water-type Pokémon, which typically lack the ability to fly, to achieve a momentary levitation. When employed at critical junctures, it can easily turn the tide of battle. However, its base power is somewhat lacking. The fire-type Meowth is also wary of this move, thus Li Xiang intends to utilize Heat Wave to enhance its agility. Indeed, it is akin to how a gust of hot wind disperses a Squirtle. In a sudden leap, the fire-type Meowth unleashed a fierce gale towards the water projectile that had transformed from the Squirtle. The formidable recoil propelled it backward instantaneously, not only creating distance from the Squirtle, but also thwarting its offensive momentum. Engaging from a distance while closing in proved advantageous. Chu Sheng stood in astonishment, eyes wide as he witnessed the fire-type Meowth elegantly rotating in midair, adjusting its center of gravity, ultimately landing gracefully beside Li Xiang. The water jet was astonishingly intercepted. How could this be possible? The psychological strain was evident. The trickery was overwhelming. Li Xiang quickly distanced himself from the fire-type Meowth, maintaining an impassive expression. In the reality of battle, who is the greatest and most formidable adversary a trainer must face? It is oneself. Unlike the turn-based nature of games, where one has 60 seconds to calmly consider choices and anticipate the opponent's actions, the time to issue commands may be as brief as a second or even less. Thus, the essence of real-time combat lies in instantaneous judgment. Such judgments are prone to error, and humans are inherently fragile beings, both in body and spirit. After a mistake, it is all too easy to fall into self-pity, missing subsequent opportunities, which can lead to a complete mental breakdown. Thoughts like "I'm done for today, I won't continue fighting," or "what is the point?" can incessantly plague a trainer's mind, subjecting them to psychological torment. Ultimately, this culminates in utter collapse. Among lower-ranked trainers, particularly those with less experience, instability of mindset is notorious, and seasoned veterans often exploit this mental vulnerability in their battles. Chu Sheng, being merely 11 years old, cannot possibly compare to the 27-year-old Li Xiang in terms of composure. On the battlefield, the Squirtle, not having received timely instructions from Chu Sheng, could not resist glancing back at him. Seizing this moment, the fire-type Meowth empowered itself once more. Heat Wave, Li Xiang commanded with a decisive gesture, issuing the next order without granting Chu Sheng a chance to react. Chu Sheng, belatedly realizing his distraction, changed his expression. "Use Dragon Pulse," he shouted. Why wait until this moment to unleash a hidden Dragon Pulse? What use could it possibly serve now? Li Xiang internally scoffed at this. He discerned that the Squirtle likely could not even perform Water Pulse, merely employing Water Gun. Its level was undoubtedly not high. Even in reality, the mastery of techniques does not confine itself to the rigid levels dictated by games. What a farce! Li Xiang observed coldly as Kamekame Turtle was once again sent reeling by the scorching wind unleashed by the fiery Meow. The azure and crimson dragon energy within its mouth had yet to be released when it was abruptly interrupted. Quite fortunate, He mused silently. Opposite him, Chu Sheng's complexion turned pale as he gazed at the agonized Kamekame turtle before him, rendered speechless. The intense heat of the scorching wind had left numerous charred marks on its body, and its dwindling stamina had it laboring to catch its breath. The move had been thwarted, and with the opponent having seized the opportunity to strengthen their position, the current state of Kamekame turtle, despite its apparent vigor, signaled an inevitable downfall. Recovery seemed unattainable. High-speed spin. Chu Sheng gritted his teeth. Was it possible to reduce the area of contact with the flames through the force of rotation? Alas, it was too late, my friend. The power of the scorching wind, bolstered by 2 enhancements, had reached a truly formidable level, far beyond what the wavering Kamekame turtle could withstand. Moreover, when a Pokémon is weakened, its movement slow, and its resolve dulled, these elements, though not displayed in the game, are nonetheless real. As expected, countless blasts of scorching wind ultimately dispatched the nearly defeated Kamekame turtle. The damage mitigated by the high-speed spin was negligible. Fiery Meow triumphed resoundingly. At the entrance of the convenience store, a crowd sheltered in the shade of trees. Slurping on the ice pops Chu Sheng had treated them to. Meanwhile, Li Xiang savored the summer afternoon's warmth, cradling an opulent tricolored cup in his hands. Though betting was prohibited during battles, Chu Sheng's defeat warranted some form of acknowledgement. It was he who had suggested it, not Li Xiang's coercion. This had nothing to do with schoolyard bullying. However, the tricolored cup was shamelessly acquired by Li Xiang, who claimed it evoked memories of his childhood. This assertion drew collective disdain from Yang Tianwang and the others. After all, they were merely 11 years old. What childhood were they reminiscing about? As the financial backer, Chu Sheng remained noncommittal. He was affluent enough to throw around red bills without concern for a few coins. If Li Xiang dared to ask, he would gladly oblige. Yet, halfway through his treat, he could no longer contain himself. Where did I go wrong? This had likely been on his mind for quite some time, ever since they had taken their Pokémon to the school infirmary. Where was the discrepancy? Li Xiang scooped up a spoonful of chocolate flavor and pondered before replying. Luck? To some extent, but it must be more about strength. Had Kamekame turtle possessed moves like Water Pulse, Surf, or Scald, it would not have found itself at a disadvantage during the initial clash. The poor performance in that first encounter inevitably led to a series of subsequent failures. Or perhaps, Meow had miscalculated the timing and released the move a moment too late, causing the explosive impact to inflict minimal damage on Kamekame turtle while inadvertently harming itself. The aftermath was similarly unkind. The scorching winds failed to obstruct the water jet from the turtle-like Pokémon, resulting in a direct hit that interrupted the dragon wave. Not only did it strike head-on, but there was also a looming threat of critical damage. Throughout the encounter, the fiery feline demonstrated remarkable prowess, effortlessly grasping Li Xiang's intentions without the need for intricate commands. This understanding, of course, stemmed from their diligent communication over time. How could a trainer and their Pokémon thrive without mutual dialogue? The candies also played a significant role. Without their enhancement, the fiery feline would struggle to act decisively. Li Xiang briefly recounted everything aside from the candies to the group. After listening, Chu Sheng fell silent. The nearby children stared blankly at Li Xiang, oblivious to the melting popsicles dripping down their hands. It wasn't he that his words were particularly captivating or awe-inspiring. Rather, in their reckless age of battling, Li Xiang's contemplation struck them as somewhat intimidating. Perhaps that is the word to describe it. Shall we have a match after school? Yang Tianwang inquired eagerly, bending down to converse with Li Xiang, indifferent to the puddle forming beneath him. He had long forgotten the previous awkwardness of their interactions. Boys in their teenage years seldom harbor grudges, and Li Xiang was not inclined to stoop to their level. Sure, he nodded, accepting the offered candy without hesitation. A Lin Lizard and a Scyther, 2 close combat types paired with a long-range fire attribute, were likely untrained. However, this meant that today would be challenging for Lin Feng's Pokémon. The fiery feline was already exhausted, having battled 4 opponents in quick succession. This was not a straightforward sweep where a single skill could lead to an easy victory. The remaining individuals could no longer contain themselves and similarly sought to challenge him. Young trainers, undeterred by previous defeats, bravely issued their challenges, unafraid even after witnessing Li Xiang's victory over Chu Sheng. Compared to those in the park, they were not significantly stronger. This was the essence of a true trainer. Look at these eager young challengers, each one approaching with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Chu Sheng, feeling neglected, seized the opportunity to interject into the conversation, requesting a rematch with Li Xiang. Look, a returning customer. Where there's one, there will be another. Li Xiang could hardly contain his delight at the prospect, and began contemplating strategies to coax Chu Sheng into accepting battles as frequently as Lin Feng did. Coercion? Temptation? Chapter 50. The Fundamental Qualities of a Trainer Afternoon. Practical Training, or rather, Battle Class. The 30 students formed a 5x6 grid, each accompanied by a Pokémon, leisurely basking in the sun at the center of the grand playground. At the front of their ranks stood a burly man with a face full of muscle. The instructor of the practical training course, Luo Wei, stood beside an imposing figure that measured no less than 2.5 meters, an awe-inspiring cyclopean giant. This being, a pure ghost-type spirit known as the Night Phantom, possessed a striking appearance. Atop its head were golden antennae resembling buttons, and beneath its gray cylindrical head lay pitch-black sclerae encircling blood-red irises. Its corpulent body was a rich shade of coffee, complemented by a tail reminiscent of a traditional Japanese specter. Centrally located on its abdomen was an almond-shaped eye mark, accompanied below by a yellow zigzag, akin to a camouflaged face. Yet, Li found it curious that this creature's mouth not only could open but also had the ability to exhale flames at others' heads, making it a perilous encounter for unsuspecting trainers. According to the lore, the Night Phantom possessed the extraordinary capability to receive spiritual waves from the spirit realm, ushering lost souls into the afterlife. However, thus far, no one online had substantiated the validity of such claims, leaving even the existence of the spirit realm shrouded in doubt. Li had thus chosen to regard it as a whimsical notion, akin to a mythical being capable of delivering 1,000 punches in 2 seconds or single-handedly pushing a mountain. On the first day of class, uncertainty loomed over what activities lay ahead. It was presumed that Teacher Luo was at the Super Ball tier, which, if Li's conjecture held true, made him the most accomplished trainer within the institution. Super Ball tier? Murmured Song Jie to Li, his gaze flitting among the small spirits surrounding them. That's just a step away from the advanced ball tier. Impressive, this teacher. Li's expression reflected astonishment. For someone of his modest prowess, the experience of a seasoned trainer felt like an unreachable aspiration, especially one so close to the threshold of becoming a chief trainer. You've certainly got your ear to the ground. What else do you know? Do share, Li inquired, noting that Song Jie appeared to possess a wealth of information. Song Jie remained non-committal, coolly stating, "If I'm not mistaken, this first lesson should be." Before he could finish, Luo Wei interjected, "Today, in the spirit of getting to know one another, we shall engage in a little game to test our courage." His succinct words incited a clamor of excited discussions among the students. Li blinked in surprise and turned to Song Jie, who nodded in affirmation, confirming Li's earlier suspicions. Testing courage was a straightforward concept, assessing one's bravery. At first glance, it seemed unrelated to the life of a trainer, yet in truth, courage was an essential stepping stone towards becoming a formidable trainer. In mid to high-level battles, seasoned spirits often exuded an ineffable aura, a testament to the countless arduous battles they had endured, a culmination of time and experience that could not be circumvented. It was akin to a soldier who had survived the chaos of war. While outwardly unremarkable, once engaged in combat, their commanding presence would become unmistakably evident. Furthermore, there exist 3 intriguing traits, namely, intimidation, tension, and oppression. The first requires no elaboration, while the second, tension, impedes opponents from consuming the berries they carry. The third, oppression, drains the opponent's vitality. These classic abilities are commonly possessed by many legendary Pokémon. In the world where Li Xiang resides, these 3 traits wield extraordinary effects. They instigate a psychological tremor, an unconventional mental assault that proves remarkably effective against human trainers. The prestige of legendary Pokémon soars to unprecedented heights. The Fiery Meow, currently not exhibiting these traits due to its youth, will undoubtedly reveal the power of intimidation once it evolves into the blazing Roaring Tiger. Hence, it is imperative for not only the Pokémon to possess unwavering willpower, but also for the trainers to cultivate their mental fortitude. Otherwise, the Pokémon may yet remain steadfast while the trainer succumbs to fear. The trial of courage begins. The participants are arranged in a matrix formation, 6 individuals per group, while others are instructed to stand at least 10 meters away to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Those not currently participating quietly disperse, forming an irregular circle to observe with keen interest. As an instructor, Luo Wei has made thorough preparations. In addition to the oppression of the night demon spirit, he releases a formidable, clawless dragon with a blue back and yellow belly, adorned with 3 long azure horns atop its head, its jaws menacingly fearsome. This dragon possesses the intimidation ability. Li Xiang estimates its length to exceed 9 meters, surpassing the average size of a typical Gyarados. Only the trait of tension remains absent from the scene. Strangely, the Gyarados is resting on the ground. Li Xiang had anticipated it would take to the skies, akin to its namesake, the koi flag. However, it is conceivable that it can glide at low altitudes, yet simply chooses not to. Have you ever experienced such a thing? Song Jie suddenly inquired. Li Xiang shook his head, admitting he had not, as he had not found the time. His formal engagement with Pokémon training has spanned merely 2 months, leaving many endeavors unattempted. Yet, is not the purpose of attending school to partake in such experiences? What other reason could there be, if not to engage? In the distance, terror descends. Those who have not personally experienced it may find it difficult to comprehend. But the screams of a student who came into close proximity with the night demon spirit, along with their trembling descent to the ground, are unmistakably vivid. Their complexion resembles that of someone who has encountered something profoundly distasteful. Their Pokémon, in stark fear, gazes at the night demon spirit like a small beast startled by a predator. The onlookers erupt in laughter. After all, the individual's display is scarcely different from that of a martial arts performer, rendering the scene not only unrealistic but somewhat ludicrous. Yet, as similar occurrences multiply, some even flee in panic, heedless of calls to return, accompanied by the resounding, heart-stirring roar of the Gyarados. The onlooking students gradually silenced, their faces betraying a tense and anxious demeanor. While one person might act for amusement, when 10 or 20 individuals, including those who had previously laughed, succumbed to fear, it morphed into something truly chilling. Only a minuscule fraction managed to maintain their composure, standing still and unflinching. As time progressed, every individual yet to be called wore expressions akin to those awaiting execution, their faces reflecting a grim resignation. Meanwhile, those who had completed their test displayed a mixture of disbelief and relief, their chests heaving with sighs, leaving onlookers feeling uneasy. The sole comfort was that none had soiled themselves, indicating that the intimidation wielded had its limits. "You seem quite experienced," Li Xiang remarked, breaking the tedium as he struck up a conversation with Song Jie, who was also waiting. This young man appeared utterly unperturbed, exuding an air of calmness as if merely waiting in line for water. "I've simply practiced at home. I wouldn't call it experience," Song Jie replied. "Oh, playing it cool, are we? I suspect your family must have hired a professional trainer?" Li Xiang mused, aware that affluent families often engaged high-ranking trainers as private instructors, especially those capable of advancing students directly to elite academies without the need for foundational schooling. Regrettably, while Li Xiang's circumstances were vastly improved compared to his past life, the prospect of hiring such elite trainers remained unlikely. As these thoughts circulated in his mind, the last row, which included Li Xiang, was finally called. With a prepared mindset, he found the situation manageable. Song Jie murmured a few words, maintaining his composed demeanor as he stepped forward. His cacnea, resembling a watermelon bug, cast a dispassionate glance at the adjacent fiery meow. This creature bore an arrogant demeanor, ignoring any attempts at conversation from the fiery meow. Li Xiang nodded slightly, adjusting his breathing to calm his inner turmoil. Chapter 51. The protagonist's troubling nature. In most cases, waiting is a torment, often breeding anxiety. Fortunately, Duan Tianqing had taught Li Xiang some techniques for cultivating his inner energy. Although not proficient, he had learned enough to regulate his mindset. Essential given that martial arts practice eschews impulsiveness and emotional excess. Thus, he reflected, studying martial arts was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Beside him, Song Jie, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crimson-eyed night demon, bit his lip, his complexion paling as he clenched his fists, his slight frame trembling slightly. He resembled a student chastised by a teacher in front of a large audience, or a child caught watching television when their parent unexpectedly barges in. However, once the night demon shifted its gaze, Song Jie's expression instantly returned to normal, as though all prior fear had been an illusion. Even his cacnea exhibited the same indifference, scratching the grass with a facade of calmness. Is that all? This lad must be putting on an act. A thought inevitably flashed through Li Xiang's mind. Before he could ponder it further, the dark spirit of the night slowly approached him. Its enormous form loomed like a towering wall, casting a shroud of darkness that obscured the sunlight. It was his turn. Li Xiang took a deep breath. Having prepared himself, he locked eyes with the creature's singular gaze. In an instant, a blinding scarlet light engulfed his entire field of vision. An uncontrollable wave of panic surged within him. It felt as though an invisible entity was scratching the back of his head and spine, causing his breath to quicken and become labored. He believed he could remain composed, yet the physiological changes were beyond his control. Instinctively, he was overwhelmed with dread at the sight of the being before him. He longed to flee, yet his body remained paralyzed, his mind a blank slate. as if it had crashed entirely. Even his fiery feline companion was momentarily forgotten. Moreover, as the creature's belly split open slightly, the terror emanating from the depths of his being reached its zenith. Meow! A growl filled with fury suddenly erupted beside Li Xiang. How dare you intimidate my trainer? Hissing, Li Xiang inhaled sharply, regaining control of his senses. In that moment, he realized that although he still stood, his back was drenched in sweat, his hands numb, and his feet rigid, as if he had been standing in a fixed stance for an eternity. Yet, in reality, less than 5 seconds had elapsed. Below him, the fiery feline emitted a dangerous hiss, poised to strike, seemingly unaffected by the dark spirit, instead incensed by its presence. The dark spirit redirected its gaze, looking down upon the fiery feline, its crimson eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The two small creatures exhibited a readiness to engage in battle at any moment. However, Li Xiang would not permit his fiery companion to act recklessly. Apologies, he murmured, lifting the agitated feline into his arms. He smiled at the dark spirit before turning to shield his companion's view. It's all right now. It's all over. Thank you. Gently stroking the kitten's fur, he sought to soothe it. In response, the dark spirit shifted away, seeking to intimidate the next student in line. Rawr, who had been silently observing, cast a glance at Li Xiang and the fiery feline, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. Meanwhile, Song Jie remarked, watching Li Xiang as he calmed the feline. I can't believe this is your first experience with a courage test. What is there to be anxious about? Li Xiang retorted with a roll of his eyes, then added, honestly, it was quite terrifying. I was genuinely frightened. I initially thought it would be akin to watching a horror film, but it turned out to be far more intense than the climactic moments of any horror movie. I nearly knelt in fear. What a close call. It is indeed a common occurrence for one's initial attempts to be fraught with difficulties. It merely requires some acclimatization. Song Jie directed his gaze towards the fiery meow, and indeed, your little sprite is quite impressive. His praise, though somewhat awkward due to his lack of eloquence, was earnest. Naturally, I shall rely on it in the future. Li Xiang scratched the chin of the fiery meow, acknowledging that without its vocal warnings, he would likely still be standing there in a daze. What does it mean to be the universe's most adorable hatchling? Even in its early stages, it stands apart from other sprites. The fiery meow responded with a soft mewl, seemingly in agreement. Subsequently, their group, adhering to tradition, experienced the sensation of being roared at point blank by the fearsome Gyarados. To be frank, the intimidation factor was quite formidable among the 6. Only Li Xiang and Song Jie remained rooted in place, ears covered, while the other 4 fled with remarkable speed, as if a wild beast were on their heels. In truth, Gyarados, often referred to as the scourge of the seas by fishermen, poses far greater dangers than any mere beast. When confronted by the trio of sea ruffians, one could rely on trainers and assorted tools to face them down. However, encountering a Gyarados in numbers exceeding 10 in the ocean typically prompts ordinary vessels to navigate around, avoiding those waters entirely. The appearance of more than 10 Gyarados signifies an abundance lurking beneath the surface. Moreover, the peril these creatures present is unparalleled, characterized by their explosive temperaments and relentless pursuit of conflict with humans. Gyarados found within rivers are somewhat more manageable, not resembling the chaos of the Anger Lake, where the waters teem with them. Even if they appear in urban waterways, they are often subdued by enthusiastic trainers. Gyarados is a highly sought-after sprite, known for its low training threshold and impressive species potential, with a skill set that is far from shallow. Typically, those who cultivate them find it to be a profitable endeavor, and even in high-stakes arenas like the Ultra Ball or Master Ball tiers, one can often find water-type specialists, as well as trainers of various other types, employing them. Returning to the matter at hand, the experience of enduring the roar of such a colossal creature at close range was far from pleasant for Li Xiang. Not only was the volume alarmingly high, but the saliva sprayed about, and the remnants of its last meal were far from appealing. As a water-type sprite, its breath was quite foul. Fortunately, as Song Jie had mentioned, by the second encounter, Li Xiang had adapted significantly, even finding time to scrutinize the creature's maw. Nevertheless, his heart still jolted at the display of Gyarados' might. Yet, through this experience, Li Xiang came to realize the true extent of his willpower, which was not as formidable as he had imagined, only slightly superior to that of the other adolescents. It is clear that he must engage in further training. Thus, it seems this inaugural lesson has yielded valuable insights for self-improvement, and one can anticipate learning even more useful knowledge in the days to come. School is out. Song Jie was still picked up by his family's luxurious car. Li Xiang, on the other hand, accepted Yang Tianwang's invitation to engage in a fierce battle with the forest lizard in the Flying Mantis. To his surprise, his good friend Lin Feng also had his own match. However, the opponent was far from friendly, often mocking Lin Feng with harsh words. Li Xiang hadn't heard such crude language in reality for a long time. He usually only encountered such exchanges online. He realized that children speak without restraint, expressing themselves in the most unrefined manner. He felt a surge of indignation and thought that such a person deserved a severe beating, perhaps even a thorough thrashing. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Xiang patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Lin Feng, however, remained magnanimous, chuckling. "What are you saying? We are all classmates. You're being overly harsh. Just make him cry." He smiled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Chapter 52. The General Punisher of the New Generation in Lower-Tier Competitions. There is a saying, restraint surpasses all. However, this statement is not universally applicable. For someone like Li Xiang, who possesses extraordinary talents, he has inherited the glory of the master of reverse attributes, having triumphed over adversaries that counter him on 2 occasions. The dynamics of battle can be quite intricate. Victory cannot merely be claimed by possessing an advantageous attribute. Nevertheless, in most scenarios, the side that holds the advantage tends to dominate significantly. Not to mention, the opponents often possess more than just a slight edge. In short, Yang Tianwang was thoroughly beaten, left hanging in the air. His 2 little creatures were both swift attackers with low endurance and lacked moves to bolster their stamina. The Flying Mantis was the only one that could be somewhat observed, but could not withstand many hits. Although the 2 creatures employed a quick attack strategy, it was futile against the Fire Meow, which could not be harmed. Armed with an incomplete charge flame, the Fire Meow, after boosting its strength, made short work of the Forest Lizard, which had no means of evasion in the open arena, being struck heavily. The little kitten taught it a lesson right then and there. When it came to the Flying Mantis, the situation improved slightly. It managed to dodge the Fire Meow's initial charge flame using its quick attack, sustaining damage only to one wing. However, it ultimately fell victim to the predictable attack path. The Fire Meow had already anticipated its movements, enduring its slashing blow and retaliating with a scorching gust that sent the massive insect back to its home. And yet, it was still boasting about chaining slashes. It couldn't even execute a second slash. Successfully overcoming 2 opponents, it was rewarded with 2 large candies. However, things seemed to be going less favorably for Lin Feng. This guy was clearly at a disadvantage. Yes, it was unexpected for a protagonist-like character to face defeat in school, a situation Li Xiang had not anticipated. But upon seeing the Pokémon his opponent was using, he felt a sense of relief. It was a final stage creature, standing about 1.9 meters tall, resembling a hybrid of an armadillo and a hedgehog. This creature boasted a thick protective shell for prominent spikes, robust arms, sharp claws, and a rodent-like head with whiskers extending to its abdomen. At first glance, it resembles a humanoid armored vehicle. The 6th-generation Grass Master, Reincarnated, possesses formidable combat attributes. It is reputed to be capable of withstanding bomb blasts with its shield-like abilities. When employing the spike defense technique, the tender green spikes on its arms transform into a colossal shield, further augmented by an energy barrier. It is said that the armed police forces have a particular fondness for this creature, as its protective capabilities are nothing short of exceptional. In its final stage, this Pokémon is at least level 30. Currently, Lin Feng would find it insurmountable to contend with such a creature. Moreover, the Pokémon that had previously accompanied that individual was a screw mole, which had been hidden away for an entire day. This could be possible, but it is more likely that it was temporarily delivered. I had not noticed before. It turns out this individual is in class 2. Yang Tianwang's voice reached Li Xiang's ears. Li Xiang inquired, "Do you know him?" "Of course, it's Zhu Huihui, whose family owns a shopping mall. He's quite renowned in our circle, having acquired his Pokémon at the tender age of 7. His family even spent a fortune hiring a tutor. P.S. rather foolish." Yang Tianwang replied nonchalantly, without a hint of defeat on his face. "Such individuals won't pass the preliminary examination," he added. "Preliminary examination?" Li Xiang's expression reflected his confusion at this unfamiliar term. "My father mentioned that starting next year, there will be a reform in the higher education system, requiring 3 assessments for admission: the preliminary, trial, and face-to-face evaluations. One must pass all 3 to gain entry," Yang Tianwang explained. He continued, "Those who resort to clever tricks to acquire Pokémon in advance will be disqualified during the preliminary round if discovered, regardless of their academic performance." Li Xiang appeared astonished. "Is this something that can be traced? It can't be that simple, can it? And is it really that strict? Wouldn't the wealthy protest?" "According to what I have heard from my family, it is an initiative under the new head of education, and the Juvenile Trainer Restriction Act was proposed under his directive." Chu Sheng, who had been observing intently, interjected with a hint of schadenfreude. This prominent figure's family is a victim of juvenile trainer crimes. It was reported in the news back then. During that period, there was an atmosphere of panic, and any child seen alone with a Pokémon would be questioned by the patrol officers. Now that the crime rate among juvenile trainers is on the rise again, he is bound to take action, especially against those who indulge in clever tricks. However, they are merely reaping what they sow. Who told them to harbor such delusions? Rest assured, such fools are few. There are plenty of ways to experience Pokémon battles in advance, aren't there? Are you not one of them? Li Xiang gazed at Chu Sheng, his expression one of surprise, as he had assumed Chu Sheng had similarly sneaked ahead, especially considering the second phase of enrollment. It now seemed he had overthought it. Chu Sheng was merely exceptionally talented. Why are you looking at me like that? Chu Sheng frowned. Li Xiang replied, "Oh, I was just pondering what kind of family you come from, with you mentioning family members so frequently." "What family?" "The External Affairs Minister of the Qingqing Association. My grandfather." Yang Tianwang chuckled as he patted Chu Sheng on the back. "In my household, we engage in a modest business, so we are somewhat well informed. His grandfather is the director of Qingqing Platform, and the Nanjiang Evening News also belongs to his family." Chu Sheng scoffed, stripping away the veil of pretense. "Oh, come on. It's all second generation. Why attend Yizhong and not Erzhong?" Li Xiang suddenly recalled the unobtrusive Song Jia. "Damn, I feel a bit anxious coming from a modest family." An inexplicable sense of being surrounded by the rising elite, particularly those of an extraordinary caliber, prompted Li Xiang to sigh. In the arena, as the battle neared its conclusion, Lin Feng, perceiving the chasm between himself and his opponent, deployed the special move of his little fire dragon. The disparity was so vast that it rendered the move ineffective. Following the battle, Lin Feng was undoubtedly subjected to ridicule once again. The latter, feeling somewhat dejected, had approached the contest with great confidence, only to be outmaneuvered by his adversary. "It's all right, we'll get them next time, no big deal," Li Xiang consoled as he patted Lin Feng on the back. "No one can win forever. Even Xia Chunyu often loses to Mo Yi." Mo Yi, a master trainer specializing in water attributes, was not only Lin Feng's idol, but also Xia Chunyu's greatest rival and closest friend. "Don't mention it. It makes me furious. Last week's match was a disaster. I almost lost my title before even sitting on it. That would be utterly disgraceful." Lin Feng lamented with indignation. Li Xiang chuckled in agreement. Meanwhile, across the way, upon seeing Li Xiang intervene once more and divert attention from the target of mockery, a youth named Zhu Huihui became irate and approached, shouting. However, he was intercepted by Yang Tianwang and Chu Sheng along the way. "Ah, isn't this Zhu Huihui? The young master? What's this? Bullying classmates now that you've got a bit of money? Have you forgotten what your father told you before he arrived?" Yang Tianwang said with a sardonic tone. Chu Sheng, showing complete disdain, didn't he bother to speak to Zhu Huihui, merely humming in disinterest. Zhu Huihui's face flushed with anger as he pointed a finger at Yang Tianwang, exclaiming, "Mind your own business. Move aside. Who do you think you are?" Yang Tianwang's smile faded slightly as he replied coldly, "I'll warn you once. Put down your pig-s trotter. Don't think you're impressive just because you've taken a shortcut, you waste of 4 years who only reached level 30. Under normal circumstances, a gifted young trainer would only require a little over 2 years to evolve their starter Pokémon to its final form. Yet Zhu Huihui took a full 4 years, recently achieving the evolution of his Harlick to Brickolin, which had made him the subject of ridicule. Can't even take a shortcut properly." Chapter 53. The Master of Speed Attack. Third sister Yang Tianwang's words undoubtedly struck at Zhu Huihui's sore spot. Despite having spent a fortune on high-quality Pokémon, receiving personal tutelage from a ranked trainer, and enjoying endless resources, he still took over 4 years to evolve his Harlick into Brickolin. It was far too long. Get lost. Zhu Huihui panted heavily, his eyes glistening with bloodshot fury. Do not push me. His temperament was already abysmal, and his intellect left much to be desired. After all, had he possessed even a modicum of courtesy and sense, he would not have mocked Lin Feng, who was diligently picking up scattered litter, branding him as a beggar for scavenging. Is this not the epitome of ignorance? Now, he found himself in a predicament akin to that of his victim, deluding himself into thinking that Yang Tianwang and Chu Sheng would indulge him as his family did. What a spectacle! The teacher was present, if he had the audacity. Let him summon Brickolin to confront me, unafraid of the repercussions from his father. Yang Tianwang harbored a deep disdain for Zhu Huihui's type, an upstart from a nouveau riche family, wreaking havoc and tarnishing the reputation of their circle. His family incessantly bombarded him with irrelevant chatter about matters he had never even heard of, let alone acted upon. Beside him, Chu Sheng furrowed his brow, sensing that Yang Tianwang was becoming increasingly agitated, a troubling sign. Their objective was merely to shield Zhu Huihui from troubling Lin Feng and Li Xiang. They had no intention of instigating a brawl. Moreover, Zhu Huihui was foolish enough to act without contemplating the consequences. If a confrontation were to ensue, let it happen. If not, they should disperse promptly. Suddenly, the voice of the venue supervisor resonated through the air. Unbeknownst to them, the teacher had approached, flanked by Li Xiang and Lin Feng. A breath of relief washed over Chu Sheng. Indeed, the imposing figure of the teacher, robust and seemingly unsympathetic, extinguished the tension between the two combatants. Let us move to the infirmary. I'll treat you to some milk tea. Consider it a regular stop at the school gate from now on, just to sample the flavor. Li Xiang stepped forward, draping an arm around Chu Sheng's shoulder and patting Yang Tianwang on the back. Your forest lizardess leaves are all wilted. Shouldn't you hurry? In a matter of moments, the group of youths was effortlessly led away by Li Xiang. Lin Feng trailed at the back, casting a glance at Zhu Huihui, who stood there, his face flushed and painfully awkward, utterly ignored by those around him. What a comical and absurd sight. The first day of school had concluded rather satisfactorily. Although marred by a few unpleasant incidents, the majority of the turmoil had befallen Lin Feng, who seemed to attract trouble. It was indeed unfortunate for him to encounter such happenings on the very first day. Fortunately, the teachers at the school were not mere figureheads. Or perhaps it was that educators in this world tended to be diligent and committed. At least within the confines of the school, Lin Feng's safety was assured. According to Chu Sheng and Yang Tianwang, the schoolyard and the perimeter of the battlefield were teeming with the watchful eyes of the school's avian guardians. Should an incident arise, they, alongside the venue supervisor, would swiftly intervene, with the school's faculty arriving in the blink of an eye. Thus, Zhu Huihui's attempts to stir trouble were futile. Any confrontation outside the school was far more precarious. This becomes increasingly intriguing. Although we have yet to witness the emergence of a Skynet in this era, two extraordinary investigative tools have come to light, known as discerning and olfactory detection. The highest record for discerning internationally is at the microscopic level, achieved by a remarkable canine from Hudi. The farthest reach of olfactory detection extends an astonishing 5,000 kilometers. Indeed, you heard that correctly, 5,000 kilometers. A notion so outrageous that merely hearing it feels akin to perusing through Jihu. The record holder is an unidentified long-haired dog, which, alongside its trainer, spent 15 days uncovering a gold medal concealed on a farm in a small village. Moreover, certain powerful, magically endowed sprites possess unique abilities, such as the bending spoon, which can indicate the path, and future sight, which briefly grants glimpses into forthcoming events. In essence, there is nothing beyond the realm of possibility for these sprites. Should Zhu Huihui dare to stir trouble, it would require either his family's iron grip over Qingqing or their willingness to forsake their legacy and flee to another region. Otherwise, capture is inevitable. According to Chu Sheng and others, Zhu Huihui possesses a rather poor character, and few within his circle are inclined to engage with him, let alone offer assistance. He merely parades his bravado in front of those of a more patient disposition. Luckily, none of his classmates exhibit such foolishness. At the martial arts school, Li Xiang relayed the events that transpired during the courage test to Duan Tianqing. Once you can endure a beating without flinching, you will no longer fear such encounters, Duan Tianqing remarked in a tone that suggested a lack of finesse in your training. The master emphasizes that true knowledge is born from practice. The more one struggles with a particular skill, the more it necessitates honing. Thus, that very afternoon, under the guidance of the third senior sister, Li Xiang experienced what it truly meant to endure without blinking. The petite third senior sister, donning boxing gloves, would throw punches at his face. Should he blink, the punch would land. If he managed to keep his eyes open, the blow would cease. Li Xiang's aptitude in this regard was decidedly lacking, as he endured countless strikes throughout the evening, leaving his face swollen like that of a pig, and harboring a great deal of frustration within. Anyone subjected to such repeated blows would inevitably find it difficult to remain cheerful. However, this frustration dissipated significantly as the third senior sister applied an ice pack with great care, gently advising him on his shortcomings and areas for improvement. Her kindness was genuine, yet the pain of her punches was very real. Ultimately, it was his own lack of resolve. Had his eyes been able to remain wide open, he would not have instinctively closed them and thus avoided so many blows. Alas, it is evident that the path of martial arts is a long and arduous journey, one that cannot be rushed. Nevertheless, this experience afforded Li Xiang the opportunity to seek counsel from Jiang Shangru regarding sprite combat knowledge. It is said that she became a substitute for the U University team at the tender age of 18, showcasing exceptional prowess, far beyond the ordinary. One might even anticipate her eventual ascension to mastery. Consequently, Li Xiang found himself immensely curious about Jiang Shangru's team composition. In this world, singles dominate, with the essence of singles lying in team composition. Different combinations of attributes, varying species values, and unique traits of Pokémon can facilitate a strategic defense against opposing attacks while enhancing one's offensive capabilities. This is what is referred to as joint defense. However, in real battles, due to various peculiar circumstances, the efficacy of joint defense may not be as indispensable as it is portrayed in games. Yet, a team must undoubtedly comprise Pokémon with distinct roles and responsibilities. Jiang Shangru, though not verbose, is willing to share insights about her team and nurturing experiences with her junior apprentice. Unfortunately, today she possesses only 2 Pokémon, having left the rest at home, rendering a complete showcase impossible. Li Xiang is indifferent, appreciating even the few he can observe. Soon, the 2 Pokémon were released from their Pokeballs by Jiang Shangru. The first was a striking creature adorned with a crimson, rigid exoskeleton, wielding pincers reminiscent of a crab, towering at an impressive height of 1.80 meters. Known as the Redhorn Triple Speed Pokémon, a vibrant scyther of steel and bug type. The second was a humanoid Pokémon, clad in heavy armor, resembling an oversized sea louse and displaying a gray-green hue, classified as a bug and water type, known as the Armored Warrior. Li Xiang felt intrigued by the bug specialization. In this world, many trainers are attribute specialists. Among 10 trainers, at least 7 focus on a particular attribute. These specialists often supplement their expertise with 1 or 2 additional attributes to counter opponents who might exploit their weaknesses. After all, an individual's energy is finite. While it is conceivable for Pokémon to learn moves of different attributes to diversify their offensive repertoire, mastery and mere acquaintance are 2 disparate concepts. The same move, when employed by different trainers and Pokémon, can exhibit varying degrees of power and manifestations. Indeed, as he suspected, Jiang Shangru's ace is the seemingly aloof Scyther, a testament to her proficiency in bug attributes, with water as her secondary focus. She excels in rainy conditions and in executing swift tactical maneuvers during battles. With her formidable dynamic vision and reflexes honed through martial practice, countless peers have succumbed to her rapid assaults. It is noteworthy that Pokémon with speed values of 65 and 40 excel in high-speed confrontations. What accounts for this? It is the inherent explosive capability of Scyther, coupled with the priority moves of the Armored Warrior. This illustrates how the critical speed stats in gaming can become rather awkward in reality. Turn order is not merely a matter of calculation. Upon learning of Jiang Shangru's prowess in bug-type tactics, Li Xiang first felt elated, only to be subsequently engulfed in regret. In terms of move acquisition, having a mentor is undoubtedly more efficient than self-study. For the fire-type Meow, learning the move Quick Return is crucial, and the sooner it is mastered, the better. However, Sister San is about to start her school term, and she has her own commitments to attend to. Opportunities for moments like today, feeding the pet, applying ice packs, and engaging in conversation with him, will soon become scarce. What a pity. In the evening, Sister San escorted him home. Unlike Sister Air, who preferred her sports car, Sister San had a penchant for heavy motorcycles, those formidable machines that resembled beasts. Her petite stature juxtaposed with the imposing bike created a striking visual impact. It was during this time that Li Xiang noticed Sister San's legs were quite long, despite her overall height not being particularly tall. Moreover, one had to wonder whether her all-black riding gear was too warm for such a ride. Fortunately, it was not overly hot. In response to Li Xiang's unspoken inquiry, Sister San adjusted her gloves, tossed him a helmet, and mounted her motorcycle. She patted the seat behind her, advising him to be careful as he climbed on. Li Xiang complied, swinging onto the bike. Some motorcycles are not designed with a passenger in mind, but fortunately, Sister San's had a small seat at the back, accommodating someone of his size without issue. He held on tightly, lest he be thrown off. Sister San took his hand and placed it around her waist. Once he secured his grip, she revved the throttle, propelling them forward. The sensation was exhilarating. Li Xiang silently appraised Sister San's abdominal muscles, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction with his own physique, which had shed its swimming ring but had yet to reveal a set of chiseled abs. Why can't you be more diligent? He chided himself. On the dusky streets, the dark motorcycle roared under the girl's command, weaving through traffic toward the horizon. Chapter 54. The unfixed nature of techniques during work. One reminisces about school, and during school, one longs for work. Li Xiang found himself caught in this paradox. In the days following the start of the term, apart from the daily battles with little spirits, everything else held little interest for him. The foundational courses were simply too tedious, one could set aside the subjects of language, mathematics, and English. For the course on basic Pokémon studies relied entirely on rote memorization. What was there to remember? Traits, attributes, and move effects? Did they assume every child was a seasoned Pokémon veteran, having engaged in hundreds or thousands of battles, with moves and traits memorized to the point of knowing speed tiers? Moreover, many moves manifested differently than in the games if one did not memorize them. And the opponent did not announce their moves. One might not even know what technique was being employed. Surely, it was not as if a line of text would appear at the bottom of the screen, was it? Reluctantly, everyone had to rely on their own gradual memorization. In truth, while the number of moves was not excessively large, the complication arose from their various forms. Numerous moves had different variations. For instance, take the move Water Pulse. When used on land, it could manifest as a concentrated blue sphere that, upon nearing the opponent, suddenly transformed into a wave crashing toward them. Simultaneously, it can directly create a circle of water waves, impacting outward. However, when utilized underwater, it transforms into a vibrational technique, akin to sound-based moves executed on land. The myriad of complex manifestations renders it challenging for students to memorize them all at once, even when they succeed in remembering. Applying them effectively in practical scenarios proves to be equally arduous. Hence, the existence of practical training classes. These sessions are designed to reinforce and expand upon what has been learned, as witnessing the phenomena firsthand greatly aids students in understanding and deepening their memory. The most anticipated aspect of XIANG'S Day is undoubtedly the practical training classes, as they provide opportunities to encounter a diverse array of Pokémon. Luo Wei encourages them to employ their mastered moves, elucidating their characteristics and areas of expertise. This is also one of the reasons XIANG deems attending school to be of paramount importance. If students merely came to school to engage in battles with one another, the institution would lose its purpose. What does leave XIANG somewhat regretful is that he has yet to find an opportunity to battle Song Jia. This boy does not remain at school for lunch, and upon the conclusion of classes, he departs immediately, showing no inclination to linger. XIANG is eager to engage in a battle during breaks, yet Song Jia considers the intervals too brief. To be honest, 10 minutes is hardly insignificant. Nevertheless, if he refuses, there is little XIANG can do but seek another opportunity to challenge him. Yang Tianwang and Chu Sheng have, however, become his targets for practice. Albeit they are slightly more unpredictable compared to Lin Feng, who consistently provides candy. In simple terms, there are often instances where he has not yet battled them. No Pokémon can triumph in every encounter, and the same holds true for the Fire Meow. Its victories can be attributed to both its inherent qualities and the influence of candy, coupled with the sweltering weather that augments its performance. Consequently, occasional drops in temperature or battles following rainfall prove exceedingly disadvantageous for Fire Meow, while exceptionally beneficial for Pokémon like Cane Turtle, particularly in humid conditions. Fire Meow struggles to muster its spirits. How can it possibly perform well in battle? Moreover, Fire Meow is not always fortunate enough to strike its opponent with maximum power at the opportune moment. There are instances when its moves miss entirely. A single critical move failing to connect, or a rival's attack landing successfully, may very well lead to a turnaround in the battle. Indeed, moves such as Water Gun, which can unexpectedly accelerate and catch opponents off guard, have nearly led Fire Meow to victory on several occasions, only to be thwarted by Cane Turtle's successful Water Gun strike while retreating into its shell, rendering the force of the hot wind ineffective and culminating in a splash of water to the face. As for Yang Tianwang, he either has successfully accumulated the power of the move Multi-Slash, which increases with repeated use, or the paralysis effect of Dragon Breath has come into play. These two moves often lead into quick attack. In summary, in battles, success is not solely reliant on strength. Luck plays a minor role as well. This thought left XIANG feeling exasperated, almost wishing to turn around and acquire a Dream Eater to create a psychic arena. Teaching these youngsters who favored priority moves a lesson in humility. Yet, he knew that, rather than a Dream Eater, it would be more prudent to procure a Brimstone or a Shinado. The former boasts explosive damage and can create its own space, while the latter, despite the plethora of demands for an ideal companion Pokémon, is undeniably formidable. Shinado's decline in popularity within the Sword and Shield rankings is attributable to its awkward speed of 80 and the absence of Mega Evolution, particularly with the powerful space-oriented Brimstone overshadowing it. However, in reality, such considerations are trivial. Cuteness is justice. On this day's battle class, the focus was on Water-type Pokémon, conducted beside the school's pond. Luo Wei presented 3 Pokémon, the spiky and armored purple-shelled creature, Shelder, The pristine white creature with a single horn atop its head, the white sea lion, and the exaggeratedly large crab-like Pokémon, Kingler, which appeared delectable. All three Pokémon floated serenely in the water, demonstrating a curious stillness. It was widely understood that in most instances, our battle arenas would be the most basic sandy terrains. Luo Wei stood before the group, gesturing towards Shelder, stating, "Thus, without using moves to generate propulsion, this Pokémon is merely a sitting target." Indeed, Shelder struggles to move freely on land. Without relying on moves, it becomes a stationary target, unable to change direction. When faced with swift opponents, it is utterly helpless. Other Pokémon may possess some mobility through wriggling or bouncing, yet they too cannot execute agile maneuvers. Luo Wei then pointed to the white sea lion, indicating that utilizing such a Pokémon is most effective when creating water or ice surfaces in the arena. Li Xiang, contemplating the white sea lion, found his thoughts drifting to the infamous Magikarp, known to leap over mountains with a single splash after years of existence. Goodness, this creature had once been labeled the weakest Pokémon. What does that say about humanity? Ultimately, this water-type Pokémon possesses the strongest mobility and is the most widely accepted among water types. Luo Wei highlighted Kingler, noting that some Pokémon exhibit peculiar movement patterns, as it can predominantly move sideways, a significant disadvantage in agile battles. Exasperated, Li Xiang pondered, must even the adorable ones adhere to the fundamental laws of biology? Fortunately, he had no intentions of specializing in water types. Chapter 55, Frigid Fury. When will the dragon tamers rise? Do not heed the teachers who suggest that the water attribute is somewhat awkward and lacks popularity. In reality, the water attribute has consistently been a favored choice, as evidenced by Mo's competitions. Song Jia quietly undermined Luo Wei, but the two stood far enough back to avoid detection. Furthermore, in regions such as Yuzhou and Yunzhou, where the climate is relatively humid, water-type Pokémon enjoy a distinct advantage. The unique positioning of Qingcheng, combined with the current summer season, makes the air feel markedly different from that of other cities. One must adapt to local conditions. In cold climates like those of Northern Europe, ice-type Pokémon thrive significantly. In desert areas, rock, steel, and ground-type Pokémon flourish. Li Xiang understood this well. He had experienced the damp climate in Manqing. Not to mention, Yuzhou has a place aptly named Rain City, where it rains frequently, making life exceedingly difficult for fire-type Pokémon. So, are you still pursuing rock specialization? Aren't you afraid of being easily defeated? Li Xiang inquired of Song Jia. Rock specialization is a path that most gamers would avoid due to the attribute's poor resistance and numerous vulnerabilities, much like ice types. Wouldn't it be better to focus on steel? Song Jia responded nonchalantly with a smile. Li Xiang, rock and steel? Steel cannot counter water either. But this fellow likely has other intentions. Enough about me. What are your plans? Fire? Dark? Or will you adapt to the geographical environment and choose water? Or perhaps even pursue multiple attributes? Song Jia waved his hand, returning the question to Li Xiang. Li Xiang shook his head. I will most likely specialize in steel, while also dabbling in a few other attributes. Although I have candy as a foundation, I still believe that specializing in one attribute is rather important. It is not a matter of lacking confidence. I simply have a preference for steel attributes and a penchant for stability. Indeed, the steel attribute is quite popular. When conversing with Li Xiang, Song Jia always had much to say. Moreover, it provides a solid counter to fairy types, which is quite advantageous. Li Xiang nodded in agreement with his last statement. Currently, there are 3 formidable mountains in the Zhuxiao region that trainers cannot overcome. The champion, a genius multi-type trainer. Xia Chunyu, the master-level water attribute specialist who won the Attribute King battle and earned the title of Abyss King, his strongest rival, Mo Yi. And the master-level fairy-type trainer who secured second place in the Attribute King battle and earned the title of Dream Queen, the foremost female powerhouse of Zhuxiao, Nangongming. Among them, the 30-something Dream Queen, Miss Nangong, serves as an idol for nearly all female trainers in the Zhuxiao region, simultaneously igniting a fervor known as the fairy craze, where everyone embraces and adores fairy types. While it may seem somewhat exaggerated to say so, it is an undeniable fact that numerous female trainers, and even some male trainers, have chosen to specialize in fairy-type Pokémon because of her influence. Subsequently, the fairy-type trainers have persistently encroached upon the territory of dragon-type trainers, rendering them nearly powerless and leaving them in a state of despondency for an extended period. The battle environment has proven to be exceedingly harsh for them. Fortunately, with the implementation of new policies, dragon trainers have managed to devise some strategies to counteract the fairy trainers' dominance. Nonetheless, within the current climate, Fairy trainers undoubtedly constitute a formidable force among the broader community of trainers, making it nearly impossible for anyone to circumvent them. Upon realizing this phenomenon, Li Xiang found himself at a loss for words for quite some time. Indeed, even in the absence of the island deity, fairy types remain a resilient and vibrant presence in this alternate world. The challenges faced by dragon trainers have compelled Li Xiang to be particularly wary of these fairy aficionados, and opting for steel types provides a strategic advantage against them. After school, Ms. Yin delivered some promising news to Li Xiang. Li Zhihan, who had been abroad, was finally returning home. After nearly 2.5 months, the mysteriously sealed archipelago region was set to reopen. The reasons for this closure remain unknown, or rather, undisclosed to the public. Upon hearing this, Li Xiang could barely contain his eagerness to return home and thoroughly investigate the matter online. In this world, there are no barriers, and accessing information from the external network is effortless, something he had been looking forward to for quite some time. The sealing of an area along the coastline could not possibly be a trivial matter. However, despite his search through news outlets and online forums, Li Xiang found scant useful information. While there were discussions aplenty, they were predominantly rife with conspiracy theories or sensationalist claims, with individuals asserting their presence in the archipelago and predicting impending warfare. Lacking credible evidence, and upon reviewing the historical posts, he found them to be nothing more than nonsensical ramblings akin to those on platforms like Shihu. Frustrated, he made a special effort to visit the forums dedicated to the archipelago, painstakingly translating the contents word by word. Regrettably, after considerable effort, he gleaned little of value and instead squandered a significant amount of time. With the region's reopening, it was certain that some information would eventually surface. However, due to his lack of focus during training, he was punished by Duan Tianxing and made to stand in a horse stance for an additional half-hour. His unscrupulous senior brothers, Lu Qingfeng and Wang Dong, took great delight in mocking him during this time. Yet, after their teasing, they willingly assisted with muscle relaxation massages. Lu Qingfeng had long hoped to project an air of authority as a senior brother before Li Xiang, but alas, his efforts fell flat, as Li Xiang remained entirely unimpressed, resistant to both soft and hard approaches. So what could they do? Lu Qingfeng and Wang Dong anticipated that Li Xiang would eventually take on the mantle of leadership at the martial arts school, rendering it impossible for them to speak harshly to him. Moreover, the arrival of a junior brother, whom they could affectionately refer to as senior brother, brought them immense satisfaction. Thus, they chose to extend their forgiveness to him. As the evening approached, it was time for the obligatory phone call with Li Zhihan. The adage holds true: one learns to cherish what they have only after experiencing loss. In his previous life, Li experienced the heart-wrenching scene of his father, who succumbed to illness after years of arduous labor, ultimately passing away. Hence, in this life, he holds his father in even higher regard. However, faced with the uncertainty of his father's safety in a foreign land, Li, being merely a powerless child, could only exchange reassurances during their daily calls, seeking solace in their conversations. This evening's dialogue was particularly pleasant, as Li Zhihan was aboard a cargo ship on his way home, conversing with Li using a satellite phone. His tone was laced with joy, having missed his wife and children dearly after more than 2 months apart. "I have brought you a gift that you will surely adore." Li Zhihan chuckled heartily over the line, punctuated occasionally by distant, muffled roars and shrill cries, sounds from the powerful crocodile and the snorkeling mongoose. To be candid, Li found it difficult to comprehend their calls, yet communication was essential. Otherwise, these two hefty creatures might sulk upon their return. Clumsy, yet sentimental, they mirrored his father's temperament. Chapter 56. The onset of natural disasters. Li Zhihan mentioned he had brought gifts, which naturally delighted Li. Given his father's character, anything he chose to disclose in advance would undoubtedly be exceptional. However, Li was more perplexed about the occurrences in the archipelago. He had previously inquired with Li Zhihan, who informed him that outsiders were prohibited from leaving the port area and could only operate within its confines. Consequently, Li Zhihan was equally in the dark about the specifics, which was indeed unfortunate. Unable to glean information from his father, Li resorted to the internet, employing translation software and a dictionary to painstakingly search for clues. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon some intriguing leads. Someone claimed to have discovered a new species of Pokémon, complete with photographs. The image was so blurred that even the basic outline was indecipherable. Li squinted, barely managing to discern a tall, slender humanoid creature with vaguely visible limbs. He found himself believing in the existence of a creature resembling a long-limbed figure. The description of its appearance was equally enigmatic, leaving him with countless questions. At first, Li speculated whether it could be Mutwo successfully engineered and then having escaped from a research facility. However, that seemed unlikely. Given Mutwo's capabilities, its escape would undoubtedly have been catastrophic, likely destroying an entire island or at least a laboratory, making it impossible to conceal. There was little news regarding any explosions in the archipelago area, and after posting an inquiry, it seemed no one responded, perhaps due to a grammatical issue. Thus, he found himself at an impasse. Li Xiang was compelled to temporarily cast this matter aside. As days turned into weeks, the burdensome academic workload, the daily challenges he faced, the relentless accumulation of martial arts cultivation, and the increasing exposure to combat observations consumed his leisure time. With unwavering dedication and a resolute spirit, Li Xiang seemed to have truly forgotten about it. Until, a week after Li Zhihan departed from the island region, he stumbled upon a suddenly viral post in a forum. One that was rapidly accumulating layers of responses. Upon watching the lengthy video contained within, the lingering questions he harbored finally found resolution. The backdrop of the video appeared to be a bustling, modern metropolis situated in a tropical locale, viewed from an aerial perspective, akin to an omniscient gaze from above. The disaster depicted was a series of colossal, pitch-black entities, towering like skyscrapers, emanating flames reminiscent of fiery orbs, relentlessly assaulting the city. They demolished high-rises, flattened vehicles, and dismantled streetlights and signs, devouring them with their terrifying maws. Steel, under the gnashing of their formidable teeth, crumpled like mere parchment, producing an unsettling crunch before being effortlessly swallowed and vanishing from sight. Indeed, destruction and consumption unfolded before his eyes, resembling a cataclysmic event akin to a natural disaster. A bizarre scene one would only encounter in science fiction literature. It mirrored the extraterrestrial beings from War of the Worlds, piloting massive machines that harvest lives. Everywhere, explosions, flames, ruins, and debris reigned supreme. People screamed in despair as they fled, creating a chaotic mass of refugees and small creatures, all amidst the deafening wail of sirens. Viewed from the sky, they resembled a swarm of ants whose nest had been invaded. The impact was profoundly shocking. This city was doomed. Any observer witnessing the apocalyptic scenes captured in the video would likely arrive at the same conclusion. The assailants wreaking havoc upon the city were creatures deeply etched in Li Xiang's memory, the ultimate beasts. These seventh-generation interdimensional entities had traversed through the ultimate hole to invade another world, wielding a terrifying power capable of posing a lethal threat to both humanity and Pokémon. The images from earlier were now a blur in Li Xiang's mind, but at this moment, the gargantuan beings wreaking havoc on the city displayed their ominous forms on his computer screen. Their massive, obsidian bodies, grotesque mouths lined with yellow teeth, cavernous throats, protruding tendrils with menacing orifices, and their star-like tails, all served as irrefutable evidence that this was indeed the ultimate beast he remembered, the gluttonous king. Moreover, it was not merely one or two ordinary gluttonous kings standing 5 meters tall. The video depicted at least a dozen of these calamity giants, each towering over 10 meters, defying all logic. These beings are enveloped in a distinctive aura, exuding a fearsome pressure that wreaks havoc upon everything visible to the naked eye. Any diminutive creature that dares to obstruct their path stands no chance against them. Moreover, their trait, Beast Enhancement, bestows the ability to amplify their most prominent attributes upon vanquishing an adversary. This remarkable ability enables them to indiscriminately annihilate and consume all that lies before them. Li Xiang even beheld a resplendent white gluttonous king in a video. Its size was colossal, measuring at least 12 meters, akin to a 3-story building, with 2 robust tendrils effortlessly dismantling reinforced concrete structures as if they were mere cookies. It should have been evident to me, yet the dimensions seemed incongruous. Staring in disbelief at the shaky footage, I murmured in astonishment. The island region corresponds to what was once known as Hawaii, which serves as the prototype for the Alola region. The techniques and bracelets have always existed, of that Li Xiang is well aware. However, the quantity of pure crystals and bracelets in this world is exceedingly rare, a true rarity, akin to the scarcity of super evolutions, leaving few who can wield them. The internet contains scant information regarding these techniques, and they have never been witnessed in the World Championship. The previous usage was documented solely in text records. This oversight led Li Xiang to neglect this phenomenon. Nevertheless, the sheer size of these gluttonous kings is utterly outrageous. In my recollection, the original height of a gluttonous king was just above 5 meters, yet these creatures before me exceed that by at least double. If larger size correlates with higher energy levels, then what levels do these gluttonous kings possess? The final second of the video captures a gluttonous king detecting the cameraman, unleashing flames that devour all. However, The fact that the cameraman managed to upload the video suggests that his safety was not significantly jeopardized. After all, sharing videos in this era is far more challenging than in the past. Yet, another question arises. What connection exists between the coastal blockade in the island region and the gluttonous king's destruction of cities? Did the local association foresee the arrival of the gluttonous kings? And what of that mysterious shadowy figure? What ultimate beast does it represent? Online, discussions regarding the island region have erupted into chaos, as everyone fervently debates the gluttonous kings. Such large-scale assaults on cities have not been witnessed in a considerable time. Perhaps they might occur in small nations in the Middle East reluctant to join alliances. But the islands? That region has consistently been a hub of rapid technological advancement. Li Xiang hastily descended the stairs, disregarding the protests of 3 cats engrossed in their television program, as he frantically switched channels. Undoubtedly, numerous news stations were reporting on the unfolding events on the screen. Knock. Knock, knock. Li Xiang, your mother has gone to the base for an impromptu meeting. Be good and stay at home. As Mizine fastened her blouse, she hurried down the stairs, her tone somewhat stern. Li Xiang nodded, watching as Ms. Yin departed with Huaya Huan Huan and the extraordinary Miao Miao. Simultaneously, he exhaled in relief. Li Zhihan had left the archipelago region just in time. It would only take a day or 2 for him to return home. Nevertheless, necessary phone calls still had to be made. Chapter 57. The dimensional destroyer this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness for many, including Li Xiang. Although the incident involving the Devourer King attacking the city occurred far away in the archipelago, he found it difficult to remain optimistic. After all, he understood the terrifying nature of the Devourer King. In the animated version of the Ultimate Mansion world, even the most ordinary Devourer King had the capacity to obliterate the Alola region of that parallel universe. In the game, the inhabitants of the Ultimate Mansion world even fled to another planet. Of course, environmental pollution might have played a role, but the reason behind the devastation in the Ultimate Mansion world remained an enigma. The destructive power of the Devourer King was indisputable, even if in the game this creature was utterly ineffective, with a 4-fold weakness to fairy types and peculiar base stats that rendered it vulnerable to fairy-type Pokémon. Reality and gaming must be distinguished. According to videos circulating online, the Devourer King did not appear to be merely a foolish creature, incapable of adjusting its tactics and relying solely on Dragon-type moves against fairy types. Moves such as Giga Drain, Mud Bomb, Mud Shot, Euro Ball, and Iron Tail were frequently employed when confronting fairy-type Pokémon, indicating that these Devourer Kings possessed advanced intelligence, adapting their attacks based on their opponents rather than being the mindless entities one might expect. Moreover, they were remarkably resilient. The 4-fold effectiveness of fairy-type attacks against them seemed to have little effect, allowing them to retaliate effortlessly. This was fundamentally why they could display such arrogance. Additionally, Li Xiang couldn't shake the feeling that the Devourer Kings could quickly restore their energy by consuming the debris around them. After all, where did those colossal objects, thousands or even millions of times their size, vanish to? They disappeared into their mouths. Surely, their mouths weren't portals to another dimension? In summary, the Devourer Kings, capable of both withstanding attacks and utilizing readily available objects to rejuvenate themselves, exemplified sheer terror. What if the Devourer Kings arrived in the Zhuxiao region, in Qingqing? Would the city he had called home for over a decade possess the strength to withstand these formidable beings? Li Xiang felt it necessary to pose that question. Speaking of which, he had once encountered a rather intriguing perspective. In essence, the Great Devourer King is believed to have inadvertently consumed the cellular form of Kaigor, evolving from a Alolan Mook. The individual who proposed this theory presented ample evidence, with a plethora of details and speculations to support it. It appeared quite plausible. The game is known for embedding various Easter eggs, prompting players to speculate without ever revealing the answers. For instance, the peculiarities surrounding the ghostly hands of Ziyuan Town, as well as the weight discrepancies of Gengar and Pikachu, have remained unexplained for over 2 decades. Personally, Li Xiang holds a degree of trust in this Easter egg, as the evidence and similarities presented are strikingly compelling. Moreover, the insatiable appetite of the Great Devourer King, which knows no dietary restrictions, shows no signs of resolution. Li Xiang, cradling his fiery feline companion, sat before his computer, awaiting news from the islands. It was 11 o'clock, and there was still no sign of Ms. Yin's return. Meanwhile, Li Zhihan was navigating the seas with steady composure, sailing safely. He was expected to reach Qingqing port by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. To be honest, Li Xiang felt a sense of confidence in the martial prowess of this world, even if the adversaries were slightly beyond the norm. However, The numbers of the great Devourer King were ultimately finite, unless they could sustain themselves tirelessly by consuming the remnants of ruins to replenish their strength. Maintaining their formidable combat readiness year-round was implausible. Thus, addressing them was merely a matter of time. The islands were home to approximately 100 master-level trainers. With a champion named Neil Cook, Li Xiang perused the career records of this nearly 50-year-old champion. Compared to the prodigy Xia Chunyu, this gentleman, sharing a name with a certain game, had traversed a rather tumultuous path. His legendary biography could easily fill volumes. His ace Pokémon, the Scaly Dragon, boasted a formidable level of 87. Previously, Li Xiang had found the sole record of its moves online, seemingly originating from him. However, the details were vague, leaving Li Xiang unable to discern the specific moves used. He attempted to locate footage of Champion Neil employing his moves, but to no avail. Only ordinary battle recordings were available, as if someone had deliberately erased such content. Why? While mega evolutions are also scarce, they have always been publicly documented, frequently showcased in world competitions. There must be some hidden agenda here. Li Xiang sighed, recognizing that his current strength was too meager to involve himself in such matters. Meow? The plump cat caretaker began urging the middle school student to sleep and to take care of his eyes. Haha, I'll sleep in a moment. Li Xiang chuckled at the East Shimio, only to notice that his fiery feline had already slipped into a drowsy, half-asleep state. All right, sleep it is. There's school tomorrow. Waiting here was of no use. The next day, Li Xiang rose early. After hastily completing my morning routine, I opened my computer to peruse the news and browse forums. Yet no solutions emerged. The voracious devourers continued to wreak havoc upon the city, consuming the ruins and debris. According to the intelligence currently available, the association claims that the master trainers and local police of the region are striving to eliminate these elusive creatures. Once again, Furnace City has been sealed off. Fortunately, the majority of civilians have already evacuated to safer locales, with only a small number of disaster victims remaining in the war zone. However, Li Xiang pondered the grim reality. If the trainers and police of the area were unable to swiftly deal with the voracious devourers, other cities would inevitably face the same fate. Given the current rate of destruction, it would not be long before their hunting grounds expanded, likely within a week. This raises a pressing question. Where have the military forces vanished? Disbanded long ago, following the establishment of the Pokémon League and the reorganization of the region, most armies were either dissolved or repurposed, with many integrating into local law enforcement. Furthermore, the arms industry in this world, unlike in animations, is not particularly advanced. Firearms and explosives are scarce. While they do exist, Pokémon remain the predominant force in this realm. The relationships between regions are largely characterized by peaceful competition, with the strength of trainers being the true measure of prowess in global tournaments, rather than showcasing military might through deadly weaponry. At least, a semblance of harmonious coexistence is maintained. Even those nations reluctant to join the League merely had their feudal systems dismantled without being stripped of their wealth. This situation is reminiscent of the animated realms, such as the Miraz Kingdom from the Super Generation, the Lucario Kingdom from the Diamond and Pearl series, and the Azoth Kingdom from the movies, where royal families persist but have lost their absolute power over the populace. Upon first delving into the history of this world, Li Xiang felt a profound admiration for the pioneers who established the Pokémon League. The magnitude of their achievement in accomplishing what seemed nearly impossible is awe-inspiring. Perhaps the divergence of humanity in this world from that of his previous life plays a role in this awe. Returning to the main issue, the archipelago is still grappling with the aftermath of the chaos. Other regions cannot afford to remain idle, each embroiled in their own tumult. This was evident as Ms. Yin held an all-night meeting, returning home around 4 or 5 in the morning. The crisis posed by the ultimate beasts has instilled a sense of unease in every region. Numerous eyes are now fixated on the archipelago. If the situation there remains unresolved, the League will likely dispatch personnel from various regions for support. It seems that the initial promise of mutual assistance is being tested. Chapter 58. The significance of the ultimate dimension to humanity. The school setting bore little difference from what Li Xiang had envisioned. Nearly everyone is engaged in discussions surrounding the events transpiring in the archipelago, yet due to the considerable distance, there is little emotional resonance, and empathy is often fleeting. Even those who do exhibit empathy tend to express it only briefly before moving on. The focal point of discourse, however, remains on the diminutive sprites assaulting urban areas. After all, such colossal sprites are an extraordinary rarity and represent a previously unseen variety. What trainer could possibly resist an interest in sprites? Did you peruse the forum last night? As soon as Li Xiang settled in, The voice of Song Jie reached his ears. Turning to look, he beheld the silver-haired youth whose eyes sparkled with a fervor that seemed to suppress some unexpressed emotion. I didn't sleep until the early hours, Li Xiang yawned. His fatigue evident. What is up? Song Jie, a child with a strong desire for attention, yet averse to flamboyance, exhibited an exuberance that was particularly pronounced in the company of acquaintances. You must not be aware of the latest news. A colorful unknown void has emerged in Hualu City. His expression was fervent, reminiscent of an aerospace enthusiast. Isn't the colorful void synonymous with the ultimate whole? The fact that it has been discovered and is now circulating online is truly remarkable. Typically, the ultimate whole is concealed, and few sprites possess the power to unveil it. Yet, there are instances when such voids inexplicably manifest, allowing the ultimate beast to traverse the ultimate space and wreak havoc across various realms. This phenomenon remains an insatiable void. It is said that those unidentified sprites emerge from that void. Do you suppose it connects to another world? Song Jie began to envision the landscapes within the void. Li Xiang twisted his lips in response. You mustn't entertain such thoughts. According to the original lore, within the ultimate whole lie diverse ultimate spaces. These spaces are saturated with immense energy, and should a human venture inside, there is a significant probability of amnesia. Amnesia would be one matter. But the crux lies in the fact that those who have entered will be bathed in this energy, becoming prey to various ultimate beasts. In the game, Interpol employs this method to lure out the ultimate beasts and capture them. But how could Li Xiang dare to undertake such a perilous endeavor? His fiery feline had worked diligently and had only recently ascended to level 9, a far cry from the ultimate beasts. Should it catch sight of the ultimate whole, it would undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity. One must possess self-awareness. However, as Li Xiang pondered the notion of another world, he seemed to grasp something profound. The total resources of a planet are finite. When one's resources are on the brink of depletion, individuals must either raid others' resources or seek to develop new ones. Given the current state of affairs on the planet, the former is categorically forbidden. Should anyone dare to transgress this boundary, they would swiftly become a target of universal disdain. Regardless of their affiliations or factions, the pursuit of developing new energy sources undoubtedly incurs exorbitant costs that could astound anyone. Nevertheless, a multitude of individuals are eager to embark on this venture, vying for the first ticket to a new world. What if a new realm were to emerge at this juncture? No one would scoff at an abundance of resources, confronted with a world potentially brimming with treasures. No region would relinquish it easily. The universe of the Ultra Beasts harbors many possibilities. Within the realm of gaming, countless ultimate spaces exist, such as mirrored worlds identical to our own, as well as deep oceans, power plants, skyscrapers, jungles, forests, canyons, deserts, and the zero zone of ultimate space. There even exists an ultimate metropolis. In the realm of animation, the concept of parallel worlds is explicitly articulated. For instance, the world devastated by the Devourer King, which Ash traverses, represents another Alola region. In that realm, a distinct Tapu Koko exists, capable of communicating with the Tapu Koko of Ash's world, guiding the fated child Ash to another dimension and banishing the intractable Devourer King. Suppose the inhabitants of the islands were already aware of the existence of ultimate space and the Ultra Wormhole. They would fear outsiders utilizing techniques to uncover its origins, eventually revealing the existence of ultimate space. Consequently, they would conceal the pure crystals and bracelets, preventing outsiders from discovering the radiant deity, the dominant Pokémon, and the deities of the Four Islands. After all, the technique tracing its roots originates from Ultra Necrozma, the radiant deity in the legends of the animation, where the creature brought light to the darkened Alola region, and its luminescence formed pure crystals. The dominant Pokémon were thus born. Li Xiang believes that the inhabitants of the islands likely recognized the potential existence of ultimate space. Otherwise, why would they hide their techniques? Before him, Song Jie was babbling incessantly, yet Li Xiang absorbed none of it, utterly engrossed in thoughts related to the Ultra Beasts, occasionally responding with scant agreement. During lunch, Li Xiang shared a meal with Lin Feng, enduring yet another barrage of conversation. At that moment, he perceived that this young man appeared to embody the archetype of a protagonist in this world. The arrival of the Ultra Beasts, such a significant event, occurred without waiting for Lin Feng to mature. Could it be that another protagonist existed in this world? Xia Chunyu? Unlikely, as Xia Chunyu had already ascended to the champion level. Only the Grand Champion remained, and the Ultra Beasts arrived too late. Unless he could seize the opportunity to capture legendary Pokémon, the Ultra Beasts, once captured, would lose their unique or enhancing abilities, would provide little assistance to him. Nevertheless, dwelling on such matters was futile. After a trip to the restroom to refresh his face with cool water, Li Xiang gradually regained his composure. When the sky threatens to collapse, a tall figure stands firm, currently focused solely on moving forward. Given his present capabilities, resistance seems futile. An 11-year-old body, a novice sprite. How can one possibly contend with a formidable beast? One can only charge headlong. In any case, what he ought to prioritize now is to progress steadily, step by step, enhancing both his and the fiery feline strength, while also expanding his circle of companions, avoiding any rashness. Concurrently, the affairs in the archipelago must be under constant scrutiny. Even if he can only glean fragmented information from forums, it is far better than being attacked without any forewarning. The invasion of the ultimate beasts is undoubtedly far from simple. The motives behind the gluttonous king's fixation on their world warrant careful consideration. According to the established lore, such sprites should manifest in heavily polluted locales. Yet, to Li Xiang's knowledge, the environmental measures in the archipelago are exceptionally robust, not inferior to those in the Zhuxia region. Thus, whether the gluttonous kings arrived in this world by chance or were drawn here by reckless individuals remains a perplexing question. Furthermore, the reasons behind the prior lockdown of the archipelago deserve inquiry. What could compel an entire region to seal itself off from outsiders? Other ultimate beasts? Island deities? Lunala? Solgaleo? Or perhaps Necrozma? Li Xiang contemplates all possibilities. Chapter 59. You control the weather. I control the weather. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, during the practical training session, he noticed that teacher Luo's enthusiasm seemed notably subdued, his expression far from cheerful. Could it be that someone in his family is in the archipelago? It is certainly a possibility. The teacher had been distracted several times. Song Jia, observing quietly from the side, noted that this young man had also detected Luo Wei's unusual demeanor. Li Xiang acknowledged this with a nod. Today's lesson focused on how trainers can navigate during sandstorm conditions. It is well known that weather moves have range limitations. In the case of a sandstorm, this is particularly pronounced. Weaker moves may only reach 3 to 4 meters, while more potent ones can spread over 30 meters or more, transforming into a walking natural disaster. However, such levels are far beyond the student's current grasp, and the class merely skimmed the surface. The real-world effects of a sandstorm resemble tiny grains of sand swirling within a specified area, akin to a tornado in the desert, relentlessly assaulting non-rocky surfaces and steel-type sprites, inflicting varying degrees of damage. In such scenarios, the crucial topic is how trainers can protect themselves. Generally speaking, to shield against sandstorms or hail, trainers would don cloaks that envelop their entire bodies and wear protective goggles to guard against dust. Like the travelers traversing the desert, it is merely sufficient. Indeed, this is enough. Given the physical constitution of humanity in this world, possessing protective measures is adequate to withstand the sandstorms conjured by mischievous sprites. Only the magnitude of a quicksand hell would compel trainers to steer clear. After all, it is no longer akin to the fixed percentages of health depletion in games, where a mere 16 rounds could spell doom for a Pokémon like Rayquaza, as its potency has significantly diminished. In the realm of the game, there exist sections perpetually engulfed in sandstorms, yet one might still charge forth with only a pair of goggles. This illustrates that both sandstorms and hail have been considerably weakened, resembling mere scratches rather than true weather phenomena. This is also one of the reasons why weather-based moves are relatively ineffective in this world. Such moves are often unpopular due to their high energy consumption and the ease with which they can be countered by opponents. In the early youth battle championships, a rather comical scene unfolded during team battles, where both sides frantically employed weather moves to secure advantageous conditions, oscillating between sunny and rainy weather. Ultimately, this led to both teams exhausting their weather abilities, leaving only their physical combat skills intact. In the subsequent match, both sides tacitly awaited their adversaries to initiate the weather, aiming to supplant the opponent's conditions. In the game, slower speeds would overpower faster ones, yet in reality, the first to trigger the weather would be countered. Consequently, neither side dared to initiate. Thus, they arrived at a third round, where they displayed greater wisdom, opting for a balanced approach, each claiming half of the weather territory. Both teams positioned themselves within their respective weather zones, launching fervent long-range attacks upon their opponents. None wished to engage within the opposing weather's domain, nor at the boundary of two weather types. The final outcome saw the sunny weather prevail, leading to a victory that propelled them to the next round. These 3 matches have since been utilized by numerous schools as a model to instruct students on the proper and effective use of weather moves. Although Li Xiang chose to major in Steel-type Pokémon, he held little interest in sandstorms, finding rain much more captivating. Rain, after all, could significantly mitigate the threat posed by fire-type Pokémon to steel types, effectively eliminating a weakness. Yet, tactics are not singular. There is no need to be fixated on one approach. An hour and a half later, today's practical class concluded. Luo Wei, with a serious expression, hurriedly departed, leaving only a brief announcement of the class's end, neglecting to assign any homework. Li Xiang, still yearning for more, retracted his notes. The teacher's poor demeanor had hindered his acquisition of practical knowledge. The segment on experiencing sandstorms had been hastily glossed over. The teacher's lack of dedication was disheartening. He sighed quietly, pondering the possibility that the instructor might have pressing matters to attend to, advocating for mutual understanding. Returning to the classroom, the class teacher made an appearance, spoke a few words, and then announced the end of the school day. Cheers erupted from the students, for today was Friday, heralding the long-awaited weekend. Li Xiang called out Song Jie from behind him. Li Xiang responded. Do you have any plans for tomorrow, since we have a day off? Song Jie appeared somewhat hesitant. If you're willing, how about coming over to my house for a visit this weekend? A smile graced Li Xiang's face. Although he was tempted to agree, he replied, I'm returning home tomorrow. My family is planning to gather, but let's definitely plan for next time. He had always been curious about Song Jie's family background, yet never found the opportunity to inquire. Upon hearing Li Xiang's response, a fleeting expression of disappointment washed over Song Jie's face. It was his first time inviting someone over, and he hadn't anticipated that his hard-won courage would meet with such a cold rejection. Hey, don't wear that face. I promise, next time, perhaps next week if I'm free, Li Xiang chuckled softly, offering words of comfort. The expression on the young boy's face made it difficult for him to say no. All right, next week it is. Song Jie replied earnestly with a slight nod before shouldering his bag and leaving the classroom, as usual, without lingering on campus. In the school's battlefield, they engaged in their usual pastime of collecting candy while testing the limits of their endurance against the fiery striped cat. Li Xiang and Chu Sheng sat on a bench outside the infirmary, sharing a half-and-half bowl of crushed ice, which turned out to be quite delightful. You're getting pretty close with Song Jie. He even invited you to his home. A young boy initiated the conversation. What do you mean by close? How do you know? Li Xiang retorted. Heard it from someone passing by who happened to overhear your conversation. You're the only one in the class he is close to. That boy hardly talks to anyone, another chimed in. Yang Tianwang laughed. That's obvious. His background is just different from ours. Come on, can you speak normally? Li Xiang playfully punched Yang Tianwang, who often spoke with an odd tone, perhaps due to his family environment. Fortunately, he meant no harm, just had a poor choice of words. Yang Tianwang, while taking his last bite of ice, was suddenly punched and choked a bit. I was just stating a fact. Why are you reacting so dramatically? He protested. It's true. The difference in backgrounds is apparent. Chu Sheng interjected quietly. Li Xiang raised an eyebrow. Even you say that? Care to elaborate? There's really not much to explain, Yang Tianwang replied, regaining his composure. Song Jie isn't originally from Yuzhou. He is from Jizhou. A young master from Jinan Mining. I heard his mother is from Qingqing. Jinan Mining? Wow, they actually have a mine. Li Xiang exclaimed. However, he wondered why someone from Jizhou would come here, so he asked directly. Yet, neither Yang Tianwang nor Chu Sheng could provide further details. They merely understood the intricacies of Song Jie. Chapter 60. Li Zhihan's gift. The following morning, the cargo ship, bearing the head of the family, Li Zhihan, docked early at Qingqing port. Eagerly longing for his family, he finished his tasks and drove his monstrous pickup truck back home at a swift pace. Li Xiang, Taozi, he shouted upon entering, announcing his return. The mother and son were having breakfast when they were startled by Li Zhihan's voice. Didn't you say you would be back this afternoon? How come you're back so early? Mrs. Yin stepped forward to take the various bags Li Zhihan had brought. Ha ha ha, the original shipping route was blocked, so I had to take a shortcut. Fortunately, the water police allowed it, and even helped clear the way. Li Zhihan winked at his wife. Generally, cargo ships were not permitted to navigate freely as many waters were off limits. After a long absence, he could not resist embracing his wife. However, Mrs. Yin pushed him away, chiding, You reek of sweat. I can smell you from 800 miles away. Hurry and wash up. Is it really that exaggerated? I just bathed yesterday, Li Zhihan retorted, walking into the living room while sniffing at his shirt. Indeed, there was a hint of odor. Li Xiang, the nearly 6-foot-tall muscular man, brightened upon seeing his son approach and promptly enveloped him in a bear hug. Dad is back. Aren't you happy? Before Li Xiang could respond, he was nearly suffocated by the embrace. The strong scent of sweat and masculinity overwhelmed him. In this day and age, the conditions on cargo ships were limited. Going a day or two without a shower was quite normal. With summer upon them, The oppressive heat made the odor nearly unbearable. Of course, in a few years, the conditions on cargo ships would naturally improve. Everything has a gradual process of evolution. Come, let us head to the bathroom for a proper catch-up. Li Zhihan laughed heartily, carrying his son on his shoulder as they made their way to the bathroom. On the sofa, Dong Miao held down the tabby cat, preventing it from moving, and earnestly advised the little feline. That's the boss of the house. You cannot provoke him. Li Xiang must listen obediently. The boss? Like in The Godfather? The tabby cat inquired curiously. This sudden question caught Dong Miao off guard, as the distinction between family and clan was quite significant. It was not entirely clear to it, but eventually, it nodded in affirmation. The tabby cat's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. The family boss. It purred softly. In the bathroom. Seemingly considering the need for the little spirit to use the space as well, it was designed to be particularly spacious. Ouch! The monstrous crocodile emitted a contented roar, reminiscent of a dinosaur. At first glance, it seems to evoke an impression of shouting. Behind it, the dark-skinned Li Zhihan wields a brush, scrubbing away the dirt concealed on its surface. Beside him, a buoyant sea otter, adorned with a life preserver around its neck, is playfully tussling with Li Xiang's hair, striving to disperse the lather of shampoo. Beneath the showerhead, a large-mouthed seagull, its beak larger than its body, simultaneously catches water and sprays it onto Li Xiang's legs. So, after all this time, you haven't made the acquaintance of even a couple of female classmates? Li Zhihan lamented, wielding his brush with exasperation. Do you have any idea how many young men and women are still single these days? Li Xiang, my boy, how have I raised you? You must be prepared for the future. Dad, I'm only 11. Ugh. Li Xiang spat out the bubbles that had entered his mouth and gave the sea otter a playful shove. Besides, didn't you only meet Mom after you started high school? Don't be ridiculous. I fell head over heels for your mother back in Trainer Academy. Otherwise, why would I pursue her all the way to a regular high school? Li Zhihan tirelessly recounted his romantic history, portraying himself as an ardent lover. Yet, Li Xiang was acutely aware that the truth was far from such a narrative. Initially, both were students at a basic trainer academy, but were not in the same class. Ms. Yin, after 3 years of study, realized she was not cut out to be a trainer and decisively opted for a regular high school, never even attempting to apply to a prestigious trainer academy. However, Li Zhihan was not as fortunate. He was a failed candidate, trampled by others. In a state of despair, he was compelled by Li Xiang's grandfather to attend a regular high school, where by chance, he and Ms. Yin became desk neighbors and eventually began their romantic journey. Subsequently, with Ms. Yin's encouragement, Li Zhihan regained his confidence and resolved to continue his pursuit of a higher academy, aspiring to fulfill his dream of becoming a trainer. Ms. Yin also discovered her talent in breeding, and together, they supported one another, swiftly advancing toward their respective goals. Until, in the final semester of high school, an unexpected event transpired. Li Xiang appeared, quite unexpectedly, at the most critical juncture. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, not only leaving the young couple stunned, but also sending both families into a frenzy. Ultimately, Li Zhihan paid the price for his youth, willingly relinquishing his dream of being a trainer to become a sailor, laboring from dawn till dusk to support his wife and child. Ms. Yin, undeterred by the scrutinizing gazes of those around her, harnessed her immense willpower to gain admission to a breeding academy, ultimately achieving graduation. Of course, all of this has now faded into the past, including the incident where Li Zhihan nearly faced the wrath of Li Xiang's grandfather, which hardly merits mention. In any case, Li Xiang has no intention of following in his father's footsteps. Li Zhihan once mentioned that he had brought a gift, leaving Li Xiang perpetually curious about what he might return with. To his surprise, it was a little sprite. Gazing at the round and luxurious ball before him, Li Xiang found himself momentarily mesmerized. Indeed, this particular sprite could be rather challenging. One must treat it with patience and care, for it would not disappoint you. Li Zhihan chuckled, remarking that in many ways, it was a sprite that complimented him well. Complimentary? A strange expression crossed Li Xiang's face, but before he could inquire further, Li Zhihan ascended the stairs to enjoy a private moment with his wife. In the living room remained a motley crew of peculiar little sprites, along with Li Xiang, who held the luxurious ball and was lost in contemplation. A new sprite. To be candid, Li Xiang was not entirely prepared to nurture another. According to his original plan, he intended to consider a new sprite only after his Fire Meow had evolved, with a plethora of special attack candies remaining. It was highly probable that he would choose a sprite inclined towards special attack. The specifics would largely depend on his personal affinity. With candies available, there was no need to worry about effective species values. Even sprites not naturally adept at special attack could suffice, provided their skill pool was sufficiently diverse. If he found it unsuitable, would he really have to part with it? His father would surely be infuriated. Li Xiang sighed. The surprise of this gift was indeed overwhelming. There was absolutely no question of giving it away. He hoped it would turn out to be a splendid sprite. Let us head to the backyard. He instructed the fire meow, recognizing that if Li Jiahan claimed it to be particularly challenging, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. The muscular crocodile and the diving weasel followed him dutifully, while the east cat cast a glance but remained stationary. Once Li Jiahan's sprite returned, its role as a caretaker would come to an end. In the backyard, Li Xiang stood alongside Fire Meow, with the muscular crocodile and diving weasel behind him. I will release this creature shortly. If it attempts to attack or flee, I trust you will assist, he declared. Ooh. The two towering sprites responded in unison. Both seasoned caretakers who had watched Li Xiang grow up, obediently complying with his requests. Please protect my little kitty. I entrust its safety to you, he reiterated to Fire Meow. After receiving an enthusiastic affirmation, he took a deep breath. Here we go. Li Xiang pressed the button on the luxurious ball with fervor. With a resounding thud, a shadow emerged accompanied by a flash of white light, and it charged straight towards Fire Meow. Indeed, the target was not Li Xiang. It was Fire Meow. A diminutive, humanoid figure let out a yelp akin to that of a small dog, with azure fur, black paws, and a dark chest. This creature's face is adorned with a mask-like black mane, while two spindle-shaped tufts that resemble ears, but are not, grace its cheeks. Its back is embellished with gleaming silver bones, and a yellow collar encircles its neck. Its crimson eyes sparkle with intensity, and it stands a mere 60 centimeters tall. This is Riolu, Li Xiang exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 61. The allure of aura. Li Xiang had speculated about the Pokémon that Li Jiahan might bring back. Hailing from the archipelago region, considering his father's taste, it could very well be a Teddy Ursa, or perhaps a Phoeba. It might even be a water-type Pokémon. Yet, he never imagined it would be Riolu. Meow? The fire-patterned Meowth, having anticipated this moment, let out an indignant cry, colliding directly into Riolu. Bang! The two little beings crashed into each other before swiftly separating. In the blink of an eye, they were at least 5 meters apart, glaring at one another and emitting low growls as warnings from their throats. Hold on. Li Xiang swiftly intervened, halting the advance of the two hefty creatures. His face alight with intrigue, pondering whether it was merely his illusion. This Riolu seemed to harbor significant animosity towards Meowth. He scrutinized the azure pup's eyes and countenance, and his suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, animosity, fury, and rejection radiated from this gift from Li Jiahan, as it cast a wrathful glare at Meowth, as though it had been wronged in the past. Why? On Meowth's side, the atmosphere was tense. Without Li Xiang's command or an aggressive move from the adversary, it would refrain from striking. However, a necessary intimidation was in order. Intimidate. Meowth widened its eyes, activating its ability. Intimidation successful. Seeing Riolu shudder in fear, Li Xiang realized this little one did not possess the inner focus ability. A Pokémon with inner focus would remain unfazed by intimidation and would not flinch. Had Riolu been of that nature, it would be no different from a lifelong rival of Meowth. But it was not. Perhaps it possessed the determination ability? Or the mischievous heart? Rawr. While Li Xiang pondered, the intimidated Riolu transformed into a flash of white light and charged once more at Meowth. In a sudden burst, the attack startled Li Xiang and nearly caught Meowth off guard. Fortunately, it had encountered such moves before and was somewhat adept at countering them. At this juncture, all it needed to do was wait silently and then evade. In a critical moment, Meowth sidestepped Riolu's pounce. This last-minute speed boost was akin to driving. One cannot simply halt on a whim. Meow? The fire-striped Meow let out a low howl, a plume of fiery red fur erupting from its back, and flames surged forth, enveloping it entirely. With a forceful impact, it transformed into a fireball that collided with the back of Riolu. A dull thud echoed, and Riolu emitted an uncontrollable wail, rolling like a tumbling gourd to the feet of Li Xiang. Its petite head landed with a comedic thud against Li Xiang's instep. Observing this, Li Xiang quickly crouched down to support its body. However, to his surprise, Riolu was ungrateful. With a sharp cry, it swatted Li Xiang's hand away with its tiny claws, turning to face the fire-striped Meow, displaying an expression of defiance and deep grievance. The fire-striped Meow smirked coldly. This creature before it was likely to become a future ally. Humph. It seemed intent on vying for dominance from the very beginning, just as Li Xiang had suggested. Indeed, a formidable opponent. Yet, if it thought that intimidation would compel it to back down, it was gravely mistaken. Meow? The fire-striped Meow crouched low, its icy gaze locking onto Riolu. Come, let's see if I want to shatter you. However, Just as both it and Li Xiang anticipated another attack from Riolu, this little humanoid canine stood frozen in place, gazing blankly at the fire-striped Meow. Then, it closed its eyes, as if trying to sense something. Li Xiang and the fire-striped Meow exchanged glances, both reflecting confusion. What was happening? I've stripped down to my pants, and you decide to stop now? Riolu reopened its eyes, surveying the surroundings. Glancing back at Li Xiang and the two colossal beasts, as well as the fire-striped Meow not far off, letting out a curious sound. This little creature seemed to have just realized it was in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by strange Pokémon and humans. Riolu. Li Xiang signaled to the fire-striped Meow with a glance, then approached with a smile. Hello, I am Li Xiang. Riolu turned to face the young boy, its gaze sweeping over the luxurious ball in his hand, revealing a look of realization. Riolu. So it's you, eh? Although I'm not quite sure why you attacked the fire-striped Meow earlier, from today onwards, we shall be teammates. Let us support each other and progress together. Li Xiang extended his hand toward Riolu. This was not mere platitude. He genuinely believed in this sentiment. The fire-striped Meow cautiously advanced, mindful not to provoke Riolu, opting instead to circle around and position itself behind Li Xiang. Riolu gazed at Li Xiang's outstretched palm, its masked face betraying a complex array of emotions. Yet, it placed its paw upon it. The aura of friendship and joy emanating from this boy resonated within Riolu. As a petite creature prepared to spend its life alongside a certain trainer since the era of the Pokémon egg, its resolve surpasses that of other Pokémon. Li Xiang gently cupped his palm, shaking it slightly, while a smile gradually broadened upon his lips. The initial step towards engaging with new Pokémon lies in fostering amicable communication. Having taken this first step, subsequent strides may follow in due course. Although the reasons behind Riolu's initial hostility towards Litten remain unclear, such matters cannot be rushed. Communicating with Pokémon is a gradual, cyclical process. Riolu, the Ripple Pokémon, possesses the unique ability to perceive the aura since its inception. It utilizes this aura to converse with its companions and to observe the emotions of humans and other Pokémon, as well as the natural ecosystem. A select few exceptionally gifted Riolu can even harness their aura in the form of attacks, known as Aura Sphere. In this realm, Riolu is a rarity. Despite the League's vigorous efforts to promote its breeding, it vanishes from breeding facilities within mere minutes of its appearance. Such is the allure of this precious Pokémon. The reason lies in the power of aura, a mysterious force akin to the existence of unique individuals among Pokémon, paralleled by the extraordinary traits found in humans. Noteworthy among humans are the psychics, devotees of the divine, nature's chosen, and aura guardians. The first group, the psychics, requires no elaboration. Prominent representatives such as In are well known, and the animated series features numerous psychics as well. The second group springs from a cadre of worshippers devoted to mythical Pokémon, Arceus, steadfastly upholding astonishing powers, akin to those residing in the Creation Valley depicted in the film Hoopa and the Clash of Ages. The third group resembles the Child of Eternity, a phenomenon that emerges once every decade, with representatives such as Aiden and Yellow. Then we arrive at the fourth category, the Aura Guardians. It is said that among the myriad of extraordinary individuals, only the Aura Guardians can master their abilities through diligent effort. The precise methods remain shrouded in mystery, yet it is widely believed that if one can perceive the aura through their Lucario, they may, with its assistance, endeavor to wield the power of the aura. This notion, grounded in earnestness, is far more credible than seeking extraordinary strength from the potentially non-existent Arceus. Consequently, Riolu has become a coveted Pokémon, swiftly purchased by many upon its appearance. Who wouldn't yearn to possess such extraordinary powers? Thus, in this world, Riolu is indeed somewhat rare. Chapter 62. Why are you so proficient? Li Xiang harbors thoughts regarding the power of aura, but as far as he knows, mastering this power requires. One must inherently possess the ability to perceive the aura. A prominent example is the animated version of Ash Ketchum, who possesses the innate power to sense the aura. Subsequently, with the assistance of the globally renowned Lucario in the feature film, he rudimentarily grasped the essence of aura. In the Diamond and Pearl series, he even utilized this ability to seal away the rampaging Garchomp. Beyond this, there are scarcely any other instances of individuals mastering the power of aura from scratch. Moreover, there exists a plethora of fan works surrounding this theme. Consequently, Li Xiang remains skeptical of the widely circulated methods for mastering aura in this world. Setting aside these notions, Li Xiang is genuinely more intrigued by Riolu itself. When considered independently, Lucario is a rather fragile creature with moderate offensive capabilities. The lament of dual-type Pokémon lies in their inherent fragility when striving for both high speed and diverse strengths, as limited base stats necessitate a degree of vulnerability, making the attainment of a particularly high attribute improbable. Furthermore, with limited slots available for moves, only 4 can be equipped, the situation becomes even more constrained. However, as previously mentioned, Xiang no longer evaluates a Pokémon's strength based solely on effective base stats. Skills are paramount. This world does not impose the grid-like limitations found in games, nor does it restrict Pokémon to merely 4 visible moves as seen in animations. Pokémon with extensive move pools possess a significant advantage. Fortuitously, Riolu is indeed a Pokémon with a deep move pool. Its evolved form, Lucario, has access to an even broader array of moves, which greatly pleases Xiang. What delights him further is that Riolu's ability is not the inner focus, but rather the dream ability prankster. In this realm, Pokémon endowed with commendable dream abilities are exceedingly rare, often regarded as treasures that are hard to come by. While this may be an exaggeration, encountering 1 out of 100 is not at all uncommon. The high score of the Fire Meow at the breeding center is largely attributed to its dream ability Intimidate. Undoubtedly, Riolu's possession of the prankster ability will significantly enhance its value. Xiang cannot help but feel curious about how Li Jihan acquired such a Riolu with a dream ability. Moreover, is it not said that one is not permitted to leave the port area? Having lingered at the harbor for 2 months, where did he obtain this Riolu? It is unlikely to have been a gift from a business partner. Even if he inquires, he is likely to receive a vague response. As Li Jihan is not fond of probing questions, he has passed this gene on to Xiang, as their personalities are quite similar. Returning to the main topic, Xiang's reservations stem from the fact that the inner focus ability is utterly useless, rather than relying on a boost in speed after being intimidated. Wouldn't it be more advantageous to utilize a high mobility move? The name may sound appealing, but that is all it offers. In comparison, the trait of mental fortitude surpasses that of unyielding heart, as it offers a degree of protection against being struck and can deter intimidation, ensuring that one's physical output remains unaffected. Should the trait be prankster, the possibilities for play are indeed vast, whether as support or as a primary attacker. It proves to be exceptionally effective. However, it is worth mentioning that this little pup is female, differing from the gender of the fire pattern meow. Moreover, this little creature has likely been bullied by other fire pattern meows, leading to a stress response that compels her to attack anything resembling her tormentors. Alas, ensuring harmonious interactions among these little sprites has become yet another pressing challenge. Within the confines of the room, Xiang and Riolu sat facing one another, engaging in a mutual understanding through brief exchanges. Although neither could comprehend the words of the other, a fundamental recognition began to form. Xiang discovered that this Riolu possessed an extraordinary sense of pride. This was manifested in a strict prohibition against having its head touched. While it was not averse to having its paws or body stroked, contact with its head was adamantly rejected. Additionally, it despised being treated like a child, particularly in the manner of being cradled like an infant. Poor Xiang had initially hoped to support Riolu and gauge its weight, only to be met with an unyielding refusal. Ultimately, when Xiang applied medicine to its back, despite the evident pain that nearly brought tears to its eyes, Riolu gritted its teeth in silence, refusing to show any sign of weakness. This is both a virtue and a vice, on one hand. Such determination ensures that this type of sprite remains resolute in battle, driven by ambition, yet on the other, it may complicate the growth of intimacy. The bond between a sprite and its trainer often necessitates ample physical contact to foster understanding and strengthen their emotional connection. In contrast, Xiang's relationship with the fire pattern meow has flourished, benefiting from their shared slumber in the same bed, allowing their rapport to advance rapidly to the point where communication no longer requires the assistance of the corpulent translator, Dong Shi Miao. The simpler exchanges can be roughly understood by both parties. However, with Riolu, Xiang finds himself facing a particular challenge. Of course, there exist numerous methods to enhance intimacy with one's sprite. Physical contact is merely one avenue among many that Xiang has yet to explore. Meanwhile, the fire pattern meow lay on the bed, grooming its paws while casting occasionally complicated glances at the duo. Generally speaking, cats tend to exhibit hostility towards newcomers encroaching upon their territory. If the newcomer happens to be of the same species, this hostility is magnified, as evidenced by Dong Shi Miao and Psyduck Meow, who initially reacted with great alarm upon detecting the scent of fire pattern meow. Should the newcomer be a canine, the response could either intensify or be met with indifference. Being more astute than ordinary felines, and with Li Xiang having already prepared her mentally. Fire pattern Meow naturally fell into the latter category. Yet, beneath the surface, it would be disingenuous to claim that she felt no jealousy. When an ordinary child hears that their parents have welcomed a second child, feelings of jealousy inevitably arise towards their younger siblings. They may sense a neglect, believing the love they once received has diminished. The simple-minded calico cat, unable to restrain the pangs of envy swelling within, gazes upon Li Xiang and Li Yulu, who are engaged in cheerful conversation. A thought crosses its mind. How did it come to this? The joy of first love and the companionship of a dog, destined to be a lifelong partner, should have been a source of happiness. Why, then, does it feel like this? After all, I was here first. Why are you so at ease with each other? With its thoughts swirling, the calico cat leaps onto Li Xiang's shoulder, startling Li Yulu. Li Yulu, the latter exclaims, rising to his feet, eyeing the calico cat with caution. Are you looking for a fight? Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Ha ha ha. Calm down, calm down. After waiting so long, you finally took the initiative to come over. Li Xiang reassures Li Yulu, gently lifting the calico cat from his shoulder and placing it before him. A smile gracing his lips. Were you worried I might overlook you? Don't be foolish. That won't happen. He places the cat on his lap, gazing into its amber eyes, tenderly scratching its chin. I've told you before, we are bound together, our fates intertwined. Rest assured, there are many days ahead of us. The calico cat tilts its head back, beholding Li Xiang's familiar smiling face. Those gentle eyes reminiscent of honey, and the bitterness in its heart gradually dissipates. Meow, it purrs, licking Li Xiang's fingers and nuzzling against his belly, succumbing to a moment of affectionate playfulness. Meanwhile, Li Yulu observes this scene, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he witnesses the mutual affection flowing between the two, akin to a spring bubbling forth. In his youthful innocence, he struggles to grasp the distinction between the love of kin and the admiration for a mentor, yet he perceives the overwhelming emotions shared between them. Truth be told, he feels a twinge of envy. Despite his strong sense of pride, he abhors solitude. Even before he arrived in Li Xiang's hands, back when he was merely an egg, he had listened to his caretaker speak of the companion he would one day meet, someone to journey with through life's peaks and valleys. That companion would be family. Family, a word both foreign and yet subtly desirable to him. Could this little boy before him be his family? Li Yulu gazes at Li Xiang, his eyes drifting to the gleeful calico cat, a flicker of envy evident in his resolute gaze. I want to come too. Li Xiang suddenly interrupts, breaking Li Yulu's reverie. He looks up to see Li Xiang's beaming smile and the inviting gesture of a hand patting his lap. Come here, Li Yulu, sit with me. Li Xiang reiterated once more, placing the fire-patterned cat to the right, thus providing space for the puppy. Li Yulu displayed a flicker of hesitation, pondering whether it was expected to behave as affectionately as the fire-patterned cat. No, that seemed implausible. From this moment forth, we shall be a family, embracing one another with tolerance, understanding, and support, progressing together. Li Xiang's slow and gentle words struck a chord deep within Li Yulu's soul. What had it just heard? Li Yulu widened its eyes, questioning if it had misinterpreted the message, until Li Xiang reiterated his declaration. Indeed, it had not erred. Lowering its head, Li Yulu nestled into the crook of Li Xiang's leg, plopping down with a soft sound. In response, Li Xiang cradled both the cat and the dog in his embrace. Li Yulu extended its tiny paw, offering no resistance, instead stifling the weak tears that threatened to spill from its eyes, gently wrapping itself around Li Xiang. At long last, you have come. My family. Chapter 13. The exploding pride of a puppy training little sprites is by no means a simple or joyous endeavor. It can even be described as tedious and exhausting. After all, having to repetitively practice a handful of techniques and strategies day after day can quickly lead to a loss of novelty, coupled with the unrelenting foundation training that spans days, months, and years. One must also ensure their physical condition keeps pace. The opponents remain the same few sprites, with their techniques showing little variation. It can be quite disheartening. Many young trainers succumb to the monotony of this routine. Fortunately, while Li Xiang may not possess many virtues, perseverance is one of them. Thus, even with the addition of a new sprite, he managed to maintain his patience and diligently train the old ones. However, the lack of rewards during practice was truly disheartening. Li Xiang watched helplessly as the cat and dog rolled about in the training arena. Through simple training and assessments, he had successfully gathered most of Li Yulu's data. To be honest, the results exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. Firstly, Li Yulu had reached level 10, surpassing the fire-patterned cat, and it possessed an impressive array of techniques. Detect, quick attack, feint, endure, bullet punch, vacuum wave, detect, sky uppercut, agility, thunder punch. In total, it boasted 10 techniques. Regrettably, this creature did not know Aura Sphere. But had it possessed that skill, it would likely be challenging for Li Zhihan to take charge. Notably, the assortment of techniques Liolu had learned spanned across several generations, and it even included a skill that typically required a move tutor in the game. Such absurdities only manifest in the real world, from the 1st to the 8th generation. As long as the record exists, the sprites can learn and utilize those techniques. There is no need, as in the 8th generation's online battles, to forget prior techniques to make way for new ones. Li Xiang found himself in a rather helpless situation, realizing that there were only a limited number of special moves that Riolu could learn at this stage, primarily the common ones like Aura Sphere and Awakening Power. The uncertainty surrounding its evolution was equally disheartening. In the game, intimacy could be measured with specific values, but in reality, it was utterly unreliable. A search online revealed that, aside from the blatant exaggerations, Pokémon that evolved through intimacy typically required a cultivation period of at least 5 to 6 years in this world, with some not evolving until they reached level 50 or higher. This reminded Li Xiang of how the Sword and Shield games had eliminated intimacy, replacing it with friendship, thus lowering the evolution requirements. Indeed, they had made the cultivation process easier once again. Li Xiang did not consider himself a genius. He was merely somewhat fortunate, and it was improbable for Riolu to evolve in a short period. A compromise would likely take around 3 years. By that time, he would not even have a complete team of 6 standard Pokémon. 3 or 4 would be the bare minimum. Therefore, feeding special attack candies to Riolu felt like a waste. It would be better to give them to the Fire Meow or a 3rd Pokémon. The saying plans cannot keep up with changes was truly applicable here. He decided to continue saving them, as they would not expire. Moreover, the candies produced by Riolu were needed by it. What could he possibly trade for with Fire Meow? Would he abandon physical attack moves or speed? Surely, not durability candies. As Riolu was already fragile enough, a little more waiting was in order. In the arena, the outcome was clear. Fire Meow, having elevated its speed with a charged flame attack, decisively defeated Riolu. The latter rolled on the ground several times, covered in dust, and fainted with a look of reluctant despair, appearing quite pitiful. However, had it not fainted, it would undoubtedly refuse to concede defeat, stubbornly continuing to fight Fire Meow despite its dire state. Such obstinacy was reminiscent of a diligent little pup. Li Xiang sighed, finally comprehending how his colleagues perceived him at work. He quickly approached, crouched down, and gently squeezed Riolu's tiny paw. Liu. Riolu opened its eyes warily, casting a suspicious glance at Li Xiang as if to ask, "What do you want?" "I don't need your help." "Oh no, I'm just here to remind you." Li Xiang sighed, holding a spray of healing medicine. "You see, this medicine can be quite an expense, and you need to undergo checkups from time to time." Ignoring him, Riolu turned its head and extended its arm, revealing some dark marks. With a sense of resignation, Li Xiang sprayed the medicine on it. Ugh! The small body of Riolu trembled slightly, emitting a soft whimper, with the corners of its eyes glistening with moisture. The fiery patterned feline gently nudged Li Xiang's backside, announcing its arrival, before circling beneath him to reveal its slightly swollen face. The child who cries receives nourishment. Through its interactions with the senior feline Dongshi, the little cat had learned the art of seeking affection. "Be good, just a moment," Li Xiang said, ruffling the kitten's head. He retrieved a sizable orange fruit from his pocket and placed it into the arms of Riolu. "Eat this, it will aid your recovery." Resisting the urge to continue petting it, Li Xiang rose to fetch a brush set aside. This little creature would undoubtedly require a bath tonight. Yet he dreaded the thought of leaving the house in disarray, with muddy paw prints trailing behind, for Ms. Een would surely be furious. Riolu blinked, observing the fiery feline as it playfully entangled Li Xiang while it nibbled at the fruit. To be frank, although it had initially misconstrued the fiery cat as the one who had bullied it, upon realizing the truth, it found itself unable to coexist amicably with the creature. Once bitten by a snake, one remains wary of ropes for a decade. Such was its predicament. Simultaneously, it harbored a fierce competitive spirit towards the fiery feline. Possessing considerable intelligence, it understood that it was currently no match for the fiery cat, which was far stronger than the one from its past. Yet this knowledge did not deter it. Just as it had bravely resisted when surrounded by those ferocious feline spirits, it would strive to grow stronger still. As for Li Xiang, Riolu's gaze softened. Aside from the excessive pampering that made it feel somewhat uncomfortable, Li Xiang fulfilled all its dreams of family. He cared for it, cherished it, encouraged it, respected it, and comforted it. Just as Li Xiang had said, family exists to support and lean on one another. Riolu felt fortunate to have encountered Li Xiang. In the future, it would hold tightly to this fortune, striving to assist Li Xiang in achieving unparalleled glory. Yes, the kind it had seen on television. At noon, one person, one cat, and one dog watched past the tribute championship battles. Among the competitors was a masterful trainer, particularly skilled in handling the Lucario species. That match left a profound impression on Riolu. Standing at the center of the arena, welcomed by the cheers of countless spectators, advancing straight toward victory, what a splendid vision that was. In the afternoon, Li Xiang, guided by Li Zhihan, made his way to the martial arts school. Initially, Ms. In intended for Li Xiang to take the day off, considering the family planned a delightful outing together in the evening, possibly to some other exciting destination. 1 or 2 days of training wouldn't make much difference. However, Li Zhihan disagreed with her notion. The muscular man harbored profound respect for Duan Tianxing, and among the gifts he brought back, a portion was intended for him. Furthermore, he expressed his intention to visit personally. Although Ms. In felt a tinge of displeasure, her nature was not one to be unreasonable. After being coaxed by Li Zhihan for a while, she chose to remain silent. The father and son then proceeded to the martial arts school, bearing their offerings. Undoubtedly, Duan Tianxing would refuse them, even if what Li Zhihan presented was a precious tea brick, which he himself cherished immensely. Observing this, Li Xiang said nothing but walked to the tea room within the school, found an empty tea canister, and broke off a small piece of the tea brick to brew a pot for Duan Tianxing. With an expression of utmost composure, he returned the canister. This act was, in itself, somewhat presumptuous, carrying an air of subtle coercion. Duan Tianxing should have felt displeased. Yet, when he saw his youngest disciple respectfully presenting the tea while kneeling on the ground, using his unchanged voice to say, "Master, please enjoy the tea," any lingering dissatisfaction evaporated instantly. This sentiment is one that young people often struggle to comprehend. Akin to the way ordinary individuals might find it difficult to understand the phenomenon of intergenerational affection. Duan Tianxing took a sip, uttered a soft sound of approval, and then instructed Li Xiang to practice. His expression remained unchanged, yet through the days of acquaintance, Li Xiang discerned that his master was in good spirits. For when Duan Tianxing was pleased, his index finger would unconsciously tap the table, and his stern visage would soften considerably. Li Xiang's cleverness had borne fruit. Before departing, he naturally did not forget to brew a cup for Li Zhihan as well. His father bore no indignation at being overshadowed, exhibiting his customary respect. After a brief conversation with Duan Tianxing, he left, visibly satisfied, resembling a fervent fan meeting his idol. In the main hall, Wang Dong teased, "Your father is quite formidable. Does he also practice martial arts?" To which Li Xiang replied, "Not to my knowledge." Standing in a horse stance, he lamented the absence of the gentle third senior sister and the mischievous second senior sister, leaving only the 4 young ones. "Well, I believe if your father were to learn martial arts, he would undoubtedly be a prodigy," Wang Dong mused. What a ridiculous notion of martial arts prodigies, Li Xiang thought. Unable to suppress his exasperation, Wang Dong was even more captivated by martial arts novels than Lu Chengfeng, and he deemed any well-built, handsome man a martial arts genius. "Is this your new little companion?" Riolu. Lu Chengfeng's focus was more discerning than Wang Dong's, as he marveled at Li Xiang's Riolu, which exhibited a remarkable semblance of discipline. Li Xiang nodded in silence. Finally, unable to hold back, Duan Yu reprimanded them and pulled the 2 unreliable senior brothers away, chastising them for disturbing someone during their practice. They seemed oblivious to the most fundamental of rules. They were fortunate that Duan Tianxing did not chastise them. With their guilt weighing heavily, Lu Chengfeng and Wang Dong dared not disturb Li Xiang any further.